Keep moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
3. That's the Quadra looking for a pentakill. He's gonna get it. It's been a tough time for Origen.
I don't see ourselves as out just yet, so I'm sure we'll look a lot stronger against Giants.
We will remain in LCS, and in Summer Split, Giants is gonna be a really good team in EU.
The Challenger Series team defeat the LCS residents.
You're not quite sure if they know what they're doing, but they actually know what they're doing.
Our play style is actually random. We can pick anything, and we can win with anything.
Hello and welcome to the penultimate day of the EU LCS Summer Promotion Tournament. Over 2 best-of-5s today. One team will secure a spot in the Summer Split, but one of our current LCS squads is looking at the fast track to the Challenger Series. Earlier today we saw Fnatic Academy getting on stage. Some of the veteran talent in that lineup happy to be seated. Kikis looking particularly focused. Hello everyone, I'm Daniel Dracos. The man smiling and giggling next to me is Mitch Krupp of Warspools, and additionally, Martin Aficio is here along for the ride. And I may have been a little too enthusiastic at the start. All right, well, we have a lot of promotion tournament action on the menu for the next 2 days, starting right now with Fnatic Academy versus Misfits. Winner, of course, will be going to LCS.
And I'm excited for that. Martin, are you?
Can you stop slapping the table?
I will stop slapping the table. I really like that we have both Academy teams. At least one of them will get into the LCS, and they show that complacency at the bottom tier of the LCS teams is not rewarded.
And of course, tomorrow, super important game, because the loser of the first game here between Misfits and Fnatic Academy will play the winner of Giants and Origen. So we might see 2 new teams in the LCS, or maybe we only get 1.
It also proves that Martin can actually read a bracket.
That's good.
I mean,
See,
you kind of ignored
along.
it, so I figured you didn't really understand what was going to happen, and I just tried to help you.
And of course, the other important fact, Martin, for next time when you need to read this is that one of those LCS teams will be eliminated. So a lot of pressure on the Giants and Origen.
But that's negative, and I stay to the positive.
Exactly. It's good that you're here, and it's good that you're positive,
Thank
Martin.
you.
Well, in our first series today, we have 2 challenger teams that have so far shown that they deserve a spot in the EU LCS by taking down some standing EU LCS lineups. And it's looked pretty good for these guys overall.
Very good. I think especially after 20 minutes, we have really seen superior macro compared to the LCS teams they've been playing against. And obviously that says a lot about Giants and Origen and their issues, but I think we can just praise Fnatic Academy and Misfits Academy instead. And I also think like the individual talent on those 2 teams, the challenger teams, have actually been a little bit higher than what we've seen from the other LCS guys.
Yeah, I definitely watched or enjoyed watching Misfits Academy, especially because even though they missed the mark on a few early game rotations with Koskyu on Akali in the mid lane, that's really hard to slot in. Overall, and especially just like the Fisher just pointed out, post 20 minutes, they actually have solid map moves and much more refined and much better than the actual LCS teams.
Yeah, and you can see Unlimited on your screen right now, the coach from Misfits Academy. I think he's actually been doing a good job with these guys. There's a lot of help as well from the main team for both Fnatic and Misfits, some of the same people like analysts helping both squads here. And I think we noticed that like they seem like professional teams coming into the tournament where other teams have definitely struggled in the past.
And it's not just the support of their organizations. Of course, on the side of Fnatic Academy, you do have veterans on that team, one of whom is Kikis, and this guy has been, pretty much a monster throughout both of the series he's played so far.
And he will have to be because he's going up against Jisoo in quite the important matchup here in the top lane. But Kikis, he really almost surprised. Even though we knew he was good, he's still surprised in that opening match.
I mean, true, he outplayed Flaxus a little bit harder than maybe expected, but the funny thing about Kikis is he's not down in the Challenger Series because he wasn't good enough for LCS. There was always like other reasons.
He always
why.
chooses to be there.
Yeah, he always decides, he starts over, he starts from 0 again, he climbs his way back up. So individually, Kikis has always been a really good player, and I think he's really showed that this split, and today it should be the same.
Yeah, Kikis is always smurfing, kind of, but never plays on his main account. And here we see a fancy little outplay from Jisoo. Definitely smurfing, because in a Shen versus GP matchup, that's not supposed to happen. And that actually spiraled Misfits forward. And that's the one caveat that we have to keep in mind today is that generally when the Misfits Academy get a lead in 20 to 30 minutes, it is on the back of good individual plays early on. I'm willing to see against Fnatic Academy today, can they match that same lead? Can they get ahead early and then go into team leads? Because on the other side of that coin, I think Fnatic Academy can actually play an even game and then kind of shot call their way into a lead.
And kind of one of the big factors when we look at generating early game leads is usually the jungle role. Now we have the veteran and Amazing going up against, I would say, the young upstart and Pride Stalker, the infamous Rengar one-trick, now clearly not a one-trick anymore, but a pretty hype matchup to be sure.
Yeah, 100%. I think Amazing, he always wants to prove all the haters wrong. He wants to show that he's still good enough to get back into the LCS. And because he is a veteran, people will listen to him.
Yeah.
So if his shot calling is on point in a game like this, then we should see a difference.
Except when he tweets out how his Rengar is okay, and now he's going
But
up.
it was better in scrims.
It was better in scrims. Now he's going up against the infamous Rengar one-trick. That aside, it's actually quite funny if you look at the bigger picture. Pride Stalker is now 18 years old. When Amazing just started playing, he was around a similar age, and then he would play against a then like 14-year-old Pride Stalker in solo queue, right, who was like just a dirty one-trick. He would lose to him, but you never take these kind of players serious because they were one-tricks. So you brush them off, and always in your mind, you have this kind of lower rating of them. Now you're up against him on the stage to play a potential career-deciding match here for getting into the LCS. I think if Pride Stalker actually gets a good invade off, or can actually get it into Amazing jungle and kind of rustle his jimmies, he could actually have a big impact on the match.
Definitely something to keep an eye out for, but I mean, how big of a factor is that? Is it enough, Mitch, in your eyes, to turn this one in the favor of Misfits Academy? Who's going to have the edge here overall, and what's the score going to be?
Again, because I think Fnatic Academy just has a bit more experience in these really tough matches with Kikis, with Amazing, with Mr. Rawless too, who is always just ready to deliver exactly what is required. I think Fnatic has the upper edge. For that, I would say 3-1 maybe.
Martin, your thoughts?
I'm also doing 3-1. I'm kind of salty because Mitch now stole my 3-1 here. But
I'll say 3-0. Actually, no, I'll make it 3-2 then, and then Martin, you can
okay,
go.
thank you. Yes, I'm going to go 3-1 here because basically, as Mitch said, individual talent is, in my opinion, slightly in favor of Fnatic Academy. Even though we haven't talked about the bot lane at all, Mr. Rawless in the last series looked really, really good, and I think he's going to have the same impact here. So giving it to a Fnatic Academy, but should still be a very fun and bloody series.
All right, well, I'm glad you guys are so agreeable on your predictions, shifting aside for each other.
We just have the same opinions.
All right, definitely fair.
Well, I have an opinion, then he has the same
Your opinion's heavily in the favor of Fnatic Academy to a lesser or greater degree, depending on which one of you predicts first, apparently. However, that is enough from us. The players are ready for the first fight in this series, so let's send it over to our casters for game one.
Thank you very much, Dracos, and good afternoon to all of our viewers around the world. I'm Aaron Medic Chamberlain, and with me to cast this series is James Stress O'Leary. Now, Stress, I know I'm quite nervous already to cast this series. I'm sure the players are nervous as well.
Absolutely. I mean, the analyst has touched on it. The winner of this series goes into the LCS. One best of 5 determines the fate of potentially these 10 players for the next split.
Well, let's go through the lineups for this matchup. Starting on the blue side is Misfits Academy. In the top lane is Jisoo. Their jungler is Pride Stalker. Mid lane, Kozq. AD carry, Yuki. Support Dreams. And their coach, Unlimited.
So that is the Misfits Academy lineup. On the other side, we're going to see if which Academy team will graduate, because it's Fnatic Academy have chosen red side for game number 1. Their lineup is Kikis in the top lane, Amazing in the jungle, mid lane is Niski, Mr. Alice is AD carry, Klai is the support, and their coach is Coops.
Well, Fnatic favored by our analyst desk, whether it be, you know, Deficio just having the final say or Crepo following in the way, we'll have to wait and see. I have to admit as well, I think Fnatic probably have the edge in this matchup.
I think so too, without wanting to play up to them. Lord knows they do it enough between each other. I mean, I agree on the Fnatic side. And honestly, the reason that I think Fnatic are going to be so strong is the same reason why I thought Giants was almost, you know, suicidal for picking Fnatic. It's like you've picked into a team that has such consistently strong, experienced players, but everything can change now. We're into the first draft of this best of 5.
Straight on in Misfits Academy on the blue side, of course, because Fnatic chose red. We are on 7.6. Galio is still disabled for the entirety of promotions, and we have a few bans coming out. Malzahar and Camille from Misfits Academy. And Fnatic Academy have taken away the Rengar.
Of course, I wouldn't be surprised to see some Kha'Zix and maybe a Graves ban throughout this series. That is what Misfits Academy have prioritized for Pride Stalker, and has looked very good while playing those champions, especially against Origen. Syncroft just could not hold up against Pride Stalker, which is the second experienced jungler. It was Lulex first, now Syncroft has been taken down.
And you can see Misfits focusing up towards that top lane with the Camille ban. They know the Kickers can play that. Klai, of course, could flex it into the support role. We saw Jez doing that for the Fnatic main squad, and then taking the Elise away as well from Amazing.
So as we round out the rest of the draft, Shen banned out, of course, Jizu, we saw some of his plays on that. Now taking out the Graves away from Fnatic Academy, you have to look at where they'll look towards for their jungle pick, but this Graves should be a strong pick first up for Pride Soccer. Will it be the Lee Sin in response for Amazing? He's only played 4 junglers, and out of that, Lee Sin and Rek'Sai, the only 2 available.
Lee Sin seems like a pretty safe pick, but already Fnatic going towards the Varus and the LeBlanc here. So solidifying that mid lane, very early LeBlanc pick for Niski.
And this is a departure for Fnatic when you look at their AD carry role here. Mr. Rales consistently getting his hands on Ezreal in the previous series, but with Varus up and available, not many teams are letting that go through. When you have it on first rotation, it's very strong, but we are quickly getting crazy in this draft. There's a Katarina, you have an engaged tool and a burst tool alongside it. This Misfits Academy lineup so far is looking for individual picks, and now they're trying to force Fnatic Academy into at least a decent jungle matchup alongside that. The Katarina LeBlanc matchup is a bit of a back and forth one. We'll get into that as we go into the game.
Yeah, you have to think Fnatic pick up probably the Lee Sin here for Amazing, as you said, with the jungle pick. And now we're going to get to that second rotation of bans. So AD carries locked in, junglers and mid laners. Where do these teams now focus that ban priority?
Well, right now you can either leave up like a Karma or something like that for Fnatic, and they'll end up picking that in this first rotation of Phase 2. Or Misfits Academy will ban away all of the blind pickable supports and force Fnatic Academy maybe to pick up a blind pickable top laner. There aren't too many left, and Nautilus is the type of champion that you could play. But Kikis has played the most unique champions in the top lane out of any Challenger Series player so far. There's an Akali in there, there's Echo, there's Kled.
Got one match in the Challenger Series as well.
You name it, he played it. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Fnatic Academy last pick their top lane. Could also just be the Nautilus here. Banning out the supports may be an indicator that they want that blind pickable top lane and don't want to give away too much for Misfits Academy.
Yeah. So Zyra and Karma taken away by Fnatic. Misfits focusing that top lane, focusing the carries down. Fizz and Kled off the cards.
Tom Kench is available right now if Fnatic Academy want to take that as a bot lane pick. Is decent into Ashe, always has been. And the same with the Katarina on the opposite side. Another pick that you can mitigate a lot. If you can take away that first kill, well, we've also got a protection melee support.
Yeah, Braum gives you a little bit of protection, and because you've taken away a lot of the range supports, it's not the end of the world in that matchup. Dreams could always go for something like the Thresh here, or even his own Tahm Kench, two champion he's very strong on. So I'm actually slightly surprised by that Braum instead of the Tahm Kench that you were talking about. Now we're going to see the Nautilus locked in for Jisoo in the top lane, and Dreams' support will be the final lock-in here.
And this is why Misfits Academy banned the Fizz and the Kled. They were pretty much expecting Fnatic Academy to take their support here, and Nautilus would be available. One of the matchups that still is up is the Rumble, if they want to take it. Not exactly a champion that we've seen that much out of Kikis recently, but again, he's played so many different things. But Akali is a champion that he has played into Nautilus, but he's playing it into an Akali player.
That he is. Now, Jisoo very well known for his Akali, as is Kozku. We thought Akali would be a priority pick between these teams, and actually, we saw Kikis play the Akali into the Nautilus matchup.
Yeah, there we go.
And he did incredibly well in those playoff matches, so it's going to be Akali top. A real lack of tankiness here, apart from that Braum pick for Fnatic Academy.
But Fnatic Academy, if they start the snowball going, Misfits Academy theoretically will struggle to hold on. However, Misfits Academy have a good kind of turnaround on team fights. If one person drops from an Ashe arrow that is out of position, Misfits Academy will jump on Fnatic very quickly, and this Katarina will quickly take down the squishy targets that you highlighted for us. So there's a lot of nuanced play as we get towards the skirmishes, but this is a very explosive Fnatic Academy lineup. This is indicative of them wanting a lead early and never letting it go.
Last time we saw Kikis get this Akali in the top lane, he was dominant. Didn't have the best stat lines at the end of the game, but was just unstoppable in that split push role. This whole draft feels a lot more coordinated from both these two teams. When they last met in week 4, it was very much more about team fights, very much more about whoever gets those big end game objectives wins the game. This is much more early game focused.
Yeah, it is absolutely, especially at a Fnatic Academy. Misfits, maybe, aside from the Katarina, have a slightly more conventional setup when you look at it. You've got a tank top laner, you've got a decent jungle matchup, and an engaged tool and defensive play on the bottom lane. So theoretically, like, their composition is maybe better rounded than Fnatic's, but Fnatic's is the kind of composition that we love to watch. It's going to be Kikis on this Akali. You mentioned his stat lines didn't look amazing. Well, the one thing that did look great was his CS at the end of the game. He was crushing that top lane matchup.
We are about to get on to the Summoner's Rift. Game 1 of this best of 5 between Fnatic Academy and Misfits Academy. The winner goes through to the LCS. The loser has to fight again tomorrow. It's going to be a great series, Stress.
I hope so. I hope it will be. We're in game 1. We've got a Katarina and a Kali. I think that says everything we needed to as we load up onto the Rift. EU Challenger in the promotion tournament has kind of become the new home of Akali, I feel like. We've seen it in mid lane, we've seen it in top lane multiple times now.
Out of the 6 times Akali's been played, 3 of them have been in EU Challenger, and those have been the 3 wins as well for Akali across this split. So
let's go Europe. That's what we wanted.
Well, it's also an omen of hope for Fnatic Academy as well, with Akali having a 100% win record in the European region. Perhaps Kikis can continue that record or break the streak, as Misfits look to see if they can set up anything early. Just seeing perhaps if Fnatic were going to invade. Niski, of course, can place that ward across the bush, and it's going to be pretty even between these 2 teams to start us off.
Yeah, we aren't quite going to see the shenanigans we were seeing in some of the playoff games where we were getting kills every single level 1.
Oh, I loved it. Although the team that got the first blood in that scenario, if you got first blood under a minute, you lost the game on average across the last week of promotions.
That's my kind of stat, one that doesn't make sense at all.
It was also if you got first tower, you lost the game, which was, again, not indicative of how we usually see LCS playing, but you said it in Pick and Ban, this is very much more Challenger series, and we can see Fnatic are in favor here. Of course, both of the sister teams played very well this last weekend. Perhaps we see some of that revitalization from Fnatic spreading over into their Academy compadres.
May very well be. I mean, you can't really underestimate how much growth Fnatic Academy and Fnatic's main LCS lineup have shown over the last few weeks and, you know, just about a month. Both have gone from strength to strength. Fnatic Academy, obviously, since bringing Amazing back into the lineup down from the LCS team, really turned this team around. And it was against Misfits Academy that he actually had his first showing in Challenger Series. That was a 1-1 split matchup. So it's interesting that we're at this point where both teams are on the cusp of joining the LCS, and the sister teams are on the cusp of maybe going to the finals.
And I think it shows as well the benefit of having an Academy squad, because you're able to scrim up against your main squad. You both improve from each other. I know Fnatic Academy have been scrimming against Fnatic this week, and it just allows you that little bit more inventiveness. You know your scrims are going to be try-hard because you want those Academy players to be striving for the LCS spot.
And now that hasn't always happened when we've had these Academy teams and, you know, lineups like with a quote-unquote B team. A lot of the time they were actually very separate, but we know they have started to scrim more recently against each other as they've been more successful. So it is interesting to see whether the playstyles will be adapting. But the early game action that we haven't quite caught up on is just a couple of wards going down. You can see one was placed deep on the Grump on blue side. Amazing has been tracked off that ward in front of the Infernal Drake, but I believe the Hawk shot didn't quite spot him out earlier when he was on the Grump. So Misfits Academy surely know that Amazing is heading bot. They're about to ward Tribush to spot him out, but he's actually already jumped using that blast cone. We saw him head over towards the Krugs.
This is something he did so well last week as well, changing his jungle pathing slightly to avoid these Tribush wards. We see him do it up towards top lane, and here, perhaps he'll be able to get a gank off bot. It is a dangerous gank to make into an Ashe and a Tarn catch.
And look at this defensive ward already by Kikis on the top side as Dreams has found Amazing bot. Kikis knows that Pride Stalker is already here, and that is a ward that we don't always see put down, so he knows right now there is the impending gank. If Jisoo maybe hits the hook or lands at least that auto to set it up, but look at how low Pride Stalker is. He's still going to deal with all of these Krugs. Kikis should be able to just clear out this wave in front of him, albeit slowly. He should be safe here. Amazing is hovering around the top side as well, but you know, Misfits has done a good job of spotting Amazing out already this game.
We see as well Jisoo's just pushing Kikis back in towards his turret. With the Riptide, Nautilus is always going to push early on, but there becomes a turning point where this Akali will start to get online and start to be able just to harass down that Nautilus.
Unfortunately for Kikis, it is not the moment that he goes aggressive towards a Nautilus that has a cannon minion in the wave behind it. So Kikis comes up a little worse off from that trade. We haven't seen much action in the mid lane yet, but around there, we're about to have Pride Stalker checking into Clyde.
Exhausted straight away, the Sonic Wave doesn't connect. Clyde will get the stun off, but here's Coscu, there's first blood! And Coscu on this Katarina starts to pop off.
5-minute kill for Coscu. Had to use Flash, used Ignite, but still, it's entirely worth it now. As long as Coscu can avoid any follow-up from Amazing, Coscu will have the dagger to Shunpo too. You can get yourself out. So now it's on Coscu. Just play safe, and he's already got himself a good enough lead. Pride Stalker baiting in Nisq maybe here alongside Coscu, but it's enough.
Niski's just trying to farm up a little bit in that lane as well. Ranged into melee matchup can be okay. Let's have another look at this first blood, because this is Clyde going aggressive.
And this is actually Coscu coming down very quickly. Faster than Nisq could actually get into the fight himself. The fact that they can get that kill cleanly, and Misfits Academy 1-0 on this. Again, it's because they kind of had an inkling of where Clyde and Amazing were. Misfits were prepared to move, and that is something that Fnatic Academy were not expecting.
Not at all. And Coscu, the last time he played this Katarina was against Schalke in playoffs. He was dominant on it, 11-3-7 in that game. Here, he picked it up very early in the draft phase on that first rotation. And obviously feels relatively comfortable in this matchup into the LeBlanc, because he picked it into the LeBlanc.
And not only that, you can see that because there is an iota or two of AD in there, Coscu going Hex Drinker first. Wants some of that extra survivability, bouncing around a fight. Obviously, a lot of Katarinas in days gone by just go full AP and just rush it all. Coscu maybe going to show us something a little bit different here. He's always one for slightly tweaked builds, so I'm excited to see what he's going for here.
We do see a lot of mid laners getting early no magic mantles or Negatron cloaks as well, so perhaps that's just an adaptation here. You never really build towards the Abyssal on the Katarina, so just getting that Hex Drinker with the scaling that we were talking about can do quite a bit of work. But now we're 7 minutes in, and there's already 1,000 gold lead here for Misfits Academy. That doesn't all come from that first blood. If you look in the jungle, Pride Stalker's heavily out farming Amazing, and also in the bot lane, there's a 10 CS lead for Yuki.
Yeah, the bot lane is kind of a product of the fact that Clyde got killed, because Mr. Relez had to concede a lot of space in the lane. He's played a lot of Ezreal, and that's the kind of AD carry that maybe wouldn't quite have been punished by the support roam quite so much. But of course, Varus being a less mobile AD carry does play at the mercy of Clyde leaving the lane, and that's a very interesting prospect that we're going to have to track throughout this series.
It's something Clyde does a lot of the time as well. He likes to be with Amazing early on, has the highest proximity with his jungler in the early game of any support from the Challenger series. And actually, Amazing's going to get onto Coscu. Nisq jumps in, exhausts down. Coscu no flash, Nisq with the kill.
And there's the repeat gank from Amazing. This time it looked like it was a little different pathing here. There was a ward down to spot Amazing out. I don't know whether it was just too late, but Coscu couldn't escape, tried his best to get out of there, and Fnatic Academy with the return kill as revenge onto Coscu.
And we can actually see Kikis struggling a little bit still in this matchup in the top lane. Triple Dorans for Jisoo means that it's quite hard for that Akali. Now, Fnatic have got that kill, and they'll go and steal away this blue buff as well for Nisq.
I think when you look at it, like Kikis picking this Akali, which we'll get to in a second. There was no actual ward here. Coscu was heading toward. This is what we didn't quite catch right at the start. So Coscu didn't get the ward down in time, ends up getting picked off. But Kikis, remember, in this top lane is now playing this Akali into a player that is an Akali main. I wonder whether the fact that he took 1 or 2 rough trades in the lane into the minion wave has made it difficult for him. But he is even on CS. It's not like it's a completely lost lane here. There's Fnatic Academy head mid again.
Early Infernal. Coscu's going to put down the Death Lotus, but it's a death knell for him. Amazing will get the kill.
Coscu, after such a good start, has been playing forward in the lane against Fnatic Academy. You can see his wave was basically pushed up past the halfway mark. Coscu didn't dodge out the chains, couldn't. I mean, we didn't quite see the beginning of it, but Nisq, very comfortable now, has a kill. Amazing has a kill as well. So Fnatic Academy are starting to bounce back. But as you said, Infernal Drake has gone over to Misfits Academy. That will help them when they can get into a couple of fights later on.
So you can see here, how much Amazing's been doing in the early game, and this is indicative of what he usually does. High jungle proximity compared to Pride Stalker. He gets early ganks off, and he pays for it slightly in terms of experience, usually about half a level down when we get to that 15-minute mark. But getting his lanes ahead is exactly what Amazing wants to do.
And this is one of the ways that he has worked very well to do that. So Niski comes in. Cosq, how do these chains hit? They just move past the minions. Cosq didn't have anything to escape it. It's a clinical kill as soon as Niski moves forward in the lane, and Amazing obviously there for the assist as well. Amazing and Pride Stalker this time around only just separate on experience. Maybe one camp's difference for now, so some of that experience that Amazing has had from the kill, the assist, is kind of compensating for a little bit of that drop-off that we normally would see between Pride Stalker and Amazing.
Exactly, and it's a different jungle style from two junglers as well, whether you want to gank or whether you want to go for that CS. Now, Pride Stalker's waiting in a bush. Kicker's going to get knocked up, tries to go into the Twilight Shroud, seeing if he can dodge around. Still has Flash here, and of course that ultimate, concussive blows will land, but still gets away. Kickers, he does use the Flash in the top lane.
Yeah, Flash out past the dredge line, though. If that dredge line had hit, maybe Pride Stalker had enough damage. He had the collateral damage still available. They're going to push this tower, though. Despite getting no kill, they got the Flash. Now they get tower first blood as well. Misfits Academy showing us a strong early game, just like last week.
And you can see the difference between the two junglers. Pride Stalker's up top. We're going to have Abyssal Voyage here just to save Cosq underneath the turret. Amazing was mid once again when Pride Stalker was up there, so we can see that Graves wants to try and keep Kikis down, whereas Amazing is trying to get Niski ahead.
And look at the response from Amazing, trying to head bot side, but Dreams is cutting him off already. Niski, this time there is a flash for Cosq, so they do have to be a little careful on that, but not enough damage to actually kill him. Cosq holds on to it. Cosq has, as you said, turned back in the lane now. These 2 kills have cost him. And the 1 kill that they had at the beginning of the game isn't quite enough to snowball this lead into an unstoppable Katarina. They need a couple more kills before we get to that.
The question is, can Niski become an unstoppable LeBlanc, and can we have Kikis just farming in a side wave, slowly getting that Akali stronger and stronger?
I feel like Niski has an easier time of getting a greater lead, because Katarina, you have to get that first kill in the team fight. Otherwise, you're almost useless, right? You get a lot of damage down, but if you don't actually get the reset off, even with the rework on Katarina that has slower damage, that isn't quite so all-in burst, you still require the cooldown reset.
Yeah.
And without it, you struggle. Whereas Niski, he can be very active, blow somebody up. Is quicker than a flash. Yuki will be off the map. If Dreams doesn't react with enough respect, then Fnatic Academy have the numbers advantage.
Well, the game slowed down a little bit here, Stress. Let's have a quick review of where we are. Slight lead for Misfits Academy in terms of gold. They also got that first turret, but Fnatic are fighting back. They've started to pick up some of their item spikes. It looks like Niski's going towards that Hextech Gunblade. Same for Kikis in the top lane, and there's a Blade of the Ruined King completed on Mr. Rales.
I think the key right now on 7.6 is if it says Blade, buy it. Is there anything with Blade in that...
I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
Maybe just don't buy the third Blade film. That was awful.
Yeah.
Fnatic Academy right now. Oh, Amazing. Has to try and get out.
The Dredgeline is coming in as well. Yeah, the Dredgeline does hit, but the problem is, with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow not connecting, with Amazing being able to jump across the wall, using the flash, it's a very difficult engage for Misfits Academy.
It is, but Misfits Academy looking for some of these setups to try and catch anybody out, although Cosq has been spotted on this ward.
Can Amazing just go for the 1v1? Clyde jumps across the wall with the stab beside me, and Mr. Rales is waiting in the wings. Another kill for Amazing.
Importantly, Amazing goes over the wall, first gets the kick to land the Q for the damage, doesn't just throw it out blind, knows there's a flash available, and respects the fact that Cosq would avoid it if he had any kind of warning. That was nice out of Amazing. Jumps over, gets the kill, equalizes the towers.
And so many times we talk about what teams take off kills. Now, the last time these two teams met, it was a bloodbath. Some of the heaviest kills and deaths games we had in the Challenger Series, but they weren't taking objectives. We see how much they've changed in the 2 months since that series. Here, Fnatic get 1 kill, they take a tower, they set up vision around the dragon, and they start to control that bottom side of the map.
Especially with the dragon up in 40 seconds, it's Infernal Drake. You don't want Misfits Academy to get that as a second one. obviously Fnatic Academy, if they can control the bottom half of the map, it does leave Kikis a little on his own on the top side. Without a tower, it means Kikis does have to play with a bit more respect, but if everything is happening bot side, that's where Pridestalker is going to have to focus as well, right? And with only one teleport for each team, it's not like you can suddenly 3v1 somebody on a side lane particularly easily.
And we're starting to see Kikis actually gain some of that CS advantage that he was so well known for on this Akali. 20 CS up above Jisoo. Jisoo's now going to push out the wave and equalize that a little bit, but it gives time for Fnatic to roam and look for the kill onto Dreams. Akali's here as well.
And a lot of the reasoning for that is the fact that Jisoo, his role is kind of just to push back Kikis when he can, and then to facilitate fights. There is a ward in the Dragon Pit, but they don't want to go right in here. This Dragon is dying pretty quickly. Pridestalker's in.
Looks for the steal, can't get it from Amazing. Now Dreams is caught out, he tries to get away, but he is taken down. Jisoo knocked up, Fnatic getting kills. Here's Coscu, he's in the midst of 5 members of Fnatic. It's a double for Amazing.
And even without the exhaust available for Fnatic, you can see Coscu going in 1 versus 5, puts his stat line now to 1 and 4. From what was a very good start for Misfits, a good regroup for the first blood. Fnatic Academy have punished Coscu everywhere he's tried to move, and Fnatic Academy are coming out so far ahead because of it.
And this is what we've seen from Fnatic over the last few weeks. Great objective play, great team fighting. At times, it looked like perhaps they could be caught out if you challenge their 1-3-1 too well, but it's just not working.
Yeah, it truly hasn't worked out quite so well. You can see how far Coscu was forced to come around this fight, so he's ready to go into this fight. He's a Katarina. This is a type of fight that if he's there at the beginning, he is desperate for. There was an exhaust that came out. It was the one came from Niski in this fight. Cly, they have 2 exhausts, so every single time Cat comes into the fight, it should be easy to lock him down. Coscu saw the kills in his eyes, didn't really have it in front of him, and ends up getting taken down quick enough.
Mr. Wallace,
Yuki's dead.
Yuki just taken out by Niski there. Whew. That was so quick.
Was that just like the clone caught him? I believe it was like
in
right where the scoreboard was.
Yeah, we must have just missed it. But such great play by Fnatic to make those picks, and we talked about it, Stress. Snowball for Niski is starting to roll.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is, I don't know whether it's jitters for Misfits Academy. This is obviously the 3rd series they have played on the stage, but this is the first time a lot of these players are playing for an LCS spot.
Yeah.
Coscu's been on stage so many times, but I believe this is one of the first times he's ever been 1 game away from getting into the LCS. So you can see that some of their movements on the map, pushing up too far, giving away kills when it's just not the right thing to do. I mean, Yuki ends up getting taken down. Oh, wow. Okay, it was actually the bounce.
Whew, that's unexpected as well. You don't expect the LeBlanc to be able to burst you like that.
I don't think Yuki was expecting to lose like 40% of his health to the bounce there from LeBlanc.
And we can start to see Fnatic taking this game by the scruff of its neck. 3,000 gold lead now, just continually extending, and it's actually extended to 4,000 while I've been talking. Bit by bit by bit, Fnatic are stopping Misfits in their tracks.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the difficulties that we discussed about facing this Fnatic Academy team is like, you can't understate how important the experience of being an LCS, a Worlds, finals player has, because you get to this point and you kind of just end up going into, not the zone, like, quote unquote. A lot of players will talk about that. Amazing did, however, speak about how when he was playing on the opposite side, when it was relegation time, it was one of the most nervous games for him. So even that experience helps the Fnatic lineup at this point. And Misfits Academy, I think they will settle throughout this series. That was nice by Niski.
Yeah, Jisoo's going to try and jump around, knocks Niski up, but 4 members of Fnatic are here, and Jisoo will get devoured. Dream's trying to get his Nautilus to safety. Does manage to escape in the end, but just coming back to that experience point, Stress, when you compare just the amount of competitive games these 2 teams have placed, there is such a vast chasm between the 2. Like, Fnatic Academy have had 828 competitive games that I could find. Misfits Academy, 297. The best way to express how big this gap is Amazing himself has had 279. Only 18 games less than the entire Misfits Academy roster at a competitive level. And it just pays dividends for you when you come to the crunch and you get into these big series.
Yeah, settles itself in. And we've settled ourselves in. 20 minutes nearly about in game 1, and Fnatic Academy have a significant lead right now. We have seen Misfits Academy play from behind in previous weeks, though. So I think there's always one thing to look out for, is especially with this type of composition. Ash Arrow, Nautilus engage into a Katarina cleanup. Maybe not
Koskyu jumps in with a Death Lotus, but there's an Ignite and Pride Stalker's there. Koskyu, can he get away? Yes, he can. This is what you're talking about, Stress, the ability to pick off one member.
Yeah, that's the punish, and if that type of thing happens right at the beginning of a teamfight setup, Koskyu can combo. Depends on that exhaust timing, but Misfits Academy aren't out of this game yet. They have enough engaged tools, they have enough defensive tools at the same time that they should be able to slow down Fnatic Academy and punish them if they ever try a risky Baron. That's one of the areas where Ashe, Katarina can really succeed.
We've seen how much Misfits like those risky Barons. Let's have a look at this play once again. Pride Stalker sneaks into the bush.
Yeah, so Niski at this point forced to flash away and then kind of sticks around. Doesn't respect an under tower exhaust, but wasn't expecting Pride Stalker. He was already low enough that that collateral damage from basically max range was enough to pick him off. Fnatic Academy, a 3-man stack now, looking for vision control on the bottom side. 30 seconds on the next Drake. It's Ocean, so maybe not quite as high in priority as the Infernals we've had so far in this game, but Fnatic Academy will want it because it's one of the only objectives they can pick up that's easy to continue snowballing their lead.
We saw them get the Rift held on towards Kikis earlier on. Also, both these teams play a lot around that Elder Drake later on in the game, especially the last time they met, so having an extra dragon under your belt is always beneficial. Misfits Academy are trying to step forward into this red side jungle, see perhaps if they can get some vision down, but at the moment, Fnatic seem to have control.
It's happening again for Kikis. He's putting the CST show on again. This Akali, he just pushes, and there's no real way for Jisoo to deal with him until he's under tower, at which point Kikis steps back. And then Jisoo has to respect them. That's when Fnatic Academy have been pretty good at actually forcing teleport plays. So it means the next time Kikis can just get to the fight, and Misfits Academy are a man down.
However, the game once again has slowed down a little bit after that 10 to 15 minute flurry. We see the gold equalize as well, only 2,000 the difference, and now Misfits Academy are starting to get some items under their belt. You've got Spirit Visage up on GC, you've got a Black Cleaver completed for Pride Stalker, the Hextech Gunblade for Koskyu, the Blade of the Ruin King for Yuki as well.
And with Rales in the top lane, Fnatic can't step too far forward because an Abyssal Voyage behind them would mean near certain death for some of their members. Now they regroup towards the Baron.
Ooh, whoa,
They
okay.
faked that they were going Rift Scuttler, and now they're trying to fake a play here with LeBlanc sitting mid. Misfits Academy, it's taken them long enough, but this is not a fast Baron. Yes, they have Blade of the Ruin King here with the Hurricane, but Misfits Academy knows something is up. You can see now Tom Kench is looking towards it. This still is at about 3,000 health on it, now down below 1,000.
Stalker's stolen one before, he looks for another Devour onto Dreams. He's gonna get the Baron for Fnatic Academy, and they'll take Dreams down as well. Amazing's dead, great play by Fnatic.
Yeah, Fnatic are able to regroup on that, and Misfits Academy just didn't spot the play fast enough. It was a slow Baron out of Fnatic Academy, and this is what we were talking about, like, Misfits Academy can react to a situation like that with full force, and it should go well. But Fnatic Academy take the Baron with almost no contest, a couple of kills alongside it, and that might just be the death knell for game 1 for Misfits Academy.
Yeah, now Fnatic just grouping up as a 5-man stack in this top lane. They'll take the first turret of the push and perhaps look for more. They can go mid, they can go bot, there's still towers there for them to claim.
And I feel like that was the exact type of play that Crepo was talking about on the lead up to this. Like, Amazing being such an experienced player, the team will listen to him. It was Amazing that started this Baron.
Yeah.
The rest of his team was still on the Rift Scuttler. He must have seen something on the map where they had vision around bot side. They knew that they were keeping Niski mid to fake, and Fnatic Academy take a slow, but it ends up being a safe Baron from it as well, which is difficult to say at 22 minutes into a game.
Kikis continuing to farm himself up. Niski's going to claim this blue. Vision control so much in favor of Fnatic as well, especially in that river area. If you look at the red side jungle for Misfits, they've scattered wards all across that area, and now Fnatic are coming down through them. Koskyu's just going to Shumpo away. Misfits need to work out how they're going to mount a defense against this Baron buff.
Yeah, it's very difficult because the Katarina restricts so much of the wave clear here. Ashe will just have volley, Nautilus doesn't offer too much until the minions push under tower. He's actually in mid lane trying to defend against Kikis, which is going to be a losing battle. So it's down to Graves and Ashe to just wave clear this out. And if Cosq keeps getting chunked and having to return to base, there might be an opening that Fnatic Academy just look to engage.
I think the question now becomes, how hasty are Fnatic Academy? Are they willing to wait for another Baron to come up if they need to, or are they going to be trying too hard to force plays? Yes, they're ahead. 5,000 gold, almost 6,000 for them. They've got that Inferno, they've got the Ocean, and they're looking for the turrets. But if you step too far, Misfits will capitalize on that.
Yeah, they will. They'll get at least another 2 minion waves on this on the bot side, though. Fnatic Academy are going to need at least an ace or another Baron to end this game. There's no way that they can push in on this Baron buff without killing everybody on Misfits Academy. But this is another wave lining up. You can see the cannon minion is still here, so it is wailing away on that tower. But Fnatic have 5 people stacked in this bottom lane. Misfits Academy concede, but they've done a good job of slowing Fnatic Academy at the same time. Like, they didn't just crumble, they at least have held Fnatic Academy's Baron buff. They may lose mid-tower from it, but there is no minion wave there for now, so it's all on Fnatic pushing it up and pushing Misfits Academy back before this Baron buff expires.
Still a quarter of the time on that buff left, though, so you think Fnatic have probably 2 or 3 waves to play with here to see if they can push in. Jisoo's caught off towards the side, eaten up by Dreams, and spat out behind the tower.
It's only going to be the wave that's joining now, because by the time the next one is spawned, the buff will have expired. So this wave that's stacking up, it's about a wave and a half, should be enough to take down the tower. Misfits Academy concede, but again, it's turtling tactics, right? This is still a benefit for Fnatic Academy. It's still going in their favor, but Misfits Academy are not giving over inhibitor towers. They're not giving over towers without at least slowing Fnatic Academy down.
How easy is that push onto inhibitors now for Fnatic? Even with a Baron buff, you've got amazing. Kikis is playing this Akali, who is a great split pusher, but not great at taking down towers. You've got a LeBlanc and you've got a Varus for poke potential. How easy is it to actually break that base?
Difficult. Because you're playing up against Tahm Kench, Ashe, Nautilus, and then a Katarina alongside. So suddenly, if you take one step too far forward, if you don't kill people before you try and do that, Misfits Academy will punish you under tower. You'll get hit by an Ashe arrow, the target you're looking for will get devoured by Dreams, and suddenly Misfits Academy will turn the fight back around and force Fnatic Academy to recall. So Fnatic are still in a great spot, but this is where the game becomes a lot more difficult with the composition that they're running, and without the Baron buff, Kikis theoretically can't push up to a tower and push through it. He requires Baron buff minions to try and do anything against Jisoo under tower. He can get lane control and push it all the way up to the tower, perfectly fine. Everything else is a lot different, a lot more difficult.
He definitely has lane control at the moment with almost a 50 CS lead. Here come 3 members of Fnatic, but Cosq and Dreams are around the corner. Knock up onto Niski. Jisoo going to be able to escape for the time being. Cry trying to land a Winter's Bite. Cosq's looking for the re-engage. No Mr. Rallas yet here. Both teams going to back off.
And this is Fnatic Academy trying to, first of all, get a pick, and then when they don't successfully get the kill, move back out now for the Drake. They also are looking for any summoners, any flashes they can get at this point, because we're getting to the stage where one team fight, yeah, that is grammatically correct, will win the game for Fnatic Academy. But Misfits Academy, as we said, very, very potent on the turnaround here.
Look at Misfits' vision at the moment, though. There's hardly any wards even out on the map for them at the moment. None in that river, none in the jungle of Fnatic Academy. They've been denied such a vast area of this map by Fnatic.
There are a couple of key wards and things they have available. So Blue Trinket plus Hawkshot makes any Baron play quite difficult. Now they're trying to sweep out bottom side, but there isn't really too much that is going to be bottom focused for the next few minutes. With that dragon gone, we're still waiting now for about that 33, 34 minute mark. So it's top side they need to establish some sense of control here. And you can see a couple of wards have gone down. Fnatic are going to sweep them out. But Misfits Academy, again, they just can't let that Baron go over for free.
Even if they could catch 1 or 2 members, it would be a boon for them. We've seen Yuki get that quadra kill, a penta kill, in fact, versus Origen. A bad Baron call from Origen. And earlier on, it looked like we were going to have flashbacks to that, but Misfits weren't quite able to catch Fnatic out.
And that's the thing, both teams may actually be afraid of team fighting more than they want to fight, because both sides have good cleanup. You've got a Katarina and a Hurricane Ashe. Both can take out multiple targets at the same time. Fnatic Academy, Akali, Varus with a Hurricane Blade of the Ruined King. Same thing as the Ashe. So if you take one bad team fight, it might not be such a clean-cut Katarina wins it. It might just be that Fnatic Academy end up losing a couple of people and Yuki cleans up. Now they want to try and fight.
Amazing can jump away or even look for the engage. He will dash across the wall, half health though.
Arrow is down and the Honey Fruit was up for Amazing to heal himself back up in to 3/4 health. It's enough for him for now, but Fnatic Academy trying to just utilize this Akali on the side lane. Misfits are going to try and make a play. Can they land the depth charge? Just needs to get in range. Niski's been pushed all the way away, and it's dragged Kikis across from the top lane. A very tentative game here between both Academy teams.
Still very slow between them as well. This is Fnatic waiting. They're just working out exactly what they can take if they can get those summoners, as you said. And Stress, I just want to come back to the Honey Fruit, because do you know why I like the name of the Honey Fruit so much? Honey is actually a natural antibiotic. So having it as something that heals you is a very pertinent name. So good job there. Great naming. Amazing, looking for a great engage. Does hit Yuki with the kick. Not going to follow up though. Educational and
that's
entertaining.
Fine, like, as long as we're not treading into the realms of homeopathy at this point.
No. It's a natural antibiotic. If you ever get injured, don't have any antibiotics nearby, smear some honey on.
Well then, the things you learn.
Kick back, he jumps in. Death Lotus comes down, eaten up by Dreams. Fnatic looking for the prey. Here's the redemption. Clive's in the front line. All of Misfits there. Kickers has joined. Rales gets CosQ down, and now Fnatic can just turn and burn. Mr. Rales doing so much work with the double. Kickers gets one as well. Only Pride Stalker and Yuki left alive.
Yeah, you can see Fnatic Academy just trying to chase Misfits Academy out. Now we'll push towards that inhibitor turret themselves. That'll open up the Baron buff. And you can see once CosQ fell, nobody from Fnatic Academy had fallen. So after Dreams getting the Devour, there was nothing more for CosQ to survive. And it's been a rough game for him. 1-5-1. He got first blood and then couldn't maintain his lead. Fnatic Academy did a good job of picking him off. And despite the turtling strategies of Misfits, it wasn't enough to close out this fight. Jisoo didn't quite land that pick on Amazing, and then CosQ gets kicked right into the team. Down to 300 health. Pridestalk is about to die in the live vision.
Does have the redemption, going to get chased out. Gets away for the time being, but Niski will catch him up. Devoured by Dreams, and actually, with the TP coming in, perhaps Misfits can take this fight. There's the hook onto Rales. Yuki here. That Ashe can do a lot of work with the Runes.
Look how far CosQ is.
Keep on running away. Abyssal Voyage comes in. Dreams just going to try and chase onto Amazing. If they can take down the jungler, perhaps they have a chance. Cly hooked up by Jisoo. Amazing's off towards the side. Kick is backing. No TP for him. And Fnatic still running for the hills. Niski will get knocked up as he hits the blast cone, but Misfits Academy burn a lot and can't get the fight they want.
Kikis, however, is going to drag them away from the Baron by trying to push into the base. There's a massive stack of minions in the bottom lane, and now if Amazing can at least distract Misfits Academy for a while, look, they've pulled him all the way around. Kikis is still in the base. The rest of Fnatic Academy are at least closing in to try and deny any fast recalls. Kikis, we've seen this so many times from him. He wants to base race this down in game one.
Amazing's going in as well. Amazing's going to try and jump back. Pride Stalker there, still seeing perhaps if he can get the enemy jungler down. The Death Lotus used as well. CosQ gets the kill, but Kikis gets the turret. And actually, Stress, this is so serendipitous because the last time these two teams met, Misfits went for a Baron and they lost their base to Kikis on Jace.
Oh, and Misfits Academy this time hold their nerve. They back away from the Baron. They do end up losing out once again. Fnatic Academy trying to drag Misfits around the map. Start the Baron. Go towards mid lane. Go towards bot lane. Amazing takes so much time that he'll be back available before Misfits Academy have truly regrouped and are ready.
Look at the level disparity between Kikis and Jisoo now as well. Kikis are just going to continue to split. He doesn't have teleport.
This
Misfits
is risky.
Academy have started the Baron.
You're now playing into a Varus, a LeBlanc in the Baron pit here. They're going to slow him down long enough for Kikis to do enough work here.
Yeah, Kikis is at least going to get an inhibitor. Knock up onto Niski. CosQ's here as well.
It's happening
Amazing,
again.
Not there. It is happening once more. The Baron goes down. Now can Misfits get away? Can they get back to save the day? Because Kikis is getting the Nexus towers. One down. He got an inhibitor as well. He's not going to go for the Nexus because Pride Stalker gets back, but the base of Misfits is broken.
2 inhibitors down now, but Misfits do get the Baron buff. If they die here, though, Fnatic Academy may just end up closing on the exposed Nexus.
Kikis is here. Jisoo not there in time to save his teammate, and now they have to back away. They do have Baron buff. Their minions so much more tanky, but can Misfits hold out in a 3v5?
The impossible choice for Misfits. Baron for their inhibitor and Nexus towers. Misfits were looking to regroup, but they picked the wrong one. And Fnatic for 5 versus 2, 3 trying to get into the base.
CosQ is still there, exhaust already used, he's gonna jump in, but the second exhaust comes down, and he is destroyed. The Nexus will fall, Fnatic go 1-0 up.
And after first blood went over to CosQ, it looked like this game was going to be very different. Looked like this might have been a Katarina snowballing all the way through, but adjustment from Fnatic Academy in lesson 1 of this best of 5 has really punished CosQ. You can see picking this Katarina 2-6-1 at the end of it all.
We talk about it time and time again, stress adaptability. Which team adapted better to the scenario thrown in front of them, to the composition in front of them? And you have to say it was Fnatic. Even in pick and ban, getting that double exhaust just paid off so well when it came to team fights later on.
And that Akali also put a lot of pressure now on Jisoo, and you have to look at this for the further games in this series. While it wasn't necessarily like game winning, it's not like Akali snowballed out of the lane and just
He hasn't lost a game on it though, so is it game winning?
But now it means Nautilus is no longer a safe blind pick for Misfits Academy. We already kind of knew it from seeing the Akali in weeks gone by, but now Misfits Academy know it themselves. They've had it proven to them that that Akali will get picked into it, so that now changes the draft. As we go forward through this series, you've got to start questioning the LeBlanc, the Akali, Varus now for Rales, just these very strong picks that all came together at once.
Misfits Academy do get side choice next game as well, so I think we expect them to pick red side and perhaps change their draft a little bit around that. Yuki has been incredibly strong on that Varus, so maybe they'll try and prioritize getting that for themselves. I wonder about Amazing as well, though, because although they banned out the Elise, even on his Lee Sin, he was able to make a lot of plays early on.
Yeah, I mean, Amazing is that kind of the jungler that people try and ban out different things. Last week it was Rek'Sai, this week it was Elise. The guy's been playing long enough that he is at least confident at this level on just about any jungler you give him.
Yeah, well, Fnatic Academy starts off with a winner and one step closer to that spot in the European LCS. For more on Game 1, let's go over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Medic. Let's start just by taking a look at the end of that game. Pretty exciting finish, I'd say, coming out on the side of Fnatic, and I'm glad we're all doing this. Is this our thing now, as a team? Yes, wonderful. Let's take a look at it. Let's look at the final moments, because I think this was a pretty sweet ending to the game for Fnatic. Looked good for them overall. It just feels like there was no right option for Misfits.
No, I love this play from Kikis. I really feel like after that Baron start by Misfits, it was kind of like this is their way back. See if you can get like a Baron, maybe a Baron fight, and then slowly kind of claw your way back. But then Kikis just first, he got the first Nexus turret. He then returned back down to the bottom lane without teleport, knowing, okay, if they do Baron, I might be able to either finish the game or at least get enough of the base that it's not worth it. So I think like this is a classic Kikis individual play. Like he likes to try and make some of these risky things in the late game.
Yeah, good side lane management, I think, from Fnatic Academy, showing that like in terms of just big picture strategy, they are pretty well refined, especially if you call them a challenger team. Like they're definitely working. We even have a replay of one of the level 1 plays where they didn't get too much off it this game, but we can definitely tell that they're trying to experiment. And it's just something cheeky here, you know? So you see Amazing leashing with Kikis. Kikis doesn't take any damage. He also doesn't take any energy. So you're gonna see that he arrives top lane, and it looks like Kikis is actually the one fake leashing. But then if you look what Fnatic is doing on the blue buff, they are starting there, and Clyde's taking damage. So the enemy team is gonna see the support coming to lane, taking damage there, and then being like, okay, this guy is lower HP. Martin, why are you pointing at the screen?
Oh, it's because he was also using a spell to show he's used mana.
Yeah,
to
mana
help the leash.
obviously. So they're hiding the fact that they leashed, and then Kikis arrives in the top lane, full HP, full energy. So basically the enemy's gonna think, they tried to fake leash, but they messed it up, because I can definitely tell that their support is low on HP and low on damage. And then you're still not sure where the jungle is, because he's apparently on stage.
Oh, he's pulling a Reckless.
Yeah.
This must be a Fnatic
This is a serious thing. In best of 5s, you sit on stage, you focus
Our
up.
veteran has to stay on stage.
And this is, I mean, amazing, I think, was the hero of the hour when we look at this early game. How much of that was from the masked early pathing from the team is pretty debatable. Pretty much none. But when we look at him, he was very, very successful, and I feel like shutting down a lot of what Misfits Academy were trying to do.
Yes, exactly. When the first what happened in favor of Misfits Academy, they used Flash in the mid lane from Katarina, which is a huge issue when you're playing against things like LeBlanc, Lee Sin early. This is where the Flash is used for first blood. We can't really say that was bad by any means. It was a correct move. The problem now is Lee Sin and LeBlanc are just such a fantastic combo at setting up these ganks. And that's also why, like, picking things like Katarina, I know it's a game one, so it's fine you take some risk, but like it is really difficult to execute against things like, you know, LeBlanc, because she's so good at jumping, just land the E, you're basically locked in place.
Yeah. Katarina can punish you if you use your gap closer, but the thing is LeBlanc has so many gap closers, it's really hard for her to go into full engage mode. But then Koski used this flash early on, and it was very easy for Amazing to return into the mid lane because the top lane matchup was scaling anyways. Akali just outscales Nautilus and eventually has that side lane pressure.
And that's a big problem, honestly, for Misfits Academy. The fact that Pride Stalker, obviously he's playing the Graves, he's doing his job, he's farming, he's getting strong towards the late game. He didn't have any pressure on the map then. So not only did Katarina not have a flash, she was also playing 1v2 in the mid lane, just making it even harder for Koski to actually do anything. And that's the thing for Fnatic Academy in this one. The bot lane would go even in a melee versus melee matchup. Top lane would go even, then outscale later. It was all about mid lane. And Amazing just went mid over and over, and that gave a huge early game advantage.
So I want to take a chance to kind of look at our perceptions coming into this game and see how they matched up to what we saw on screen. We said, hey, maybe there's a chance for Misfits to go even here. Maybe they can go even in lane, and Fnatic are going to outplay them in a map movement sense. Is that what we saw here? What really happened?
I mean, what we actually saw was still that deciding fight around the Dragon Pit that really snowballed it forward. But I feel like never really did Misfits have a claim on the game.
Yeah.
Like we can see right here, this is always almost desperate move territory, especially from Koski, who was definitely affected in this fight. Also, just as a team, kicking out Pride Stalker here, turning to the left side, and then immediately turning around when Koski comes in shows that Fnatic, they have good communication.
Exactly, and really understand what to do in the fight. It, like, as soon as Koski flashes in, instant exhaust, locked down by the Braum, he dies. I think this wasn't about like macro or being the smarter team. I think this was a fantastic individual performance from Amazing in a game against a jungler who wanted to farm, and against some lanes on the side of Misfits Academy that couldn't really punish. Like, Nautilus will not really punish the Akali, the bot lane with the Time Kinch will not really punish the Braum lane. So Amazing just kind of could go mid lane, make the early plays, get a big advantage, and then this fight happened that obviously kind of sealed the deal for Fnatic.
Definitely will see more wave clear champs, I think, from Koski. I mean, imagine if you're a scenario here and you're playing like, I don't know, a Victor mid with Cleanse or something that can just keep the game even and gets rewarded for your jungle farming as you scale up, or any good matchup into the LeBlanc, then I think we can see a different mid game. I think they were trying to snowball the early game with their picks, but their jungler was always farming. I think there was a discrepancy there, so they need to align on what their actual plan is in the early game.
I think LeBlanc is too good at setting up early plays, so either you ban her or you pick her yourself. That probably will be the solution for Misfits Academy, because Amazing and Niski in this matchup here or in this game had really good synergy.
Definitely saw that showing through in this series. Well, we'll see if Misfits Academy can bounce back in game 2 after the break.
We are about to get on to the Summoners Rift. Game 1 of this best of 5 between Fnatic Academy and Misfits Academy. The winner goes through to the LCS from the Challenger Series. And actually, Amazing's going to get onto Koski. Niski jumps in, exhaust down. Koski no flash. Niski with the kill.
There's Fnatic Academy head mid again.
Early Inferno. Koski's going to put down the Death Lotus, but it's a death knell for him. Amazing will get the kill.
Dragon is dying pretty quickly. Pride Stalker's in.
Looks for the steal, can't get it from Amazing. Now Dreams is caught out, he tries to get away, but he is taken down. Jisoo knocked up, Fnatic getting kills. Here's Koski, he's in the midst of 5 members of Fnatic. It's a double for Amazing.
And come in. LeBlanc now down below 1,000.
Stalker's stolen one before, he looks for another devour onto Dreams. He's gonna get the Baron for Fnatic Academy, and they'll take Dreams down as well. Amazing's dead, great play by Fnatic. Koski is still there, exhaust already used, he's gonna jump in, but the second exhaust comes down, and he is destroyed. The Nexus will fall. Fnatic go 1-0 up. Welcome back to Berlin, where Fnatic Academy have a 1-0 lead over Misfits Academy in the promotion tournament matchup. Fnatic Academy played incredibly well that first game. Great macro, great decision-making, very patient play, Stress.
Yeah, it was very patient. Sorry, I'm laughing because it looked like Coops and Cly were playing rock, paper, scissors. They weren't, but they both like moved their hands at the same time.
Maybe they were.
Deciding who's playing support this game. Maybe that's the
Should we
case.
sub in Coops? Should we being amazing to support and let Cly go to the jungle role? I want to pick up on that though, because Fnatic Academy have looked a lot more animated, especially during that win, which is expected. You had the wolf howls coming out, you've got them huddling up, you've got them hugging. Misfits Academy look a lot quieter as we get into the second champion select of this series.
Yeah, that's not too surprising when you're a younger team looking at experience. Now going into game 2, you lost game 1, you got to go back to the drawing board and maybe go back to some of the things that worked last week. The problem is Fnatic Academy ended up doing quite well against a lot of what Misfits Academy were doing in the mid-game last game. So it was that vision control that started to waver for Misfits Academy. And we will be back in Champions Select soon. Just coming back out. Will be underway shortly.
Yeah, just a quick remake to make sure everything's in the right position and everyone's comfortable getting into it. Of course, don't want anyone being not to their optimum comfort, 100% comfort. That sounds very much like a term you'd hear from a business, doesn't it? Are you optimally comfortable?
It looked like Dreams was maybe in the wrong spot. No. He's like, I'm playing mid now.
Yeah, getting caught out once again, like he was caught out in game 1 from time to time. But coming back to it, let's talk about how Misfits changed things up, because Fnatic, they were just stronger in that first game. Their overall play just seemed better. Misfits need to decide exactly how they're going to alter their playstyle to match that.
Yeah, and I wonder which route they're going to go in altering their playstyle. I think getting the Varus for Yuki is going to be important. They are obviously now on the red side. That is first rotation just about every game when it is available. Maybe get Cosq on that counterpick mid lane. Get something like the Cassiopeia. It does always find itself in the ban column, though, when Misfits Academy end up on the red side. Maybe we just get one of those types of matchups where Misfits are picking comfortable champions for the mid lane, for the bot lane, and then just use that and go forward in the game.
Misfits have always been about that comfort as well. Like we regularly see Pride Stalker pushed onto his second or third tier jungler, with Rengar being right at the top, but he's played a lot of Kha'Zix, he's played a lot of Graves, and is very strong on both of those. And actually, Kha'Zix wasn't even banned in game 1.
And that's because Misfits Academy had the option to first pick Graves. They do not this game. So if we see Misfits, Fnatic Academy ban out Rengar, Kha'Zix, I wouldn't be too surprised. That would open up a Graves, but it would force Pride Stalker onto a Lee Sin or an Elise. Like, those two picks are probably where I expect him to go. He's played 1 game of Lee Sin previously, and you have to anticipate he plays Elise.
I think you assume it. We are just restarting Pride Stalker's PC, which is why we've got this slight delay, probably be about a minute or so before we get in. Just 100% make sure everything's in the right spot. And as much as I think you assume he plays Elise, I do wonder how much further his pool goes, because he reached Challenger at the age of 13 as a Rengar one-trick. We've seen Rengar banned out against him consistently, but not the Kha'Zix. He's played 8 games of that, 4 games of the Graves, 1 game of the Lee Sin, and then nothing else across Challenger Series.
Nothing so far. I mean, talking about how these players have interacted, I'm sure in solo queue, Pride Stalker's played some other stuff as well, where you look at the Elise, you've probably seen a couple of games of Ivan, and that when it was strong. So there are other options, but is it as good as a player like Amazing, who on stage has seen it all? He's seen every meta in the jungle. So, I feel like Fnatic Academy, if they're challenged in the jungle, it's not quite such a big issue. But then we got to look at top lane. Top lane is no longer a safe Nautilus pick for Misfits Academy. They can, however, potentially have the counter pick. Whether it's phase 1 or phase 2, they can look to counter anything Fnatic put in the top lane, but that obviously sacrifices one of the other lanes from having a counter potential as well.
I think the question is as well, do you need to ban the Elise against Amazing? His Lee Sin seemed just as impactful. Do you instead take the Akali off and stop the counter pick matchup coming out? Because that's the only time Kikis has ever picked Akali, is when he's seen the Nautilus locked in.
Well, that's a phase 2 ban, right? Is where you go into phase 2, you plan on picking Nautilus as the first pick in the rotation, and you ban away the Akali. Now, you kind of have to ban it as the second ban. Otherwise, Fnatic will just respond and go, oh, you banned Akali, we'll ban Nautilus.
Yeah, it does make sense.
And that also opens up the Fizz. Shen might be available. There's a lot of this nuanced back and forth in the pick and ban phase that I'm really looking forward to between these two teams, and I'm glad I'm looking forward to it because we're going right in.
There we are, back straight into Champions Select. So it is going to be a Shen first ban. Fnatic had already locked that in before we had to remake the lobby, so Shen will be taken off here by Fnatic, and then we're going to see how Misfits and Fnatic do choose to continue this draft phase. Of course, Unlimited, the coach for Misfits Academy, has been around for quite a while, was playing in Copenhagen Wolves alongside Youngbuck, trying to follow in the footsteps of the mighty Youngbuck, who's obviously with G2 now.
I believe they even played with Amazing.
That they did, actually, yeah.
A long, long time ago in 2013. That was why the Wolf Howls were coming out. Maybe the resurgence of the Copenhagen Wolves. We'll see whether that happens
that we will.
in the future.
Of course, one of these teams will be going to the LCS, so there's always that possibility. Lulu band, Rengar band from Fnatic Academy. Mouse and Camille, same bands here for Misfits, and last band for them was Elise last time.
Yeah, so it's the same so far. 5 of 5 have remained. Misfits Academy is likely to be Graves' first pick for Fnatic if this is an Elise band coming through. They may leave it up. And
is it first pick worthy?
If Graves is up, no. If everything else is banned, I still don't think it's particularly first pick worthy.
It's going to be the LeBlanc instead.
Varus is here as well as a first pick or first rotation priority.
It looks like it's going to be the Varus. Now, Yuki's most played was Varus, so they're taking that away from him.
And not only that, they're now basically telling Misfits Academy to take the Graves here, and then they'll play the Lee Sin into it again. Like, they felt comfortable in the last game, but with this LeBlanc ban, it puts pressure on that mid lane. Now Cosq has the Syndra. Fnatic need a response in their second rotation here. Otherwise, mid laners are going to get banned away. It's a Ryze. You may see the Cassiopeia come out. The Echo as well. That is a pick that we've seen Fnatic Academy flex up to the top side as well. But it just depends on where Fnatic Academy want to go with this.
I think one of the things with Niski as well is early on in Challenger Series, he really wasn't having an impact from that mid lane role when he was playing these sort of more control mage orientated styles, so the Ryze and the Orianna. If he picks Orianna here, he really needs to show up. Now, Fizz is going to get solidified. We have to assume that's for Kikis in the top lane.
And now you have to try and pick something into Fizz top lane as a matchup. Fizz is one of the strongest top laners right now. I mean, if Jisoo wants to play it. I'm interested to see what Fnatic Academy actually ban away in rotation 2 now. It's going to be 80 carries unless Misfits like the Ashe here.
Looks like it is going to be Ashe locked in, so 80 carries off the board really in terms of bans. No reason to go there. Mid laners as well. Jungle could be locked out here from Misfits Academy. Lee Sin and Elise ban would really narrow that pool down.
But then I think Amazing just plays something like a Kha'Zix. Dare I say it, the Rek'Sai that Giants banned out last week. Not a particularly great jungler, but not one that Graves is going to demolish in the jungle. Like, yes, Graves will outfarm. Yes, Graves will have a lot more damage, but Rek'Sai generally is the Orianna of the jungle. Won't lose that heavily, so you end up doing nothing.
Actually, this Fizz matchup, we were talking about what you pick into it. We've actually seen Jisoo play this matchup before. He played Nautilus into it, and they won against Origen. Now, there's a big difference between Kikis and Origen, but still, I think perhaps the Nautilus is not a safe pick, but something Jisoo might revert to.
It is possible. It certainly can't overlook that they may go for it. I feel like Kikis should get ahead in that matchup. Sartorius last week was all kinds of off his form. Dying 1v1 at level 2. Kikis looks like he's on form for Kikis. Like, this is a guy that has been in LCS semis, LCS finals as a top laner, and I expect to see that performance again.
We'll have to see if he is able to bring out the big guns on that Fizz. Next ban here for Fnatic Academy. Expect it to focus up towards, well, I was going to say top, but it's going to be the Tahm Kench taken away.
With Braum, Zyra, and Tahm Kench banned away, Lulu banned away, Camille banned away as a potential flex, Malzahar banned away. Dreams, we've seen him play Bard in splits gone by. Used to share the support role with Ignar.
Thresh as well.
Misfits, yeah. Thresh is available.
It's interesting, actually.
Karma
Misfits
surely has to be the pick here for Fnatic Academy.
Yeah, Clyde's played a lot of Karma games. I think it's the second most picked across the split. But interesting to see Misfits Academy leaving their support pick for last, really focusing on getting a winning bottom lane.
Not necessarily. This could be a flex, remember, up to the top side. So depending on what the support lock-in here for Fnatic is, we may see an adjustment. We may see like a Nami come through if they want to play a ranged matchup. But now we get to see the jungle. Lee Sin is likely to be the one. The Elise is there that was banned in the last game as well.
Rek'Sai
there we go.
On the cards for amazing. So not even going for any of the junglers we thought he would select. Has played Rek'Sai across the split, but not going for Lee Sin, not going for Elise.
Giants were right all along to ban Rek'Sai first last week.
Well, don't say that until you see the results of the game, Stress. Just because they pick it doesn't mean it will do well. And it's going to be the supporter list that you talked about and Jace in the top lane against that Fizz.
Yeah, Jace up top. So certainly can output a lot of presence against Fizz, playing the melee into range. That's one of the things Fizz has always struggled with. But if Kikis gets ahead, Jesus is a squishy target.
Yeah.
So jumping on him, there's only one knockback. We'll see how this matchup ends up going. Should, in theory, go Jesus' way in the laning phase, Kikis might be in trouble.
There's a lot of squishy targets on that Misfits Academy squad. Apart from the Nautilus, really, everyone is pretty squishy, pretty easy to catch out.
Yeah, but then you look at the setup that Misfits Academy have, and again, they have high crowd control. If Fnatic don't snowball from top lane, they've now got a more of a reactive mid laner. Difficult engage potential because Rek'Sai doesn't have solid, reliable engage. Karma can speed him up, Varus has the ult, but they'll run out of options if they're not snowballing heavily.
Well, we are going to get onto the Summoner's Rift once again. It's going to be game 2 of this best of 5 series as Fnatic Academy take on Misfits Academy. If you guys want to get involved, make sure you're tweeting at us at LOL Esports with the hashtag FNA win if you think Fnatic are going to go 2-0 up, and hashtag MFA win if you think Misfits Academy will even out the series. Last time we saw the fan vote go in favor of Fnatic, 86% or so ahead. This time we'll have to wait and see.
I don't think it's going to be too much different. Maybe even a little bit more towards...
Have you cast your vote, Stress?
No, I'm impartial.
Okay.
So, yeah, not supposed to. That would be bad.
I don't cast votes either, but we are going to get onto the Summoner's Rift. Impartial doesn't mean that you can't predict a winner, though. It just means you can't have favorites.
That's true. It's like the reverse of the Eurovision, where like they just don't let you vote because you know you just vote for your own country, even though, as I'm sure you're aware, being from Britain, we always end up at the bottom of that competition. Always a sad
Sometimes you have to let other people win.
Yeah, I know, right?
I want to come back to this bottom lane, Stress, though, because we saw the Nautilus picked Flex, as you say. It's been taken into the support role here for Dreams. Very well known for his more tanky support picks. Now we've got a strong Varus with Mr. Rollers, and Cly is on this Karma. There seems to be a lot of poke potential from this Fnatic Academy bot lane. A lot of push power there as well.
Yeah, there's a good amount of push, and as you said, poke coming from it. And last game wasn't quite so solid for Fnatic Academy's bot lane. Obviously, Cly ending up leaving, giving up first blood, put Rallis on the back foot, but that didn't really matter because Misfits Academy weren't punishing it.
Yeah.
They never got so far ahead bot lane that it was that big of a difference. So we'll see whether the lane itself will settle. Dreams is going to lose like half of his health. But
takes Titan's Wrath first as well, which changes that level 1 quite a lot for him.
Yeah, now there's no push, as well, not as much as Riptide. There's no engage potential. So Nautilus is going to be worse off for now, at least.
Well, someone's cast their vote in favor of Fnatic, 82%. That is pretty devastating if you're a Misfits fan, but we have seen greater upsets. Misfits, of course, destroyed the tank that was Schalke after they went undefeated in the Challenger Series, and I'm sure they are relishing the chance to take down Fnatic Academy.
You can see Fnatic are very slow to capitalize on this push, but it's intentional. It is intentional for them. They're trying to zone away Misfits Academy so that it's just the creeps dying in the exchange just between each other. So they're trying to deny any experience and get a lead for Fnatic as they'll hit too early.
And both of these AD carries have been pretty strong over the playoffs and the earlier promotion series. You can see how much Yuki tends to get ahead. Fnatic did a great job of stopping that in game 1, and Mr. Morales actually did twice as much damage as Yuki in the last game. You can see his damage percentage as part of the team is incredibly strong.
Yeah, and these stats obviously come from last week's promotion series. One of the things to look at is that duo proximity you were talking about, significantly higher for Misfits Academy. They spend more time together in the laning phase, whereas Clyde, we saw it punish Fnatic in the last game, spending a lot of time out of lane, and again, it's happening. You can see him up on his own in the jungle. They had vision control around that Grump. Just move in, get some damage down. It buys amazing time topside.
And this is what we've seen from Amazing and Kikis across the regular split. It's all about getting to that top lane and getting your carry in terms of Kikis ahead.
Misfits Academy know exactly where Amazing is, though. He has to be careful. Just the intuition of where he can be on the map. Look, 3 members are starting to collapse on Amazing already.
He's going to tunnel out into the blast cone. Pridestalker tried to flash forward, but Kozku is just around the corner, and Amazing has nowhere to go. Kozku with first blood.
3 versus 1, easy collapse on Misfits Academy's side there. Good read from the team, knowing that he was likely to be on the top side, knowing he would be heading towards those Krugs. Misfits Academy punish the over-aggressive Amazing, and I think a lot of it comes from the fact that Jisoo had pushed up in the top lane, Kozku had pushed out mid lane, and it meant Amazing was invading on his own.
That reminds me actually of what Fnatic did against H2K this last week. They saw the enemy jungler invading and then collapsed.
Yeah, and you can see, look, top side pushed away. Kozku at least stays in lane long enough to force Miski back and stand behind his tower, and it's an easy collapse there. Misfits Academy get a lot from Amazing here. Pridestalker did use his flash in the exchange, but still, everything going their way again. This happened in game 1. Kick is just running under the tower. He has got Ignite, so just trying to force Jisoo low enough so that he can kill him.
He's got that Corrupting Potion as well, so if you can get those extra auto attacks down with the Seastone Trident, you can get the harass off. Jisoo, of course, going just for the Doran's Blade to start, but Kikis will back away. Jisoo will do the same, and gonna see if either of those laners decide to use their teleport. It doesn't look like Kikis will.
Kikis is just gonna run it back. I think Pridestalker just pinged that he was maybe heading towards top, but Jisoo clearly instructing him to go elsewhere. Ooh, Jisoo uses his teleport. That could be key now. Jisoo obviously didn't see a TP come out from Kikis, but wants to get back in the lane, wants to try and break a little of what Kikis had by pushing that wave up.
How important is that TP with level 6s, you know, as well? Because it will still be down by the time we start to see bottom lanes hit level 6.
There's other importance alongside the TP as well. It's very important if they do start hitting level 6, but look, no potions on that recall from Jisoo. He opted for a third longsword instead, whereas obviously Corrupting Potion and teleport available for Kikis might mean that Jisoo will end up getting dove at that level 6 point for Kikis. If Amazing can get in there as well and Pridestalker doesn't respond, Jisoo could be in trouble.
Amazing's on that top side of the map as well with the control ward in the bush. He knows that his path is safe into this lane.
But look at Kozku already roaming up, places a ward, trying to just spot anyone that they can. Fnatic are trying to play this out carefully here. It's difficult to get Rek'Sai in. No flash means you don't get the flash unburrow. Jisoo just needs to respect that this is a possibility and he will be fine.
This reminds me of game 1 as well, because this is the moment where you have to be patient. When you're on the stage, when the nerves are ringing, this is where you have to say, no, I could get ganked. And that's what Fnatic did so well between those Baron buffs game 1. They were patient with their play. Can Misfits exemplify that?
Amazing's waited so long that Jisoo feels like surely it's not a lane gank. Surely it can't be there. Well, he's still in that bush. Surprise! Easter Bunny's coming!
Still connects onto Jisoo, even with the flash. Pridestalker's around the corner. Amazing's going to knock him up. Jisoo goes in onto Kikis, but the kill goes across towards the Fizz. Now Amazing needs to get away from Pridestalker. Just enough to escape.
And Pridestalker with no flash couldn't connect the auto, couldn't get in range to take down Amazing. And Fnatic Academy with a very patient gank up on the top side. Amazing's out. Kikis no flash, of course, on Fizz. Has to be careful here. This is a level 6 Syndra.
They need to get the playful Trickster out. There it comes. Unleashed power is available. Kikis gets taken out by Misfits Academy.
There's nothing really that playful about Kozku running up to the top side and just ulting Kikis. No real way of surviving, but of course Kikis, we needed to see him get kills, and he is on the board. That's a Sheen picked up already allows him to trade effectively now. Jisoo has to be careful at any point he takes a trade.
Coscu as well has managed to get himself a 2-kill lead over Niski. He's coming back towards the mid lane now. We'll be able to complete that Morello's relatively soon. Game 1, he got first blood, but wasn't able to solidify anything out of this. Here, he's got a couple more kills. Can he get the Syndra rolling?
Well, it's a much less risky playstyle. You're looking for those long-range engages into the burst potential, so it's not like the Katarina where he has to use himself as a weapon, right? He can just throw the spheres around, make sure he can take out anybody, and we've seen teams that can utilize Syndra very well end games quickly off things like a 2-kill lead, but this is the exchange topside that is basically built up for a whole minute. And Kikis just says, screw it, I'm gonna go in. Throws out the giant bunny, gets the kill, and starts it off rolling for himself. A little unfortunate for Pridestalker, he couldn't get that kill. That's like almost RNG. The surviving on like 20 health at that point, and then Coscu comes in. Waits for the Playful Trickster, just hits her.
That's all you gotta do.
No luck about that.
It's a difficult skill to use, Stress. I don't know what you're talking about.
You gotta get in range, you gotta be like, if they got under half health.
You have to get another sphere down somewhere.
Sometimes.
I mean, if it's against a support, you really don't care how much health they've got 9 times.
Press R and win the game.
Well, we are gonna see, once again, focus up towards the top side by these junglers. Amazing's there, Pridestalker around the corner as well. Talking about Syndras that pop off, the last time that Fnatic Academy played against a Syndra in a competitive environment was against PSG. And it's the game they lost in that series where Blanc was able to get himself a huge amount of kills. Now, the question is whether Coscu can do that. Oh, indeed, because Easter is coming. Jisoo caught out by 3 members. Fnatic get themselves another kill.
There's only one a year. It only comes once a year, and twice the bunny's been top lane already.
He just wants his chocolate eggs, man.
The calendar's wrong. Someone messed up on that one. Arrow comes through though, Clyde. Hooked in.
Coscu's there as well. There's the Unleashed Power. Wasn't under half health. Stress still able to get the kill. That's good reactions from Misfits though, because this is what we didn't see from them game 1. We saw Fnatic getting kills and getting objectives straight away. Here, Misfits are stopping them from getting those towers.
And a lot of that is the fact that Fnatic took a long time to show on the top side of the map. They were kind of hiding behind the tower, so Misfits are thinking, okay, they're not back bot lane. They're probably top side, and then they start reacting. You can see already they're recalled, running towards mid lane with the Misfits Academy duo. And as soon as they see Fnatic show top side, they're able to look for the play on the top side of the map. Coscu roams up as well. And this is just decent response. It's punishing Fnatic for maybe being a little too eager to get vision down. Don't respect the Ash Arrow. Clyde didn't flash away from it. Ends up getting killed. Misfits Academy equalize that kill exchange.
However, Kikis has now got his Sheen. Jisoo sitting on a Serrated Dirk and a Caulfield's Warhammer, and amazing once again is near Kikis. Pridestalker here as well, though, and he's going to be the one to step forward. Now, Amazing's going to get the knock-up onto Jisoo. Ignite is down, but Pridestalker's going to do a lot of work, as is Jisoo. Chum the Waters comes out, Pridestalker flashes in, not quite able to connect with the Shock Blast. Misfits Academy get a kill and get out.
Look who's roaming again, though. Coscu, he's looking for it.
Playful Trickster is not quite available yet. There it is, Coscu. One more spear, one more auto's all it takes. That's 4-0 for Syndra.
Yeah, Kikis was trying to juke the Q if it had been cast, and Coscu calls his bluff. This is much better reactions out of Misfits Academy. You can see how influential this Syndra pick is. Dominates the early game, now roaming around. Coscu, this is what has been one of his real strengths in Challenger for a long time, is the ability to roam faster than the enemy, and he's in a matchup that he can do it in. Great ult here, straight through the two of them, makes it easy for Jisoo to pick up the first kill. Kig is trying to just juke everything, and he does a good job right up until Coscu roams down. Even tries to get past the sphere, tries to get in behind Coscu and do anything, but not enough.
Whether it be autos or your ultimate, point and click is the way to win with that Syndra. Now incredibly strong in that mid lane. Jisoo's coming up towards top, and Cly and Rales might get caught out. There's the arrow, goes through the goalpost, but Cly is dead. Once again, Jisoo gets his second kill of the game.
Didn't even matter that Dreams pulled Cly back away from where the arrow was about to hit. Ooh, shockwave on the minions. Coscu didn't even have to burn his flash. Didn't even matter, because there's enough crowd control coming from Dreams that they lock the Karma down, Cly ends up falling, and you can see Fnatic will run out of options here. They're looking for one, though. TP gets cancelled by Kikis. And Fnatic Academy may have to concede this top tower.
The pushing power from Misfits Academy, when you've got the Jace, the Graves, and the Ashe there, is incredibly strong. Your ability to take towers is just dominating. Misfits Academy have extended a 4,000 gold lead. They're looking to make that even more by taking this tower. And actually, the push-in by Kikis was cancelled because Jisoo teleports down to bottom lane.
Yeah, because he saw Kikis TP up top side and then cancel it. Jisoo just says, okay, well, I'll match most of that cooldown. I'll head bot side, weather any kind of damage from Fnatic Academy. And this is the difference between, I feel, Fnatic Academy running a Lee Sin, something like that, and now this Rek'Sai. I kind of understand why they've gone this way. They want something that can cross the map quite quickly, get some defensive capability. The problem is, it reduces Amazing's impact on the game. Difficult to get into fights. We talked about it. If you don't have Flash Unburrow, you can't really start anything off.
I want to come back to how Pridestalk is playing this game as well, because he's 0-0-4 on this Graves, and when he first started off in Challenger Series, we always talked about him being too predictable for his enemy jungler. He played like a solo queue jungler. People would know where he was, and he didn't respect. This game, it feels very much more like Amazing has been the predictable one. Time after time, he's gone top lane, and Pridestalk and Jisoo have answered.
A lot of that is champion specific. Is like Rek'Sai, you know Rek'Sai is not going to be just trying to steal everything in your jungle every single minute. So there's no real way of Amazing punishing Misfits on the other side of the map, because Jisoo has been playing around other people. Fnatic Academy have been kind of playing around Kikis with Rales and Amazing and Cly at the same time. So it's been difficult for Fnatic Academy to do anything out on a side lane, and that's one of the strengths that Rek'Sai normally would have, is you do something one half of the map and then you know, rush over to the other, get yourself into the fray, and suddenly you've been two places almost at the same time.
Well, you said it, Stress. In the last game, both of these teams are used to playing from behind. Fnatic actually have a winning record from behind, 2-1. Look at the damn it! Whoa. Okay, that was more than expected onto Rales. Does escape with about 20 HP.
That's 4-0 Syndra with Morellonomicon, Needlessly Large Rod, and Sork Pen boots.
That's all you need.
Or Magic Pen boots. So Cosq just deletes Mr. Rales, doesn't quite take him all the way out. But okay, this is what Fnatic Academy have been trying to do for a while, or at least wanted to do with this Rek'Sai. Problem is, look at the exchange. It's inner tower for outer tower, and outer tower is dying slower than Misfits Academy are taking out that inner tower on the top side.
And because Niski doesn't really have any threat to an Ashe, that means that they can quite easily just put Yuki mid and counteract the push. Now Misfits Academy bring 4 members, maybe even 5 if Jisoo decides to join towards this mid lane, and will look for their 4th tower of the game.
And this is how you punish the Orianna, because she's not strong enough right now that one shockwave under the tower will kill 4 people. No completed items. They get the minions, but Misfits Academy now have taken all of the defensive threat away from Misfits Academy when they start grouping. Kikis is heading over to this now, so with 4 people strong, they can defend the tower, but now they don't have to worry about stepping too far forward. A shockwave comes out and the rest of Fnatic regroup, because that cooldown is not there.
Last time Niski played this Orianna was actually against Fnatic Academy in the week 4 matches. It was a tough, sorry, Niski, yeah, was actually against Misfits Academy, not Fnatic. Too many academies for me here, Stress. Was actually against Misfits Academy. He won that game. They were able to snowball some early advantages, but here it's just not really being able to get on top of Cosq. Cosq's got a bunch of kills, hasn't even gone towards any magic resist because he doesn't really feel threatened by Niski, and Niski's picked himself up a Negatron cloak to try and counteract some of the damage coming out from Cosq.
Sounds like you're making a very nuanced statement on British education there about too many academies
it's
at
true.
that point, which is such a nuanced, like, we're going to drop that.
Yeah,
we need to move away from that.
No one knows what you're talking about, Stress.
So we are in a pause. That's what we need to talk about now. Looks like there is an issue with Cly. Hopefully we'll get an update in just a second.
I think it's actually Niski having a couple of issues as they sort it out. It might be Cly. We'll just have to wait and see, as you say. Let's come back to this game, though, because Misfits Academy have got this 5,000 gold lead, and now they have to be looking at how they extend this. How do they close out the game? Fnatic did it so well game one. How do Misfits do it here?
Well, now we need to see that the vision control and the way that Misfits Academy can hold key areas like river and the jungle entrances. We got to see how that differs to game one, because game one it was pretty bad. Out of Misfits Academy, they fell behind, couldn't establish control, and that's where Fnatic punished them. So we need to see Misfits Academy do a 180 on that and completely take away any vision from Fnatic Academy, because that's what this Fnatic lineup is going to require, to get Fizz further out on the side lane, to try and get Amazing out there on one of the lanes with him. Maybe they can get that to work once, but Misfits Academy, with the Ash Arrow, with the stun from Syndra, the Dredge line, everything from their lineup should be able to punish a Fnatic member that steps out of line.
Yeah, pick potential is so strong from them. As you said, it is Cly who's having the issue, just a client crash for him, so they're sorting that out, be restarting the client and getting us back into the action as soon as possible. Bottom lane's been relatively quiet, although we've had a little bit of a swap. A slight CS lead here for Yuki, but last game it was much more about how Mr. Rales was playing. Does he have the possibility to go off as well in this game as he did in the last?
Oh, he absolutely does. Like the Varus with the Blade of the Ruin King, once you get Hurricane as well, you end up in a team fight, you start stacking up the Blight stacks, you can just completely tear apart a team. That's what Yuki did last week. When they were playing against Origen, getting a pentakill for himself. So certainly the prospect is still there for Rales, but as we head back into game now, Misfits Academy, we want to see them push this lead. We want to see them utilize CosQ Syndra as they have been all game, putting him in key places, catching out Fnatic members, and then you take the turret that stands behind them.
It looks slightly to me like Misfits Academy are deciding to go for a bit of a 1-3-1. We saw Jisoo there in the bottom lane, CosQ up in the top. Is that a strategy they can employ, or are they going to be playing more around picks in team fights?
Well, what they need to do now that they have pushed out both lanes is head towards mid lane and threaten a dive. At least make Niski concede the tower. Dragon is up, but it's only Cloud. You're not really looking for that as a high priority. Maybe they'll go for it if Fnatic put up too much of a defense here, but you've pushed the lanes out. Now you've got to look for an aggressive play. That's a Shockwave predominantly on the minions, because Shockwaving the minions denies Misfits' ability to push on this, and they just use the arrow that comes through. So again, now Misfits Academy have to rethink. They have to back themselves away, look for a different play. They're going to try it, even though Fnatic Academy have deterred them, and that's because Rales is topside. Yeah, Rales still in the top lane, Kick is still in the bottom lane. It means that Misfits can step up. CosQ actually used Ghost there just to try and force them further back, and Misfits will take their fourth tower of the game. Yeah, we have seen a lot of AD carries playing out on the side lane. Fnatic, LCS team, are perhaps one of the best European teams to do that, but they're commonly doing that with picks like Kennen, like, dare I say it, the Vayne, that at least can move slightly faster from lane to lane. Varus not exactly known for his lickety-split speed heading from lane to lane. It's known for his wave clear, though, which would have been very helpful there. Now, Fnatic are going to take the Cloud Drake. This feels very much like they just said, there's something on the map. Let's get an objective somewhere. Yeah, they've gone up to the bargain bin. They're just seeing what's left at the end of the day. It's a Cloud Drake, not exactly the highest priority of objectives. They do get something for it, though. But as we enter this, CosQ has just been spotted in the top side. So that's a key moment. Again, talking about that 1-3-1, he's strong enough to 1v1 almost anyone right now as well. Yeah, and once again, we have just a slight bug splat on Cly. Something that's quite common to happen when you reconnect to a pause game, so we're sure we'll be able to get it sorted out. No worries about that. Slight bug splat. Can you splat a bug and call it splat? Well, if you catch one leg, or if you only catch a couple, it's like Kha'Zix, right? If you get Kha'Zix to use his ult and half health him, it's a slight bug splat. You haven't quite completely splatted the bug. I don't know, maybe you're just a lot stronger than I am and you never get these slight bug splats. Or I just have stronger bugs in my life. No mercy. We're entering summer, so that's when everything, well, it's spring, so everything starts coming back, all the bugs are back. Yeah. So don't want to see that, but what we do want to see here is honestly like 5 games. I want to see these teams go the distance, and that would be a Misfits win here in game 2. I think would set us off on the right path for that. I think they have had such a good start to this game too. I don't really see them losing it. there is the option for Fnatic Academy, if they can get a team fight with a Shockwave, with Varus, these kind of things, they can turn it back around. But Misfits Academy last week never let go when they had a lead, and I'm expecting the same kind of performance.
It was a different idea that they were playing against, though, because it's Origen compared to Fnatic Academy. And no offense to Origen, at times they looked okay, but Fnatic Academy have looked a lot stronger as a team, especially in terms of being able to fight back from being behind. We saw in their 3 games that they've been behind, they have won 2 of them.
I mean, when you look at it, Giants stronger than Origins, you have to expect Fnatic Academy somehow stronger than Giants with that win last week, so they should be able to.
By the law of transubstantiated properties. Well, while the league officials swap out a PC on the stage, we're going to go over to the analyst desk for a look at the game thus far.
Thank you, Medic. An interesting game to be sure. Big change of pace here in this one. Misfits suddenly in control of the game. It feels like a much better look for this team overall. I mean, how did we get here? How are Misfits so far ahead now suddenly in this mid-game?
Well, let's see. Last ban was LeBlanc. That definitely helped.
That helps.
They also picked the Syndra, so now instead of having 0 mid lane pressure, which they had before with the Graves, they now have a lot of it with Syndra. A much better combination between Pride Stalker here and Cosq. And obviously now Syndra as well has been very successful 4-0 in the game, also due to some gifted early kills.
Yeah, we see also just in the pick and ban, amazing opting for the Rek'Sai. That's why Fnatic was willing to not pick the jungler early. We were a bit surprised, like, oh, amazing, willing to potentially lose the Lee Sin and the Lees in second ban phase. Well, that's worth investigating, and then he picked up the Rek'Sai anyways, with one of them being open right there. So it just indicates that they had a different idea coming into this game.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what I think about Rek'Sai specifically. I mean, it makes sense if you want a front line, you build early Ninja Tappy, but to me, Lee Sin gets just as tanky. So
except for the part where he...
Except for the one part where he got some HP back in the top lane fight and actually survived. But I just feel like you have way more playmaking potential for Amazing, who went nuts in game 1. So I'm kind of surprised. You know, he was the hot player. And then you take him off that pick where maybe he had a chance of doing it again?
Yeah, the one thing still worth noting before we move on from picks and bans is that, like, Misfits Academy double ban supports. I think they went Zyra Karma game 1, and now they went Zyra Braum. So they're heavily targeting ranged push supports and Cly. You would expect them to then go for Karma, but they hand it over and go for the Nautilus matchup. So I'm not quite sure where they're going with this second ban phase, and I hope they can at least move away from it, because historically speaking, blowing double support bans in the phase 2 should give you a bigger advantage than what they're currently getting.
I think it just gave them like the flex option of Nautilus, and then once they saw, okay, it's Karma supported, we can play Nautilus against it. Now we can actually try and counterpick the Fizz. Jace is a pick I've heard from different top laners, is like an option against Fizz. No way like a free win or anything. It's like very much a skill matchup, and it's a skill matchup that's kind of gone a little bit wrong for the Misfits Academy.
To be fair, I've heard the same thing, that like Renekton has a solid matchup into Fizz, and yet we saw
Renekton has a great matchup into
solo
Fizz.
killing, a Renekton. So I feel like maybe defaulting to a comfort pick isn't, or defaulting to a counter
just
pick
because
isn't the best option.
the counter matchup gets killed once doesn't make it.
That's on the player.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
player.
Is I'm not saying that it's not a counter matchup. I'm simply saying that, like, how confident you have to be to pick something that's a quote unquote counter when Kikis has already proved that, hey, it's a counter pick, but that doesn't really matter. I'm still going to outclass you on an individual level.
I mean, I think you have to trust in your players there. Like, if you can't, at least in a game 2 of a best of 5, try and go for some of these skill matchups, these kind of skill counters, then I feel like you're almost surrendering the game already. At least you're surrendering that one lane. I don't think you have to do that just yet as Misfits Academy. Like, JS has gotten back into this game as well, and they've taken down a few objectives. So it's definitely not all bad, and I think Misfits Academy can be pretty happy with this game.
And while Misfits Academy have been playing very well, we did see some small mistakes coming in from Fnatic in the early game. I want to take a look now at one from Amazing coming in the first few minutes. This is, of course, the instance where he was going to give up first blood here.
All right, and this is League Fundamentals 101. If you are going to invade the enemy jungle, what you should look for is what we call priority in the lanes. TLDR, it means make sure that your lanes are pushing so your mid laner and top laner can assist you in times of need.
Yeah, because if you look at the map right now, Kikis, you can see him near his top lane tower. Niski here is just outside of the picture. Cosq actually has to push in that lane. So Amazing invading here, being at professional games, being at solo queue, is just super, super risky.
And we have to point out that Jisoo put a ward in the brush next to the Crux because he could expect Amazing to be there because his jungler was playing on the other side of the map. So this was a logical path here. And look at how fast and how swiftly they're punishing him. He has to use Tunnel over. Pride Stalker does not go for Blastcone early enough. But even then, cosQ arrives at the Herald pit before anybody is even close to reacting to what Amazing's doing.
Yes, and this is of course why if you don't have, priority in lanes, your laners can't move. And that's why you see like a cosQ just walk from mid lane to the river. No one is fighting him on the way. No one is forcing him away. He just gets a free kill. And that's why this invade is really, really odd. I can only really see it being a smart move if you don't have any camps on your side and you're desperate for experience, you kind of have to go for it. There were 3 camps up on Amazing's own side he could have just grabbed. But he went for this play here, and yes, you have mobility on the Rec side, you had a ton, you had a Blastcone. He probably felt like he had enough ways to get out.
All right, Fischio, I hate to cut you off here, but
no, you don't. You love to do that.
Yeah, all right, I do love to cut you off. Well, interesting, we'll see how Fnatic are able to adjust as we move forward. Their PC has now been swapped out, so we are going to get it back to the casters and get back into Game 2. Medic, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Dracos in particular, Deficio as well, for continuing to talk, giving me more time to catch my breath before we get back into the game.
No thanks for Crepo. I see how it is.
Crepo, the problem with Crepo is he's slightly buffer than I am, and that frustrates me.
That's, I guess, fair reasoning. So we're back into the game, recapping for you. 5,000 gold lead for Misfits Academy. It has been a much better early game based around cosQ, Syndra getting the first blood that we saw the analyst break down based on the fact they caught Amazing off an odd invade. And Misfits Academy have not let up since.
Rift Herald going across to Misfits here. That's going to go on to Jisoo, you have to expect. We saw Kikis getting it last game, and I'm sure he would have liked to have it this game as well. But Misfits are setting that side lane up for success.
Yeah, we'll pick that one up for himself. And now you see Kikis pushing up on the bottom side. If he does this later on in the game, they have to be very careful that he doesn't get 2v1. But you can see 2 wards there, keeping him safe for now. Misfits Academy have just made a play on the mid tower. Before we went into the pause, they got that mid tower down, denied Fnatic Academy that last outer tower remaining.
How safe is cosQ into this matchup against Kikis as well? Because once again, we see a 1-3-1 from Misfits Academy with Jisoo in top lane and cosQ answering Kikis in this bottom lane.
It's very difficult actually for Kikis to really punish cosQ, because if he uses his playful tricks too early, he will just get stunned. If he doesn't then dodge like a lot of the damage, he's going to get all in. He's not tanky enough and doesn't actually have magic resist to survive through either. So Kikis does have to give a lot of respect over to a Syndra that has 2 levels up on him already.
Next Drake up is Cloud as well, so no real contest around that bottom side jungle. You can see Misfits, though, stepping up into top side, saying, we want to get vision around this Baron. Perhaps we can sneak a 22-minute Baron like we saw Fnatic do in the last game.
Yeah, you can see a line of wards again, keeping Misfits safe this time. Well, 2 wards through the jungle. Fnatic Academy have done a decent job of maintaining some sense of vision control. You can see top side, a couple of wards there. 2 controls on bottom side, some in the river. That's better than Misfits Academy were doing in Game 1, when behind.
It's definitely true. Let's have a quick rundown of the items as the game has slowed down once again. Black Cleaver completed on Jisoo alongside that Yumu's. Mid lane, we've got the Luden's Echo and a Morello Nomicon, and actually only 1 completed item on Yuki at the moment, so he's probably lagging behind his team ever so slightly, although to have 1.5 completed by 21 minutes is all right for an AD carry.
Yeah, he's actually recalling right now with 1,600 gold, so there's the... There is the Hurricane coming through. Similar amount of gold on Rales as well at the same time. So next time Rales recalls, which is actually right now, it'll be Hurricane into the boots finished, all that kind of stuff.
Looks like he's going Ninja Tabi instead of Zerkers here. So a lot of AD coming out from Misfits Academy. Makes sense to slow down those auto attacks a little bit.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of ADs going Ninja Tabi even when you're not faced with a Jace and a Graves and an Ashe. Like, yeah. Ninja Tabi, so strong, everybody buys them, basically.
Apart from Niski went for Merc Treads because he was getting destroyed in the lane.
Yeah, that's understandable. Going Mercury Treads in mid lane up against the Syndra. You want to just try and survive through, going for that Negatron Cloak as well. Didn't opt towards an Echo matchup. I wonder if Fnatic had gone Fizz Echo and just looked for a pure 1-3-1. That may have allowed them to go something like Lee Sin.
Yeah.
I wonder whether now you look at this draft and think back and go, okay, maybe we should have gone with that instead. I understand why you'd go Oriana. It gives you good late game, gives you good presence in team fight, defensive capability. I just wonder.
I agree with you. I think Niski's played a little bit more control style this season, although he has played one game of Echo. Once again, we saw Kikis pushing in the bottom lane there. Jisoo's answered it, and Misfits are setting up around this Baron. They really want to try and draw out that teleport from Kikis to allow them the teleport advantage around that objective.
Problem is, Kikis has shown that he is a lot quicker to just move out of lane than Jisoo a lot of times. So pushes it out, moves out. Now Jisoo has pushed it back. So this is the point you're talking about, where Kikis will show under tower bot side. Then Misfits Academy will move in, sweep out Vision, and maybe force that teleport out. And it's on Fnatic Academy to try and get as much control as they can. And that is something we don't often see. If you direct your eyes to the trinket slot on Fnatic Academy, 4 blue trinkets.
That's all you need, man.
Normally, you see at least 2 of the sweeping lenses because it's so important to deny Vision at the same time. But Fnatic Academy seem to be so scared that Misfits Academy will look to rush the Baron down. They just want to try and maintain uptime on these blue trinkets at all times.
And this is what you were talking about, though. You were saying it's going to be a Vision game. And actually, you can see Fnatic Academy saying, yeah, it's going to be a Vision game. Let's get a lot of extra long-range Farsight alterations.
Now, that tells you that Fnatic Academy are somewhat confident in themselves in the way that they may even be underestimating Misfits Academy. To say, we won't sweep out your wards, we'll focus only on buying control wards for Vision control, is a little bit of an unorthodox tactic, which is basically saying, we know we'll make the right decisions as long as we have Vision. We don't care what decisions we're giving you the ability to make. That's a very different approach to how most teams do it.
Well, we've seen teams fall because they underestimated Misfits Academy before. Schalke, a notable example of that, played scaling compositions against them and just got destroyed 3-1 in that playoff bracket.
It does kind of stick out, though, that Misfits Academy won't have too much of an opportunity to go for Baron, because getting through 4 blue trinkets and finding that window. So now they go for it, and there's 2 available. So now all Fnatic have got to do, there you go, blue trinket comes out.
Do Misfits need to stop?
They need to stop.
Now?
They're not strong enough with 3 people, and there you go. That's where the blue trinkets, I mean, you could have done it with 2, maybe 3 at a push. That's where the blue trinkets have paid off. I feel like Klai should still have a sweeper. I don't think it realistically is necessary to have 4 blue trinkets, but maybe he feels like he's checked into people too many times and he just wants to get some vision. Normally you do that with a Q or something like that from the Karma.
It's adaptability, though, and that's what Fnatic have shown us time and time again. Misfits will get the Dragon. Jisoo is going to get this bottom tower as well, and this is slowly extending that Misfits gold lead. 8,000 ahead, well, 7,000 in a bit ahead now.
You see now, though, without the ability to deny wards, there are going to be difficult portions of this game and map for Fnatic Academy. They can't cross down through the jungle behind Jisoo to stop him because they don't know where the Misfits will spot them, and they don't know where Misfits are completely. So you might just be face-checking into a Syndra that would be 5-0 if you did that.
Even gone for the Void stuff now as well. No magic resist on her at all. It's pure damage coming out from
You know what they say about the best defense? It's a 4-0 Syndra?
It's not the Welsh rugby team, I think is what they usually say. But
wow.
Fnatic Academy, an okay defense at the moment. They're losing small objectives here and there, but if they can continue just to extend this game out, you do get to a point where the Oriana comes online. The Varus does the same. However, Kikis might get caught out here. Coscu with the unleashed power onto Kikis. Unstoppable Syndra.
It's all too easy for Kikis. He's just got to wait out the playful trickster, and down goes Kikis. Kikis has itemized slightly towards magic resist, but he's also now looking towards that glacial shroud, looking for side lane where he can just push. And now it's on Amazing to hold this bot lane attempted push from Jisoo. Jisoo has teleport. Amazing does have the Void Rush, but there are no tunnels on the top side. There's 1 in the Wolf Pit and 1 up around Tribush, but Misfits Academy are already going for this.
Already down to half HP. Klai is there. Yuki's doing a lot of
Amazing
work.
might just die bot lane.
Amazing might just die to Jisoo. will
He's
get
dead.
taken out, and this is going to be a free Baron for Misfits Academy. Great play by Misfits. They secure the Baron. They secure a 10,000 gold lead.
Oh, Jisoo just barely getting himself out for now, but there's the flash.
There's the kill, but it is a flash on your AD carry, and Misfits push mid.
For the Baron here, Misfits Academy already had the wave pushing. That's the inner tower going down. Look at how low Jisoo had actually managed to get that bot tower as well. Fnatic Academy are reeling in this game, and we talked about the difference in composure, the way that the teams were acting. Well, now Fnatic Academy may just be getting a bit of a reality check right now.
Cosq. Right, Kikis is here though.
Dead.
There comes the carrot, and here comes the stick as the Oriana gets the kill.
Yeah, Fnatic with one as a return. Is it enough to stabilize the Baron buff? Still 245 on the clock for that, and a 10,000 gold lead should still be enough for Misfits Academy. Kikis is not strong enough to be out on the side on his own, so it means they have to group, and now they have no minions mid.
Kikis is going to get caught under the tower. We'll be able to play for Trickster away when needed, so we'll just jump around. Here's the redemption.
Kikis
Actually, Yuki is going to do a lot of work, but Kikis escapes. Rale's on a killing spree. Yuki's still there. Amazing going for the chase. Flash away by Yuki. Now onto Niski. No shockwave.
Here's Jisoo
from the side. Shut down onto Rales. Kikis the new target as Niski tries to retreat as well. Command dissonance will slow them down, and the shock blast doesn't connect. Misfits Academy still have Baron buff on a couple of their members. Where do they push?
They're trying to get down mid here. You can see Yuki heading down the mid lane with Pride Stalker, and they're just trying to deny recalls from Kikis and the rest of Fnatic Academy. Jisoo a little bit slow on that blast cone. They've done enough to hold. Here comes Amazing.
Amazing's there, and Yuki, of course, has no flash to get away. This is Misfits. They get caught out when they get these advantages, and Fnatic have been able to get themselves back into this game.
Fnatic drawing this into a scrappy game now means that Misfits Academy have lost their Baron buff on a couple of their players, and it's slowing them down. 1 minute 30 on the clock for Baron, and Fnatic with no minions just pushed up under tower using Rek'Sai to tank. You can see Teleport came into the back line from Jisoo, but he was a long way away and couldn't instantly punish. Pride Stalker had his ult, but didn't feel like anyone was low enough. Throws it out, but Rales had already died at that point. And now, Misfits Academy tried to slow down the rest of Fnatic, and as we head into the second phase of the replay, Amazing comes in from behind. He's got the Tiamat, he's tanky. Fnatic Academy slow down Misfits Academy, and as we were in the replay, we are into another pause here.
Yeah, Kicker's just having to pause for a second, wondering why perhaps his screen has been grey so many times this game. Fnatic, though, have come back. There was a 10,000 gold lead for Misfits when that Baron was taken. It's now down to only an 8,500 gold lead, which doesn't sound like a big change, but when you're playing into a Baron and you're managing to scrape gold back, that's huge for you as a team.
Yeah, it's going to obviously affect that Baron power play that we normally track. Excited to see where, maybe excited's a bit too enthusiastic a word about a Baron power play that is in progress, but certainly Misfits Academy have been in the lead for the last 30 minutes. This is a bit of a slowing tactic from Fnatic Academy, but without getting a Baron for themselves, without acing Misfits Academy, I don't think it's enough for Fnatic to have regrouped yet.
Well, we are back into the action on Summoner's Rift. 10 kills to 6 in favor of Misfits. 8,500 gold lead for them as well. Sorry, 7,500 gold lead, or thereabouts. Now, the question is, how can Misfits play around this? Because they will be slightly demoralized by the fact they had Baron and they've lost it on everyone but Pride Stalker. They still have the advantage and they still need to play like they're ahead.
Yeah, they do. An update on that pause. League officials determined there was no reason in order to pause, so that is why the game has been resumed. And that means we're in that situation. As you said, Pride Stalker, the only one with Baron buff still active. And Misfits Academy are now looking again for a push on the bottom side. Remember, they dealt some damage to that tower, but it has regenerated a small amount of its health. It's about a third of the overall health. So Jisoo can't go up on his own. He steps forward.
Here comes the Chum That Waters redemption. The rest of Misfits are just around the corner. Amazing, taken down. Jisoo gets the kill, and Misfits can step forward now. They're looking for this inhibitor tower.
It was all a bait from Jisoo. He stepped forward, and the rest of Misfits Academy were there alongside him. Fnatic couldn't regroup in time, and now on the next minion wave, maybe 3-4 hits here from Jisoo should take down the tower. Shock Blast comes out. They've sunk Clyde.
Cosq has the unleashed power. Misfits will will get another kill, and now Rales is caught out. Everyone on Misfits low, but not low enough for Fnatic to get the kills. They've taken the inhibitor tower and they're back out.
Shockwave is not available for Niski. Mr. Rales got caught. Flash and heal were available. Looks like he popped his Blade of the Ruined King, but didn't get himself out of the fight in time. When we see that again, we'll have to watch out what caught him. As Fnatic Academy, it wasn't enough to hold their inhibitor tower, but the inhibitor still stands, and Mr. Rales is getting stronger and stronger. So as we watch the beginning of this fight, look at how fast Misfits Academy regroup. From the mid lane, Cosq pops Ghost, everybody runs down, and Amazing is not tanky enough to survive through. We move further on into this fight, and it's all about that minion wave pushing up. Misfits Academy know with the last remaining Baron buff they can move in. Cly gets stunned, Rales gets stunned as well. Dredge line, Rales had an opportunity to heal and flash back, but he just tried to put as much damage down, and it was not enough. Everybody at Misfits Academy survived.
Negative power play for Misfits Academy, but they hadn't got that inhibitor, it would be a lot worse. Sorry, that tower, it would have been a lot worse for them.
It absolutely would have. Keep in mind the Misfits, that Baron power play includes the gold
from the Baron.
From Baron, so not exactly the cleanest passage of play from them. Hadn't extended their gold lead particularly far at all in the negative on that one, but Misfits Academy, they are still 10,000 gold in the lead.
Earlier on, though, we were saying, can Misfits snowball this? Can they get their Syndra so far ahead no one can deal with her? Can they get Jisoo so far ahead no one can deal with him? Well, we're getting to the point in the game where gold doesn't really matter too much. People are sitting on 4 or 5 items, and it's purely about the power of the champion.
We're still not quite at that point. We're like one team fight away if Fnatic could win it from that point. The problem is Misfits Academy 6-kill Jace, 6-kill Syndra. The next team fight, it should be so heavily stacked in their favor, it should win them the game. If it doesn't, that's when Fnatic Academy can start relying on long death timers in order to buy their way back into this game.
Chum the Waters did miss in the bottom lane. Jisoo's here, but Fnatic are trying to react. Now, we saw Unlimited perhaps slightly disconcerted by his team's play. Didn't look the happiest of faces there, but Misfits can continue to look for this inhibitor. Shockwave on Jisoo will get healed up by the redemption.
Cly's dead.
Kills Cly. Amazing caught out as well. 2 kills for Misfits. The inhibitor down as well. And Misfits start to take a stranglehold on this game.
Yeah, there is no front line for Fnatic, so if a stun lands on anyone, they will end up getting picked off. The ultimate was used from Kigis. Misfits Academy are going to take down the second inhibitor tower of the game. It will combo into the inhibitor, and they will recall likely for Baron here. Yes, there's still 30 seconds on Amazing, but they will be composed on this victory. They don't want to overpush. They don't want to make a mistake.
So it looks like the decision is not to recall and rather just go straight to the Baron. 4 seconds on it. TP is available for Jisoo, and you can see Cosq stays to push up this wave one more time.
Yeah, they've been healthy enough. The problem is Cosq does have to at least respect the ability for Fnatic to take him out. 6,000 health on this Baron, should die in time, but Kikis is on his way there. Has Chum the Waters available. Maybe Fnatic can regroup on this.
Niski's half health. Unleashed power was used. The TP comes in from Jisoo as well. Onto Rales, onto the backline. Jisoo trying to get the kill on the AD carry. Will take him out. Jisoo's on a rampage. Will pay for the kill with his life. Misfits Academy unable to take Baron.
Oh, Kikis is desperate to try and find something here, but he doesn't want to go aggressive into 4 players. Jisoo just took the entire focus of Niski, Rales, and Cly for a good portion of that fight, and Misfits Academy still didn't conclusively win the fight the other side. They ended up low. It meant they had to pull back away, but now Niski has shown on the bottom side somebody had to deal with those minions. Rales wasn't alive, and Kikis was still in the area of the fight, so Misfits Academy do get the recall timing now. Will head back to base, but this was the exchange all the way back in the base. As Jisoo got shockwaved in, it looked like Fnatic could have got on top of him, but it wasn't enough. Amazing gets hooked in, gets taken down, and it combos into multiple inhibitors. Then we go to the Baron fight. Look at the amount of time Niski, Rales, and Cly end up fighting Jisoo, who's behind the team now. everybody moves over. Rales trying desperately to stay alive. Finally, Niski ends up taking him down, but look at the low health, low mana, means they cannot continue the fight. And Misfits Academy resume this dance around Baron, but with 2 inhibitors down, it's all going to be on Kikis to clear out the minions and then get to the fight. Otherwise, these super minions will take down the Nexus towers.
Is a shockwave for Niski, so if you can get that ball positioned perfectly, you can do something. TP in, as you say, Redemption
Baron's gone.
Clyde takes the Unleashed Power, Baron goes down. However, Cosq's dead, and maybe Fnatic can take the fight. Chum the Waters in the pit, Dreams the front line. Jisoo, Yuki, Pridestalker trying to get the hell out of that Baron pit, but Jisoo cannot get away. Only 2 members of Misfits survive. That's Fnatic take down 3.
Fnatic end up with 3 kills in exchange for the Baron. They will lose a Nexus tower for it, though. Second wave of supers may expose this Nexus. Clyde gets there just in time with the rest of the team. And a minion wave spawn is enough to save the second Nexus tower. Fnatic Academy are holding on, but they are losing objectives all the time. Misfits Academy are at least trading at a net even, but that shouldn't be happening 10k gold ahead.
Yeah, when you're 10,000 gold ahead, you'd hope to be trading pretty profitably. What is it about Baron fights and Nexus towers going down, Stress? It seems to be just a story of our games together.
Well, this series has been a lot because teams are just going at Baron. When 5 people are available and alive for both teams, they're just going, okay, let's start the Baron, we'll draw him in, and then the other team calls their bluff, comes for the fight, maybe wins it, maybe doesn't, who really knows? Misfits Academy, in theory, were in the position to do that. With 2 inhibitors down, minions push in. Problem is, Cosq ended up dying. His flash wasn't available. And that meant one of the big damage dealers, 7 kills worth of damage, was not there. Elder Drake is the focus for Fnatic, but look, topside, Ashe and Nautilus are pushing through. This Elder Dragon isn't dying that quick.
Down to 4,000, Shockwave misses. Pridestalker's in the pit. The Baron, Dragon is low. Cosq gets a massive knockup, and the Dragon does go down to Fnatic. Now, they're taking 2 kills, and there's still a push in that top lane, as you say, by Yuki, by Dreams. Misfits will catch Niski, but he cleanses that straight away. Amazing, and Niski need to get away, but they've lost another inhibitor.
Niski didn't have Shockwave available and was trying to position aggressively. This might just be Misfits pushing in. We've still got 40 seconds left on Mr. Rales. Fnatic may have over-aggressed or may have made an over-aggressive play onto the Dragon.
Cosq with the Zhonya's, the knockup from Amazing, but now he's dead as well. Kikis and Niski are caught out as Misfits look for the base. They'll take the Nexus tower down and they'll even out the series 1-1.
Fnatic Academy looked like they might have stabilized, but there's how the gold lead plays out in Misfits Academy's favor. First of all, they're able to just push right through the Nexus and get game 2 as a win. We've evened up the series.
That we have, but Misfits won't be too happy with the way they played at the end of that game. There was sloppy play in bits and pieces, and perhaps they need to just go back to the drawing board and say, what do we do exactly when we've got this lead? What do we do? Because they're good enough players to get ahead. The question is, how can they capitalize on being ahead?
Yeah, it had been decent up until that point. The problem is that Misfits Academy just kind of trying to cut a few corners and then winning off the back of the fact they had an 8-kill Syndra and an 8-kill Jace that just ends up kind of winning the game for them. It was better out of Misfits Academy, but it wasn't the same kind of cleanliness that we saw out of Fnatic in the first game. I'm glad, though, that we've seen Misfits Academy come out with the early game lead, start playing very well around the jungle, punishing what Amazing was trying to do, because now it means game 3 onwards is going to be a lot more exciting when you look at the competitive nature of both teams.
How do you change it, though, if you're Fnatic now? Because we've seen Misfits adapt, now Fnatic need to adapt.
Don't pick Rek'Sai.
I think we can all agree with don't pick Rek'Sai. Is that the only thing they need to do, though?
I think maybe picking slightly more active matchup in mid lane seemed to pay off very well. Niski was solid and good on the LeBlanc. Now that was banned, but then opting into the Orianna meant that for 20 minutes of this game, Niski didn't really do too much. I like Niski on more active champions, even if it's the likes of a Ryze that has that Realm Warp available, get yourself into a fight. But it's awkward right now because you anticipate Fnatic Academy will pick red side, so we're going back to game 1 style draft where they're likely to give over the Graves to Misfits Academy in first rotation and then pick something else up for themselves. So we have to look at how the draft ends up going in Game 3.
A lot of it feels like it comes down to the strategy behind the game as well, because you've got Fnatic Academy, who usually play a 1-3-1. They're not really being able to play that style because the Fizz got behind, and Misfits Academy dealing quite well with their own 1-3-1.
Yeah, it looked a lot better. I think that Fnatic Academy just have to watch out now that they don't pick things like the Fizz and the Oriana too early, because then they just gave away a matchup in the top side and everything kind of fell into place for Misfits Academy.
It's true. Well, Misfits Academy have tied the series up at 1-1. We'll be back with Game 3 right after this.
Whole new game. 0-0.
Nothing happened. It's 0-0 and Mr. Red side is really good.
We'll win, guys. Yeah, I know.
Alright, keep the focus up, flip the switch, get ready to work.
Let's go.
This is a level 6 Syndra.
They need to get the playful trickster out. There it comes. Unleashed power is available. Kickers gets taken out by Misfits Academy. However, Kickers might get caught out here. Costume with the unleashed power onto Kickers. Unstoppable Syndra.
Shock Blast comes out. They've sunk Clyde.
Costume caught out. Everyone on Misfits low, but not low enough for Fnatic to get the kill. They'll take the Nexus tower down and they'll even out the series 1-1.
they play controlled yet chaotic. I don't know how to put it. It's supposedly somewhat similar to how unicorns operate, where you're not quite sure if they know what they're doing, but they actually know what they're doing, and then suddenly you're surprised by the fact that they do actually know what they're doing, and then you're on the back foot. So I have concerns actually playing against them. I think they could take 1 or 2 games from us, but a whole series is gonna be a whole different thing, so I wouldn't be too concerned about them.
Welcome back to Game 3 in this tied series between Fnatic Academy and Misfits Academy. Amazing with some interesting thoughts. They may take 1 or 2 games, but they're definitely not going to take the series from us.
I mean, if they take 2 games, it's pretty likely they can also take this series, I feel.
Yeah, it's definitely not a super confident, like we're going to 3-0 them. Taking 1 or 2 games is very, very close to winning the series. Uncomfortably close, I think it's safe to say. Well, now with both teams having a win apiece, what do you guys think have been the biggest factors in both of these games to decide who has the advantage, to decide who could find a lead as we look at the early game?
I think mid lane has been, in these 2 games, the most important one. Obviously, I want to add in top lane as well because I think it's very key for both games, but mainly mid lane, we had the LeBlanc plus Amazing in the first game, kind of taking down CosQ and giving full control to Fnatic Academy. And then in this game, it was the other way around, with Syndra pick being very, very good for CosQ.
And I think we expand that then to just get mid lane priority to enable the jungler, who then seems to influence the top lane. I don't think in either match the top lane really got ahead himself, but I think when jungle interaction happens in the top lane, the team that has the jungler who's already ahead will definitely come out on top. And that is so easy to do early game if you can invade. And mostly that happens if you have jungle up priority in the mid lane.
And before, the game ended, we had a little pause where we talked a lot about Jisoo on this Jace, here how they were kind of baiting it with the Nautilus. It looked like, okay, they're putting the Nautilus top again against the Fizz. A little bit risky. Maybe he gets beaten early game and then outscaled completely, but there was in the swap with the Jace at the end. And I think while the laning phase was a little bit shaky, also due to that
unfortunate flash,
Yeah, the flash where he actually did flash to the side, but the fish still managed to hit him. He managed it later on in the game to just completely take over the side lane. Like, he obviously builds full damage, he gets Last Whisper, the Fizz, doesn't really get tanky enough or doesn't have enough damage to really challenge the Jace, also with the Hexdrinker. So I really like that for late game split push, and it gave them a lot of pressure.
Jace into Fizz works because if you look at it, one of the strengths of Jace is if you run away from him, you will get a shock blast in the back. So that's good. And Fizz's engagement pattern is going in and then leaping out, right? So like if Fizz stays in, you have these really 3 quick shots that you can use from Jisoo, as well as you have a Maw where Fizz wants to burst you low enough, and then with those 3 fast shots, you can actually regen quite a lot with the Maw active on you and stay into combat, and then you can always chase the Fizz back down.
And I think we're just going to see more and more players and teams are going to realize that blind picking Fizz is really risky. There's a lot of different counters to him. Like Renekton was also open in this one, which is a really good matchup for Renekton. There's some other counters we haven't really seen, like Fiora, that could come in as well.
I mean, Nars is still a skill matchup.
Definitely. I mean, Kled should also beat the Fizz. So there are situations where I can understand for a player that Fizz looks extremely powerful on the stage because he's had some really good games the last 2 weeks. Blind picking it is risky, though.
We're talking a lot about top lane. How crucial is red side, as Fnatic have selected it here, and getting that last pick and saving that last pick for top lane? Is that going to be a massive deciding factor, or is this something that you can kind of mitigate the risk of picking from blue side?
I don't think you can completely remove the risk. I think Gragas is the safest blue side blind pick you can go for. He can lane against a lot of these like late game bullies up in top lane. But we didn't see that in game 1. We saw Nautilus blind pick there. That adaptation could help blue side. Generally, it is hard to get winning solo laners on blue side because of the counter picks on red.
Fnatic have chosen red side, to my knowledge. So I think what they want to look for is just get any scaling bot lane and play that. We've not seen any action on the bot lane. So I think if you get any matchup that is okay and scales fairly well, you can go for that. But you definitely want to solidify that mid lane pick. You want to get it early on. And then worst case, if the enemy doesn't match you, you just ban out the 2 strongest mid laners right there. And then you hold your counter pick for the top lane, and I think that sets you up for a really good, strong early game.
I actually wonder if we're going to see Syndra first pick for Misfits Academy, because if Oriana or Echo are the answers, I think that's okay for Misfits Academy. CosQ with a farming jungler can't play a champion where he needs jungle help early. Like, that kind of matchup will not work for them because Pride Stalker wants to play the farming game on Graves so far. And Amazing didn't really favor Graves in the pick and ban phase just yet a whole lot, also in the last series. So I don't think you need to first pick that champion. You could actually potentially give it over to him and still get a good pick for Pride Stalker, but Syndra seems really key for me in CosQ.
I mean, it seems so simple at this point from what you guys are saying.
It's not that simple.
I mean, it seems like mid lane priority, though, is the biggest focus for both of these teams. I'm curious, is mid lane priority the first thing you need before you can even look at Krepo? For instance, you talked about scaling bottom lane, other options on the top side.
It's a trade-off, right? It depends how hard you get punished for tunnel visioning on a certain pick, but I think definitely the difference is shown with Cosq on a comfortable champion and Cosq on a matchup that is losing. We've seen the difference between Amazing trying to invade with help from his solo laners, or even his bot lane, and Amazing invading without the help of them. Like, we've seen these disparities already in Game 1 and 2, which should make a clear identity to, like, what do we want to achieve in Game 3 if we are Fnatic and the Misfits Academy.
Yeah, I just think playing with, like, no mid lane pressure is something very few teams in the world can do.
Yeah.
Like, you can see SKT do it, where they manage to, like, trade on the map, like, cross-map all the time. Barely any teams in the West can actually do that perfectly. So obviously, as a challenger team, you don't need to put yourself in that situation. And that's why if you have a winning mid lane, it always snowballs pressure into the other side lanes and into the jungle. And it just like, gives you more freedom, which is really good. And it gives you more options in the early game.
All right, well, it sounds like a lot will be decided in picks and bans. So let's get there as quickly as possible. Let's send it over to the casters to take it away for Game 3.
Thank you very much, Dracos. It's going to be an exciting Game 3, I'm sure. You know what excites me most, Stress?
About Game 3?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What
exactly?
Well, because we've got a tied series, it means we've got at least 2 more games of League of Legends, which is always an enjoyable experience. Fnatic have picked the red side here. Misfits Academy go back to the blue. And we have seen that top lane last pick be locked in both these games.
Yeah, I agree also with what the analysts are talking about with the mid lane matchup as well. Whether we'll see adaptations in the jungle, I feel like Amazing won't go Rek'Sai this game. There's a lot still to uncover in this pick and ban phase, where we're going to have a bit of a mini meta within this series.
Well,
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, we are going to get into Champion Select once again. The Malzahar band from Misfits Academies to start us off. Shen, Lulu, Rengar, Camille. It's pretty much the same thus far.
Yeah, which would imply first pick Graves coming out from Misfits Academy, although Krepo was talking about the possibility of first pick Syndra. I think that is an option for Cosq. He has also kind of just said, okay, well, I'll play the Cassiopeia into the Syndra. Obviously, Game 1 was the LeBlanc-Katarina matchup, so there was a bit of an adaptation in Game 2.
There is the Rengar ban, so Fnatic Academy sticking with exactly the same bans all 3 games, and it looks like it might be the Syndra lock-in, so...
Prophet Krepo up there.
Yeah, knows what he's talking about.
Now, Varus, will it be the Graves? Okay, Lee Sin here because they say, okay, Pride Stalker, you play the Graves, we don't really care about it. So they take the Lee Sin away. It was so much better in Game 1 than the Rek'Sai played for Amazing in Game 2. And now Misfits Academy. Will it be the bot lane? The Ashe likely has to be picked up in this rotation.
Yeah, Yuki can still go to the Ashe, as we're saying, even though the Varus has been picked away from him, and then perhaps a support pick alongside that.
No, it's Ashe Graves.
Yeah.
It has to be Ashe Graves at this point if they want to play the Ashe matchup into Varus, otherwise it will end up getting banned. So I like the optimism on support instead of jungle, but I think for Pride Stalker, he's too easily picked off.
Yeah.
If you have already banned Rengar and then Graves isn't available and Lee Sin's on the opposite side, too easy to ban out the rest of his champions. So now we go mid lane. Echo, Oriana are the most likely options.
But Niski's Oriana didn't really do a huge amount, and then instead they're going to go for the Braum here and then perhaps lock out those support picks later on. So no mid lane means that Misfits can decide to ban towards that if they want.
And we saw the Braum in Game 1 come out from Cly. It was banned in Game 2, so clearly prioritizing some of that comfort, a little bit of disengage coming through. Maybe opens up the ability to 1-3-1 for Fnatic Academy if the Echo remains available. Fizz is off the board despite finding a good matchup. This is because they don't want Fnatic to last pick the Fizz. Misfits Academy, though, they know if the Nautilus comes out, it'll be an Akali pickup from Fnatic Academy, but double support ban again. Zyra, Karma off the board. Tahm Kench has to be the option for Misfits Academy when it rolls around.
Tahm Kench is still there. The Kled and the Fizz ban coming out from Misfits Academy. So now Fnatic, as you said, probably going to pick their mid laner here. Could be the Ari. Very strong at the moment, although not what we expect to see out of Niski.
It's a bit of a skill matchup in the mid lane against the Syndra. Syndra is way more reliable than Ari. Of course, Ari relies a lot on the charm. Gives a lot of pick potential. Lee Sin, Ari, if one person steps too far forward, easily picked off. So
I think this is Niski's first Ari game as well. It's going to be the Nautilus pick. Now, what is left open here for Fnatic?
Depends whether they put this Nautilus for Misfits Academy support, which is not the likely option. Could go top lane here. Otherwise, top lane, where else would they go for a blind pick?
Jisoo has played Poppy. The Rumble is there as well, although Rumble can
Problem
struggle.
is, all of these champions have difficult matchups. If they go Rumble, then the Na matchup can come out for for Fnatic Academy if they want it. We've seen people try and play things like Talon into Rumble.
I think what you don't realize is it's...
And this is another pick, sorry. It's already the NALCS.
Yeah. Dr. Mundo looks like it could be picked up here. As you say, we did see it in the NALCS, but it's going to be Jarvan instead.
Okay.
Oh, baby.
Okay, it's an old Gamsu special. Running Jarvan top. I mean, Misfits Academy said at the beginning of the day, we're the team that can run anything at you. Fnatic are trying to challenge that. Kikis adds yet another unique champion to his lineup for this split. So Jarvan, if ever there is a snowball solo laner that is not normally played in a solo lane, Jarvan is the one. You basically need to just get ahead and keep getting kills, more so than a lot. This is likely to be like full damage or maybe that kind of bruiser-ish if he ends up going Titanic Hydra. Trying to just crush Jisoo in like all-ins by the looks of it.
Well, it's his 13th unique champion across the split. It's an unlucky number for some people. I'm sure Fnatic will be hoping it's a lucky number for them. It's such an surprising pick to see, and now we're going to have to see exactly how Fnatic Academy are able to use it to their advantage. Misfits Academy, however, gone for what seems to be more of a team-orientated composition, more team fights.
Yeah, they have. You say it's the 13th unique pick. To put that in perspective, I believe they've only played 21 games.
Sounds about right to me. So
Kikis is just playing whatever he wants. As you said, more team fight for the third game in a row from Misfits Academy. Perhaps even more ramped up with the Rumble alongside now. Most people would just have picked Na.
The thing is as well, Kikis was sick for a week. I've just thought about this.
Oh, so he sat out 2 games. Yeah, that's true.
14 odd games he's played.
Ah, Kikis.
Oh, Kikis indeed. Well, oh, Fnatic Academy and oh, Misfits Academy as we get onto the Summoners with for the third game of this series. It's tied 1-1. Not much to separate these two teams. Well, perhaps that Jarvan cataclysm can separate them into the good and the great.
Yeah, we don't see Jarvan very often. And when we do, it's normally not in the top lane unless you're watching Gamsu play, as we were talking about. But, I mean, it is a very strong side laner, highly mobile, you know, as long as you're ahead in the matchup. Otherwise, you get, like, 1v1 down quickly. You can obviously use the standard to drag yourself out, get the knock-up.
And when you've got a Lee Sin, an early aggressive jungler, you have a jungler who we know likes to spend time towards that top side. Had quite a high jungle proximity last game with Kikis, into a Rumble who, after you burn his flash, is very low mobility.
Yeah. I would not want to play into Jarvan Lee Sin on the top side if I were Jisoo.
No. However, he has shown us how strong he can be in those 2v1s.
Right, but the whole thought process on this, I believe, for Fnatic Academy is that Rumble pushes. Like, automatically pushes, steps far forward in the lane. Jarvan is exceptionally good at punishing people that are too far out. The range on EQ and then flashing at the end of it for the knockup to carry over is considerable. It's not quite the same as a Camille, but the idea is the same. Kikis, is he going to take one of the Raptors? No,
Looks like not.
Not opting for that early level in the lane.
I think the second question is Amazing just going to level 2 gate top? Does he go for his red and then go straight towards top here just to try and force Jisoo back even further?
That would be pretty disgusting if that happened. I think he'll probably go Krugs and recall at that point.
It's always a possibility.
We'll see whether he ends up going bot side, actually. That's what Amazing has tended to do, and he's pathing down towards it. So now he's going to opt to cover his blue. And the reason he's doing this is look at how Pridestalker goes over the ward. Now they know he's trying to invade. This is one of the strengths that Graves normally has, is the mobility over the wall. Pridestalker does not have his smite, whereas Amazing does. Pridestalker spots Amazing on the ward. Now knows he's wasted a bunch of time. Dreams is here, and Clay gets himself out over the wall. So Price Talk, a little bit of wasted time, but it does slow down Amazing.
Yeah, he's going to path up towards his blue now, so it's not too much harm for him there. In the bottom lane, once again, we see the Ashe into Varus matchup. Now, Ashe and Nautilus have great pick potential, especially when you get towards that level 6, but you do have the Braum here with the Unbreakable to try and block things up. You've got Stand beside me to dodge around a little bit more. I feel this is a harder matchup for the Ashe and Nautilus than playing into that Karma, who's quite easy to pick out.
Yeah, I suppose that is fairly true. I mean, it's one of those matchups where they got so much crowd control as well at the same time that post-6, it's like, oh, Braum caught the arrow. Great, now you get caught by every other ability too, but still is one that Cly has used in game 1 and went okay, was pretty good. But Fnatic Academy have been on the losing end of bot lane once we've got past the level 1 push in both games so far already. Obviously game 1, Fnatic Academy were ahead overall, but bot lane still were struggling slightly.
It's indicative of the way the teams play as well, especially the way the supports path, because we see so often Cly is pathing with Amazing to try and get that deeper vision, leaving Mr. Rales by himself, whereas Dreams and Yuki tend to be tied at the hip a little bit more and spend a lot more time together in the lane.
So we saw in the top side, Kick is taking a bit of a rough trade against Jizu. That is Thunderlord's Jarvan. So
just burst potential.
Watch out, Solo Q. What about that burst?
Now, I just want to bring attention to one main stat here. Firstly, Jisoo did a great job of farming into Kick as he got ahead early on, but look at the damage per minute.
Yeah.
Jisoo did 4 times as much damage as Kick per minute and actually had 40% of his team's entire damage that game.
So the context on this stat is the key thing. First of all, Misfits Academy was super far ahead.
Yeah.
So it's to be expected that Jisoo would have a lot of damage, but you pair that with the fact he was on a champion that does a lot of poke damage, does a lot of ranged into melee. Kikis could never close a gap. So yes, Kikis is very low, but at the same time, like, it's exactly how that matchup you would expect to play out once the Jace is ahead.
Kozky's going to spot out Amazing here as he takes the Scuttle Crab, meaning that they know that Lee Sin is up towards that top side of the map. Pride Stalker as well has been sighted. Jisoo's going to continue to force Kickers back, but with that Sapphire Crystal early on, he's not really doing too much. However, Niski here does have the flash. Exhaust used straight away. Niski caught out. Niski still has flash, tries to get away, but Pride Stalker just takes him out.
Through the exhaust, it wasn't enough for Niski to stay alive. Not level 6 yet, so couldn't get himself out. And Amazing was on the top side of the map, trying to sit around Kikis because Kikis didn't actually complete his recall there. So again, Fnatic Academy are starting to struggle in the laning phase with a composition that they've picked themselves into. Kikis, if this was maybe a few seconds later, if Jisoo was 6, it's an easy kill, but Pride Stalker's coming up anyway. Kikis is going to respect that and back away, but Fnatic Academy have picked themselves into this situation again. And this is how Misfits Academy punished mid lane. Niski was pushed up. They didn't have vision on CosQ. There was no wards really on either side of the river. There was one blocking Raptors, but that was it. No way of knowing what was coming.
And it's the 3rd time in this series we have seen CosQ be involved in that first blood. It's, this time it hasn't picked it up. The last 2 games he did. Now, the question is, can they use this assist on him to start snowballing that Syndra as they did in the last game? Even Pride Stalker being ahead on the Graves is great. Now Jisoo's going to continue to harass onto Kikis, puts the Equalizer down, and there are 2 members of Misfits coming up. CosQ is coming up through that jungle, and Kikis stays around too long. He's going to be caught out. Does have flash. Unleashed powers, not quite enough. Flashes away. CosQ can't land a sphere, but Misfits Academy are the ones making the plays.
And they're punishing this Jarvan pick. We talked about how Jarvan is a snowballing champion that can, if he gets ahead, destroy a pick like Rumble because you just put too much damage out too quickly. But early on in the game, Kikis took a couple of rough trades. Jisoo is able to push up. Amazing, never visited top lane to punish the over-pushing Rumble. And Fnatic Academy, again, will lose tower first blood in the top lane.
Now, as they lose this first blood, Amazing was sitting around mid, but he hasn't been able to get onto CosQ, even with CosQ having burnt his flash. Perhaps he's going to try and sneak around the back. It's a dangerous road to take, and CosQ knows something's up. He's playing very safe. Niski has no flash, and they will just be able to get a little bit of chip damage onto this turret, but it's not enough.
And what Fnatic Academy chose to do in this game was play the risky style into a fairly clever Misfits draft when you look at it. They take the Nautilus, they take the Rumble, they basically leave a Nara available, and I, like, internally I'm thinking that if this was Nara Echo, Fnatic Academy, I feel like would have a stronger setup all around. This Ahri is being punished from Niski playing aggressively. It's not the champion pick, but it's Niski, but Kikis and Amazing have not been able to work together, and we're already 8 minutes into this game.
And you can see a perfect example of that there. Amazing uses Dragon's Rage kick, then uses Sonic Wave, then flashes out. Kikis tries to go for the engage, we see Jisoo flashing away, but it's just, it doesn't feel coordinated. It feels very much more, almost like a, well, you know, you'd call in solo queue a cheese strategy. It's like, okay, we can get someone ahead, but they're not playing it as if they've tried this style a lot of times before.
I mean, it's likely they have practiced it. It's just, people play differently on stage and in scrims, and I don't necessarily think this is the sole reasoning here, but I'm sure whenever Kikis has played Jarvan top lane, he's been in a situation where like the enemy's not respecting him and he jumps in, the jungle is there and they get a kill. This time, Jisoo's played with a lot of respect towards that. He's pushed up, Pridestalker has covered for him, Amazing has never found the impact, and suddenly we've gone from 1 tower going down to 2. This is Misfits Academy now utilizing the advantage in bottom lane that they've had in every single game. Now it's paying off into a tower. They're getting further and further ahead, and this is exactly like game 2.
And what I love as well is they switch Jisoo away from the lane that can kill him. They say, we'll put you down in a 3-man stack bot. Pridestalker can defend top lane tower in case Kikis wants to get the turret down. They give Jisoo the gold. They start to get him ahead, and now you can see he's going to build up towards Seekers and probably a Zhonya's next.
I'm expecting Misfits Academy to minimize the time that Jisoo is in lane against Kikis and try and maximize the time that they're dragging Fnatic into fights. Yes, Jarvan can fight, but at this point in the game, he is way too weak. This is not a jungle Jarvan that is going Cinderhulk into tank, into I just engage, and everybody else does the damage. This is a Jarvan that will almost build full glass cannon. And against the Rumble in team fights, you just lay that equalizer down and that Jarvan will die.
The thing is, in the last couple of games, we've seen perhaps, you know, Kikis fall behind a little bit, Jisoo get ahead, and then later on in the game, Kikis has been able to get back into it, get scaling up. Jarvan doesn't seem to do that in the same way.
It's not necessarily that the Kikis will scale later into the game, but I anticipate Kikis to get a lot of the side lane farm as this game goes further. That's where Misfits Academy have to try and start fights, have to try and get things going on the map. Early Cloud Drake priority out of Fnatic Academy. This is partly to try and recycle the Drake, see what else is on, but also because they can't threaten towers in the bot lane or top lane right now, so they're looking for any objective they can get. A mid tower here would do them a lot of good here, and you can see with the Jarvan they bring 5 people in. Yuki lets the arrow fly, but I think this tower's dead anyway.
It's going to hit onto Niski. Pridestalker's there, as is CosQ. Unleash Power would have been blocked by the Unbreakable. They're going to get a knockback.
Here comes Rumble though.
Yeah,
watch the track.
Equalizer's going to be up as well. There is of course a turret flash away by Rales. Are they going to still go for this? Misfits Academy. Unleash Power onto Niski. Not enough damage.
But it's composed again out of Misfits Academy. They know that once they step up as a whole team, as 5, they can equalizer on top of Fnatic and then punish them. It's about to happen.
They've got the death charge. They've got the equalizer. Split Fnatic in 2. Draw Amazing back. He's going to jump away. There's the Glacial Fissure onto Yuki. And Fnatic hold on.
And this is one of the reasons why we've seen Fnatic pick the Braum, is it is a bit of a stalling tactic. You can use it to try and disengage because topside, Misfits Academy, they're going to try this again. Topside's pushing in their favor. So is bot side. And Fnatic Academy have to commit 4 people here to defend this tower.
Amazing's on his way back as well. Turret down to half. Once again, Unbreakable comes down just to try and block some of those projectiles. 3-man knockback. In fact, I think it was 4. And Niski's Spirit Rush is out. Misfits Academy, how long do you continue the siege?
Well, every time they're cycling a member of Fnatic out, and now you can see that Mr. Rales was looking to head bot side because that's such an influential wave of experience in the bot lane. He desperately wants that farm, wants that experience, but he has to stay mid. Otherwise, they lose mid tower. I think they're going to lose it anyway. Rales maybe should have just gone bot to pick that up straight away. It's going to go over to Niski in the end of all things, but Fnatic Academy lose mid tower. They did, however, answer with mid tower of their own about a minute and a half earlier.
Misfits Academy get about a 2,500 gold lead. They're actually looking to collapse onto Jisoo here as well. Kikis was on his way. not going to be able to quite connect, and the rest of Misfits Academy are just around the corner. Kick is still looking for it, but decides against it. Across the board, we're starting to see those first item spikes hit. Abyssal Scepter first for Niski, defensive choice.
Yep.
And then we're going to see Morello Nomicon for Cosq will be his first item alongside those Sorcerer's Shoes.
Yeah, we've seen a whole bunch of defensive Ahri builds. We've seen Abyssal into Zhonya's out of Power of Evil.
Yeah, it doesn't tend to work too well.
Yeah, it's like if you're playing a snowballing kind of champion and you're behind, it's already going badly for you, but I guess this is like trying to just stop losing anything you can, right? And try and hang on.
We have also seen the Hextech Gunblade build on the Ahris as well. It's started to rise in popularity alongside
Blade in the name.
Yes.
That's why...
anything that's bladed is good, apparently.
It's only if it's in the name.
Only if it's in the name, okay. Well, to see. I'm trying to think of something that's bladed that doesn't have blade
I'm
in the
actually
name.
trying to think of more.
That's it's a blade, isn't it? But not in League of Legends, generally
right,
a blade.
Yeah.
Skirmisher's Saber.
But it doesn't have the word blade in it.
Yeah, but that's why no one gets it.
Exactly.
That's why everyone gets Tracker's Knife, because Knife is closer to blade than Saber is. Anyway, Misfits Academy continuing to keep this lead up. However, Fnatic have stalled it for the time being. Only 2,000 gold the difference. And the question now becomes, how well does this Jarvan really go into the mid lane? Luke, it's only about a mid game, so only about 700 gold difference in that top lane. I think across the board it's pretty even, apart from jungle, where Pridestalker's extended his lead to about 1,000.
I think the difficulty is, though, it's not going to be seen in the gold, in the stats. It's going to get seen in the team fights, where Kigis has the ability to go off and like just Cataclysm, and remember it does damage to like everyone that's in that radius as of a patch change a long time ago. So maybe if he finds somebody or 2 or 3 people that have already been damaged, he can go off and get Tiamat and everything going. But then Misfits Academy have such a more simple way. It's Ash Arrow into Hook from Nautilus. Then you've got Rumble, Syndra, Graves will bring the damage, and everybody on Fnatic Academy will struggle to stay alive in that team fight. So it's Fnatic playing a tricky composition.
I think this is our 5th Cloud Drake in a row, Stress. We've been slightly unfortunate over the last couple of games.
Well,
been taken, but...
You know what they say? Well, I guess it's an ocean next. April showers, clouds.
That's true, yeah. Cloudy with a chance of Dark Spheres for Clyde. He will take one to the face, but manages to get himself away.
Cloudy. Yeah, I like that.
Thanks.
I never watched Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs.
Really good movie, actually. Really
yeah?
enjoyable, yeah. Surprisingly so. Although I'm quite...
There was a second one. I'm like, how do you not figure out how meatballs come from the sky after one film?
I'm not going to spoil the plot slightly here, but it's an invention by an inventor that causes it, and then this whole world is created. I haven't seen the second one. I'm very much for those sort of animated films, though. Quite like the excitement they bring, as this game has done at points. Slowed down a little bit here, though, Stress.
Yeah, but I think you can. Whoever invented the Meatball Cloud Machine invented this draft out of Fnatic right now, because it's a little bit unorthodox, a little bit topsy-turvy going into lane matchups. That, I mean, there's a reason Fnatic would have picked this. They're like, okay, we can handle the Rumble with the Jarvan in the top side. We can try and take the 1 versus 1. All we got to do is get a little bit ahead. But unfortunately, that didn't go their way. Yeah. In the start of this game, Jizu pushed up. Amazing couldn't help capitalize. So now we get to see how Fnatic can do from behind with another unorthodox pick.
It's the same as last game, though.
Yeah.
They had the Fizz, they fell behind, and they weren't able to ever really get back into it. Although Misfits did make a few shot-calling errors later on, or perhaps just didn't make them quite as perfectly as they could have done. Cloud Drake being started up here. Jisu's not here. He's TPing in, though. Looks like Misfit wants a fight. Kikis is up towards top side.
Where's the equalizer?
Yet. The equalizer will be huge if it lands. Scatter the Weak misses. Ooh. There it goes on 3. Amazing caught out. Amazing will go down. Cosq solidifies the kill. They're going to chase onto Clyde. Unleash power, not enough. Dragon goes down to Pridestalker, and now Niski tries to get in the back line, but there's 3 members of Misfits waiting in the wings.
Here goes Kikis.
Onto Cosq. That's a kill for him. Niski's escape, but Pridestalker's not going to let him get away. Another kill. Kikis, how do you get out of this one? He has got the flash, but the blast cone knocks him back into the rest of Misfits. He'll jump across the wall and get himself to safety.
Everything about self-preservation after the kill there for Kikis, but Misfits Academy know they can fight Fnatic Academy around this dragon. It's an easy equalizer to cut off a lot of the escape path for Fnatic Academy, and then they just fractured. Everybody on Fnatic Academy went different ways, and Misfits just picked them off time and time again. And it looks like it's becoming all too easy for this Misfits Academy lineup.
We have seen what Kickers can do, though, there. The Cataclysm came down. It was cloudy with a chance of Cataclysm for CosQ as he got taken out, but it's not that impactful if you can't land it on a few members, and he was very late to the fight.
Yeah, and that's the other half of that is, if you're at the end of the fight, you somehow have to deal with 5 members of Misfits, so you're trying to start Dragon against a Rumble team. It's not going to end up that well for you. So Fnatic Academy on the run. You can see Niski's trying to come in through the back. Kikis had only just arrived. The TP was late, ends up in the back line. Yes, he goes aggressive onto CosQ, gets the kill, forces the flash from Yuki. Pride Stalker flash, so maybe these summoners being down will come back to bite Misfits Academy, but this is how Rales died. We didn't actually see it on the main screen, just gets run down by Jisoo.
Roasted.
Yeah.
Oh, gonna be another Rift Herald. This is a surprise, in all honesty. You don't tend to see Rift Herald taken in every single game. Usually it's taken in about half or so in Challenger Series. Schalke only took 1 Rift Herald across their 10 games, but these teams prioritizing it a little bit more to try and stop that possibility of a split push.
Well, the other side of that is like Misfits Academy are just looking for any kind of increase to their lead right now. They have the timing on that. No Dragon, no mid tower, no bot tower, no top tower. So until they push the waves up, it really was the only thing that's available for them other than clearing the jungle. So that's what they're going to do as the second facet of this. And then we get the Baron in 40 seconds.
Oh,
so
baby.
we get the good old dance we've seen 2 games worth of already, which we saw Fnatic rush it in game 1. We saw Misfits try and rush it in game 2 and nearly give the game away.
Yeah.
Will it be cleaner in game 3? You have to hope so.
You have to hope so, indeed. Misfits, of course, very good at playing around those Barons. Got a pentakill for Yuki when Origen started a Baron pretty badly. And, of course, that series is coming up after this one, the Origen Giants, to see which of those former LCS teams will remain with a shot of getting back into the summer split.
Yeah, loser leaves town, basically, on that one. One team must be eliminated from LCS Summer.
And one of these teams is going to the LCS Summer. They're playing for all of the marbles this game. And perhaps that's going to start to weigh on Misfits, because Fnatic Academy, we talked about this in game 1, they've been here before. They're the LCS veterans across the board. Only Niski has not played in the LCS. Jisoo's actually going to get knocked back by Cly here as Kikis looks for the collapse. Jisoo's all by himself, doesn't have flash, has no escape as the charm lands, and Jisoo taken out by Fnatic.
Oh, do Fnatic turn for the Baron on this one as well? They thought about it for a second, but Pride Stalker is here. They're going to go for the tower instead. You talk about this being for all the marbles. Looks like Misfits Academy, they had the marble run set up, but there was a blockage at one point. Jisoo gets caught out. It doesn't quite make the end. They've got to go back to the drawing board and see where that problem all went wrong.
That they have. CosQ is pushing up the bottom lane as well, so that's going to get up towards the turret. Misfits Academy not quite able to play around their lead when there isn't an obvious objective for them to take.
Yeah, Misfits Academy will, however, take control of Vision. That in itself is kind of a soft objective, where you go in, you're getting double wards down into the jungle of Fnatic Academy. They have that triangle of control wards set up that pretty much every team does now, but obviously here in Europe, Misfits' sister team were one of the teams that was doing this most prevalently throughout the early weeks, making sure you get this triangle of wards, control this area, and basically fight over it. LCK's been doing that for like years, so you've always got to kind of give them credit on it. But here in Europe, certainly the organization of the Misfits has put an insane focus on Vision, but that hasn't been there the entire series long. This is starting to fall into place for Misfits.
The problem is, though, if you place a lot of wards around and then everyone backs and Fnatic just walk into the river, they get vision control over it once again. So although you can know what you're meant to do, sometimes actually enacting that is a little bit tougher. Amazing and Clyde taken down to half. Stand beside me will be used by that Braum to get away.
Oh,
Charm misses as the chain of corruption, but here is Kikis, and there goes CosQ. The Cataclysm just destroys him now. Misfits Academy look to see if they can fight the 4v5. They take down one. The rest of Misfits do survive for the time being. Niski off towards the side with Kikis looking for the flank. not quite going to be able to get the engage they need.
Yeah, Fnatic Academy with a couple of low members don't want to go into this fight. It's Rales that ended up dying, and he hasn't looked as comfortable as he has on the Ezreal from last week, playing this low mobility AD carry. This is game 3 of 3 on Varus. He's outputting a good amount of damage, but in team fights, Fnatic aren't able to cover for him as well as when he has his own method of escaping.
We can see the power of Kikis in that last fight, though. Cataclysm on towards Kozgu and just demolished him, absolutely stopped Misfits from being able to play the fight in the way they wanted. Cloud will go over to Misfits here, though. Second of the game for them, third of the game all around.
And that absolutely will happen. If he finds Yuki or Kozgu, he will be able to just go right into the backline. Unfortunately, Rales didn't quite land the Chains of Corruption, otherwise this may have been even cleaner from Fnatic. But you can see Rales tries to get himself out, had the QSS, tried to heal, tried to flash out, but in the end of all things, that massive range on the Equalizer was enough to just take him out on that first tick of the animation starting.
We are still only sitting at a 3,000 gold differential between these two teams, and Misfits haven't shown us that they know enough in this mid-game to be able to close it out.
And that's the considerable difference between this game and the last one, was the last game Misfits Academy were much further ahead. I mean, as we were getting closer to 25, 30 minutes, we were starting to get to that 8, 9, 10,000 gold lead.
It was 10,000 only 27 minutes in.
Ooh. It was a big lead. Not quite the same on this one.
Could still happen. We still have 3 minutes before we get there, Stress, and I'm sure Misfits will be looking to set something up. The question is how they do it, because Kikis has teleport, splitting in the bottom lane. He's going to get himself a tower now, and that just shrinks that gold lead ever so slightly.
And he'll push very quickly because, while you don't inherently build anything like attack speed, you build a lot of damage, and when you got that standard out, you do get that the boost to your attack speed from, you know, celebrating Demacia.
Exactly, it's just a celebration of superior judgment, isn't it? Who's that? Whose line is that? That is a line from a champion in the game.
It sounds like it would be a Garen line.
Celebration of superior judgment.
It sounds like it would be a Garen line.
It does,
if I'm honest.
And it's probably why I remember it, because when I play against Garens, it tilts me pretty hard. Misfits Academy setting up against this Baron once again. Will the Baron tilt to them, or will they be able to shut Fnatic out of this game? Once again, it's just a vision game, Stress. It's just that soft objective, but neither of these teams are able to solidify that into something more.
On the plus side, we've broken our streak. It's now Mountain Drake, because there's been 3 clouds, so you can see the difference in vision control for both teams. On control wards purchased, I mean, Fnatic Academy went behind, tried to regroup their vision. Now they're trying to just run away from this fight. They are still 2,000 gold down.
I'm actually really interested in that control ward stat as well, because we saw Fnatic getting the 4 Farsight alterations and then not buying that many control wards.
Well, that's a bit of a problem for Fnatic if that's the case, if you're going to opt towards that. They have got Sweeper on Cly this game around. Amazing has stuck with his Trinket ward, wants to be able to just have another ward jump, despite having Tracker's Knife.
Sometimes you just need more wards.
It also helps facilitate Amazing's Kikis playstyle, where, you know, Trinket wards kind of last longer on average than blue Trinket wards. So, yeah.
Oh, Niski. Pride-Stalker jumps in here. Chain of Corruption misses. Amazing is off towards the side. Kikis knocked up with the depth charge.
That's important. Kikis will not want to go aggressive at this point, unless he is literally trading his life for Kozgu, just like 1 for 1, and that's all he's looking for. But then, of course, you got Jizu, you got Pride-Stalker, Yuki to deal with, and that's 1 damage threat from Fnatic down.
We're going to continue the chase here onto Cly, but Misfits are just playing around vision once again. There's a teleport for Kikis. Amazing. Caught out off towards the side. No Flash has the kick, but can he get away from Misfits? He cannot. They get another kill, and that is the jungler for Fnatic Academy down.
Yeah, Misfits Academy are going to just deny Fnatic pushing mid lane, and now they'll turn towards the Baron. With no smite available, it's going to be a tough ask for Fnatic Academy to steal this one away. If Misfits actually end up starting it, they're going to back away, take blue buff. I don't know whether this is exactly the right right idea because they're giving Fnatic time to at least get this portion of the jungle where they can step safely into.
So there's a ward that spotted them walk into here that's now cancelled out by this control ward. Fnatic Academy coming for the two-sided flank. Kick is there. Equalizer onto Rales. Here comes Kickis. He's looking for the engage. Clyde jumps in. The Baron is low. Rales survives. Kickis jumps in. They've got the rumble and now they're looking for more. Dreams dead. Baron across towards Misfits. It's a 2-for-2 exchange with the Baron. Coscu in the front line gets away from Niski, and Misfits Academy will take that.
3 left around the pit for both teams, but the fact Pride Stalker was there to secure the Baron was enough for Misfits Academy. Fnatic were trying to play it in a very tense situation, trying to just put as much damage into the pit as they could, and ultimately come away with only a handful of kills, whereas Misfits get themselves the Baron buff.
Misfits need to work out how they're going to play around this, though. What are their options? Because Jisoo really can't split into Kickis anymore. They have another look at this Baron fight and then talk about that.
Yeah, so the damage comes through from Rales. It's a good equalizer to cut Rales off from his poke. Jisoo flashes in, tries to just do as much as he can here, but ends up overextending. From there, though, you can see Pride Stalker had secured the Barons, got the smite down on it easily. Coscu forced to flash out, may end up being punished. This is one of these things where Misfits Academy using their flashes at the tail end of fights. Look, Fnatic Academy have flash on Rales, Niski, amazing. Maybe they can catch him out. They want to try and fight.
TP in by Kickis. Pride Stalker's down to half. Redemption used. Depth charge down. Dreams is the target. He's dead. A killing spree for Niski, but here comes Coscu with the unleashed power. The charm is going to connect. Kickis there. Pride Stalker, there's the equalizer. And Fnatic are going to burn down. Now the chase from the rest of Misfits. Rales caught out. They'll only be able to flash away, and Misfits will continue their advance.
It was a slight priority choice from Kickis that went awry. Maybe he should have looked for Coscu, but he tried to go on Pride Stalker, just trying to get the damage down. I think Yuki was stood next to him, so they were trying to just get damage. Clay is going to pull the minions so that the Baron buff doesn't get applied in time, but it will end up resulting likely in top tower, although Niski's going up there. Fnatic have done a decent job of slowing Misfits Academy off that last fight.
They will at least get the mid lane turret, which means their Baron buff was worth it. They'll get top lane as well. So 2 towers off that, and they won the fight as well. Misfits Academy now will back away and just reset. Prepare for perhaps that Mountain Drake, or perhaps even to wait for the next Baron.
So this was the fight I want to watch. Did Kickis have the option to go on Coscu when he ended up in this fight? Because he comes right into the fight, gets chunked heavily. That's a good arrow, catches a bunch of Fnatic members. Kickis goes on to Pride Stalker. Everybody else is high health there, so it's not like he was looking for just that dunk kill. Don't think he could quite reach Coscu at first. Now we're into a dragon fight. TP coming in from behind. We've seen this before and it didn't end well for Fnatic.
Clyde takes the arrow, but Niski's low. Clyde's gonna get taken out. Niski trying to escape with the Spirit Rush. There's the equalizer, doesn't quite connect properly. Kickis actually is on the back of this fight as well. I think he just backs away from this, doesn't want to trade into 5 members of Misfits.
Fnatic are constantly trying to fight a team that has Ashe, Rumble, Syndra, Nautilus in team fight situations when they are playing more of a pick-oriented composition, because Misfits are only allowing them certain fights, and it plays so much better to the strength of Misfits Academy, and Fnatic don't have many options available for Kickis, for Niski to actually get these fights started.
And you can see such a change in Misfits as well. Jisoo's actually going to get caught here between 2 members. He's dunked down, pops the Zhonya's, but there's no escape from that. He'll get taken out.
And these are the picks that Fnatic Academy were looking for in this game. This is what they needed more frequently. The problem is now they will likely lose bot tower for this. Baron buff has expired, but Pride Stalker is running Runic Affinity, so it does give that last wave enough time with the Baron buff in order to push back Pride Stalker. That is an insane decision.
Yeah, don't back there, because you can see Dreams was like, I'll block for you, then Dreams is just going to die.
I mean, the problem is Pride Stalker's now had his Baron buff expire, so he doesn't get the empowered recall. Now Fnatic are trying to stop them because Kickis is taking the mid-inner tower. That was overconfidence from Pride Stalker, and it's a minor exchange. I don't think it would have been enough to save mid-tower, but certainly Kickis got a lot more room on that play than he should have.
That he did. Gold lead now only 5,000 between these 2 teams. Misfits Academy have been able to extend that in the last 7 minutes or so, and you can see a change in the attitude of the Misfits Academy players. If you look at their faces when they come up on those player cams, they are talking a huge amount. I can hear them through my headset. They're very verbose. They're very active in how they're playing, whereas Fnatic Academy seem just a little bit more passive, a little bit quieter. Obviously, they are at the other side of the room for us, so I can't quite hear them as well, but they don't seem to have the energy and the excitement that Misfits are carrying now.
Nor the energy that they had in game 1. The Copenhagen Wolf howls were coming out from Amazing. So did you play on Copenhagen
Yeah,
Wolves?
mate.
Is that it?
I was.
How many people played on Copenhagen Wolves?
All right. I wish. Anyway.
Don't claim you're better than Faker now. That would be the...
No.
Or yeah, I guess you'd have to have other people claim that. But.
Exactly. Baby Faker. Misfits Academy setting up in the mid lane once again. Interesting point about Caps and Niski, actually. I was talking to Koobs a couple of weeks ago, the coach for Fnatic Academy, and he was saying Niski is 50-50 whether or not he'll beat Caps in lane in scrims, but at the moment, can he beat out Coscu? Kicked back now, we're going to see the engage. Here's Dreams off towards the side, TP in by Kickers, but already Fnatic have lost a man. Kickers gets the dunk onto 2, Jisoo Coscu already gets a kill. Now Kickers jumps off towards the side, it's a 1-for-1 trade, and Niski gets away.
And Rallis was safe for that fight, just sitting back, putting damage down, so yes, Cly ended up falling, but he did enough of a good job to allow Kickers to take out Coscu, but this entire game has been Misfits favored, and they have not let up. Now Kickers is running away from Pridestalker, already used the flag and drag, so can't get himself out over a wall. Just going to run out, take the farm in bot lane, and recall.
Well, let's have a look at this engage once again, because Coscu actually catches Niski out to start.
Yeah, catches Niski. Niski, of course, has a little bit of MR here, so it's not enough to just kill him. And then Cly does the blocking job, tries to defend Amazing, who also gets stunned, but Kikis creates enough of a distraction. Rallis sits back. Nobody from Misfits can get onto a lot of the damage that remained for Fnatic Academy, and they trade 1-for-1.
Well, Elder Drake is next dragging on the cards, Baron up in 20 seconds as well. Fnatic just trying to set up around the corner here. Won't quite be able to spot out Pridestalker. There comes a point in this game where actually we might see Pridestalker engaged on here by Niski. Steps forward. There comes a point in this game, Stress, where if this was during the regular splits, I'd be saying to my color caster, I'd be saying, Stress, could these teams play up against an LCS team? With this macro, with the level of decision making at the moment, it seems a little bit sloppy to me.
It is sloppy.
But it doesn't matter, because whoever wins this series is an LCS team. So the question becomes moot. At the moment, they're playing up against 2B LCS teams.
I think, though, at the same time, like, you've got to look at how Misfits Academy have had such a good lead, and then just here and there have given a kill. An even trade. A team fight that perhaps the Fnatic Academy couldn't take. Like, both sides have made errors that have dragged us into a sloppy game, and that puts us in an awkward position where both teams now, because it's such an important game, may withdraw back, may not take a chance unless it's like a 90% win on the fight for them. So it may slow down once again, saying that.
Jisoo has Zhonya's, has a blast going there as well. Redemption's going to come out. Here's Niski gets the kill before the Redemption comes down. Glacial Fisher used and knocked back here as Misfits are going to get collapsed on Fnatic. 5 ways they're closing in around the Misfits Academy. Rale's caught out though, the arrow doesn't miss. Coscu still in that Baron pit. Niski off towards the side is fighting against Pridestalker, who almost takes him down, jumps in. Rale's low, and Yuki gets the kill. Coscu somehow still alive in the pit as well. Now it's a 3v4 as Misfits look for a way out. There's no way to go. They're going to try and chase down Cly, but that is a very tanky Braum. Kikis gets on Dreams. Yuki kick back. Cly's going to fall eventually. Can Yuki do it? It's a 1v3 basically as he gets taken down. And now Pridestalker needs to find a way out of this fight.
That's the exact type of play we were talking about, in that Jisoo is just pushed into the enemy jungle too far against a composition that is based on picking you off. Pridestalker does his best to try and get another kill on the back of it. That would have been pretty insane. Jisoo's going to TP in and try and just clean up the scraps here.
Kikis doesn't have flash. He's going to have to try and flag and drag. There's also an equalizer up, and Kikis is going to get burnt down. That's an overstay by Fnatic.
But was that ending up worth it for Misfits Academy. Now they don't have their teleport, whereas Kigis will have his. Yes, the kill at the end of it is nice for Jisoo, but think about how Misfits may have just lost some of their tempo by picking up one kill. This is Jisoo stepping too far into the enemy jungle. Note how there are no Misfits wards in any of these brushes, so they don't know if they're face checking. Fnatic had swept them out. Cosq actually gets killed majorly by Baron. For this entire exchange, he stood on the spikes. Amazing goes in, doesn't actually get much more damage. And then Rales. This is the problem Fnatic Academy have run into, is now Rales is surrounded by 3 people because Amazing and Kigis are focused on Baron and Cly is on the backside of the team fight. They're trying to collapse in, but the damage is few and far between, and they need to get Yuki. Yuki is the man that they needed to get a lot of damage onto first, and Amazing couldn't quite follow up, just gets half the damage down. Kigis picks up the kill alongside Niski, and then we ended up with a top lane fight. Pridestalker playing his heart out on this top side, trying desperately. Smoke grenade, tries to just dash, reload, get every auto, tries to just get that end of the line to kill Amazing. We're back to fighting.
Arrow onto Clyde. Kikis is up towards the side. 4 members of Misfit go into the choke point. Can Kikis get the engage?
But then the equalizer, you've got to be careful. If you go into a choke like this, you have to be careful of the equalizer. Jisoo's recalling. You cannot recall right now if you just use TP.
It feels like there's a communication gap there because Pridestalker is still so far pushed up.
He just recalled out. That loses so much presence around this Baron. Just the vision control that comes from that. Jisoo's trying to get back. Now Pridestalker's over-aggressive.
The thing is, though, if Fnatic don't know he's backed, it doesn't cost Misfits Academy anything. It's very much a mind game. Kikis actually caught out with the unleashed power, taken down to half. Here's the redemption. Morelos will stop the grievous wounds. They've started the Baron now, Stress. They're looking for it.
Yeah, they got half health off Kikis, and they think that's enough. It's gone down very quickly.
He doesn't go in, though. The depth charge comes down. Cly tanking up a lot with that Unbreakable. The equalizer is perfect, though, as it splits Fnatic Academy in 2. Kikis gonna back away. I think he cancelled his TP.
He did. He cancelled his TP. It was Kikis recalling after they had caught him out. Was again Fnatic Academy. That, I believe, was in full vision of Misfits, and that was what indicated them to start on the Baron. And now they're going to look for Elder. Baron plus Elder. 6k gold lead before the Elder Drake will fall. Should be a done deal for Misfits Academy in Game 3.
Well, we've said that many a time before, Stress. They had a 10,000 gold lead at 27 minutes last game, and it took them quite a while to stop it. The arrow connects, and Kikis might fall. Unleashed power's not going to be enough to take him out.
Not enough, but it's enough for Misfits now to just move to the mid lane. They had 2 Cloud Drakes, a Mountain Drake. They will get those augmented now, and it allows them to push very quickly. Top tower had lost a little bit of its health, but it's regenerated it, so it will be the next target likely for Misfits Academy.
Misfits will back away here. Both the lanes not in the position for them to go any further, but they can retreat, they can reset, and this fight is a defining moment in this game.
Kigis takes the ultimate from Cosq, another Q and a W follow-up, and then recalls, I believe. He is sat. Is he actually in vision there? I don't think there's any wards, so they didn't see it, but they knew that chunking him down meant they couldn't, that Fnatic Academy couldn't really apply pressure around this Baron. Kikis just cancels the teleport in time because the rest of his team had already fled. That would have meant almost certainly a game loss if Kikis had completed that TP. And for the criticism on Jisoo for recalling earlier, you're right, it was out of vision of Fnatic, and they end up paying... It ends up paying off hugely because they had a very healthy Rumble come back into the fight. They took the Baron, and now Misfits Academy are looking to take the game.
Once again, going to push forward to this inhibitor. Pridestalker does a lot of work on these towers. The first one's going to fall as they continue the push in this bottom lane. Mid-inhib, of course, already down from that that last push. And they'll get the second inhibitor of the game. Misfits perhaps will reset. They might even go up towards top here, but Pridestalker steps a little bit forward. Needs to be cautious because there is a charm, of course, and the Demacian standard combo, the flag and drag from Kikis, is always a risk you have to run into. Pridestalker once again staying around perhaps a little bit too long here. Dreams as well. 3 members of Misfits are backed away, and Fnatic smell their opportunity. Pridestalker kicked back into Kikis and Cly, and Pridestalker is gonna fall.
But how much can Fnatic actually get from that pick? Mid lane pushing towards them, bot lane pushing towards them, and nothing in the top lane because Jisoo has just cancelled out the slow pushing wave. So for Fnatic Academy, it is a pick 35 seconds before the Baron buff expires. That means there is nothing on the map to do.
Apart from perhaps catch Cly with the arrow, Unleashed Power comes down as well. He's going to stand beside me, but the Equalizer is well placed to burn through him.
Jisoo.
And now Jisoo comes in with the Flame Spitter, but doesn't get the Zhonya's off. Fnatic Academy will take a kill in return. It's a support for a top laner.
He had the Zhonya's available, as he said, didn't manage to get it off in that exchange. And oh, Misfits Academy, it's got a little bit scrappy, but they should have enough to close it out right now. Fnatic Academy will breathe a sigh of relief. That Baron buff has now expired. But Misfits Academy have been maybe a little overconfident in some of these exchanges.
We're still at the point where one good team fight for Fnatic Academy can really get them back into this game. If they win a fight, get 4 kills or 5 kills and just push mid, they could even take the game if the waves are pushing in their favor. So Misfits do need to be cautious. They keep engaging onto these tankier members.
Well, yeah, it is a tanky member, but still, Cly ends up falling, and now that means that Fnatic's ability to control vision for the next couple of minutes, or next minute or so, is severely reduced. Misfits Academy now place wards on their way out, and now they can track up through the top side. They're looking for top inhibitor tower. Kikis is going to push out bot side because he has teleport available. He has 8 kills. Despite this game starting in a rough spot for Kikis, it is actually turned around, but are the kills enough? If he can destroy Cosq or Yuki in a fight, maybe that's enough for Fnatic.
Got put out with the Scat of the Week into the Equalizer, but that's a big ultimate used. Raleigh has used his QSS as well, so Misfits can continue just to pressure down. They've got 2 waves pushing in the other lanes with the supers. Amazing's looking for the flank.
Yeah, he's also trying to just clear out that control ward because they're trying to open up the flank pathing for Kikis. Riley's going to try and clear this wave. Kikis wants to go!
Here comes Kikis, 2-man kick. Cosq, though, will use the Zhonya's, and Misfits can reset the fight. Kikis is down. Cly, the front line.
Raleig's got stunned!
Man, stun! Raleigh is low. So's Nisqy. So's Cly. He's going to fall. Fnatic are scattering to the winds. Back to the fountain with you, says Yuki. A quadra kill for him as Misfits Academy look to go 2-1 up.
After the first game, it was looking rough.
Go for the penta, Yuki!
It will be his 2nd penta of the promotion tournament.
Go for it. Nisqy is there. Bright Stalker's doing what he can. Nisqy so low, but Yuki can't quite get it. Nisqy gets a kill for himself. The Nexus is going to fall. Yuki steps forward once again. He gets the penta as Misfits Academy take the game.
Yuki with the 2nd pentakill of the promotion tournament. The game was done before that. Misfits Academy, a full turnaround from game 1, now sit at match point to make their way into the LCS.
The 2nd penta of the promotion series and the 2nd penta of the EU LCS split. As well stressed, Yuki, the only man to get a penta in Spring Split. It just shows Challenger Series is strong enough to face up against some of these LCS rivals. Great play by Misfits, managing to close it out eventually, but there were some bumps along the road.
I don't know that that's really how you quantify it.
That is
Challenger, 2 pentas, LCS, no pentas. We got to just track back, find out how many splits EU had pentas and LCK didn't, and then we can be like, this season, this one was the best.
Stats don't lie, Stress. Stats don't lie.
Well, what you can't really lie about is the fact that Misfits have completely turned this series around. And a lot of it is to do with their execution in game, punishing Fnatic, but a lot of it is to do with Fnatic picking some wonky drafts. I don't think the draft was the problem, but it's difficult to play out when you're trying to play pick against a team that has shown they can reliably engage. Yes, there are mistakes here and there, but Misfits have found the engages more often than not.
That they have, and you have to wonder, though, if Fnatic are able to play as well as they did in the first game, whether Misfits will be able to match that level of macro, because there have been bumps along the road, and if Fnatic weren't 6,000 gold behind when they happened, weren't 10,000 gold behind when that bump happened, it's going to be a lot closer of a game.
I really actually, the next step of this, I think can be a closer game, but I need to see Rales on something different. The Varus is such a strong pick, but either the team needs to peel for him better, or he needs to play something like his Ezreal from last week.
Ezreal was so strong for him. Misfits Academy take the win and the lead in the series. We're going to go and see what Dracos and the guys think of Game 3.
Game 3 looking pretty Misfits favored as well. Shout out to Crepo. Excellent prediction on that Syndra first pick.
Yeah, it totally makes sense if you look at banning out LeBlanc and then keeping the strong early pick, because as I talked about, and only I talked about the Fischio, it is really about the mid lane pressure that then translates in the other lanes.
I agree 100% with everything you just said, and that's all I have to add.
I figured. You've been a little short for words today, if we're honest. Well, let's look at how the early game played out. They did get the Syndra in the mid lane. They also had Rumble on the top side into Jarvan. That was interesting, but when we look at it, it was a very solid start for Misfits Academy.
I mean, this is why Crepo wanted the Syndra first pick, because it allows you to set up plays like this with your jungler. You get an advantage, and then what do you do, Crepo, with this first pick Syndra?
This actually I learned from one of the greatest analytical minds that I talk to very often about League. Monte Cristo told me that, you know, once you get the lead in the mid lane, you translate it towards the top side of the map. You just go for a little bit of a poke there, and then you isolate that objective. It's, in essence, a rotation, if I may. And then they got the early turret top lane.
Okay, yeah, so Himborg, that's very true. Later, we didn't see it in this one. Syndra did join in the top lane, rotation, and they got that top lane tower.
They poked out that
This was a bit of a bait, just forcing Kikis off. And Jarvan was a pick in this game. Not predicted by Mitch for once. He didn't actually get that one. But I don't understand Kiki's way of picking right now, because he has counter pick, and I feel like he really have options to like really counter the Rumble. And Jarvan just got shoved in lane over and over and over. And I understand it against Syndra, Ashe. Like, it's fantastic late game. You jump in, you get the kill. But all these games have been decided in the early game. So I don't think you should sit there and draft for outside of the laning phase.
I mean, what would have the thought process been? Was it exclusively for mid to late game? Is there something Jarvan can do in the early game?
It's probably the level 6 spike with the Lee Sin then joining.
With your jungler.
Yeah, like from synergy from scrims. But the problem was Misfits were so aggressively playing mid, and they chose to translate that lead into top lane. You do not get to act. If the enemy team has a lead mid, they get to choose which side they snowball. They went for top lane, which means Amazing had to play on the bottom side of the map, and there was nothing to be done then, and then the Jarvan fell behind.
Right, and Jarvan was really good later on. So again, we got to see the reason for Jarvan being used, but again, the problem, as I said before, is that this series now has just been so decided early on. None of these teams have actually thrown away a lead. It's been Fnatic winning the early game of game 1, they closed that game. Misfits now done it twice. Yeah, you can argue there's 1 or 2 hiccups here and there, but they're always in a massive or a pretty large lead. So I think going for the scaling picks with the Jarvan top pick against an Ashe is not necessary, even though Jarvan's scaling is debatable compared to other picks. But I just want to see Kikis get like a lane counter where he can really snowball the lane, because that's what he did so well against Giants.
Well, one thing we have seen now from Misfits Academy is that when you do give them an advantage, they are more than confident to continue to snowball a lead, to keep that ball rolling. And we saw that in the fight around Dragon more towards the early game. We saw just solid team fight coordination, excellent play overall. And as we get a chance to look at that shortly, I mean, this is exactly what we wanted from the team.
As you slow down your speech until eventually the replay starts. No, but this was a super decisive fight. And again, key players in a lot of these fights for the Misfits Academy is Jisoo and Brightstalker, and they seem to have a lot of presence, especially Jisoo. He carried over that momentum in the early game with some key equalizers throughout the game.
And he found a pick to use on blue side, which is what we're talking about, how it's really difficult to get like winning solo laners on blue side, because the enemy team have like double counter pick in most situations. And yet in this game here, both solo laners from Misfits actually won their lane, because the Syndra first pick was very smart, and then obviously the Rumble didn't get counter picked specifically, and it actually meant that Misfits blue side could take this advantage, even though Fnatic picked red side and never really came up with any sort of counter picks.
Is that JWoww with them?
I think it is.
Looks like I'm always really afraid when I want to call out like a sub or somebody who's standing next to the team and just be wrong, but it looks like JWoww, former LCS. Top laner just talking to Jisoo is like, don't make the mistakes I did in the past.
That's why you're playing.
All right, well.
Jisoo's been great, by the way.
Jisoo has been a solid performer. On the Jace, I was skeptical if it would be good enough into the Fizz. He made it work. He did make it work with the Rumble into the Jarvan this time. Didn't seem at all flustered or startled by the pick at all.
No, exactly. And I think this is why he was a pick to watch for Mitch, if we go back to the A block. And he's actually been a standout player who's been able to handle Kikis, who is the star player on Fnatic Academy.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, Fnatic had side selection last time. We can assume that red side has been the priority and will remain the priority now that Misfits get a chance. Well, do you think Misfits are going to fall into the same trap that we saw Fnatic fall into, where they maybe didn't respect the Rumble or tried too hard maybe to find a counter pick into a composition?
I mean, you can still counter pick a Rumble. This champion is not broken on blue side. The problem is you can use one of the conventionally established meta picks. You don't, like, yes, it sucks to be a meta slave, but sometimes the Koreans, they have it figured out for a reason, you know? You don't need to go for Jarvan 4 every time.
Yeah, maybe not exactly what we wanted to see. Well, guys, looking at the series overall, are you going to shift your predictions at all as we get ready for Game 4 here? Can Fnatic Academy close this out with a 3-1?
I mean, they can definitely close it out. I think we've seen both teams really understand how to get ahead in the early game, really just depending on picks, and maybe like the first jungle gank.
Yeah.
It's been in favor of Pride Stalker 2 games now. The first one was in favor of Amazing. I mean, yeah, momentum, you can give it to Misfits Academy. I kind of feel like Fnatic will now have an adaptation, and they will come storming into this fourth game, and I think it's a very high chance.
Misfits Academy are still a tad slow on the plays. You know, the setup could be a bit swifter. We saw a few good reactions from Fnatic, so I'm not ready to rule them out just yet, but you can see that if mid jungler has a good combination that's winning, that generally influences the game a lot.
I think also now 2 games in a row, Misfits have had mid lane control with the Syndra.
Yeah.
Don't give that away as a first pick to Fnatic Academy now. Like, just ban it then. Just get rid of it, because then suddenly Niski hasn't really been able to do a whole lot. Like, his Ahri was lackluster.
Yep. At the end of the day, though, we're going to have to find out, can Fnatic Academy come back and take this to Game 5? We're going to find that out when we return.
Here comes Kickers, he's looking for the engage. Clyde jumps in, the Baron is low. Rana survives, Kickers jumps in, they've got the Rumble, and now they're looking for more. Dreams dead, Baron across towards Misfits. It's a 2-for-2 exchange with the Baron. Coscu in the front line gets away from Niski. Here comes Coscu with the unleashed power. The charm is going to connect Kickers there. Pride Stalker, there's the equalizer, and Fnatic are going to burn down. Fnatic are scattering to the winds. Back to the fountain with you, says Yuki. A quadra kill for him as Misfits Academy look to go 2-1 up. The Nexus is going to fall. Yuki steps forward once again. He gets the penta as Misfits Academy take the game. Welcome back to the promotion tournament where Misfits Academy are looking to end the series with a win against Fnatic Academy. It's so close, Stress. One game away from the LCS here for Misfits Academy.
And you have to look at it. Last split, Misfits came through the promotion tournament, ended up in the LCS. This split, Misfits Academy are looking to do the same. CosQ, is this finally the split that he makes it to the LCS? There are so many long-term storylines in this matchup that, honestly, we might be one game away, as you said, from deciding whether the dream is real for CosQ.
CosQ, of course, has been in every single Challenger Series playoffs since he started playing in 2015. It's such a long time to be so close to your goal, so close to glory, so to speak. We are going to jump into draft. Of course, we're on 7.6, guys. Galio is disabled. Misfits Academy have decided they want the red side.
Yeah, no surprises on side selection here coming through from Misfits Academy. Now we have to look at it. The analyst desk, we'll discredit both of them. Doesn't really matter who said it, I guess, at the end of all things. Talking about how they don't want to see Misfits give Fnatic Syndra as a first pick. Do they just ban it like previous games? Well, that would mean they would have to let through well, the Shen has been banned by Fnatic, so it's actually okay.
Yep. Graves actually banned out against Pridestalker here, so we might see Lulu sneak her way through, or LeBlanc. Those are the options for Misfits Academy. Clyde's played a lot of Lulu, so LeBlanc is the ban. Fnatic now have a choice to make. It is going to be the Syndra, but this gives Misfits Lulu if they want it.
That was exactly what the analyst desk did not want to see, because it has dictated so much of the pace of the game, the series so far. So will Misfits Academy pick up the Lulu, pick up the Echo for themselves in rotation 1? Will CosQ just try and play the Cassiopeia matchup that we know he does like?
Yeah.
He's very confident in that matchup.
I think he's also played Katarina into Syndra, if I recall correctly. It's always a possibility, although that relies a lot more on the rest of the team composition aligning with what you want. The Varus will get locked in here for Yuki. He's going to be very comfortable on that. It's actually the first time they've got it for him as well.
So this is a big change-up. We saw 3 games of Varus out of Fnatic. Will it be the Ezreal? Will it be the Ashe that we see come through? More likely to be the Ashe, but this is something else the analysts were talking about earlier, is this Gragas. It's blind pickable on the blue side. Of course, could be a flex into the jungle, depending on what Misfits Academy pick up, but with the Zyra here into the Lulu, a lot of the time you'll see Lulu picked against it, but obviously Zyra, a lot of damage from that bottom lane. A lot of disengage potential from Fnatic as a whole here.
Ooh, there's the Kha'Zix for Pridestalker as well. His most played champion across the split. He's very comfortable on that, with the Graves being banned away from him and the Rengar taken away. Now, into the second ban phase, Stress.
Yeah, perhaps even his most impressive champion.
Yeah.
The Kha'Zix. So as we head here, Misfits Academy, will it be AD carry bans? The Ashe likely to be taken off the board. Maybe a jungle one. Wow, Misfits actually are so convinced that it's Gragas jungle, they're banning the Kled, so that maybe they can first rotation the Nautilus for themselves, and then pick a mid laner last.
A Kali ban from Fnatic Academy as well, so taking that away from Jisoo. We haven't seen him play it that much, but we know he loves it.
Also takes it away from CosQ, because both players do play Akali. That also is maybe indicative that Fnatic Academy, as you said, taking it away from Jisoo, wanting to play the Nautilus in the top side. Akali has been a weirdly contested pick in this series compared to most other games, but because they've already banned out the Akali, now they ban out the Nautilus as well. Misfits Academy, where do they go topside? Rumble, if they want it like the last game, is an option.
They could, of course, go for their mid laner here if they wanted something safe into the Syndra and leave that top lane pick for last.
Jace is up.
Jace is available, as you say. There's a lot of different options here for Misfits Academy.
Oriana, if they want it.
Looks like that's going to be the lock-in, yeah.
So they blind pick the Oriana. Lulu, Oriana, good luck actually taking out the Varus. I said blind pick. Syndra's in the game already. Yeah. So,
it's what you didn't want to see either, because Crepo didn't want to see it, Tefisho didn't want to see it, Stress didn't want to see it.
This is what I wanted to see though, and that's the Ezreal for Mr. Rales. Now he has a lot more of his own destiny in his own hands here, so he can get himself out. Now it's going to likely be jungle here. I think it's going to be blind pick Gragas. They'll pick the Lee Sin in the jungle matchup. Misfits Academy will go, oh, okay, I guess we banned Kled basically for nothing.
Fizz is up.
Fizz is up if they want the matchup. It's decent, but it is still a bit execution-based.
I think Jisoo, like, he's tended more towards tanks and Rumble as his picks, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see him pick a tank.
He can still play the Rumble.
The Rumble is there as well, so Rumble alongside Oriana, Kha'Zix, Varus, and the Lulu here for Misfits Academy, and what could be their deciding game, the game that takes them into the LCS. Fnatic Academy, on the other hand, going back towards things they found more reliable in the past, especially that Ezreal for Mr. Rales, played it in every game in the Giants series last week. Had wins in 3 of those and only 1 loss on that Ezreal.
And looked very good while doing it as well. That Ezreal was a big power pick for them. However, now you've got to try and get through a very difficult composition to break in a team fight. You've got an Oriana, you've got a Lulu defending the Varus, Equalizer on top for more damage. These team fights are going to be heavily reliant on the fact that if somehow Niski can blow up Yuki to begin the fight before all of the shields come through. If there's a mistake, maybe that's how Fnatic Academy can punish. But before that, look to get the lead from mid. Try to pick people off. Syndra Lee Sin. And just go into team fights with enough of an advantage that Fnatic Academy can just win them outright.
Last time we saw Fnatic Academy have an advantage was game 1. That feels a lifetime ago now for these players. If you guys want to get involved, if you think you know who's going to win, tweet at us at LOL Esports. Hashtag MFA win if you think Misfits Academy will take their spot in the LCS. And hashtag FNA win if you think Fnatic will delay it, at least for 1 more game.
It's graduation day.
That's what I go to school for.
Studied hard.
Who's going to pass that final test? Will it be flying colours for Misfits Academy, or will Fnatic keep Misfits in detention? There's no recess in this series. It's go, 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 and we are on to the Summoner's Rift once again.
Did you have detention in university before you graduated?
I did some things in university that required ulterior methods of punishment, Stress.
All right, let's get into game. Fnatic Academy, Misfits Academy. Game 4. Fnatic Academy, in their minds, probably were expecting to be at match point themselves.
I think Fnatic Academy were expecting to be in the LCS by now.
Probably. You heard Amazing earlier on about 1 game, maybe 2 games going over to Misfits Academy. Well, that's the case. Amazing didn't plan on 3 games.
No.
Going over. So
you're not a very good captain if you plan. Well, actually, Clyde's the captain, but you're not a very good player if you plan on losing a series. I believe there are rules against that, Stress.
That is very true. I'm just saying that maybe they didn't account for all options.
Fnatic Academy have been in this situation before. At least their players have, though. Of course, Amazing played for Origen in the
CS that had
summer
automatic promotion
series,
yeah.
K-Kiss has played in promotion series before. Mr. Rales has been there, played for Roccat alongside Memento, of course, in the summer promotion series last split, and now they find themselves on the cusp of losing out this series. Of course, if they do lose, they still have another shot against whichever team wins between Giants and Origen later today. That series is coming up straight after this one, so make sure you keep yourself tuned in.
And it's interesting you mentioned how much experience Fnatic Academy have. You compare that to Misfits Academy now. I mean, these are a mix of players that have been trying for so long and are trying in their basically first split. Yeah. Pride Stalker compared to like Koskyu and Yuki, so certainly is a big mix for Misfits Academy, whereas Fnatic Academy, you'd have to assume, were a team that people just thought were going right up into the LCS once Schalke were out of the way.
After we saw them in open qualifiers, people were tipping them as their #1 or #2 in the split, and it took them a long time to really find their form. Now, we talk about inexperience on the side of Misfits. There are a few names there that perhaps haven't been seen around in the European scene or the higher level European scene, but Yuki has played in a lot of the national leagues. He's the eldest player on the team. Jisoo played in the Korean Challenger Series for Ever 8.
Yep, he did.
Quite a popular team as well. Dreams played for Misfits before they got into Challenger Series and swapped occasionally with Ignar for that support role. So these players have been around for a while, if not perhaps at the same level as Fnatic Academy. It's a battle of the veterans versus the new blood.
Yeah, it's been an interesting split lineup-wise for both organizations. Obviously, the well-known Broxah shift for Fnatic did have an effect on their Academy squad. Of course, Amazing then coming in 2 weeks later. Same jungle changes for Misfits Academy. I mean, at the beginning of the split, it was meant to be Llama Bear that was playing for Misfits Academy. Week 1, they had Kadir, who took a step back, so a second jungler had to come back in for Misfits Academy, and that's where they found themselves with Pride Stalker. But, you know, 6 weeks, 7 weeks on down the line, seems to have benefited Misfits Academy quite significantly. This time with Pride Stalker has improved them to a level where they're 1 game away from being in the LCS.
And it's quite a shock as well, because when Pride Stalker came in, he was thoroughly out-jungled by every opponent he matched into. I believe his first week was against Schalke, so it's a little bit of a difficult
But then Tabasco the week after, and that's what we started seeing him a little better against Kinguin, but it still wasn't convincing.
Yeah. Now it's a lot more convincing. Amazing has at times looked his superior, but Pride Stalker in the last 2 games has been devastating on that Graves. Now we're going to see how he does on this Kha'Zix. A lot of the game, especially game 3, was focused around this bottom lane, and once again we see Amazing looking for a gank.
Oh, he's going in on Yuki.
Yuki's going to flash away. Stranglethorns will land. Grassman who's there. Yuki's taking a lot of damage, will heal. Get himself out.
3 summoners used by Misfits, and yeah, you were talking about how much the game is focused around the bot side. A lot of time from the AD carries being spent closer to the junglers. This time, it's a way more direct approach from Amazing. This is, I'm going to bot lane. Early on, I'm going to try and camp. The problem is, he doesn't convert it into a kill. Now let's see what Pride Stalker can do on the other side. However, of course, no flash, no heal on Varus against Zyra. Ezreal could result in a kill coming through in a minute or so for Fnatic.
And Pride Stalker realizes that he can't gank Gragas as well. Like, Jisoo's always going to push that lane up early on. Gragas under tower is very difficult to gank with the body slam, with the flash still available, with his passive as well, even to give himself some health back. Backs away from it, gets some deep vision. A couple of wards in that blue side jungle will allow him to spot out any roaming that Amazing will do. And I think he actually dodged that Scryer's Bloom as well.
Yeah, looked like it. Looking at the itemization in the bottom lane, something we've seen more and more is Ezreal's forgo the very early tier on first back, pick up the Sheen. This will accentuate a little bit of extra damage now against Yuki. The fact that Yuki, yes, he has Vamp Scepter, but no potions. He's with a support that will not give him sustain, will only give him shield, so it means that Mr. Rales and Cly will have significant burst damage whenever there's a bot lane trade that Misfits Academy are going to have to try and figure out how they can stay alive through.
Jisoo has level 6 here, so he's stepping forward to see perhaps if they can push Amazing back. Kick is still only level 5. We'll hit 6 off that wave, you have to think. And Pride Stalker's been spotted out here.
Good trade.
Amazing jumps in, great trade.
That's the problem with Kha'Zix into Lee Sin. If you end up face checking and the equivalent of Amazing coming out of Fog of War there, you end up losing a third of your health. You can't take the trade reliably because all the damage has already been done and Amazing will just stick on you.
As much as Yuki perhaps doesn't have the sustain in this lane, he's doing a very good job of forcing Cly and Mr. Rales back. The Varus wave play is pretty strong. Lulu there with the push power as well, and we can start to see a small CS advantage for Yuki. Expect that to extend to about 10 or 15 or so by that 15-minute mark.
And a lot of that is the fact that Yuki had some time in lane where Rales and Cly weren't, but also Cly is eating some poke at the same time. Those charged up piercing arrows. But I like to see this out of Fnatic Academy. This is what Misfits started to do in previous games when they had this Syndra. Make sure you get the vision control towards the side of the map your jungler is playing on, and now you know this bot half of the map theoretically is fairly safe. Now Cosq has to be careful of the trade with Niski, but he's not going to kill the Orianna through the barrier this early on.
And we're starting to see the inverse of the matchup we saw just a couple of games ago with the Syndra into the Orianna. Now Cosq's playing the Ori, playing safer, getting pushed back by Niski, and it shows that both of these mid laners are actually very equal in terms of their skill, if not in terms of the way they play around the rest of the map.
I think it's an interesting decision, though, for Misfits Academy to go the other way from how they've been playing recently. TP coming bot, though, hang on.
They're going for the engage onto Rales and Cly. Rales still 5, Cly there as well. First blood to Jisoo. He flashes forward. Rales still has his flash and his heal. Can perhaps trade into this. There's the heal, use the flash. Not quite pop because here is Niski and Amazing looking to see if perhaps they can get something out of this fight.
just making sure there's a disengage coming through. Rylez held onto his flash, was safe, but Clyde didn't have his available from the previous trade, was not able to get out alive, and that's Misfits Academy, that first teleport of the game. It looks like Kikis, I'm not sure whether he cancelled his TP or was already TPing to top lane. It's cooling down faster, so I assume he cancelled it in that exchange, but amazing. Oh, they didn't quite get the stun on Cosq.
Cosq dodging the stun, just sidestepping it there, gets himself out. Misfits are gonna stack 4 men down here. They don't have TP, but of course, as you say, Fnatic don't have theirs either, so Misfits should be able to secure themselves an Infernal Drake. Pridestalker 6, so it Dreams and Yuki. Clyde's off towards the side, but Fnatic seem to have just given this one up.
Yeah, Amazing isn't in position to try and steal it away. A little surprised, perhaps, Amazing and Niski didn't go further on to that mid lane exchange, but he was the TP coming through. So Kikis has already gone up to the top lane by the looks of it. He must have used his TP to get to lane, and then Cly ends up dying. Rylez stays alive thanks to his heal. Don't know whether he didn't have Arcane Shift available still. He'd used it at the beginning to get off the Equalizer, right? And then it just hadn't cooled down. Didn't get enough of those Qs out.
Now the question is, can Misfits react to Fnatic's reaction to that play? Because Jisoo no longer has flash because he used that, and you can see Fnatic bring Niski and Amazing up there. They clear out some vision, and it depends on how Jisoo plays this. You can see how safe he's being, how cautious he's being. He's going to lose first tower, but he'll be happy enough just to stay safe, stay back, and not give up a kill.
A lot of this series, Misfits Academy have been the ones taking first tower blood from the top lane, though. Now Fnatic are the ones that take that down. It's a bit of a change of pace. Misfits Academy using an early teleport play to group up on the bot side, now exchanged for top tower. We'll see how that unfolds now. Both TPs not available. Where's Kikis going on the map? Looks like he's heading towards top side again. Amazing still up there, so isn't having too much success on the rest of the map. I wonder whether he stole that red buff away. No, he did not.
Misfits Academy maintained their 100% first blood record across this split, across this series, though. Not the split, that would be even more impressive. And now, perhaps with a second Infernal Drake, they're going to play much more down to the bottom side of this map. Jisoo's finished his Leandries as Mercury treads onto Cosq for a little bit of extra magic resist. And actually, Pridestalker's just trading into Clyde here. Exhaust comes down.
Has he gone too far, though?
Has to flash away. Chain of Corruption looking for Clyde. There is the Stranglethorns. Yuki knocked up. Rylez doing work on this Ezreal. Will Arcane Shift away.
That was a 3 versus 2 overall. Pridestalker jumped right into Cly, got double summoners from him, expended his flash himself. Yuki flashed in as well. So summoners traded all around the board. Fnatic Academy, I think they'll be okay with the position they're in right now. They haven't really played too much utilizing Niski, but still a lot of trading on the top and bottom lanes. Maybe we'll see Niski finally be able to roam out of lane, but he's spotted every time he does.
It opens up Kikis to roam a lot more as well, because he just continually pushes up this top wave and then comes down. We see already Cosq just moves across towards the other side.
They're looking to dive this flashless Varus. The problem is they have been spotted on the way in. They know the ward has gone down. They saw it, and that calls an end to Fnatic's push.
Smart play by Misfits to understand where Fnatic are looking. Their adaptation across this series has been strong, although Fnatic sometimes have looked as if they're one step ahead, with Misfits just being able to scrape team fights a little bit better. Knockback, Cosq caught up. There's the scat of the week. Niski unable to get in range for the Unleashed Power.
It looked like there wasn't quite enough time for Amazing to clarify that he wasn't going in there. It looked like he was moving, and then Pridestalker rounded the corner, showed himself, and that made Amazing pull back right as Kikis went aggressive. So a little bit of mistiming there. Difficult to get that communication working, but
Shockwave onto Niski. He does use the Ghost, dodge out by Pridestalker on the Sonic Wave, and Niski will just be able to Ghost away. But it's an ultimate for a summoner, and you take that trade, especially when you can defend your mid tower.
Yeah, anytime you can get a flash with a Shockwave, it ends up being worth it, even if you're not getting the kills.
Now, we get to this point in the game, and it's been a relatively slow start, as most of the games have, and I start to wonder how much the mental game is playing into the way this early game has gone. Because Misfits Academy, we've said it in picks and bans, we said less experience, players that have been on the brink of LCS time and time again, but not quite there. And now you have to think that they can taste it. They can smell the LCS stage. They can hear the sound of the crowd as they come out for their first game of the split. They can hear the sound of your voice in their ears, Stress, or perhaps not with the noise-cancelling headphones. But they can sense it. They can sense how close they are. And that has to pay a toll. And you have to be able to deal with those nerves and to channel them and to channel that adrenaline into this final game.
It's difficult because players face situations in their own ways. So I'm sure with 5 different individuals up there, probably feeling a little different, each of them, but certainly you can tell from the way that their demeanor is. Coscu looks very, very focused in this game, as he has all series. We were talking about it. This is the closest he has been. And a win here does, in this split, what he couldn't do in 4 previous splits.
You just have to look at Rocket to see how much that mental game can change a team. They bring in a sports psychologist and they go on a winning spree and they take down the might of G2. Misfits Academy here looking to take down the might of Fnatic Academy. Dodge out once again by Coscu.
Maybe that was it. Maybe that was the nudge that Fnatic needed. The sister team, that big push that brings them up to speed. I mean, Fnatic Academy kind of had the same kick up the backside when Amazing joined, and they didn't win that second game up against Misfits Academy, but then ended up getting their spot in playoffs, beating Giants in their first series in promotions after downing PSG in a 5-game series. So Fnatic Academy have had a lot of recent experience too against tougher opponents.
Coscu has flash here, just uses the shield, then flashes away. Shockwave dodged by Kikis. Both teams playing down towards the bottom side of the map here, Stress. The Infernal Drake has spawned, and they both want that tasty, tasty dragon meat.
Difficult probably to get at that. You've got to get through the scales and the, especially Infernal Drake.
I wonder if they, like, you always hear dragons in stories are sort of like those are rubies that cover his skin. This looks more like lava. I'm not sure. At least it's pre-cooked.
Ready to eat. It's been an odd game because Fnatic have looked a lot less convincing with this Syndra than Misfits have. And take into account that Amazing's playing the Lee Sin in game 1, they looked significantly better with this Lee Sin, like finding picks, finding plays. Misfits Academy, this will be their second Infernal Drake of the game.
Yuki has to flash because he came over with the blast cone. Fightstalker's going to get the Drake, and now the fight will commence. Kikis on the flank, there's 4 members there. He's not going to be able to knock him up, and Fightstalker goes the wrong way into the Unleashed Power, kicked back by Amazing, taken down by Mr. Rolles.
1 kill for Dragon is still in favor of Misfits Academy, but they are likely to lose mid-tower from this. Coscu's going to have to shockwave the minions off, and then hope he doesn't get dived behind this tower here. That's what they're looking for, but look how low health he is. They've got to be so careful here. Kikis could just ult.
Knock back onto Coscu. Niski there. Amazing across the wall. The shockwave dodge. Coscu is low. Amazing will fall as well. And somehow Jisoo survives with the heal from Yuki. Misfits Academy able to keep their mid lane tower alive.
But that's because Fnatic made this play on the bottom side. What we didn't see during all of that play was Rales and McClay playing out on their own. And maybe Fnatic Academy are on slightly different pages here as we're still in match point here. Of course, Misfits Academy, a win puts them into the LCS, but Fnatic are trying everything. They started this Dragon. Misfits Academy then turn the positioning around, and Pridestalker tries to escape. He tries his best. Amazing, not sure whether the flash was necessary, but he just wanted to make sure he got the other side to kick him back into the team. Ult comes out, but just within range of Dreams to get the wild growth. And then Fnatic Academy end up trading 1 for 1 on the back half of that exchange, but the tower went down in the bot lane.
Yeah, so even though the kills are even, Fnatic actually have a 3,000 or 2,500 gold lead. Clay actually flashes in here, trying to get on the Coscu. Stranglethorns comes down, will get the knock up. There's the stun with the scatter the weak. Coscu so low, but shielded. Not quite able to survive. Dream's gonna get caught out with a true shot barrage as well. And Mr. Rolles is showing us why this Ezreal is so strong.
This was a better set of plays out of Fnatic. I preferred this set. They finally started to play around this Syndra. Equalizer comes out, a good TP just to keep that cannon minion alive. But will it be too much for Fnatic Academy? Rales actually took aggro there.
Chain of Corruption comes out. Rales is low, but manages to jump away. The explosive cast knocks Pridestalker down. Misfits Academy continue to give up kills to just try and hold on to towers.
Rylez heal, flash, arcane shipped away on about 10 health. And it was enough to keep him alive. This is what we were talking about. If that had been, you know, the low mobility AD carry in a similar situation, the Varus would have killed him. And that's what we saw in games 1, 2, and 3, where when Mr. Rylez was under pressure without his own escape, he ended up falling. This time he can get himself away easily, make it look flashy, maybe not quite so easy, but just enough to survive.
And this is just great play. Like, Clive flashes in here and misses, but the Strangle Thorns is enough to stop Cosq.
Yeah, when Cosq doesn't have flash, all Clive needed was Cosq to move back into the lane and, you know, slow down his escape path, because then it's just the ultimate on top of it. So Equalizer came out. I believe Rylez actually, yeah. So Rylez was trying to get a Sheen proc on his next auto by throwing out his Q. Either that or he's trying to just hit the first minion and follow up so they could get the tower. And it actually hit Jisoo, which made him take tower aggro, so he had to get out of the fight, but got Chains of Corruption. So a little unfortunate, but Rylez ends up okay at the end of it all.
Still managed to survive, and Fnatic continue to extend this gold lead. 5,000 gold ahead, or just before 20 minutes in the game. And although the start of the game was slow, Fnatic have really sped up the pace as we get further on. They've already cleared that first tier of towers, and now they're looking to move forward to the second.
Rylez 2-0-2. Cly has, you know, been helping trying to get some of these picks set up. You saw him push back Jisoo from the jungle, allows him to keep some of these control wards alive. This is better out of Fnatic Academy. I feel like Kikis on a slightly more conventional pick, when he isn't just crushing his lane opponent, works so much better. It gives him an engage tool. It gives Fnatic Academy the ability to play around Miski even more so, and then keep Rylez safe.
Fnatic Academy just set up 5 members mid. They get another tower for themselves. Infernal Drake on the cards in a minute and a half, and the Baron up as well. Fnatic are just taking advantage after advantage, and Misfits don't seem to be able to answer.
More reminiscent of game 1. Yep. I mean, we were looking at what Amazing needed to play. We saw the Rek'Sai come out in game 2. That didn't hit the mark. Game 3, it was the Lee Sin. But the rest of the team, we had the unorthodox picks in the top lane. Where we had the Ahri, we had the Jarvan. All sorts of crazy.
The thing I think here for Misfits is you have to decide where you want to play on the map. Do you play down towards that third Infernal? Do you play up towards the Baron? At the moment, your only fed member is that Rumble, who has Liandry's and looks like he's building towards an Abyssal Scepter next as well. So we'll have quite a lot of magic resist and quite a lot of shred. But the rest of your team is quite far behind your opponents.
Yeah, it's a difficult trough to get yourself out of, especially when you look at, like, Fnatic Academy at least have a half-decent scaling component too. Like, Ezreal is decent in the late game. Cosq, for Misfits Academy, though, will be able to output a good amount of damage. Those 2 Infernal Drakes, though, how much of a difference maker will they be? Because that's a significant portion of extra damage that Misfits Academy should have. And look what's on the cards for the next Drake.
Well, we're going to see a fiery battle around it, I'm sure. Misfits actually might even just give it up and say, look, we've already got 2, we don't need the third. However, sets up for a good equalizer if they go in. The TP's being used, Pride Stalker there, Void Assault off towards the side, looking to see perhaps if he can jump in. Already, it's gone. The explosive cast knocks them all back, and Misfits Academy cannot find the engage.
Nope, Fnatic this time get themselves onto the Dragon quickly. Misfits don't punish. And now Fnatic instantly look towards the Baron area, at least, trying to just get wards down, puts 1 in mid lane. Very common spot to see where Cosq and the rest of Misfits Academy are moving. If they're in lane, obviously they can't put any kind of control around the Baron. There was a blue trinket used by Misfits Academy and a ward in the back, but that is alive for now. They know it'll end up falling soon.
Kikis once again just goes off towards a side lane and starts to split. It's Jisoo's actually gone Void Staff instead of the Abyssal Scepter, so still penetration.
Yeah, still just trying to chunk through some of the tankiness of Kikis. Now, Rylez is in the top lane and actually pushed it through. Is going to try and make bot lane push and check through mid lane because Fnatic are on the Baron again.
It's a pretty simple Baron for them to do.
Blue trinkets available for Misfits Academy. They're slow on this one. Misfits Academy are going to let the Baron go away.
Pridestalker's just around the corner. Void Assault, he's going to try and jump in. He doesn't quite get the Baron steal. Will jump his way out, and Fnatic get it by the skin of their teeth.
Ooh, that was close. Amazing breathes a sigh of relief. You can see on the player camera, he kind of adjusted himself in his chair. Just took a moment, thought, okay, that was close. Baron went down to about 700 health before the smite came through. And Fnatic Academy secure it. So we saw them in game 1 do a significant amount of damage with the first Baron buff, but then ended up needing a little extra time against Misfits. I feel like it's going to be the same case. I don't feel like they're so significantly far ahead that they will just win the game on this Baron, but one bad fight out of Misfits, and that almost certainly is possible.
Or one good ultimate out of Niski. He's got himself a 2,000 gold lead over that Origen. Now across the board, basically 2,000 is the number you're looking at. Only top lane is still relatively even. Misfits Academy on the back foot once again. We've seen them come from behind before, overcome deficits perhaps not this large, 7,000 gold the difference between the teams. But still, they always have that possibility of getting back into a game.
So here comes the first tower push. Jisu's no teleport, has to recall immediately. Starts his recall, but remember that's 8 seconds now that Fnatic Academy will have before he even appears in base. And they have a lot of threat behind the tower. But Fnatic are going to take this one slowly. Oh, there's the ult.
Not too slowly at the moment, but Clyde's caught out, has to flash, equalizer down as well. Clyde healed up, but Coscu will get the kill, and now Pridestalker's still looking for the flank. Fnatic, 4 members pushing in once again. All the ults used for Misfits Academy.
But is it too much for Fnatic to push 4 versus 5 here? Obviously, Defender's advantage on the geography of the map allows Misfits to go from mid to bot very quickly. Not the same really for Fnatic. If they try and cut corners, the only one that maybe can do it is Kikis because he's so tanky, but they've seen Pridestalker over there. Misfits Academy are going to try and hold. Rallis has lost half of his health. He's going to be careful that Kha'Zix doesn't just jump right in.
The turret goes down, and because there's no equalizer, because there's no shockwave, no chain of corruption, Misfits Academy are unable to defend their inhibitor tower. Fnatic break the base as they look to equalize this series.
Recalls coming out from Fnatic. 1 minute on the Baron buff. It's an Ocean Drake, so not really worth the massive priority. It looks like Fnatic are going to swing around to the top side instead. Push that out, get that last remaining tower that is not a base tower. 6 towers have fallen in favor of Fnatic, and 0 have fallen for Misfits Academy. This has been a significantly different game because Misfits had prioritized top tower so heavily in the previous few games of this series.
Now Fnatic will look for a 4-man stack up towards the top side. Use those remaining 30 seconds of the Baron buff to get themselves another turret. Coscu, Dreams, and Yuki making their stand underneath this tower, though, will defend for the time being. Jisu's back as well. Equalizer up, the ults once again.
Kikis is trying to push mid lane at the same time here. That will allow him to cut around and look behind Misfits if he can get there. Now Jisu's reacting. The Baron buff is about to expire, so it's likely to be only this outer tower that goes down. Kikis is roaming up. The rest of Misfits have to be very careful if he catches him.
Dreams knocked back and caught up with the stun, taken down by Niski. It's a 4v5, only Amazing caught in the shockwave. Equalizer still up though for Jisu if he wants to try and clear out a wave. There's only a cannon minion here. It means the Equalizer comes down onto Niski. But Fnatic will just be able to back away.
Oof, Yuki didn't quite get hit by that stun, and Fnatic may be overstaying their welcome here. Yes, they got the pick off on Dreams, but with Baron buff expired, no engage tool out of Kikis, they'd be relying on a flash kick to get somebody into the backline. But even then, that means Amazing would be so far into the base that Fnatic are going to reset. 3,700 gold lead increase by Dreams. Thought maybe he got out. Gets stunned right by that second sphere. Couldn't survive.
9,000 gold now the lead for Fnatic Academy, and that's the sort of Baron power play we want to see. 4K gained for them across the course of the last couple of minutes, and have to wonder how much of it comes down to the comfort picks. The Syndra locking straight away for Fnatic, it's that first pick, and then the Ezreal for Mr. Rales as well. He has been popping off this game, 203 on that AD count.
I think it's a mix of things, like the comfort, the strength of the likes of Syndra being an active team. Oriana forces you, for the most part, to be more passive. That doesn't necessarily mean that you don't have options. We've seen Kha'Zix's Oriana work very well to engage fights, predominantly from ahead, though, because if Pridestalker jumps in, he is getting taken down by Fnatic Academy.
Well, Fnatic get the Ocean Drake. Good thing it doesn't counteract their Fire Drake that they got earlier on. Put it out, cause a Steam Drake. What would a Steam Drake do for you, Stress?
Dressed really, like, funnily, like with the big hat.
So it'd be like an April Fool's joke, Steam Drake. And you like, I meant in the game. Like, if
yeah,
you're gonna have a Steam
I was
Dragon.
making a steampunk reference,
Oh,
but I didn't know how to...
Oh, the tech joke.
Yeah, I didn't know how to carry that one through, unfortunately.
Clockwork. Wind up would have an increased cooldown. Anyway, Misfits Academy going to try and defend their inhibitor, but Rales, this is what we see him do when he gets on this Ezreal. Just steps forward, very happy to use that arcane shift just to jump out of any fights. And 2 lanes being pushed in here by Fnatic Academy. The 3rd lane in top is going to slow push for Misfits, but there's still 3 towers to go through before it gets to an inhibitor.
Yeah, and that just means it's basically a neutralized lane for now. So Fnatic, they're not focused on it. It might be a little bit of gold that goes over to Misfits, but they are solely focused on getting that inhibitor step past the chains of corruption from Yuki. Fnatic Academy looking to wind this one up with a 2nd inhibitor tower of their own here.
They've already got that inhibitor in the bot lane. Pridestalker has to leap away. Kosku stepping forward, looking to see perhaps if the Shockwave can connect. Explosive Cast knocks them back, and Rales still just pressuring that tower pretty effectively.
A couple more minions would have been enough for Fnatic to get that tower, but Kikis tries to throw out the Gragas barrel, trying to just push Misfits Academy back away so they can take that tower. They look like they want to try and go for it again here.
Gold League's still sitting at about 9,000. It's mammoth, but not gargantuan, not insurmountable. We've seen teams come from further behind before, albeit rarely.
Okay, sorry, that's the tower now going down, top side.
First tower of the game for Misfits.
30 minutes in.
Sometimes. You take what you can, you know? Better late than never. They'll get their first turret of the game. Baron back up. Next Drake is an Ocean once again because it's taken just before that Elder spawn timer would have happened, so... The thing is, though, you've got double Infernal on Misfits Academy, and the later you get into the game, the more effective that becomes, because it's a percentage increase.
Yep.
So the more AD, the more AP you get, the more those Infernal Drakes are going to benefit you.
Yeah, that is... that's a key thing that Misfits have to keep in mind. That's a lot of why they're playing this out very slow. They know that as they get later, you've got the Oriana, you've got the Varus. Should be easy to clean up a fight if Fnatic Academy don't get the ace. Oh, this could be the fight they need!
Flies low, here's Jisoo, they're going in! The Stranglethorns will separate the team though, and Fnatic can re-engage. The True Shot does huge amounts of work. Pridestalker goes down, it's a triple for the Ezreal. He's looking for more as they're going to chase Kosku off towards the side. The Shockwave is not enough to keep him alive. Niski almost falls, but it's a quadra kill for Mr. Rales, and Fnatic will take the game.
They needed Niski to come into the fight just to tidy things up, and then Rales gets the quadra on top of it, nearly the penta, but Fnatic Academy are taking us to a game 5, firing back against Misfits Academy. They opened the base, down go the Nexus turrets.
Misfits get schooled by Fnatic Academy as they take us all the way to game 5 after evening out the series 2-2.
Whew, that must be a sigh of relief for Fnatic Academy, but at the same time, Misfits Academy, they were one step away, and now it's all down to one final game between these two Academy teams. One of them's going to the LCS.
So much comes down to who wins game 4 as well. A lot of the time in these best of 5 series, it's who's carrying that emotional momentum, so to speak. I don't really like the use of the term momentum across a series, because I think you should be able to reset between games, but it definitely plays a part in these players' minds. They say, well, we just lost a game. How do we beat them now? How do we win? And Fnatic will be coming off a high and saying, look, we can win. Let's just do it again.
I don't have the experience myself, but you know, when you look at it, I would imagine it's not quite so bad as going 2-0 up and then losing 3 and 4. So yes. I agree with you, but it's very tense. These players now have to go back and refocus. Look at, you know, the draft, the playstyle. I think giving over the Syndra was such a key difference in this game. It will, I believe, be Fnatic Academy that have the side selection.
They do, yeah.
I wonder whether they'll just either go blue side and try and pick the Syndra, or whether that'll be a fatal mistake and just ban it out on red side themselves, get the counter pick for whatever they end up facing off with. I think that's more likely.
I think that's the smarter choice, just because red side does give you a few more options, and we've seen teams favoring it anyway. The question is, though, how much you want to adapt. Like, if that is the adaptation they want to make that makes them think they will win against Misfits Academy, then go ahead, do it, because you need to play to your team's strengths, especially at this level where macro isn't 100% perfect, micro isn't 100% perfect, your general strategy doesn't have to be the same level as SKT. If you have a comfortable way of playing, you should be playing towards that.
And this is such an important game now, one of the most important games for a lot of these players.
Yeah.
Because, as we said, winner goes to LCS Summer Split. That is potentially the start of a Worlds run. And one player on this stage did that with Origen, went from Challenger to Worlds within a year. Can Amazing and the rest of Fnatic Academy start that path for themselves with another win here? Or will it be Misfits Academy, the team that has players that have tried for so long, that can actually get themselves into the LCS?
And it's so easy to be counted out when you get to Worlds and then perhaps you don't have the best of splits afterwards. I know Amazing's been very verbal about how dejected he can get at times, and you see him coming back in a series like this and saying, look, I can stand up, I can be counted. He's played very well. He's facilitated his team very well at times as well, but they still have one more game to get through.
And you saw there the board of the split winners, Fnatic. A long history in Europe. This would be momentous for them if they can not only get an academy team up into the LCS, but remember, they have a semi-final this weekend up against G2, the current kings of Europe. I mean, if they get this next win, if they take down Misfits, this could be one of the best weekends for League of Legends for them in a very long time. But Misfits have shown they are a very strong opponent, and you can't count them out either. This really is on a knife edge.
The teams are deadlocked after 4 games. We're going to take a short break to catch our breath. Don't go anywhere.
All right, keep the focus up, flip the switch, get ready to work.
Let's go.
Clay actually flashes in here, trying to get on the Coscu. Stranglethorns comes down, will get the knock-up. There's the stun with the scatter the weak. Coscu's so low, but shielded. Not quite able to survive. Dream's gonna get caught out with a true shot barrage as well. And Mr. Rales is showing us why this Ezreal is so strong.
Academy don't get the ace. Oh, this could be the fight they need.
Clyde's low, here's Jisoo, they're going in. The Stranglethorns will separate the team though, and Fnatic can re-engage. The true shot does huge amounts of work. Pride Stalker goes down, it's a triple for the Ezreal. Misfits gets schooled by Fnatic Academy as they take us all the way to Game 5 after evening out the series 2-2.
Welcome back to Berlin for the final game in this series between Misfits Academy and Fnatic Academy. The stakes are high.
No, don't do it.
He's done it 3 times now.
He's
It
lost
doesn't
every
work that
single
way.
time. Every time you do this to the camera, what ends up happening is you lose.
Reminder of what he's risking there. There is an LCS spot on the line. Whoever wins here will advance to the LCS, but the hand signals, I suppose, are important too.
Like, no, but like, look at the history. Like,
It's true, but you also gotta commit. Like, you can't do this.
there has to be some nice elbow.
Like,
in,
you're going like, I mean this, like, one more game. Otherwise, don't do it. Very disappointing.
I mean, technically there only is one more game. I mean, it's not...
Yeah, he's not wrong.
It's not wrong. All right, well, let's talk about what needs to happen in this game. Now, last game, we did talk a lot about blind picks on blue side that were viable. You guys mentioned the Gragas. The Gragas came out, and it looked good for the team overall. One, let's talk a little bit about this. What makes it a good blind pick? And two, how did Fnatic kind of use it?
Well, the good thing for Gragas is his laning phase is very strong. So even though, you know, he becomes a massive tank in the late game, he can actually match a lot of what these carries can do early on that normally punish tanks. And that's why he can at least stay even in the lane, sometimes even threaten potential kills. And he's very good at setting up plays with a jungler or a mid laner as well.
And while he is a melee laner, his 3 abilities all are AoE wave clear. So like, it's not very hard to last hit with Gragas on their turret. Like, you just smash your keyboard in the general direction of the minion wave and you will still get 5 out of 6 CS, which means you don't get punished as hard. And it's also CC to really make people scared of getting closer. And I think it fits Kiki's style as an engager, and he definitely had a few good ultimates too.
Exactly, and the other blind pick is the Syndra that we talk so much about this series because she's been winning every game she's been in, and every time it's the same story. Someone tries to counter pick it, like I'm putting some quotes up here, but there's like, oh, let's go Oriana, oh, let's try the Ari, and none of them have actually worked. We haven't seen the Echo pick coming in, and I just don't understand why the team on red side at this point have not just banned it.
Well, the team on red side in this game will be Misfits. Fnatic clearly confident in that blue side blind pick, maybe confident in first picking Syndra again here. If you're Misfits and you need to adapt, is this the point where you just ban Syndra? You just accept that there has not been an answer for it?
There's either the Syndra ban or, because you need to look at what you leave open right now. Like, they're banning the likes of the Camille and the Malzahar.
You leave open the Malzahar?
Yeah, leaving open the Malzahar is one, or you potentially don't ban Syndra and LeBlanc, you get either, and you can trade for the plus the Malzahar as a bonus, right? There are options, but banning everything out and leaving just the Syndra open definitely is not the right approach. So there's still a world where you can leave it open as long as the trade is worth it. But right now, the teams getting the Syndra are just too far ahead.
Especially also because Malzahar, as you just highlighted, he's actually not that good of a first pick anymore. Most teams, if they want to get rid of him, they ban him on blue side, because the problem is when you first pick Malzahar, you invest very heavily into the bottom lane where you, in most cases, can at least get an even matchup anyway, and you sacrifice your solo laners very often by not giving them a very high priority pick. So, and also Malzahar has like 3-4 support counters that are like all meta at the moment. So I think you can replace that Malzahar for Syndra. In my opinion, Camille should be banned because she can be flexed into support and top, which is annoying to deal with.
It's also, if you look at Fnatic Academy, Cly has not been their main engager. He's been mostly oriented around peel or sustain or utility. He is not the guy that has the flash R, and that is what Malzahar has become. It's no longer this damage all in lane. It is literally a flash suppression that you want to use. And still, I think we see some teams first picking it, but that's when all the strong picks
it's rare.
are gone in the first. So you basically, both teams need to kind of help each other and get rid of all the OP champions, and then Malzahar sometimes comes through. But yeah, it's most of the time, it's one of those picks that first rotation purple side, you'll see it picked alongside some other strong power pick.
All right, well, Malzahar maybe not going to show his face in the band, see if he is left open, but the teams are ready for the last battle in this series. Medic, take it away.
And
Thank you very much, Dracos, Deficio, and Crepo.
He tried to say and stress, but it's okay. Medic, you're going to solo cast this one. You're on your own.
Anyway, Fnatic have the blue side here actually is their choice, so it's an interesting decision by them to decide to go for the blue side instead of red.
That was, I'll be honest, I said that before the break and wasn't convinced as the words escaped my mouth, because I was just like, you should probably just ban Syndra.
You're a prophet, man. You know exactly what you're talking about.
But at that point now, Misfits surely banned Syndra. So now you're stuck to blind picks, which means you're probably going to look for the LeBlanc, the Syndra, maybe an Orianna, a Gragas. These are like the picks that you have, and then everything else you kind of have to risk a little bit.
I think everything's a little bit of a risk as we get into Game 5 of a series. If it hasn't been decided by now, Stress, it's all up in the air. Fnatic on the blue side on 7.6 with Galio disabled. We will not see him winging his way across Summoner's Rift. Shen, Rengar ban, Malzahar ban once again from Misfits Academy.
Well, the analyst desk will be raging a little bit right now at that Malzahar ban that persists with Graves off the table. It's looking like it's going to be a Syndra first pick. Syndra or LeBlanc will be available unless they leave both up and take that matchup, in which case maybe you ban something like the Varus here.
Lulu.
So they're leaving both up. Fnatic Academy can just go Varus here if they want to leave open both. So Misfits Academy.
LeBlanc Syndra, Varus Syndra.
Possibly. They can also go Nautilus Varus here and then take Syndra as the next pick.
Yeah.
Flex the Nautilus until the very last pick.
Have Fnatic been outdrafted? I know it's very, very early to say in a draft phase, but we were talking about how strong that Syndra is. Now we see Misfits leave the LeBlanc open. Still got Syndra available here.
I mean, when you consider that they have last pick of phase 1, then the bans, then first pick of rotation 2, and last pick to counter pick.
No Varus pick is a little bit surprising, in all honesty. The Kha'Zix is being locked in here from Misfits, and now Fnatic look towards the Gragas.
It might be that they're trying to get Fnatic to pick the Varus themselves because they're not convinced by it. But Fnatic have realized that that is one of the problems here. So Misfits Academy get their priority jungler, and we're going all the way back to game number 1. CosQ, 1 game away from making it into the LCS, is rolling the dice on a Katarina that failed for Misfits Academy in the first game of this series.
He's confident, Stress. You got to give him that. It's a bold strategy, Stress. We'll see if it works out for him. Katarina is so impactful when she gets ahead, and we've seen CosQ get ahead with her before. Last 2 games, he had impeccable scorelines when he was playing that Katarina in the regular split, and once against Schalke. Now, Kled ban comes out again from Misfits, and now Varus from Fnatic Academy. So I expect Fnatic probably looking towards the Ezreal as their AD carry lock-in.
Yeah, which whether Misfits Academy take it away or not is another story. They're still, of course, flexing the Nautilus. Will it be the Fizz ban coming through? That would make it a little awkward. Maybe they'll ban a jungler here. The Kled still, because Gragas can flex to the jungle, although I do not anticipate it. Gragas into Kha'Zix is a tough matchup. There is the Fizz. Misfits Academy are still going all in to make sure Fnatic don't flex this Gragas to the jungle and get a decent matchup for themselves.
The only thing I'm thinking about now as well is you've got double AD carry bans. Ezreal for Yuki.
Steal the Ezreal
just
away.
Takes it away from Rales, and Rales is now looking at Caitlyn or perhaps Sivir. He played that once. The game they lost against Giants, I believe. And Cannon! Oh, baby!
It is, of course, a Fnatic pick. Mr. Rales is going to try and do his best reckless impression. Fnatic are the only team in the EU LCS to really have succeeded on Cannon.
I can hear Deficio and Crepo's like cries of anguish.
But of all the AD carries that can self-heal against a Katarina in a team fight, Cannon has absolutely godlike peel at that point.
Yep.
Now, does he die before it comes off? That is another question. But we saw Cosq fail jumping into the exhaust. So we've also found out it's tank versus tank top lane. Jisoo is going to be on that Nautilus because Dreams picked that Karma as the last pick. Kennen, Zyra, a lot of crowd control, but going up against Ezreal Karma should not get that much of an advantage. Mid lane, however, is the matchup to watch. LeBlanc, Katarina, again.
I'm stoked for this game, Stress. I think we couldn't have a better storyline coming into Game 5. And just the changes in the draft, the eclectic picks with the Kennen, it shows you as well how much you can be aided as a team by having a sister team to scrim and to play against, because playing with Reckless or against Reckless will definitely give you ideas as to how to play this Kennen.
A lot of teams have been testing the Kennen ever since and having success with it in scrims. It's kind of becoming a bit of a meme now against Splice and Misfits themselves. So it's interesting that now we're seeing it permeate through into the other teams. I wonder how key, though, the summoner spells will be, because Misfits Academy have taken 2 ignites. They have no exhaust against this LeBlanc.
Last time we saw Cosq get shut down by those exhausts. This time, Fnatic Academy are looking to shut down Misfits Academy's hopes of getting into the LCS. It's all down to this. It's Game 5 between Fnatic Academy and Misfits Academy.
The pressure truly is on between these two teams. A best of 1 to decide. Team number 9 entering the EU LCS Summer Split. Of course, you can see in the bottom left of your screen, Giants will take on Origen following this game in a best of 5. The winner of that will face the losing team from this best of 5 tomorrow as a last chance to dance series to get into the Summer Split.
Neither of these teams will want to be there.
No. To get 1 game away and then have to play a game the following day would be heartbreaking, but at the same time, they just need to focus on this game. Their minds will not be on Origen and Giants right now.
Focus on the game at hand. Double exhaust once again into Cosq on that Katarina. However, there's so many targets for him to pick off. The Zyra, the LeBlanc, gone Corrupting Potion in this middle lane just for a little bit extra sustain into that Katarina.
Remember, game 1, First Blood went to Cosq.
And still wasn't able to snowball it.
And he ended the game like 2-6 because he got picked off by Fnatic. This Lee Sin pick worked very well for them. Kikis has an engage tool. If they can find Cosq, stop his ult, stop the Death Lotus, maybe in the team fights later, that'll be enough. But look at the early game presence here. The poke coming from Ezreal and Karma in the bottom lane. Rallis is struggling to sit behind the minion wave as it pushes into them. And again, Fnatic Academy is starting to struggle in the early game against Misfits Academy.
And this is the strength of Yuki and Dreams in lane. They're so good at harassing. They're so good at getting that CS lead, of pushing their enemy laners back time and time and time again. And we tend to see them just be able to extend this into wins later on. But Fnatic Academy have been really good at judging that and keeping Amazing down towards this bottom side to try and help out that AD carry and support.
It's been so influential so far that Ralez has used 2 of his health potions already, so he's now even with Yuki on the amount of remaining potions. Of course, Yuki starting at that Doran's Blade.
And it's not even like Yuki's burnt through a huge amount of mana. You can see it's starting to equalize. Now, I thought this would be 50-50. Fnatic were at 86% earlier on, so they've lost 21% or so. Misfits Academy still the underdogs.
They lost 2 games back-to-back against Misfits Academy, showing very similar problems in games 2 and 3. Finally rectifying it in game 4, and now we find ourselves a completely different draft. Like, Fnatic opting for blue side, being put on the cannon. They got the LeBlanc. How much will it work for them?
Fnatic's wins have felt more secure, more in control than Misfits Academy. As Misfits seemed a little bit more haphazard at times, just lucking out, for want of a better word, and getting a one-for-one trade or something.
I think the thing about Misfits wins is they were slow and steady, whereas Fnatic have looked aggressive like this.
Kick is going to go in. Jisoo caught out under turret, and that's first blood for Fnatic. Amazing. Gets the kill.
Well-worked first blood on Jisoo under the tower. It's difficult for Jisoo to get out at level 3 with Amazing putting his focus topside. Look, Pride Stalker is only now entering the back of the lane, so Misfits Academy couldn't really react in time. And that's an important first blood. We've seen what Fnatic can do when Amazing gets ahead.
Using the teleport as well can be quite impactful. Jisoo kept his flash. No flashes or other summoners burnt on Fnatic.
And that's where I really wonder whether this Katarina was the right way to go for Misfits, because when they've been playing composed, they actually look better. When they're playing less scrappy, they look stronger, and they're able to get the leads. Like, I think back to game 2, the Syndra game for CosQ was an impressive performance. They utilized him very well moving around, but now they've got to take a tough matchup. CosQ.
And here is Amazing. Flash away by CosQ. Will get him to safety until Niski jumps back in. Not quite enough damage to take out the Katarina.
Of course, Niski running the exhaust himself. Now Pride Stalker wants to go in on Amazing. Double flash from Fnatic. CosQ sticking around here. One stray Q may have spelled the end for him, but Pride Stalker sticking around. That's in case if Niski distorts forwards, he just jumps on it, kills him instantly, and walks away. Very tense moment in mid lane.
Early trades going in favor of Fnatic on the top side of the map. Bot lane is evened out a little bit, although Yuki and Dreams will be able to push up that wave once again. Be interesting to see what itemization the Ezreal decides on, whether he goes towards that tier for a little bit more scaling, or whether the Sheen pick up his there early on.
Interesting, CosQ not opting right towards that Hex Drinker that he bought in game number 1. Of course, did get first blood. His gold was enough to buy one longsword and a null magic, but he's opting for damage, trying to get a little bit of that AD scaling that CosQ has on this Katarina, so we'll see whether that's kind of the difference maker to get a kill or not. Kikis wants to roam mid though. They know CosQ doesn't have flash. Body slam flash is available.
Kikis looking for it. Here's Niski as well. Body slam flash in. CosQ trying to dodge around, but you can't dodge away from the chains. He's caught under turret. Niski, one more auto will be enough. He gets taken down in return. A 1-for-1 under the tower.
It's messy. It's a 1-for-1. Kikis and Niski thought they had enough damage, but nobody was there to be able to survive under the tower. It's a nice setup. Like, Kikis gets a body slam flash in place. CosQ, the fact that he threw the dagger up in the air and had the time to do so was enough to take Niski low, and then the tower finishes him off. Barely the tower gets that kill. Maybe that's the difference between longsword and null magic at that point. Just that little teeny extra damage.
Exactly, especially when you've got a Negatron cloak on to Niski as well. Jisoo's going to use the blast cone to flash away here. Gets himself out. Was actually waiting in the bush for Kikis to try and get a good trade-off, but Amazing was there once again. Amazing has been ubiquitous for Fnatic Academy early on in this game, ganking very well. Depth charge onto Kikis.
Right,
yeah, probably not going to jump all the way across the wall for that. Didn't know where Amazing was. Now he does.
Yeah, spots him out. Pride Stalker kind of revealed himself. Look at where CosQ is on the map, though. Either clearing a ward or kind of waiting for people. Put it down a ward, and that's Fnatic trying to just assume river control for now. They finally got the push on in the bottom lane, but they are still down in CS again.
Misfits have a very small window where their teleport is up first. If they've timed that correctly, perhaps they will look for a dragon play or a bot side play. Haven't really got the deep vision they need for it, but always a possibility. And actually, Rales and Kawhi are doing okay in this lane. They have started to fall behind in CS as we expected them to, but they haven't been harassed down too much.
That's one thing that I would have liked to see Misfits Academy do to try and set up that bot lane play, is have Dreams while Rales and Kawhi were out of lane, put the ward behind them.
Yeah.
They don't have a sight stone yet, so their wards are few and far between. So Misfits Academy warded their own bush to try and deny Kawhi bush control here, because Kawhi is going to move forward, try and get the roots down. Niski and CosQ
Death Lotus used his Pride Stalker as well, trying to avoid assault in. Kikis is already on his way down once again. Fnatic are playing so much as a team here. It's always 2 or 3 members ready to back up someone if they get caught out.
But Misfits Academy have had decent vision control at the same time. Like that control ward does deny Fnatic's ability to make a play on mid lane. So Misfits Academy certainly still trying to fight back. That 1 kill on CosQ may be enough to get him a little further down the road, a little closer to carrying. Now Niski's roaming first. This is where CosQ has to be careful as this Pride Stalker.
Pride Stalker's going to jump away. The bot lane is reacting and CosQ's on his way as well. There's the Mantrid in a flame. Amazing gets it. CosQ's going to jump in. Here's Yuki as well. Amazing safeguards away. The grasping roots will slow Misfits in their track. True Shot Barrage, not enough damage on it to take down Amazing.
Barely Amazing gets out with his life. Got the blue buff as well, as you saw just put too much damage down as Niski was queuing it as well.
This is such a tense game here, Stress. You can feel both teams know the magnitude that is on the line right now. That LCS spot, of course, whoever loses still has another shot, but when you are 30 minutes away from your dream, that distant possibility of another series to get in is just not what you want to be thinking about at all.
No, not at all. But Fnatic Academy, they still are down in the bottom lane. Misfits Academy have somewhat stabilized, but look at how they're trying to play around CosQ. How Fnatic are playing around him, like wards on these pathways into the jungle, wards around blue buff, the river, control wards in river as well. It's a difficult time for CosQ to get out of lane. He's getting shoved in, and then Niski is roaming first.
However, when we've seen Misfits Academy win games recently, Yuki has been a backbone of their success. And here he's starting to get ahead on the Ezreal. We've seen how strong he can be.
Kikis is coming down again.
Kikis is here. Pride Stalker's around the corner. Amazing back. Amazing's dead, and now they get the reset onto Niski. Pride Stalker and CosQ going in. Jisoo's there as well, and they'll spot Niski going forward. He jumps back. Smart play by Niski to escape.
Niski just waiting long enough to jump back. CosQ thought he was jumping to the pad that was there, but flashes over, finds nobody. I believe it was where the Mimic came from. We'll take another look at that exchange, but CosQ was trying desperately to get that second kill. Already got the one from it. Amazing. Not respecting the damage that was coming out of CosQ.
Not respecting the fact that Pride Stalker was waiting in this bush as well.
And Pride Stalker had found his way to that bush without being spotted, so Amazing goes in. Kick first because he doesn't want CosQ to jump out, then CosQ jumps right back onto him. Exhaust dodges the cask from CosQ, and just wasn't quite enough.
You can see, actually, Misfits Academy were pinging further into their jungle, thinking that Niski had gone there, but smart play by the LeBlanc, that's what you can do.
Nice little escape out of Niski. Not the first time we've seen that from him.
High APM as well to be able to get the Mimic down in that time alongside using all of your other spells.
We StarCraft now.
As important as APM.
600. Keep going.
600 APM, dearie me, Stress. What sort of StarCraft players do you watch? That's crazy.
Flash, Jaedong.
Like, even they only hit like 500 or so. Clyde's going to get forced back here once again by Dreams and Yuki. Yuki, perhaps not high APM plays, but still harassing down well, and decided against going Sheen here, Stress. He went Tyr and Cull. So playing a little bit more passive in that lane.
Going for later on. Going for the later build. Now picks up the Sheen. He knows that it's okay to do that. Not really any threat to him. He's an Ezreal, so he can avoid a lot of situations.
How much does this say about Misfits' strategy, though? Because Yuki has been one of their shining lights in games when they win.
Yeah.
And here they're just saying, look, we'll scale you up. We don't need to win early game to win the game. Feels a lot slower from them.
Yeah, he's been doing a considerable amount less than we would have come to expect from him, though, in this series. Actually only averaging around about 19% of the team's damage share, which is low for an AD carry. That is offset by the fact that Jisoo has had like 30% with like a Rumble game and a Jace game, but Yuki, he's had a quiet game. Since that pentakill, like the pentakill was like the pinnacle for him in this series, and since it's been slow. But he's done a good job in the laning phase, specifically. Yuki and Dreams have generally been ahead at most points against his Fnatic bot lane.
Well, Fnatic keep their small gold advantage, about 500 or so ahead across the board. That's just in CS, really. Top lane, there's a slight advantage for Kikis in mid. A minuscule deficit for CosQ. Now, Clyde's coming up towards mid once again, roaming around. This is something we see him do a lot. And with Kikis here, Fnatic Academy will attempt to siege their first tower of the game. Not quite there. CosQ, however, caught out with the grasping boot. Nisqy jumps in. Double bubble, not going to be enough damage to take out CosQ.
Down in the bottom lane, though, Mr. Rallis has been pushing, doing his best Reckless impression. Trying to get damage done on that side lane.
Good follow, Observer. That was an important ultimate to be able to crack.
Ooh, and that's an important ultimate to save the tower there. That would have been a tower going down. Cast comes out from Kikis. Now he is a little vulnerable under that tower, though, without that defensive ultimate to blast people back.
Everyone else is on the other side of the map at the moment.
Yeah, that's the problem. Pridestalk is in the mid lane, so nobody can help him.
And that's actually something I want to talk about a little bit, because Pridestalk has been relatively quiet this game, and across the last couple of games, we talked about his Kha'Zix being one of his standout picks, but hasn't really been able to make the impact he would have liked on this bug.
That's fair. He hasn't quite had the impact, but I think when we're comparing him to his previous Kha'Zix, like I get that game against Lulex where he just demolished him, it's difficult to live up to that, right?
Yeah, it's true. Pridestalk is
see if we can get anything done
towards top here. Explosive Cask is down still, but Pridestalk is... And I want the friendly minion. Dodges back. Amazing's around the corner, as you can see. Face of concentration there by Jisoo as he continues to fight up in this top lane. And it looks like Misfits Academy will be able to go for this tower. Koski's coming in from the side.
Yeah, you can see. He gave you just an inside view on the shot calling for tower going down. That's Misfits Academy. Tower first blood in the top lane. Surprise, surprise.
And it gets Misfits ahead for the first time in the game as well.
Last game, it wasn't enough. But, I mean, Rallis has been pushing in this bot lane for a long time, and Yuki and Dreams have cleared it out long enough that that tower first blood went in the way of Misfits Academy. That's a significant stalling tactic bot lane.
So what we're seeing in mid as well is that both of these laners just push out the wave and then try and roam somewhere time and time again. Great follow, Observer. Seriously, that's impressive stuff. The tower's still going to go down. Tower for tower, still a gold lead here for Fnatic Academy.
Is that where you're going on this, with 2 kills apiece?
Hey, I used to observe quite a lot, and it's actually quite difficult to do that unless you're practiced. So you have to give the observers credit when they do something cool. That is not cool, but I like to give them credit anyway.
Okay. I used to observe too.
Yeah, you did.
In my day, we had to figure out how to follow Rek'Sai.
Oh, dearie me.
Yeah.
Not just spacebar it.
No. It looks awful if you spacebar Rek'Sai. You actually have to completely unlock everything and do it
manually. You need
not manually, but there's a different way of doing it. Anyway, that's observer mechanics. Nobody needs to know that we're in game 5.
At the moment, we're observing Amazing taking down this Mountain Drake. No reaction from Misfits Academy, or no ability to react, at least as Pridestalker was back in base. This is going to be the first dragon falling for Fnatic.
Yeah, Fnatic Academy getting themselves on the dragon control board is a very clunky name for it, and I don't think we should call it that in future.
I wouldn't, in all distress.
It's a terrible name. I don't know why we called it that. But Nisqy, he wants blue buff. It's been a very passive game, considering there's a Katarina, a LeBlanc, a Kennen, like all of these picks. But that shows the magnitude of this series.
Definitely.
When it's an LCS spot on the line, and you can't have what happened to game 1 in the for Misfits go the same again. It's just completely not helpful if CosQ gets caught out a couple of times. But this time he is 2 kills up. Pridestalker comes in. Now Misfits are going to take down the tower.
Kikis is on his way though, and actually Fnatic might look for the fight. Here's Kikis, explosive cast, knocks Yuki back. He's going to jump away. Mantrad Inspire gets them out for the time being. Still 3 minions there, but Misfits unwilling to step forward. They haven't actually got vision on Kikis yet. Pridestalker now realizes there's a Grag man waiting for them in the bush. True Shot Barrage used bot to push out the lane. Here goes Jisoo into the front line. Stranglethorn's down. There's a Slicing Maelstrom as well to try and disengage. But here comes CosQ, exhausted straight away. Kicked back. He does not survive the fight as Rallis will get the kill. Kikis flashes in with the body slam, and Misfits are on the retreat. However, Yuki's got a kill. Pridestalker jumps in, not quite able to get the targets he wants. Yuki's still alive though, and Kick is caught up, will body slam across the wall.
Fnatic Academy throwing a couple of cooldowns in the wrong place, perhaps, but still coming out ahead of that fight. Mr. Rales thought the CosQ was about to jump in, so he preemptively slicing Maelstrom. As CosQ jumped in, though, then the exhausts came out. I think they were layered on top of each other, looking at the cooldowns, but we'll have another look at that during the replay. But Fnatic Academy maintain control of this mid lane tower and maintain a gold lead. So this was the exchange. Jizu threw himself into the fight, expecting to catch Niski. There was the slicing Maelstrom, and CosQ jumps right in, double exhaust goes down, and CosQ ends up getting picked off. Nice body slam flash through the fight. Niski ends up dying at the end of all things, but Mr. Rales is able to kite back around, get himself in a position to stay safe in the fight, and 2 for 1 overall for Fnatic Academy.
The thing is though, Stress, if those exhausts are being used onto CosQ when he jumps in, already we saw Yuki do quite a lot of damage in that last fight.
Yeah.
If you, only about 1,000, but still, more than enemy mid laners, we'll say. If we get to later game when that Ezreal is at 4 items or so, and he doesn't get caught out at the start of the fight, and he has consistent damage down, Misfits Academy have a very good shot of winning these team fights.
They do. They do. The difficulty is if a Yuki gets caught and ends up dying to, for instance, Niski, that's when the team fight kind of crumbles.
Yep.
And you can see Fnatic Academy have to concede their mid tower here because Kikis was on the bot side, in bot lane, pushing up. The rest of the team wasn't there to defend. Rales was top side. This is the danger of running one of these compositions with Kennen. Right now, he hasn't got the Hurricane yet, so we can't clear the minions out quite as fast. We'll have to Lightning Rush through and then use the W to try and clear. Normally, Kennen has exceptionally fast clear past that Hurricane point, but it's slow. He couldn't get to mid lane. Misfits Academy take mid tower and look to stabilize in this game.
It's the first time we've been in a game this series, and the gold has been even at the 20-minute mark. Stress, Misfits Academy and Fnatic Academy showing how equal they are as competitors here on the grand stage. Both of them, of course, looking for that LCS spot. Fnatic Academy unequalized the gold with a turret in that top lane and put themselves 800 ahead.
But it's okay, it was past the 20-minute mark, so statistically, it was an even game at 20 minutes.
Hey, that's what I care about, okay? The statistics that don't lie. Now, Blast Cone used by Amazing to jump himself away. Pridestalker's still been relatively quiet this game. We saw him trying to jump in at the end of that last team fight, but we haven't seen the resets. We haven't seen the Kha'Zix of yesteryear for Pridestalker yet.
Not yet. I mean, I assume he's evolved Q and W, so Pridestalker won't have resets for another 4 levels. Nearly forgot. Nearly forgot how to count. Misfits will have resets from CosQ though. That is where the real potency in teamfights will be. Gunblade build out from both mid laners, just getting as much damage as they can.
We're starting to see first items, second items across the board. As you say, Mr. Rales has that Hurricane finish. It looks like a Trinity 4-second for Yuki as expected. Black Cleaver on towards Pridestalker, and then tanky items in the top lane. Interesting choice by Jisoo. He's gone for the Aegis. Now, you can go Locket of the Iron Solari, or you can go Banner of Command.
This may very well be a Locket, which isn't typical out of a lot of top laners, but the theory behind this is you already have a Karma. You want to get AoE shields coming through, and if CosQ gets a shield and it's enough to survive, then Misfits Academy may very well just win the team fight from it. If he goes Banner of Command, the thinking there is Gragas' AP can't clear the minion.
Exactly.
So there are, you know, both sides to the coin. We'll see where he ends up going. It's a Locket.
It is a Locket, so good prediction there, Stress.
I mean, I predicted both, right? So all I did was gave you the options of why you'd go either. It's
that's what color casters do, though, don't they? You never actually have to make a solid decision.
I don't know. Sometimes you do. And that's when we're wrong and people like call us out for it.
At the moment, the decisions that you make as to the item builds are not as important as the decisions these teams are making. Once again, Fnatic start up a Dragon, and Misfits do not contest second Dragon of the game over to Fnatic Academy and Amazing.
It is an Ocean Drake, though. So for Fnatic Academy, that's not massively influential in the way that they want to play this game out, but They are trying to go mid lane. If they can dive here, Kikis has a flash available. Cask hits Yuki.
But he jumps away. And this is the thing, if Yuki can survive, even if Kikis is going for these engages, it's strong stuff for Misfits Academy. However, Jisu's never going to be able to take down that Gragas by himself. And Misfits Academy reset once again. Battle lines drawn. Mid lane is the split point between these two teams. The dead man's land right in the middle there. As you see, Pride Stalker jump forward, slow down Niski. Misfits Academy decide they do not want to fight yet. They're waiting for those spikes.
Kikis shows in the top lane now, and Jizu will show in the bottom lane. Although Jizu does have a tower down there in order to try and push towards.
It's the power of Yuki on Ezreal, the power of Ezreal generally. Highest damage in the game on that AD carry, and he hasn't really even hit the powerful points of Ezreal yet.
A lot of that is he was landing poke, first of all in the laning phase, then while they've been sitting in mid lane. Just worth keeping note that not only is it very high damage, it's a safe AD carry as well, especially when you got a Karma, when you got a Nautilus that has Locket of the Iron Solari. Jizu going full team-focused build, not caring about himself, but he's been let split push on Nautilus in the bot lane. This feels like an oversight from Fnatic that Kikis should have been down there earlier. Should have been able to... Ooh, Cosq.
That's what we're talking about. You talk about shields and Cosq being safer.
Yeah.
The reason he could go back in there was he had an inspired shield from Dreams, keeping him safe, keeping him secure.
See, and now Kikis is shown in the bottom lane, and that means Jizu can drop out of the lane and either threaten a teleport or recall or look to go back to the lane again, and it means Kikis has to move up towards the mid lane because they don't know exactly where he is.
Misfits Academy trying to get some vision around this Baron. At the moment, Fnatic have the priority in that top side river. There is a ward here or there for Misfits, but still the actual Scuttle Crab control is much in favor of Fnatic. And now they've got 4 members pushing mid. Jisu's on his way, as is Dreams. Kick is actually there off towards the side as well. Cosq's realized he's on his way down. How long can Misfits defend
it's
this?
It's going to be the tower going down, surely.
What time
they
do you
caught
give
amazing.
it up? Amazing, caught up. Jisu there was the front line. Amazing, forced back. Kick is off towards the side as well. Cosq was on his way.
Yeah, Cosq is just close enough that Fnatic spotted him on the wards coming down. They're going to lose a control ward for it, but desperately trying to pick off that mid lane tower. They have a slew of wards all the way around. Oh, Niski's going to try and find Yuki. That's the pick that they're looking for.
But Yuki showing us he can play safe once again. I would not be surprised if we see a QSS from him relatively soon as well. Gonna jump in onto Rales here. Half health, Cosq goes in, the Ignite is ticking, the Death Charge coming in as well. It's enough to take him and sink the ship that is Fnatic. 2 kills to Misfits as they collapse.
Yeah, Kikis didn't even teleport. Amazing wasn't in the lane. Rales looked to be too far pushed up, and Niski was the one that had initiated any kind of play there. This has just become a very difficult game for Fnatic as they have to desperately try and hold on around the Baron. Misfits have already started it, but look, Dreams is low. Yuki is in the back of the pit. Cosq is defending. Can Amazing get in there? No Sonic Wave for now.
There's an explosive cast though. Dreams knocked back. Cosq goes into the pit. Yuki trying to jump away. Amazing's low. Yuki up towards the side, fighting up against Kikis. Misfits have re-engaged. Amazing
Cosq
jumps in, gets Cosq. However, Kikis has fallen. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Misfits stop the Baron.
They stop Baron because Fnatic pushed in. They deterred it for long enough. Mr. Rales is alive. Cly is back. Fnatic Academy have just done enough, but look at this. This was Cosq jumping right onto Rales. He wasn't fast enough to get out. It was a late flash. Jizu was in range. Cly flashed out as well. So now Fnatic's bot lane don't have their crucial defensive summoners available. But this was the exchange. Fnatic, they've started the Baron. They denied Misfits Academy. We need to go to the live view because Pride Stalker is closing in.
TP's coming in as well. There's Niski jumping onto Pride Stalker. Catches Dreams instead. Here's Jisu. True Shot Barrage is going to come across as well. Pride Stalker's still alive. There's a slicing master, but look at Jisu. He's just too done. Tanky. Pride Stalker in. Baron goes to Amazing though as Fnatic secure it. Can they secure themselves a few lives perhaps? Amazing gets knocked back. Misfits Academy able to get 2 kills, but they lose out on the Baron.
Oh, Amazing is trying desperately to get out. Can he dodge the hook? Sidesteps. 3 members of Fnatic Academy survive with the Baron. And Amazing brushes himself off as perhaps the experienced Baron call is enough to reclaim his spot in the LCS. We didn't see the lead up to this, but this was the point where Jisoo ended up in the pit. Amazing, dropping low from the Baron, and Rales pops the ult to try and just lock Jisoo down, stop him from getting in there, and so close.
Might fight.
So close for Pride Stalker, and Amazing. But Amazing ended up getting it. Pride Stalker's smite didn't go off, and Misfits Academy find themselves without the Baron buff. Amazing. Is that enough for Fnatic Academy to secure their spot in the summer split?
If Kozku's in that fight, it's an entirely different ball game. If Kikis is in that fight, it's an entirely different ball game. 2 Barons, I believe, remain on Fnatic Academy. I'm not sure if Kikis got one as well. I think he was just respawning now. Only 2. Amazing, and Mr. Rales will have their Barons. And it means they've got this mid lane tower. 600 gold the difference between these 2 teams as this game, this series, this spot in the LCS is on a knife edge.
Interesting that you talk about a ball game, because remember, Misfits Academy have looked the most composed both teams have when playing the Syndra, and both teams opted not to pick it.
Oh, 8 HP.
Whew. Close. Close. Yuki's making a name for himself, as is Pride Stalker. Misfits Academy taking this all the way to 5 games. Fnatic Academy looking very sloppy in games 2 and 3. Now maybe, I mean, they're only 1,000 gold up. We're talking like they are closing in on a win, but Misfits have done such a good job. Now they want to go aggressive. That hits onto Rales with the ultimate.
Onto Cly as well. Stranglethorns will push them back though. Jisoo re-engages onto Amazing. The explosive cast knocks them in. A slicing Maelstrom as well. Where is Kozku? He's looking for it.
Exhaust is up on Niski. That's what he has to be careful for. A lot of cooldowns used.
Baron buff still there as well. They continue to push in this tier 2 tower down to half. Yuki jumps forward.
Hit Niski and took about 1/3 of his health off with 1 Mystic shot. That's enough for Fnatic to start retreating. Amazing, he's quite slow off the mark here, but it's not enough for Misfits. All they're looking for is a defensive posture in mid lane, looking just to try and hold the tower.
This game feels like a reflection on the entire series. Fnatic Academy's objective play has been strong. They take the Baron, they've got 3 dragons, they're now looking for towers. Misfits Academy's fighting has been so much stronger though, and the question is, which wins out? Is it macro or is it team fight? Once again, we see a tower fall for Fnatic.
And look, Kozku's trying to defend top lane, but Fnatic are already on their way. There was such a big minion wave up here that not even the Katarina Blades was enough to kill the minions before the Baron buff gets up there. Now it's another tower going down. This is the lead that Fnatic needed to open with this Baron buff if they wanted to take down Misfits, because Misfits are still in this game. Yuki is exceptionally strong, 5-0-1. They have a good engage tool out of this Nautilus, but it hasn't been hitting the mark.
And as much as we say that the Baron isn't the end of the game, it can feel like that at times, especially when you lose it in a smite fight and you start to lose towers. It's gone 3 towers in favor of Fnatic with that push, and now Misfits Academy are behind in gold, 1,500. It's not a gargantuan margin, but it's enough to start you thinking, can we win this game? Can we come back after losing that much?
Whew. It is right down to it.
we're like having sighs of exasperation, of tension, of adrenaline pushing through us. And imagine how much more the players must have that.
Part of that is the fact that Fnatic Academy's wins have looked dominant, and that hasn't been how this game has looked. So can they win a game that is a different style to the previous ones? It's heavily reliant now on killing Yuki. It always has been for the game, but even more so now, because Yuki is strong enough to carry Misfits Academy if this goes longer. You have a Lee Sin, a Gragas, a LeBlanc. Kennen is maybe one of the only picks that can handle some of that, and Yuki will keep him at arm's length.
Yuki decides against going for that QSS as well. Instead has gone purely down an aggressive route. Last Whisper played to the Ruin King. Amazingly, Kikis on the flank. Rales is in the front. Jisoo's behind her, but Hero amazing and Kikis to knock that Nautilus back. Gets knocked out. Courage gives him a shield. Here's Pride Stalker as well. Slicing Maelstrom used. Stranglethorns to disengage. The turret fallen already, of course, as Misfits continue to push in. Look at the damage onto Niski. Those mystic shots are doing mystical amounts of work here.
CosQ is so patient, and this is a reminiscent build of the Shen build that Jisoo came out with last week. He's finished Knight's Vow, which is an almost wholly selfless build.
Yeah.
He's applied it to CosQ for damage mitigation. Not only Knight's Vow, Locket of the Iron Solari, you have a Karma, you have a Redemption. Everything is about putting CosQ into the middle of this fight, keeping him alive, and doing enough damage so that either he can reset or Yuki can clean up the fight. It is a risky strategy, and they are throwing everything at trying to out-teamfight Fnatic Academy.
Baron is up in a minute. Elder Dragon, a minute and 30 seconds. 3 Dragons to naught for Fnatic. 2 Oceans in that mountain, of course. And perhaps Misfits will have to fight over one of these objectives. Perhaps they will have to see if they can get the team fight that they so want to be able to shut down Fnatic. But Cly's got his Leandries. You've got 4 items completed on Rales. You've got 2 and a bit on Niski.
And as strong as all of that is, there's a handful of things that are significant for these fights. 2 of them are the exhausts that sit in Fnatic's summoner abilities. If those are down and a fight begins, CosQ can almost certainly clean up. Then it's all on crowd control, which there's a lot of from Fnatic. But at the same time, if you can't lock down CosQ, they'll take apart the team. Oh, Niski. Right before Baron, TP coming through. Jisoo wants this fight.
They're looking for the flank onto Rales. That's the target. He gets stunned up with the staggering blows. Mystic shot doesn't quite connect. Kickers is still off towards the side. There's a true shot barrage. Rales still there. Dead Lotus comes down. They get one. They're looking for more. Niski sniped off towards the side. Kickers is going to fall as well as Misfits get 2 kills.
That's got to be an in-hit.
Look for the in-hit. They push in. It's only amazing Niski and Cly left alive to try and defend.
And this was the difficulty. If you can't get through the shields, the Knight's Vow, the damage mitigation, there's 35 seconds left on these. Death time is 40 seconds on Kickers. They might try and just push this down.
1 exhaust left up. The Strangled Thorns comes down to try and clear the wave. Misfits Academy can taste the LCS. They can taste that spot. Nexus Towers, the target. Price Stalker jumps in. It's CosQ. He gets 2. Niski jumps out. Misfits with the Nexus Towers. They get the kills. They get the ace, and they're gonna take the base. Misfits Academy, welcome to the LCS.
You can see how much it means for Misfits Academy. Some of these players have been trying split after split. Everybody counted them out. 4th place in the regular season, and they come back and run it right through to the LCS without dropping a series after playoffs.
Unbelievable is the word I would use to describe that. Underestimated at every turn. People put them up against Schalke, said they'd lose. People put them up against Origen, said they'd lose. And people put them up against Fnatic Academy and said they'd lose. But Misfits show up huge once again.
That was just a clean decision. Jisoo TP's in. Pride Stalker, CosQ, Yuki, everybody follows up, and they grab Rales, they get him in a fight. They follow that through, then get Niski, then get Kikis, and everybody was just dead. Nobody could survive. Nobody could defend the Nexus.
Commiserations, of course, to Fnatic Academy. They'll play up against the winner of our 2nd series of the day tomorrow. They still have that final shot, and they have looked so strong throughout the entirety of playoffs and promotions that you would be hard-pressed to bet against them tomorrow. However, today they are the losers as Misfits Academy secure a deserved spot in the LCS.
It was a tough series for both teams. Some sense of it self-inflicted, some of it mistakes here and there, but at the end of it, Misfits Academy pretty much shocking the challenger world. Back-to-back wins over teams everybody deemed were a lot stronger than them, and they find themselves in the LCS for the 2017 summer split.
And you look at people like Yuki and Dreams, who played for Misfits before they got into the Challenger Series and went all the way to the LCS. You look at Pride Stalker, who's been a Challenger-level player since he was 13. Look at Jisoo, who played in the Korean Challenger Series. They're all such strong names that really have deserved the chance to get to the LCS.
And you look at CosQ, a player that since spring 2015 has regularly been on the cusp of getting through playoffs, he has finally earned his spot in the LCS. Nobody gave it to him. Nobody just said, hey, come play for us. Split after split of failure, he has earned his way to face the LCS's best mid laners.
Determination can get you there. Misfits Academy take the spot in the European LCS with a win in Game 5. That will do for it. That will do it for us here at the caster desk. Thank you very much, Stress, for casting with me. Let's see what our analysts have to say.
Thank you, Medic. What a fantastic, exciting moment for the side of Misfits Academy, and what a way to close out the series as well. Going back to the Cat Arena, has to feel so good for these guys to qualify for LCS, to take down the team that, I mean, was the desk's favorite. I think was everyone's favorites coming into this series.
Sure. I mean, I saw a few people with the Misfits hype here and there, but I think, yeah, Fnatic was probably looked at as the overall strongest team. But that doesn't matter, you know. We sit here, old guys now looking at these young people qualifying again. It's actually fantastic.
Careful who you call old here, you know.
I'm pretty sure you're the oldest of us three. So yeah, it's just great to see when like people work so hard, they finally succeed. They win like a best of 5, game number 5, pretty close last game as well, and then they make it in.
And I think we could see the emotions on Yuki as well. Like he's also just been around trying for a while. The story of Cosq, he didn't have like the greatest name because he was also like balancing school with amateur League of Legends play for quite a while. This is only like his second year where he's trying kind of full time to get into the LCS. So that must be very happy for him to get that relief, and I think he's very hungry to see if he can show something in the European LCS as well.
It was great to see. We'll take a chance now to look at the final fight, the deciding fight of this game. You can see Cosq does make his mark here, but also just fantastic play from Yuki, the other guy you mentioned, and they just missed it.
From everyone.
Yeah, confident closeout here.
Love the engagement from Jisoo here in the front, and then obviously, yeah, in the end, the Fed Israel gets in and no one can touch him, and they actually managed to clean up the whole thing. And
that works with that comp as well, where when you play Ezreal Katarina, people are always watching the Katarina. It's like, oh, be ready for, like, hold your cooldowns. If she jumps in, we gotta get her. And meanwhile, this Ezreal is just, like, throwing out mystic shots left and right, and eventually,
they have
killing
two
people.
exhausts, and it feels like there's no way to communicate. Like, all right, you're gonna exhaust this guy, I'm gonna exhaust this guy. It's just panic. Katarina goes in, both exhaust. Doesn't matter if those are stacked up. Like, what are you gonna do? Wait for the Ezreal? No, you can't afford to take that risk.
It's so hard in the moment as well. Like, you're playing that last team fight that can potentially win you the entire game. People are yelling quite a lot at that point, and you're not exactly coordinating the exhaust during the actual fight. So in the end, I think the fact that Katarina, despite being under pressure early, got a few kills, was so huge for Cosq compared to the very first game of this series, where he just went like 0-4 very quickly, and it looked really bad for Misfits Academy. The way they kind of bounced back and actually managed to get some really good early games was very impressive. And that's obviously why they win the last game here.
It was good to see, of course, talking player of the series. We are going to give it over to Jisoo, the man in the top lane. It was kind of a close race, him, Pride Stalker, Yuki, a lot of people very close, I think, in contention for this one. But he was a massive factor in so many games. The Jace, the big standout to me. What was it about you guys, or him, that stood out to you guys the most?
I think he just progressed throughout just like the whole promotion, like tournament overall, because in regular Challenger Series, Misfits Academy wasn't really that well liked. They weren't rated that high, but these guys made a lot of progression, and like ever since that solo kill that he got on the Shen matchup versus the Gangplank on Sartorius, he seems to be playing pretty well. Like the Jace pick worked out quite well. I love the engages on Nautilus, just teleport into the backline, solidify that one target, and then go in. So it seems like he slots in very well into the Academy team.
Exactly. I think also what really stands out to me was, you know, Kikis as kind of the star we were looking at on the Fnatic side was kept in check by Jisoo.
Yeah.
And I think that really counts for a lot in a matchup like this, because we saw what happened in the Giant series versus Fnatic Academy. When the top laner would just lose lane every time, it would just be massive for Kikis and the rest of his team. So I think Jisoo showed up. He played tanks, carries, like he played almost anything here, everything, and he actually managed to do well on all these different picks.
All right, well, with that, Misfits have made their way into the EU LCS. We've been talking about top lane, but for more quick shots, going to talk with the jungler and the mid laner.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by two of Misfits Academy. First of all, congratulations, Pride Stalker and Cosq. Let's start. What are initial feelings? You guys seem to have calmed down a little bit. There was a lot of excitement and energy. And, you know, Pride Stalker, how do you feel after qualifying?
Feels great, of course. I'm really, really happy. And especially, like, we went through a lot of hard stuff. Like, the scrims weren't going that well. And it all just turned around. And I'm so happy, like.
Congratulations, it worked out. CosQ, you're buzzing. I mean, when you sat down, you're still shaking a little bit. You're one of the guys that's been around trying to qualify for a while. So how important is it to you right now?
I mean, it's really important for me to make LCS because I've always played Challenge Series next to my study, and it was like CS was like a nice job to have next to your study. And now I'm done with my study, and this is like the first bit where I'm like actually really want to make LCS, and I got it, you know. So it's like, and it was really important for me to make it. I just want to. I don't know. I'm speechless. Like.
CosQ, the player of the series we just saw was given to Jisoo.
Yeah.
It was that teleport play that caught up Mr. Rolls
that
that
was amazing.
Won the team fight. Without that play, could you have won the game in the series?
Yeah, I think we could, but it was like if we catch one person and the whole team will go around it, and I get one reset with Katarina, it's particularly over, because then everybody jumps in and I get resets and we kill one person. So we just needed like one team fight where we catch one person off guard, and then we can just win the game. And Jisoo played amazing.
Pridestalker, it felt to me as a viewer that if CosQ wasn't comfortable and on a champion he could win the game with, Misfits seemed to struggle. And the same was a little bit true of like Fnatic Academy. It kind of revolved a lot around the mid laners. Yeah. Is that something you agree with? Or, what was the deciding factor that allowed you to win games?
I think it's true. Like, the mid lane is really, really important, and getting a good matchup there. And the role just has a lot of pressure. So, yeah, I agree.
Nicely done. Anything to add?
I think the thing is about mid lane, Fnatic Academy always, because they were our scrim partners a lot of times, and they always try to shut me down. And when I play a champion like Katarina or something, it's really important to shut Katarina down. So that's what I did really good, like the first game. And the third game, it was really close where I almost died, and I didn't. And when they dived me and I got the kill in return, that was really good for me. And if I would have not get nothing, I would be like pretty behind, so.
Well, it's a really exciting series. It's always amazing when it goes to 5. I want to step back really quickly and, just talk about the playoffs and the promotion as a whole, because Schalke Tank was something that myself and Vedius actually put on broadcast, and we talked about how there was no ways Misfit Academy were going to win, and there was no ways you were going to beat an LCS team, and there was no ways you're going to beat Fnatic. Like, Pridestalker, it feels like at every opportunity, you're surprising people. Why is that?
Well, honestly, I really didn't expect us to win against Schalke and get this far. But it just feels really unrealistic that we made it to LCS, because I wasn't expecting it at all. And I think the rest didn't either.
CosQ, how do you respond to the whole thing? All the upsets, all the surprises, as your last thoughts?
Well, I remember when we played Schalke, and because our scrims were really frustrating, and everything went bad in our scrims, and we were the day before, I was like, guys, it was really nice to play with you guys in the team. Next day, we can't go home, we can't go celebrate, we just can't go home, and then we come here and we beat Schalke, and then there was some hope again, and then scrims started to get better, and sometimes not as well, so. But then everybody was really try hard and really focused on making LCS, and we did it. So,
congratulations again, guys. It was a hell of a series. It was a hell of a playoffs and a great run. Welcome to the LCS, and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, that does it for us here. We're going to end at the ad break. We'll be back with the next series. Cheers, boys. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations, guys.
I love you guys, truly, from the bottom of my heart. Yes, Cly, even you. Get the win, and let's sing a song after this game. Get it done, no fear.
Okay, guys, relax, reset, let's do this. Remember, red side is our good side, so we baited them to bet us again.
Gonna jump in onto Rales here. Half health, CosQ goes in, the Ignite is ticking, the death charge coming in as well. It's enough to take him and sink the ship that is Fnatic. 2 kills to Misfits as they collapse. Pridestalker still alive, there's a slicing master, but look at Jisoo. It's just too darn tanky. Pridestalker in, Baron goes to amazing though as Fnatic secure it. Can they secure themselves a few lives perhaps? Misfits Academy can taste the LCS, they can taste that spot. Nexus towers the target. Pridestalker jumps in. CosQ, he gets 2. Niski jumps out. Misfits with the Nexus towers. They get the kills. They get the ace, and they're gonna take the base. Misfits Academy, welcome to the LCS.
Welcome back to Berlin and the Summer Promotion Tournament, where Origen and Giants have one last chance to save a shattered split. Now, XPEK's project, it started off with success, but now they're fighting just to exist in the European LCS. And these are two lineups with just so much history.
Exactly. Like Origen, we always talk about, Challenger, top 4 worlds, and then everything kind of went down.
LCS and down to Challenger.
And then down back to Challenger now, potentially down to Challenger. It's really been a crazy story of what used to, or what could have been a very successful organization. Much like G2, Fnatic, some of these other orgs have now been here for a few splits at least. I'm talking about G2 here, Fnatic obviously multiple years, and kind of remain a top team. Origen not been the case. And I think we can actually just blame Origen for it. It's not been like unlucky or anything. They have just mismanaged the entire situation.
On the opposite side, though, for Giants, when we take a look at their team, it seems like they've always fallen down to the promotion tournament, but always then been able to impress us in the summer. But it feels like it's always been a risk.
They have the experience, at least. They also have their share of the blame definitely goes to Giants, but I think they've actually been here so often, and then they have a few key players that can still kind of make a dent here. I feel like Origen has lost all the semblance of identity, all the hope is kind of lost, but Giants, they have a few people who can maybe like carry them out.
Because we have to remember when these teams did play each other, in the LCS, Giants did win that series. And if we look at all 10 weeks of the LCS, Giants also have shown more positives than on the side of Origen. So obviously you have to go in with kind of that feeling that Giants will be favorites.
All right, well, Kreppel mentioned players we need to watch, players that have the potential to carry it as things start to fall apart. Tavicio, who is that player for you?
I want to look at Knight, specifically in the mid lane. I think it's not been the same split that we saw last year, where he was rookie of the split, of course. But I still think he's showing some games where he's kind of popping off mechanically. He's had some talent games in there that has looked very, very good. And I think against a team like Origen, who is very uncoordinated, a guy like Knight, who's obviously very high up in solo queue with multiple accounts, can take advantage of that.
Yeah, I'm going to keep my eyes on Syncroft. I'm not going to take the easy route and take a Giants player. I'm going to say, you know what, Syncroft, of course, for Origen, I think he can be the shining light because he's shown some good levels of engaging. He has mastery over the Lee Sin, and he seems like the only kind of new player starting into this failing experiment of Origen. Maybe he can pair up with Nahyun. He has to do that. I don't think he can go top. Sartorius has shown us that dying to Shen level 1 is inexcusable. Bot lane, let's keep XPEK on a range support. Let's just play from the mid lane, play from Nahyun, get those early mages like Syndra, LeBlanc. I know Analyst Desk talked about it a lot earlier, and by Analyst Desk I mean Deficio. They're very strong.
We're not, the surprise here to me is we're not talking about Memento, who feels like he has been.
Yeah, that's cheating.
The easiest one.
Okay, I see.
That's the one where everyone is like, well, of course Memento is the man to watch. He's actually been a standout player on a team who's lost most of their games, and he's managed to be a really, really strong jungler. Who's like #1 in everything in terms of his team stats, damage percent, kill participation. It's all Memento. But he needs the guy next to him. That's why we're looking at a person like Knight to kind of pair up with Memento and carry the team.
But in the end, I don't think everybody has Giants picked. But if we look at Origen, they still have Enrico Cedeno in the bot lane. XPEK, the magician. He went to semifinals at Worlds. He had the legendary shot calling backdoors. You can keep your statistics. Origen may have not won a single series, but I prefer the magic, and therefore I think Origen, they're going to do it.
All right, well, we'll see if the magic is enough or if Giants can push Origen off the cliff as we hand it over to our casters for Game 1.
Woo, off the cliff. Thank you very much, Draco, saying greetings, everybody. I'm Trevor Quickshy Henry, bringing you this best of 5 alongside Andrew Vedius Day.
Hello.
Good day, sir.
I'm ready. How are you?
Very good. CosQ and Pride Stalker did not appreciate the Schalke tank. I spoke to them a little bit after, and yeah, they were a bit offended by us. So.
But I even made the anti-artillery tank just for them.
They did. Anyways, let's find out who will be facing Fnatic Academy tomorrow by starting with the lineups today. It's Origen on the blue side for game #1, with Sartorius in the top lane, Syncroft in the jungle, Nahyun in the mid lane, Tabs and XPEK, AD carry and support with their coach, Titus Leduc Havner.
On the other side of the rift, we have Giants. In the top lane is Flaxish, their jungler Memento. In the mid lane is Knight, their AD carry Hiku, support Hustlin, and their coach Loza.
And of course, Giants, the favorites in this matchup, have looked better than Origen throughout the split, despite the problems that Giants themselves have faced. And this is going to be a very, very tough series mentally for both of these teams.
I think that's the core of what we're looking at. Both of these teams are fighting for not just their spot, but an opportunity to still have their spot, because even if they win this match, they still have to go up against Fnatic Academy. They still have another hurdle to climb, and both these teams right now, they're just hoping to keep their hopes alive.
Hoping to hope. That's what they're playing for. Their backs are against the wall, rather, their backs are against the edge of a cliff. And Dracos wants to know who will be pushing the other off. Reminder to everybody, if you are just tuning in, it is patch 7.6. Galio will be disabled for all of playoffs and promotion tournament. And looking at the bans, Talon and Rumble taken off the table, so Knight and Flaxish not going to get their comfort picks. Syndra and Malzahar the replies. No real surprises here.
Nope, we've been seeing this a lot recently. When teams go up against Giants, they just want to make sure that Knight is moved away from a champion that allows him to impact all of his other side lanes, because that is where Giants have their most success. And the last time that these two teams did face off against each other, Ziggs was one of the big picks. He had a lot of success for Giants in Game 1, had a lot of success for Origen in Game 2, and then Game 3 they had to battle away. Like, there was no room for either of these teams to be allowed to pick it up, simply because of how straightforward he was to play and how great he was at working into these late games that these two teams often found themselves in.
But that was several patches ago, Vedius. So with that in mind, do you still think that's going to come true, or will Tabs maybe lean back onto the Ezreal, which has been seeing a lot of play? I'm looking at the ADC pool. Everything is still up and available.
Right now, I think that priority for Giants is just picking strong, safe lanes. They know that they're going up against the Lulu, so they've secured themselves the Karma. If they want to be extra safe, Hiku, he's been playing a lot of Varus in recent weeks. Ashe as well. I feel like that the Varus will give him safe, secure wave clear, but they've also put a lot of value on Graves too, so they can guarantee themselves a strong jungler. Instead, they're going to go for the AD carry.
Yeah, so like you said already, a little bit of a focus on some of these laning champions, the Karma and the Varus. Important to note that because Giants have come into this tournament as the highest seeded LCS team, they have side selection in games 1, 3, and 5, and Giants have opted into red side. So let's see how they use their counter picks. Syncroft, with a fairly wide jungle pool available, actually all major junglers, decides to lock in the Kha'Zix.
Interesting. He's actually yet to play that this season. Typically gone more towards champions like the Lee Sin, where he's actually had a decent performance on in the struggling Origen lineup. But Origen 2, they're playing it fairly safe. Now, if you are Giants, you have a bit of freedom here. You could look to either lock in your jungler and leave a lot of things left available so you can save your mid for the later rotations. Alternatively, you can be pretty confident that the Gragas is going top, so you can look to try and get a more positive matchup in the top half of the map. Maybe a Fizz on this rotation going over towards Flaxish. Instead, they're going to play it safe and simple.
Safe, simple, clean, maybe. Nautilus, point and click. Difficult to mess that one up when it comes to the later stages of the game.
As much as I enjoy being polite and courteous to teams, clean is not what I was expecting from this series.
I'll accept that. I will accept that one, Vedius. And we'll see which team shows up today. I mean, you know, Origen, they got 3-0'd last week when it came to the first round of the promo tournament. And I'm seeing a little bit of a pivot here in the bans. Nahyun has had his Aurelion Soul removed.
Like, he hovered it.
I saw the hover.
And then there's obviously a lot of respect, so it's definitely a target ban towards Nahyun, but usually Aurelion Sol is more, at the moment in his current state, is better picked into certain matchups rather than just someone you can necessarily blind pick.
And what does that mean then? What would Knight be considering playing if he is banning away an A Soul, you know?
It would be something like an Orianna. We saw Huki play in the CLG FlyQuest playoffs matchup. Generally, low mobility control mages are what Aurelion Sol typically does well into, because it's really difficult for them to close the gap onto him, and he can just force a lot of pressure during the early laning phase where their wave clear isn't the strongest. So those slow ramping teamfight control mages, it's typically where Aurelion Sol excels.
All right, so unfortunately he's going to be taken away, and there we go. Low mobility control mage, Anivia taken off the table. Nahyun actually hovered that a bunch of times towards the end of the split, and we actually saw, actually did see Anivia locked in. I can't recall who played it though, but regardless.
Memento, it was Knight, I believe.
Was it Knight? There we go. Not in Nahyun's hands just yet. What do we need to see locked in? A mid laner and an ADC for Origen, and for Giants, they need to lock out. There's 2 solo lanes.
So many mid lanes have been banned except for Orianna. And my head is just saying, just lock in your Orianna now. I think that you can be pretty safe. You'd have a strong mid lane presence, very few answers available to it. Throughout the regular season, we have seen Knight bring it out one time. I guess they're just trying to guarantee Knight gets himself a counter pick, but I do think it's a risk because now Nahyun, he should be able to just pick up the Orianna for himself.
Okay, it was safe and give him a lot of options, right? Because that Orianna, so it goes even in the laning phase. It very rarely loses, has got some scaling on his side.
Yep.
For Tabs, we know he's going up into the Varus Karma. We know Tabs likes his Ezreal, has played it a whole bunch this split. This will be the 7th time he's going to be able to play that Ezreal. I'm happy that the Kennen was not locked in. Not gonna play it like last week. Didn't have the same level of impact, and with Orianna likely to be the lock here for Nahyun, what is the option for Knight? A man who has run counter picks in the past.
He has the option to go for something like an Azir. Usually does okay during the laning phase against Orianna and will scale nicely into a pick sort of poke composition coming out from Giants. Very good at being able to set up sieges. Victor would just be another one which is very safe, but I feel like it's a move away from the style that Knight has succeeded so much more in the past, which is very much that he is a playmaker. He is someone that you watch when you're in dire straits, when you're in that situation, you need someone to make a play. Knight in the past was always that guy for me that could do it. And I feel like on Victor, he can't really.
Yeah, less of a playmaker, but more of a team player. Maybe Giants have gone back to the drawing board after the defeat in round 1 of the promo tournament last week, and gonna have to reevaluate their approach. But you know what I see, Vedius?
What do you see, Trevor?
I see two very similar team compositions. You know, they've got some good tanks, they've got good wave clear. They have the option to set up great plays, maybe with the flank or, well, maybe with the flank. But you know what I also see? Two team comps that can turtle and that can defend.
Oh, I mean, I'm expecting a long game, Trevor. Like, both these teams have very long games.
When Origen took a game off Giants, when they faced in the cross-group play, it took a little over 50 minutes.
50 minutes?
Yes, a little over 50 minutes. That's what Origen needed, and in Origen's very few amount of wins, it has dragged out. I mean, the 75-minute epic against Roccat, for example.
That was quite the epic.
It was. No, it really was. And there was a lot on the line in that game. And while I am saying this a little bit tongue-in-cheek, a little bit sarcastic, these teams are fighting for their lives. And that is potentially why you've got a very safe, fairly well-rounded team composition on both sides of the rift.
And the thing for me, though, is that when you compare these two teams, very much so that throughout the split, we've not seen a huge amount of teamwork. We've seen a lot of individual prowess. So I'm looking for, in this first game, who are going to be the players to step up.
Well, we heard the analyst desk, and specifically Crepo, talking about Memento, and how Memento is one of the guys to watch on Giants. For the first time in 5 games, he's not playing Graves, and he's got his hands on Lee Sin. If there was somebody on the Giants squad to make an impact, as Crepo has said multiple times today, it's going to be Memento. It's going to be on this Lee Sin.
It was Crepo that said it, right?
It was. It absolutely was.
Just wanted to
I can't remember that other guy that was there.
Who?
Not Dracos.
Is there another guy?
Yeah, the one with the crappy hairstyle. The other two were pretty good. As you can tell, ladies and gentlemen, we have a little bit of an in-joke going today.
So let's start with early game, because that's going to be super important. Something that we saw earlier on in the day was that the early game decided a lot. Pushing lanes seemed to be a big discussion point among casters and analysts, and when we look at these pushing lanes, it seems that Origen actually have a decent advantage in the early game. It's going to be interesting because you have the Orianna naturally gets a pretty solid push against the Victor early on. Ezreal and Lulu trade very effectively at these very early levels, enabling them to be able to net some good pushing advantages. And Sartorius on the Gragas, it's a bit back and forth with the two tanks. You can't necessarily say one pushes much harder because they both have a lot of wave clear. Yeah. But I'm looking at Origen primarily in the very early first few levels for Synkrov to try and get a few couple of ganks off.
Okay, so Synkrov early levels, let's pay attention. I'm looking at the summoner spells across the board. Nahyun has gone for heal flash, whereas on the support you've got Ignite versus Exhaust. So I quite like that against some of the burst damage rather, that can come down from a shockwave or Synkrov's Kha'Zix.
It gives you a lot more laning power in the bottom lane to the Ignite onto Peke. I think that it works well with Lulu, especially when you pair it up with the Ezreal. So I think this translates nicely to what we were talking about earlier on, where they are looking to try and trade a lot more during the laning phase, build up their advantages through fighting, basically.
Yeah. Well, that's exciting. I like seeing fighting, and both of these team comps have plenty of fighting power, plus some shields and some life-saving ability, so it could get very, very explosive. And I think that could play into Giants' favor, even though this team comp isn't necessarily the style we saw them be super successful with. As a team, they've shown slightly better team fighting more consistently, higher individual level plays and performances most of the split.
They have. And even though Giants themselves have gotten very few series wins, they have demonstrated signs of brilliance very early on in the split. I think back to the time in which they were able to take a couple games off Misfits. They could games off Fnatic. They were looking okay against G2, and we thought, hey, maybe this Giant squad early on, they seem pretty reliably the fourth place team. But one of the big narratives that we looked at was that how much has this team actually grown? And when you compare them to a team like Roccat, it's very evident to see the differences. Roccat going from what was nothing into taking down G2 into Giants who have pretty much stayed the same throughout the regular season.
I think that's the most important thing, right, is that, you know, Giants, yes, they had an incredibly unfortunate remake against Vitality, and that really put them on tilt. Now let's see if Synkrov will be put on tilt. Does Memento and Flaxish come over the wall? They managed to get the stun, and they trade flashes 2 for 1. Probably not worth, especially if Flaxish gets ganked by Synkrov's Kazakhs.
But they do force Synkrov back. They committed a little hard to try and get themselves that early kill, which, as you rightly said, could come to bite them back later on. But it will now relieve a lot of pressure for the bottom lane, because one of the advantages that you have on the Ezreal Lulu as well, they do trade well. They rely on the presence of having that early game jungle power of the Kazakhs. And with him now out of the picture, Hiku and Huston can just feel free to push as much as they like. They have so much wave clear. They can say, we don't care if you want to trade. You can't trade into all of these minions. We're just going to keep pushing and pushing, and we should be fairly safe.
Yeah, that's at least going to, as you mentioned, open up opportunities. And that's actually pretty important, because Tabs and Peke, as the weeks have rolled on, they have looked slightly better, you know, and they were growing. One of the big reasons that helped them out, they had the emergency call help button, being Satori's teleport. But unfortunately, it didn't result in anything, right? It was like one of those flash in the pan moments where you see it once or twice over the last few weeks of the split. And you mentioned how Giants kind of stagnated. Origen, pretty much the same. Unfortunately, the general level was a lot lower, and that's why both of these teams are in the promotion tournament in the losers bracket right now, fighting for their lives.
But that's also why I have mixed feelings about the series, is it could be super exciting because you've got two teams that have failed to grow, and so they could just throw everything at one another, or because they're both so afraid to try and make plays, to try and risk anything, to gamble, they might take it super slowly. They might be really reserved, and I think that's not the play style that they need to go for. You need to be willing to take these risks. We saw it earlier today, picking Katarina in a game 5 against Fnatic Academy because Kozku was confident that he could do it. I want to be seeing that from these two teams. I want to see that risky play, that possibility that could go wrong but could also go so right.
Yeah, that's it. A little bit of risk can bring a lot of reward. For either Origen or Giants, they need to have 2 series victories to make it back into the LCS. Nahyun's going to take it. Auto attack that's been empowered as Knight continues to, you know, siphon some power, push the wave out with that death ray. Even as far as CS concerned, across the map, small advantage for Satorius thanks to that invade, that Flaxish Memento used a little bit earlier this game. No risky plays, no deviation from what we would expect with these champions in the opening game of the series.
Nope, very standard. I thought that there was the possibility of us seeing a little bit more jungle presence, but for the time being, other than that early gank from Memento, we have seen very little, and this is the nature of farm lanes.
It is. It is the nature of farm lanes, and the high pressure situation tends to give you a slow pace.
Yep.
But one thing that does bode well for Giants as an organization, the last few times they've appeared in the summer promotion tournament, when they haven't done well in spring and they want to re-qualify for summer, naming conventions, please, they've actually won. But this time around, it's a little scarier.
Well, because I remember back when they actually played up against Splice, and they ended up losing a very close series against Splice. And then they went up against, I believe it was Huma, who they then had an extremely close series against Huma as well. And so I feel like Giants are the sort of team that come playoffs like to play with your emotions.
Oh yes, and by playoffs you mean promotion tournament too. Xpecker's gonna get jumped on here by Memento. He gets turned into a little munchkin before he needs to swim his way away. I think it's a tiny little whale with that skin. No real support from the rest of Giants though, so just some poke and some vision that's being set up. I'm looking at the mini-map. A couple of wards around this Brambleback. So Giants are going to be fully aware of Synchrov's current power level.
So Giants potentially looking towards that early dragon. With this deep vision investment towards the bottom half of Origen's map, it does mean that it is an indicator of Giants' intentions, and the fact that they have been able to get this deep vision down will give you a lot of knowledge as to where Synchro is when he's in the top half of the map. That means that you can look to try and set up a play on the bottom side. And for the time being, with Memento being towards his red buff, it looks like that Sartorius wants to get some vision himself.
All right, let's see if Sartorius can make his way out. He placed that ward by the Krugs. There's support from Knight and Memento coming up the river. So the barrel's going to send Flaxish away. Sartorius caught up by the depth charge, but trading an ultimate for a flash. Very, very welcoming to the Giants members. Oh, and even though Flaxish lost his flash earlier, there was no pressure from Origen, so nothing to be gained.
Yep, Origen, good communication. Good to let Sartorius know, hey, there's a good chance the Giants are roaming up through the river, because they actually had no vision of that play happening. But regardless, Sartorius had the awareness to be like, right, I need to ult, I need to flash, I have to get out of here as quickly as possible, otherwise I'm very likely going to lose my life. So
yes.
After the invade, he does get one ward down onto the Krugs. But remember that after all that vision that Giants invested into the bottom half of the map, that meant that Origen spent all of their resources trying to clear that out. So they actually left their top side vulnerable, which Memento used as a window to then rotate it and steal away that blue buff.
Oh, very clever map play then from Memento. Reading the situation, and you know, we talked a little bit about the wards. One of the stories that we had for Origen, Giants, Roccat, and Vitality throughout a lot of the split was how the bottom 4 teams in LCS actually placed more wards on average and control wards than all the other teams. And we'll expand on that in a few minutes, because Memento's brought people to a Nahyun party. Flash for flash, Nahyun gets sent sideways. Memento unable to connect with the Q.
Maybe a bit of nerves there. That was a straight line skill shot that Memento didn't miss. It was a good flash from Nahyun to be able to not get kicked underneath this turret, but regardless, 2 summoner spells burn in the exchange.
Yeah, and of course, Memento is the guy I was hyping up about making plays.
I mean, he's trying, right? He's trying.
Yes. There'll be many more opportunities. When you look at the likes of Orion in this laning phase, I mean, we're 10 minutes in. No tower is under any real pressure right now. Giants are going to take an uncontested dragon because they have opted not to recall, and you can see by Tabs' recall timing, there's no challenge from Origen's bottom lane. So easy Drake secured here by Giants.
This is the kind of game where, you know, have you ever just put rain music on when you're trying to chill out, where it's just the sound of rain tapping on the window?
I don't, because I know it calms people down, but it really makes me need the toilet. Like, I really need to wee when I listen to rain like that. And same with like a waterfall and fountains and stuff like that.
Well, then perhaps you could do what I was about to suggest, which is just have this game on in the background, just quiet, soothing, you know, just the falling of minions, the quiet pings of enemy locations. It's very soothing, very relaxing.
It can be. Shall we listen to the game sounds?
Let's listen.
Of Summoner's Rift. That is a body slam. Here comes Flaxish. She's in trouble. Sartorius and Synchro going under the tower. Is this a reply? First blood. Synchro is blocked. Cancels the auto. And Flaxish gets first blood.
The 2v1 outplay for Flaxish. On Origen, they go for the dive. It was greedy. You tried to dive a Nautilus. He gets the reset on his passive every time he hits a new target. And the fact that Synchro gets stunned up level 7 underneath the turrets, that was very unfortunate for Origen.
It really is. The 2v2 did not work out. Sartorius may not be done just yet. Remember, Gragas and his kit does a lot of damage. There's also a true shot barrage from Tabs available. It's been flung, it's been fired. I don't think it's going to connect with Flaxish, though.
Oh.
We're not following it. No, that was close, actually. Flaxish may have walked into it. Regardless, Sartorius decides not to re-engage. And Flaxish with a fantastic 1v2 outplay.
Definitely was good from Flaxish. Good awareness, holding on to his flash till just the right moment. We can better break it down when we get the full replay up, but think about what that means for Flaxish. Now, he should have a little bit more push-up in the top lane, and you can see Origen wanted to try and make something happen. Both level 8, really good ultimate from Sartorius, but he takes too much damage from the turret himself. And the ultimate knock-up onto Synchro is really what bought enough time for Flaxish to reposition, then land that crucial stun onto Synchro underneath the target, underneath the turret, and then move around the turret being like, no, you cannot reach me from here, friend.
Is that what he was saying?
That's exactly what he was saying.
Okay.
Not today, friend. Not today.
I'm not your friend, guy. And that's how Flaxish yelled, taking down Synkrov underneath the tower. So first blood to Giants. Good outplay from Giants. It's a little frustrating seeing Sartorius and Synkrov not pull that one off. And it is a problem that, you know, has plagued Origen throughout the split. And I'm taking a look down the items with the kill. Flaxish is able to complete his Merc trades. He's got those Doran rings. It's mirrored by Sartorius, but he's already got the cowl up.
Now, I called this the Lord of the Rings build. Deficio got very upset because I call it the Frodo build because, right, he carries the one ring to rule them all. But then Deficio says, but he's got 3 rings, Vedius. How does that make any sense? And then Crepo came in with a valuable point, decoys. You have to have baits in there to draw attention from the core ring. That's the point. That's why it's the Frodo build. And he will sell the others in order to turn the almighty one into the greatest ring of them all.
All right, I'm going to wait for that moment before I carry on with this version of the quadrilogy, I suppose, as we've added an extra episode to the existing few. And Giants, they've got a very minor lead thanks to that first blood, but again, still very even. Towers haven't fallen yet. Nobody's done any of those lane swap shenanigans to apply pressure to the towers. And every time I look at the map, it just feels like Giants with Memento are trying to do a little bit more. You know, they've gone into the jungle a couple times. Hustling came into poke. You can see the mini-map again. Giants have got better deep vision.
You hit the nail on the head, Trevor. What we're seeing from Memento is he's going into the enemy jungle a few times. When have we seen Synkrov even remotely try and gain any semblance of control over Giants' jungle? Because at the moment, it is purely Giants' game. And even though the gold is very even, look, bottom lane, constantly getting pushed in. The Ezreal Lulu always looking to try and get a good early few trades in the early levels. They weren't able to. Their jungler, he got spotted out very early on, forced back. Giants' bottom lane used that to just keep pushing, and now they're in a point where it's just wave clear, wave clear, wave clear, and Giants are investing all of their vision into the bottom half of Origen's jungle to allow this push to continue so that they'll eventually take this turret down.
I mean, you talked about the pushing lanes. Knight, for a few levels, has already been able to kind of deal with those waves incredibly effectively. Got those Lucy boots and a perfect Hex core, so there's no way that Nahil's going to be able to push him in. And HQ and Hustler, they've just chipped away. It's about 15 minutes in. A couple more waves like this, and first tower blood will be secured by Giants.
They will. And then they just move their bottom lane up to the top lane. They rinse and repeat. Origen will be forced to match them, and the same thing will happen over and over again. Remember, the dragon was already taken early on, and with it respawning soon, Giants could look to take this tower and transition into a second Drake.
And one of my favorite things, it's an Infernal Drake. That's a dragon worth fighting over.
Oh, yes.
So Origen don't give that one up for free. Cannon minion wave is cleared out under the tower. Hiku sitting on 2,200 gold. Tabs is sitting on 2,000. You have to feel that with this recall, Hiku and Hustlin will likely just knock the tower over, then go back. There's no resistance. Origen sacrificed the tower. I mean, it was an inevitability.
Yep.
And that was going to knock over. And first blood, first dragon, first tower. Maybe that means first game win for Giants. They've got they've got the 3, the Illuminati, the triangle, right?
That is how they won, or they did so well during the regular season of Summer. What I wanted to see from Origen was, like, they had Orianna early on before the Victor is able to get himself a push. That is where you're vulnerable to Orianna just constantly pushing in that wave. And with Synkrov, I would have liked to see them gain vision and look to try and roam bottom lane. Right now, without any real control, they're looking to try and get themselves an Inferno.
They are, and you see all the vision set up. Origen agreed with my analysis of Infernal Dragon being worthwhile to fight over. But they're not going to. So, Memento and Hustlin basically walk up uncontested. Teleports are available. Where are the top laners? They're deciding not to come in yet. Infernal Dragon is the focus of Memento. Well, Chains of Corruption catch Synkrov and spread. Shockwave only gets Memento, and Origen have their first kill of the game. The Dragon goes to Giants, so you have to feel eventual net worth more beneficial for Giants.
It will, in the long run, benefit Giants. However, I feel that we have to highlight a bit of a greedy play from Memento, trying to not only get himself the dragon, but then try and force a play as well. Perhaps a little bit overzealous, just take the advantage that you gained, then look to try and reset your waves. And now with Synkrov moving towards the bottom lane with no jungle support, perhaps Origen can look to capitalize.
Yeah, and one of the things that we haven't really highlighted, Vedius, was Origen's team composition. Their initiation is very sort of skill shot or flank reliant, and I want to expand to that in a moment or two. Here's the dragon fight we just watched.
Worth highlighting, the ultimate from Peke prevents Syncroft from being kicked in. That means he doesn't actually have to use his flash to get out of that exchange. And because of the knock-up tied with the ultimate from Oriana as well, it becomes difficult for Memento to be able to get out of that situation. So just a bit of an overzealous play from Memento, very similar to what we saw when he found Syncroft in the jungle in the early levels.
I want to go back to that little, comment from a moment ago. If I look at Giants, the, Nautilus engage, point and click ulti, Lee Sin for some potential flanks. Hell, you've even got some CC that can spray it from their AD carry. Origen, on the other hand, very reliant on kind of, skill shot, body slam barrel from Sartorius or a flank. And then not a lot else. So it feels like there's a lot of complexity to starting a fight if you're Origen.
However, they have a lot of good disengage tools. So while Giants may very well have a number of means to start the fight, Origen have a lot of ways to stop it. Okay. Or at the very least, split Giants up. The use of the Oriana ball can be massive in these team fights. Just its positioning and holding onto the ultimate can be enough to force Giants to split up so that Origen can then look to focus their front line. They have a nice slow composition to play. When I think of this comp and the way in which they play fights, it's always very much, you want to be playing the fight slowly, you want to be kiting back, gradually, slowly chip them down. It's not the sort of team fighting where you go, throw all the buttons all the once at the same time. That's a little bit more like Giants' composition. Whereas Origen requires more finesse, more calmness, more, let's take our time and eventually we'll be able to draw this fight to a win.
More complexity. Good summary there. Let's see if Origen can pull it off. I like what you said. More buttons, more onceness, just throw it at them, Giants.
Well, it's literally like ult from Varus, ult from Victor, and then you win, right? If you want to add flash, you have Memento kick everyone through each other too.
Bowling pin
Imagine
style.
that, right? Oh, imagine, right? You kick, right? So you ulti with Flaxish onto Peke. You then kick Peke through the enemy team into multi-knockup.
Well, that's the dream. Very good defensive flash by Knight and Ghost. All that cost was a body slam from Sartorius. So Knight summon a spell-less for the next few minutes. We're getting to 20 minutes on the game clock of game one here. It is do or die for Origen and Giants. And Giants, 1,000 gold up. They haven't made, neither team has made like really big plays.
Nope.
But Flaxish just had a great outplay earlier to allow him to get that solo kill.
I wonder if that hit the confidence of OG. We have to remember that throughout the regular season, these guys are yet to pick up a series win. They've gotten a few game wins here and there. But when you start off a best of 5 by going for a tower dive and then dying, it makes you wonder, is that going to hurt your ability or willingness to keep trying to make these plays?
I don't have the answer to that. And it's difficult because as a team, they have just been bullied and beaten up all split long. Memento finds Syncroft just walking into his jungle, gets a combo down, and Syncroft loses half of his hit points. I'm looking at itemization. Got that Phage after Warrior Enchant. Memento going a little bit more tanky as Giants have grouped up. And we've seen the AD carry and support swapping. Peke gets caught out by a lot of damage from Hiku, but there was no other support. Giants seemed a little bit like different pages there. It felt like Memento and Huston were backing out. Hiku was going in. And that allows Expected to escape just with that wild growth.
What this will result in, though, is another tower for Giants, because notice that Victor, he's pushed in mid. Giants, both with Memento and Huston, are looking to push up their vision. They're forcing Ezreal away from the tower. They've already forced Peke back. And now with 3 members, possibly 4, depending on whether or not Mike comes over, Giants looking to ascertain more control over the map.
They are indeed. Syncroft gets caught out by the Sonic Wave. A lot of damage from Memento. He's looking for the solo kill. Will have some support by the heal and the shield, rather, from Memento. And that's going to allow Giants to get away. They're still focusing down the tower. But I want to go back to that confidence point that you talked about, Vedius, because Origen have had the single worst performance of any European team in the LCS since its inception. 2 wins and 26 losses. It's a 7% win ratio. Giants themselves, when they were in spring in 2013, they had 8 wins to 20 losses. Dragonborns, who finished 8th that split when it was an 8-team league, they went 6 and 22. Unfortunately for Origen, they broke a lot of very negative records this split.
The problem that Origen has is you're now in an era of League of Legends where the standard to be good at an LCS is so much higher compared to what it needs to be. And when you are effectively a team full of challenger players prior to Peke coming in, Ooh. You are going to have difficulty going up against what is not only an LCS full of a lot of new talent, but also a lot of veteran talent as well. And we think back to players like Nahyun, who has yet to get himself a win over in the Challenger LSPL, Sartorius, who spent a lot of time in Challenger, Syncroft, who is still relatively new to the LCS stage. It's very difficult for Origen to really find that success, all that growth throughout the season.
It really, really is, and you know, not really set up for success in terms of the roster that was drafted. That little engage by Giants that we nonchalantly disregarded, Hiku flashed for that. Like, he went for the flash Varus ultimate. Varus might be, his ulti might be the most missed skill shot on the professional stage. I think there could be an argument to be made. I'm not going to claim that it is.
Arrows, Varus ultis, Ezreal ultis. They're all definitely up there. 80 carries right now.
Memento. Memento gets sent into the pit. A lot of damage, and he's instantly killed. Knight wants to try get a reply back. The Chaos Storm is chasing. Memento really just got obliterated by the Origen squad, and Origen get the dragon. I mean, that's going to even this game out a little.
Very good setup from Origen. The fact that Sartorius went for the flash body slam into an ulti, into a Wemsy, so that Memento couldn't get out either. And then Syncroft, he just gets the dragon. He's like, oh, you've just delivered a free Lee Sin for me. Wonderful, I will take that. And then they wander off into the sunset. So Origen, they pick themselves up the dragon, they pick themselves up a kill, and Giants not really ready for the play. They'd already used their flashes, their ultimates earlier on in order to try and force that fight in the top river. And you can see this in Memento being like, hey, we have more control over the map. We feel more confident that I can just walk up and contest this. And he doesn't show enough respect to Origen, who very quickly bite to it.
Yeah, very quickly. And they get the kill. Origen, they've got some life in them. 25 minutes in. Ocean Drake is going to help out against some of the poke. And if you look at the item spikes, you're going 2-3 items pretty much across the board. Your nonsense story about Lord of the Rings is not true yet, as both top laners still have
they're still decoys. You're still trying to figure out which one is the true ring.
Yeah, well, while I'm trying to figure that out, Giants and Origen are trying to figure out how to take a lead. We're officially into mid-game. I think we've been in mid-game for a little while. It was
yeah, 2 items is the best indicator of the mid-game.
It was obvious we're going that way.
Yep.
Various. Which team comp do you like more as we continue to scale towards, let's say 55-minute game 1? I think that's a safe bet.
It depends in what you mean by more. I think because both have very obvious strengths. I prefer Giants' composition in the sense that it's easy to play, more straightforward, good team fighting, right? So their next objective is very much, let's gain control of the Baron, let's try and make something happen. And right now you can already see a lot of vision being set up. They find Syncroft out of position. They might kill him.
Well, they're going to try to. He's able to flash over the wall. Chains of Corruption and the Chaos Storm was used, but Syncroft is able to survive with his life. And Giants, they're trying to set up vision, as you mentioned.
So this is very much what Giants want to be doing. Whereas OG, as we discussed earlier, it's much more about playing that slow style of, let's get a bit of chip damage with the Ezreal, let's try and set off a flank with Syncroft and Sartorius. It's very much about positioning and making sure that as the enemy is trying to set up for something, that is when you look to punish them. And the issue for Origen is, so far, the only time we've seen them make a play and it succeed is when they're reacting to Giants overstepping, when they're reacting to Giants making that small mistake. And so what they need is to punish Giants as they're setting up this vision, as they're trying to gain control. Because while as a 5-man unit, Giants are strong, on an individual level, in terms of the champions, Origen should have the advantage.
Okay, interesting. So context of the late game shenanigans. The context of those shenanigans will then impact whose scaling we prefer. And as it stands, Giants are going to brute force their way onto this mid-outer tower. Origen, they are here to defend. Arguably a little bit late though, and they lose a lot of HP off that tower. Sartorius was making his way up from the red buff side of Origen's jungle, and Giants back away safely. So it's still a 1,000 gold game. Very, very close as Giants are going to peel away and maybe play a little bit of the Baron baits.
Want to highlight something for any aspiring Victor players out there? Something that Knight does actually a really good job of as the ultimate comes out.
All right, Chain of Corruption is going to sprint. Nahyun gets caught out. Shockwave simply not enough damage. That's a kick onto Tab, sending him away from the tower. And Expector is dropped low by the Siphon Power. Sartorius has got a body slam and a barrel available. But Origen in a 4-man defense, can they hold this outer tower? I don't think that they can if Giants stick around.
Origen, they find the pick. Now Memento, again, trying to gain control over the top half of Origen's jungle. They're just trying to force Origen off this tower, which they should very easily be able to do. Hiku has been the primary initiator for Giants time and time again. He finds the ultimate onto Nahue. He can't even flash. He wanted to try and catch Hiku off, trade ultimate for ultimate. Maybe he could just nuke Hiku down. Bear in mind, he is a level 16 Oriana, but the immediate follow-up from 9. This is what I wanted to highlight earlier on. His use of the gravity field when playing around these turrets is spectacular. The fact is, every time he's walking close to that tower, he's always throwing it down because of the amount of control and CC that it provides. And that prevented Nahue from being able to escape with the rest of his team following it.
Talked about not escaping. Origen are trying to catch someone out in the Giants jungle. Realizing Giants are going to be backing. I really like this play. Peke, Sartorius, Synchro using a numbers advantage to get very safe warding in. Memento's going to knock himself into the Baron pit. That means Tabs is in trouble. Here comes Sartorius. Origen, have they bitten off more than they can chew? That's a kill. Expec is already down. Redemption comes out as Giants are chasing Synchro and Sartorius. That leap forward in the body slam means Chain of Corruptions misses, and Origen, I think, good in theory, poor in execution.
Well, it was a very good executed kick for Memento, hitting 3 members, nicely setting up for Giants to be able to win themselves out on that fight. But the question is, what sort of control can they get off this? They've already taken all of the tier 1 towers, now they're looking for a kill onto Sartorius.
All right, optimistic, yeah, optimistic ultimate. It's a zoning ultimate, sending Sartorius away. 30 seconds until Ocean Drake spawns back up. I'm looking at vision and waves. Top wave pushing towards Origen, so Giants have some time to play with. And the red buff was picked up by Synchro, while the rest of Origen go deal with these side lanes. I mean, Giants, it's 30 minutes in. It's a 3,000 gold lead. And potentially another dragon, although it doesn't look like they're going to stick around to pick this one up. Instead, Origen could rush it down if they wanted to.
It should definitely be a dragon in favor of Giants. The fact that Oriana's going down to the bottom lane, we don't have time for that. We've got to look at the replay. Look at this. You can see Nahue, and he tries to land the ultimate, gets hooked up by Flaxish. Good setup from Giants. Great communication that you can see between the team. They know exactly what they want to do. They catch a target out of position, and all of them follow up. Good to see this sort of teamwork happening from the lineup. Meanwhile, Memento, he now is getting caught out in his own jungle. Good use of the blast cone, and this is where you can see the teamwork once again coming out from Giants. The kick, no gravity fields coming out from the Victor. Unfortunately, all of the targets got kicked a little bit too far away, but oh, we got another fight.
We do indeed. That's a kill onto Hustlin. Origen, they get their 4th of the fight. They're not done yet. Memento is dropped as well, and now Origen turn their attention to Baron. I didn't see the setup for that, but they catch Giants out, and now a 3-man Giants have to somehow stop Baron.
Giants, right now, they do not have their jungler. Can they stop Origen from taking the Baron?
Let's find out. Baron is going to go very low. Knight and Hiku going to look for a steal attempt. Piercing arrow, not even going to get charged yet. Baron is secured. Origen, they pull it back in the 30th minute.
We've talked a lot about Giants, and Memento in particular being overzealous, and he was one of the members that ended up getting caught out for Giants. I was just praising them for their communication and teamwork and the fact that they were all working together to be able to punish the mistakes from Origen. But it was this time that Origen find themselves the punish. Origen get themselves the Baron. And all of a sudden, it is Origen with the gold lead over Giants.
What a swing. That passive play from Giants ends up backfiring. I wonder if we can't get a replay on broadcast, maybe LCS can explain how Memento and Hustlin just got caught out. We were in a replay at the time, so we'll have to find out.
Replay.
Let's
so we
see,
can
let's see.
Memento, they look for a pick onto Sartorius here. They're actually just trying to get some vision down in Sartorius. They have no idea that he's in the brush. Really good pick from Origen. The fact that they were able to find that, just lying in wait. But this was something that we were discussing earlier on. Origen's team composition is all about punishing Giants in the setup rather than once they've already gotten themselves the control. And the fact that Origen were able to find that pick, that's just gotten them the Baron. That's just gotten them a goal lead in a game where Giants looked to be maintaining control throughout.
Can Origen use this Baron to get map control? They've got 2 towers already. The Baron power play is already going to swing in their favor, thanks to the gold. And Giants, they want to initiate. Point and click, there's the dredge line. Where's the depth shot? Going to be bouncing forward. Only Memento and Flaxish caught out by the shockwave. It's simply not enough. Hiku sidesteps the Mystic shot as Knight is pinned against the wall. Sartorius' GA gets popped. He'll spawn in the middle of 5 Giants members. Body slams over the wall into the waiting hands of Knight, and the dredge line curved around the corner. Flaxish pulls off his best Angelina Jolie to connect with a curved bullet, and Giants, without Baron, find 2 kills.
And this is why we always get such long games between these two teams, Quick Shot, because it is just one team getting an advantage, and then that advantage being handed straight back over. Giants' composition is all about being able to find those 5v5 fights. It is all about forcing a big exchange. And when OG group up to try and force down a mid-tier 1 turret, you're just asking Giants to start a fight with you.
Giants responded.
Yes, they did. They said, a letter received and we will comply.
We accept your challenge.
So just look. So you can see, like, they have good vision setup around the top half of the map, but they have no vision control around the bottom. And Origen, they just don't respect the engaged power of Giants' composition and how great it is at being able to team fight. Look at Tabs, he can't offer anything in this exchange because they've already lost their jungler. It was just Origen not showing respect, not showing restraint. They were riding off the high of the Baron.
Yeah.
They're riding off the fact that, hey, we got a great pick, we want to fight, let's go. And then it was like Giants saying, no, hammer to the face.
Yep, definitely being
or
hit
anchor, rather.
by the gigantic anchor of Flaxish. Peke was the target of the initiation, and Giants, they've at least thwarted the Baron buff. It's got another 10 seconds, so Origen can't do anything more with it. Every time I look at the minimap, it feels like Giants' side wave pressure is a little better. You can see on the bottom, Knight was able to, you know, just usher along that bottom wave. It's going to start getting some chip damage on the tower. If we look at Knight's build, he hasn't gone for sort of that Lichbane movement speed style build, but Ludens will help out.
I like the build. Very aggro. I feel like he should have gone for a little earlier with the Zhonya's, perhaps, so that he has something defensive in the event that Sartorius is able to get a flank off. But regardless, it's very heavy in terms of wave clear, very heavy in terms of damage, very likely to go towards a death cap next. But this is what Giants can now look to do. They just gradually, they push up one lane, then they make a movement towards the other. They're always trying to have a numbers advantage to get this chip damage down onto the tower.
And of course, because Giants have had some pretty good jungle control as far as wards, this is safe.
Yeah.
They had the wave pushed out bottom, they had vision on the Origen members. Giants just take the lead. Now, nobody's dealt with that big wave in the top.
Yes. And this is the problem. This is why Giants can't continue their push, because when you're only playing around 2 lanes, you have Orianna, who can mainly just hold on to one, and Gragas can be the main wave clearer of the other, and you just have Syncroft and Tabs and Peke just sort of rotate between the two, and that provides more than enough wave clear. And they're not confident enough to be able to go for a dive at this point in the game. So Giants, they have to back off. They need to have all 3 lanes pushing in, force OG to split up among all 3 of them, and that is then how it becomes easier for Giants to be able to push.
It's a multi-stage process.
Yes.
That's what we're going to be looking at. We saw that gold graph a second ago. Obviously, Giants had a couple thousand gold in the lead. They gave away a few kills and lost the Baron.
See, now we're at the mid-game for Giants Origin. Because it's 35 minutes.
Yes, correct. Right? No, I'll accept that. I'll accept that. I mean, it is redefining the stats because of the context of the 2 teams playing.
Yes.
You have to bear that in mind. Origin.
The first 10 minutes is the soothing, tranquil, relaxing stage. Then the early game begins. And then now we've approached the mid-game. Now it's the 3 items. This is where things really start to get spicy.
Yeah. We hope.
It will, Trevor.
I predicted a 55-minute game 1, right?
Yes, you did.
And I got a feeling that tonight's going to be a long night. And we'll see if Origen and Giants agree. Because as it stands, Baron's up in a minute. Elder Dragon will be up in about 3-ish minutes, I think. Couldn't tell when that last ocean was secured. Can't remember, rather. And both of these teams have shown a willingness to fight around those objectives.
And now we wanted them to fight more.
Yes.
Blood is the name of the game. Well, it's not the name. It's actually League of Legends. But what we want to see more of is just these 2 teams going at it. Really fighting for that spot, trying to prove to the world that we are still deserving of the LCS.
Yes, that is what I need to see from Giants. They have significantly more tools to make that work. Their initiation should be simpler. And we can rely on Nautilus to find some CC and then hopefully have Hiku follow up with that Chain of Corruption. He's got a lot of damage to put out. Infinity Edge, Blade of the Rune King, Hurricane, Dominix Regards as well. Just tons and tons of damage. being built up, but it's going to be Vision, it's going to be Baron, the objective. It's 10 seconds till it spawns.
But again, look at the sideways. You can see that top lane's actually pushing in favor of Origen. Origen also have push up through mid, and they've got a big stacking minion wave down the bottom lane. So Giants, at the moment, struggling to make anything happen because they just don't have good control over their side lanes.
Origen want to peel and fight, kite and fight. Back away, use that disengage. It requires complexity, requires not getting caught. Synchro has already been used. The Wild Growth has knocked him up. Xbucko, the captain, is the target. The Chaos Storm, one more tick. That will take him out. It's a support for a jungler, though. His Memento is already dead. So Taurus is able to body slam away from that anchor. 1-for-1, but Giants lose arguably a more crucial member of the team.
The important thing is, for Origen, is while they did only lose their support, Giants will gain absolutely nothing off the back of this because Origen still have all their wave clear, and Origen, they're going for another fight.
Oh, where are they going? So Taurus is teleporting in. He's got that GA available. Hustlin's running through the river, and Origen decide to back away. There was a lot of calls, a lot of yelling on stage. Go, 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 and unfortunately, Origen now have to yell, no, no, no.
Very ambitious move from Origen. They had such a big minion wave down the bottom, such a big minion wave up in the top, and they should have just waited for Giants to go and answer those waves and then look to try and take the mid turret. Overall, it still results in an objective going in their favor. However, it could have been much easier and it wouldn't have cost them their teleport.
Yeah, definitely not. If you look at the minimap, you can see those waves that Vedius is highlighting, and that was Synchro just getting caught out by that dredge line.
The thing for Giants here is if they win this fight through a significant numbers advantage, they can very swiftly just rotate that into a Baron, right? And that's the goal here for Giants. But because they only are able to get themselves one kill and they lose the main guy that is designed into taking that Baron down, they cannot commit to that objective. And the best that they can hope for is to get a Vision, which they've now lost because Giants, they had to go and answer all the sideways that they weren't controlling.
Well, listen, it's 3 towers to 3, okay? We're 40 minutes in. We're now starting the climb towards late game. And this is where things get interesting because there is simply, there's no more room for error when you get caught out of this stage in the game because the towers will die very quickly.
Oh, they
will be the next focus in Origen. They're the ones with Baron control. All of a sudden, thanks to those few minutes of play and the waves pushing in their favor. Let's take a look at the top lane. Nahyun gets caught out. That was a flash engage from Giants. They've got the man in the mid lane before Nahyun can even get his shockwave out. Again, just overstepping. Origen a little too eager.
Oh dear, Nahyun. You going down is one of the worst things that could have happened. You're the primary wave clear. This time, Giants, they do have a pushing wave down bot. And he's just soloing out the Elder Drake. I don't know if he can do this. He's going to try regardless on Origen. They're furiously pinging down onto that Baron.
Can they get there to stop it? Synchro and Tabs looking for Flaxish. He's got a GA available. Redemption will buy some time. Tabs is spamming out auto after auto, aggressively shifting forward. HeQ with all the damage and lifesteal, he's gonna go for the Elder, and it's secured by Giants. Teamfight damage is the buff.
And now the Baron has been started for Origen. Giants, they want to answer.
Can Giants stop it? I keep asking these questions. We'll find out in a moment. Origen have been interrupted. The teleport alone from Giants has stopped Synchro and the Origen squad, but now Giants are on the purple worm.
Origen, they want to try and stop this. The Baron, it's about to die.
This could be the game-defining play, picked up by Giants. They have Elder, they have Baron. Synchro wall plants and Origen run away.
Giants secure themselves the Baron, secure themselves the Elder Dragon, and are in full control of the game. And this all comes from a pick onto Nahyun. The mid laner for Origen going down opens up the map entirely for Giants. They didn't care about the side wave pressure because one of the core damage dealers of this Origen lineup disappears. That shockwave is no longer relevant. And this is the go sign for Giants to say, we're now going to take control of this game.
Let's see them do it. Right? Because Giants' proactive plays have been a little bit few and far between.
Yeah.
And as we've already alluded to a few times, you know, Giants have been happy enough to wait for Origen to kind of overextend and then engage. But with Baron this time around, with waves maybe somewhat in their favor, There's a top and a mid inner turret to focus, and I think that's where they're going to head towards.
Okay, so what you do here is you send Flaxish. Oh, he doesn't have teleport, so that's a little unfortunate. But what you want in your bottom lane, I'm just going to very quickly check. It is very slowly pushing in their favor. So you have the slow push building up for Giants in the bottom lane. You want to wait for that to start hitting the turret. Never mind, it's going to get cleared out from the Ezreal. So Giants, they need to send someone down to have that bottom lane pushing, and they then want to start rotating between the 3 lanes. You can keep Knight in the mid lane. He has enough wave clear to be able to just clear out the minions and keep the push on. Grouping up as 5 can work, but there is an element of risk because you're now just grouping up for a shockwave, and you have enough wave clear on the rest of your team to stop any other threat from anywhere else.
Yeah, I think it's so important. That shockwave could be game-changing, or it could only really catch Flaxish. That was simply not good enough. Nahyun is putting on his best Yamcha impersonation because he's not doing the damage. Giants have broken open the base of Origen. They're going to set their sights on an inhibitor. Satorius, Synkrov, Nahyun, look how low they've gone. Giants have opened the base within 2 minutes of that Baron.
Very questionable as to why Nahyun would use his ultimate to wave clear. That was the one tool that you had to zone, to scare Giants away. And when you have all 5 members grouping up in that mid lane point, sure, there's always that risk of a dive, but you have a Gragas, you have the disengage ultimate. If they go for the dive, there's always the element to be able to turn it around. But again, with that damage dealing ultimate just disappearing off the map, the Giants basically now have a go signal that say, we have nothing to be afraid of, let us begin the dive.
Just like the gold lead, look at the dive. Origen falling further and further behind. They got that first Baron, there was potential, there was some hope for them to take control of the game. And it all fizzled. I'm gonna use another DBZ reference.
Go.
I might be wrong with who used it, but
okay.
The solar flare?
Yeah.
Was that Krillin?
That is Krillin.
It never really did a lot. And that's what it feels like the shockwave is. It's not having the impact for Origen. And, you know, I wonder if it isn't because of the complexity of the setup, right? It is so difficult to get a great shockwave when there's not a lot of other hard CC or hard setup. Yes, you can use Kha'Zix or Gragas, but...
In Nahyun's defense, even if he used a solar flare onto all 5 members of Giants, when they have an Elder Drake and a Baron and they have a pretty sizable gold lead, they can just keep walking and throw their abilities blindly anyway. Remember, they just throw their keyboard at the floor, and as long as some of the ultimates force Origen back, then Giants get themselves a tower, right?
Yep.
The reason why I was very critical of it is because I felt that it was the one condition that Origen had to be able to at least defend that turret, to try. But it left it open, and now Giants, they're setting their sights on another.
They are indeed. Flaxish is going to come up to play the front line. The tower is dropped in one single wave as the Baron expires. Just a little above average for the Baron power play for Giants and Memento. He's going to safeguard to the back line. Flaxish will use that anchor to pull himself to safety, and the inhibitor's the focus. Super's slowly pouring into the base.
Exactly that, quick shot. They're just using the minions in order to gradually take down this inhibitor. Or someone from Origen has to go and deal with it. Otherwise, the Nexus turrets go down, which results in Giants very slowly, very calmly, not needing to try and force anything, being able to take themselves the second inhibitor.
Look at the assists for the Giants members. 5 assists, 4 assists, 4, like, the majority of your team has been involved in the majority of the kills. It was a slow laning phase. Giants were comfortable in the mid to late game, and you can see why. They're not under a lot of threat yet. It's very safe, it's very controlled, but it's likely going to result in a win. Satorius comes in from the side lane, and Chain of Corruption is spread in. Nahyun is locked up under the tower, but there's no real threat from Giants. Satorius did a good job of disengaging. Stop, anchor time, Flaxish yells, and he dredges his way out, 1 and 2. Even gets a redemption for good measure. Huston's just like, I got you, bro. I'll heal you up.
I do hear you, bro. I hear you, bro, and I'm very swiftly move away from you. Now, Giants, they've decided to back off. They've decided to say, okay, I've had enough of this. I'm now going to spend my gold. Complete my purchases. Look, you're making me lose the ability to use words now. Let's recollect ourselves.
That's awkward considering your day job.
I know, right? Giants have a lot of control, funnily enough. That's what happens when you're able to take down 2 inhibitors. The top lane inhibitor will be respawning soon, but the bottom one has been freshly taken. So what you want, if you're Giants, Flaxish needs to go bottom lane. He needs to be pushing that minion wave in. He has his teleport available. The rest of Giants, they can just slowly start chipping away on that top lane inhibitor, and you just send Knight mid to wave clear. He'll rotate from mid to top, and they'll just keep making that movement. They'll go from mid to top, and eventually they should be able to net themselves another inhibitor, because at least 1 or 2 people have to deal with Flaxish walking those super minions in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Baron is on the cards as well, so Giants, they have a very easy game plan. The worst thing they can do is just try and force a 5v5 fight.
Use the map. That's what we want to see from Giants. I'm looking at the vision setup. It feels like another Baron might be the option here, because of course if Origen leave the base to contest Baron, then Supers kill their base, and Origen stick in their base, then Giants get Baron. I mean, it's like win-win, low risk here for Giants.
But they have to have mid lane control in order to do it. The problem is, Sartorius.
All right, he's going to take some damage. Knight kind of pulling that death ray a little early. It's not the Death Star, my friend. You're not going to pop a Sartorius that quickly.
So remember the bottom lane we were talking about earlier on. Giants, this is all they need to do. This is why they don't need to force a fight, because at this point in the game, there's the possibility of Origen being able to win it. So all you do is you use the minions, you use the map. And now look at how split up Origen are. It frees open the Baron for Giants.
It absolutely does. The Nexus turrets are being defended by Sartorius. True Shot Barrage only going to help Giants out. The rest of Origen peel away, and Giants, they threaten well enough. Peel away at the right time and secure an uncontested Baron.
Yes,
very smart map play.
Very uncontested. One could say at no cost, arguably.
Well, it did cost quite a few wards.
It did.
Setup time, mana.
Yep.
There was opportunity costs for that Baron.
There certainly was. Quick
but
shot.
Giants don't care, because they got the Baron, and they now have 3 minutes to knock over the respawn inhibitor in the top lane and the inhibitor tower in the mid lane. This is League of Legends by the numbers. Every tower, every inhib, it must go, go, go!
And now, with 6 minutes left on your prediction, Giants, they're looking to close out the game. With this sort of gold lead, with this sort of item lead as well, they still have to respect that big shockwave on Naked.
If that prediction is right, it is very bittersweet. Very bittersweet indeed. Tabs at complete build here with that Triforce, Merc Scimitar. Neuramana completed. Synkrov and Sartorius trying to be as threatening as they can on the front line, both with GAs available. Sartorius goes in with a body slam, but that was simply not enough. The explosive cast not going to knock anyone away. The engage not there. Now Synkrov gets chunked down. The exhaust buying a lot of time for Giants. Ooh. Memento and the shockwave. That's going to be pulling the rest of Giants deeper. Nahyun loses his life. The inhibitor falls, and Giants turn their attention to the supers in the bottom lane. An army of Winions is pouring into the base. The anchor connects with Xpeke, and Giants look at the first Nexus turret on a killing spree for Knight as Peke goes down. Sartorius is running for his life. The super minions pouring in. 5 minutes short of my prediction. Giants pick up the first game in this best of 5.
50 minutes was the game time for Giants. Early on, poor management of Sideways did make things a little bit difficult. They didn't quite find the big 5v5 fights that they wanted to very quickly transition that into, say, a Baron. But eventually they were able to find the Elder Drake, turn that into a Baron themselves, and then that was more than enough to be able to close out the game. And the big thing for me is, for Origen, we're not seeing enough from them. We're just seeing 5 players play by themselves, not communicating, not understanding where they can get themselves the lead. And beside that one big pick around the river, we didn't really see Origen do anything else.
No, we really didn't. And I think this is a worrying sign. Giants as a team, they had an even laning phase. They played reactive for 30-odd minutes because they didn't need to. There was no pressure from Origen applied to them. Now, let's also be fair. Giants were not necessarily applying a huge amount of pressure.
Well, I would argue that applied a lot more, especially in the early game, thinking about the comparison with the amount of time Synkrov was trying to set up deep vision and try and control the enemy jungle versus Memento, who is always in the enemy jungle, always trying to try and control the map. And as a result, sometimes costing his team by getting caught out.
Yeah, I mean, at least it was giving information, right?
It was,
and it didn't necessarily result in maybe more than that, but information wins games. That is why the sword is deadlier. No, the pen is deadlier than the sword. Damn it! I messed that one up. Anyways, Giants take a win and get a great start in the series. For more, the guys are ready to break down game one. Take it away.
Thank you, Quick Shot. Looking at the series, I think very back and forth. I'd say maybe surprisingly back and forth if you were a believer in Giants, but 50-minute game comes out. Giants are able to take it in the end, and it is definitely a good start for Giants in this series.
I mean, that's the thing. I just noted down here in the end, it doesn't actually matter how you win in a series like this.
I can actually confirm how you win, not important.
I know, I had to run that real quickly.
I just want you guys to know after 50-minute game, there is not much else written down on this paper, you know? It's
Where
like,
are your papers?
It's like, yeah, they're in the mind palace. It's just, I just wrote it down. How you win is not important. Oh, yeah, you need your analysis.
So here's I need to read this. So yeah, again, what I basically wrote here in a very quick bullet point is how you win is not very important. The fact you do win is important in a game like this because no one cares if it's beautiful, if it's sick macro. People just care, you know, about who actually wins this BO5. Giants, I never felt like they were really under pressure except for like one moment where they lost the Baron and then that bounced back pretty quickly.
Pretty kind of intense battle survival. Makes sense that all that matters is that you survive in the end, but let's take a chance to look at some of that first play specifically around the top lane where Giants got pretty comfortable off the start for some executional errors on the side of OG.
Yeah, Flaxish just pulling ahead of Sartorius here, you know, puts him out of turret range and then takes the walk, pops the E, the Riptide, makes a difference. Just individual outplay from Flaxish.
Really good play-by-play there, Mitch, as well.
I mean, there's not much to analyze because a wise man once told me it doesn't matter how you survive the 1v2 dive. What matters is that you survive the 1v2 dive.
Read the line.
How you survive 1v2 dive, not important.
There you go.
All right.
All right, gentlemen. Wonderful insight as always. I like this new strategy for analyst desk. It makes my life easier.
Me taking notes and reading my notes?
Perfect.
I agree.
I know. The result is all that matters. It's not how you get there is what I've learned. All right, so let's then move our attention to the mid lane. Giants, I feel like this was one of the big fights for them. They did kind of start that ball rolling.
Yeah, this is after they lost that Baron, but then quickly, you know, they're able to kind of figure out what's the next move for us. And this was actually a really weird situation where Taps was running towards the team, yet the team was taking the mini wave to the tower. Like
without
Origen.
the AD carry, yeah.
Without the AD carry. They look at the tower and go like, wait a minute, we're missing someone here.
How do we take this turret? And then also they collectively wondered, where could the enemy team be? We have a massive wave on the top lane. No, they're not there. We have a few wards in the enemy jungle. No, they're also not there. We're about to hit mid lane turret with 4 people. Our AD carry, no, 4 people. Our AD carry is like in base. Where could they be? Turns out they were in the brush right next to mid lane, camping, waiting for an engage. And that's what Giants do. They definitely make decisive plays.
They do. They do. And the fact they were actually down on the bottom side was really surprising because we were talking about the play before it happened. Be like, why are they near the enemy red buff right here? No one's going to go bot lane from Origen. And they were like, but wait, they're running to mid now. So Origen clearly didn't expect him to be there. And then it's a really good engage from Flaxish. He had a few of those ones here with the Nautilus. Key one later as well, when he flashes in. Peke, Nehun died as well. So overall, like, the Nautilus paid off big time. And Giants got to go full late game with the Victor. And Knight could actually carry in the end.
Well, I'm interested if, with that risky gambit, kind of camping an enemy red, running mid, if Tabs had been there, would that have gone against them at all? Would they have wasted any time kind of committing to being an enemy jungle and looking for that flank? Or does it just balance out? Is that the right play in this circumstance, regardless of the result in the end?
I think they would have lost tower and then taken an even 5-on-5. Obviously, you can just win the 5-on-5 still, but the fact it was Origen not being able to push tower and then Origen not having the AD carry for the start of a fight made the play really successful for Giants.
If you're aware of your opponent coming, then you can obviously just send in the Gragas first, use the polymorph offensively, you get more value out of Expeke, who then doesn't have to flash and ulti himself to keep himself alive. Meanwhile, Ezo is actually hitting Qs instead of missing them, then you have an entirely different fight. However, Giants in that position, if you get sieged on safely in a full vision 5-on-5, you give that option to Origen. So to surprise them with a flank was the right call. And these guys seem to be more willing to pull the trigger. Whereas Origen, they're like, the only communication seemed to like, let's get this turret and not be like, I wonder what our opponents are going to do against our move.
Yeah, and then when we look towards the later game, the communication also felt like, hey, let's kill this guy, not, hey, let's like focus on the map, let's look for the next objective. As we look at our final replay here, we can see OG maybe a little too focused on trying to find a kill here around the Baron pit. And while they're hungry for Flaxus, you can see the pings down onto that Elder Dragon.
I feel like whenever they try to kill Flaxus, everything just went wrong for Origen. Hiku has been soloing the Elder Drake, gets it in the end. And this point, Origen are like, let's start Baron, because they're down doing Elder Drake. doesn't really work when you start the Baron. When the Drake actually dies, the other team will walk in and stop you, and now they just have an Elder Drake.
Yeah, and they can't also make use of their tank. Their tank is flanking from the side that doesn't need any defense, so they're just going in for kind of a haphazard steal, but suddenly that Nashor gets bursted at 3k. That's again, it's a minor thing, but that Nashor went down slowly to 3,000 or 2.5k health, and then it immediately disappeared. It's because Giants were probably communicating at 2.5k, everybody burst, and then it doesn't matter whether you smite early or late. If you have control over an arbitrary number at which you can burst the Baron, you are no longer playing in 50-50. If you wait for it to go down in smite range, then you're playing in 50-50.
I just think we saw in this game kind of what we, and I feel like most people, expected. Giants, without being a perfect team, is better than Origen at most stages of the game. Like early game, Lulu was first picked and then lost lane, lost first tower at 15 minutes, and lost the top tower right after as well, in 2v2s. So that first pick is obviously completely useless then, if that's the result of it. And while Giants obviously didn't lost that Baron, they bounced back really quickly, and they were just always a step ahead of Origen in this game.
That's also what I had in my notes, but I forgot them.
They're in your head, right?
They're in
got
my
them.
head.
Got them locked down. Well, while Crepo locks down his notes, whatever Deficio just said, neither team can afford a loss here in this series. We'll see if Origen can come back in Game 2, and that is right around the corner.
This is going to be a very, very tough series mentally.
Both of these teams are fighting for not just their spot, but an opportunity to still have their spot.
Here comes Flaxi, she's in trouble. Sartorius and Syncrov going under the tower. Is this a reply? First blood. Syncrov is blocked, cancels the auto, and Flaxish gets first blood. That means Tabs is in trouble. Here comes Sartorius. Origen, have they bitten off more than they can chew? That's a kill. The super minions pouring in. 5 minutes short of my prediction. Giants pick up the first game in this best of 5.
I think our chances to stay in LCS are actually pretty great. I expect us to beat the other teams fairly easily. Even though we didn't have that great showing as Fnatic Academy, I still believe in my teammates and I still believe in the coaching staff, and I still believe in myself that like when it really, really matters, we can still pull it through.
And welcome back to Game 2, where Giants have a 1-0 lead over Origen. While these teams are fighting to survive in the European LCS, we are just 1 week away from the spring finals in Hamburg.
And there we will be hosting a special pre-game show on Sunday at 4:30 p.m. Central European Summer Time. And if you want to join us there, be sure to check out eu.lolesports.com.
That's right. A second wave of tickets was opened up a little over a week ago. And of course, that 30-minute pre-show, you can find out all the information on side. We're jumping into Game 2, Young Vedius. And in Game 2, Origen have side selection. They've chosen red side. So what are you expecting? What would you like to see from Picks and Bans?
Well, I would like to see an Aurelion Sol left open. I've been preparing to talk about him for weeks, and I want to see a Lord of the Stars that is greater than the Star Lord himself.
Well, in order to become the greatest guardian of the Galaxy and EU LCS spot, for the opportunity to prove yourself, because of course, whoever wins today has to win again tomorrow. It's not a safe spot. The loser, however, will be playing in the Challenger Series in the Summer Split, so there is a lot on the line. No changes for Picks and Bans yet for Giants. They have taken away the Talon, the Malzahar.
Same bans so far.
Yeah.
Rumble perhaps could be the next ban from the side of Origen. Thinking back to some of the strong picks from Giants, I don't know if there was necessarily anything that really caused a huge amount of issues. I think the Nautilus was played very well by Flaxish, but if you're Origen, you could look to just pick that one up and take it away. Maybe you flex it down to Peke as well, something that we did see earlier on from Misfits Academy. As we very quickly jump out of Champion Select.
We do. Obviously, it looked like a ban was missed on the Origen side. It did time out as the players have dropped out of Picks and Bans. We'll give you guys an update as the referees and league officials investigate the situation.
But it gives us time to chat.
It does indeed. And we can go back to that Lord of Stars, Star Lord joke that you had.
It's not a joke,
Sol,
that's what I want to see. I like Aurelion Sol.
On red side, you have the option to counterpick.
You do?
And would you counterpick that if you knew somebody went for a safe mid lane? Like, let's say, for example, you let LeBlanc through, or you let Syndra through.
I would not ever
let me rephrase that.
Aurelion Sol.
Let's say Syndra. Syndra was the matchup that you got very excited about in your picks to watch a few weeks ago.
Yes. It does really well because he's one of the few champions that pushes harder than Syndra does early. So she effectively loses a lot of what she's known for during the early laning phase. He just naturally pushes so well that's what makes him really good into these low mobility sort of control mages. But the thing that I find fascinating is how effective his build path can be. So usually you've actually seen the Hextech GLP build on him so that you have that
Hextech
added slow. Yeah, the hose pipe. Okay, fair enough. You also get like a lot of value out of the Abyssal Scepter, which a lot of mid laners can't get as much value because the added magic damage synergizes very nicely with his passive too. And then he becomes very difficult to kill because you can round things out with the Zhonya's as well. So I really just like him as a champion. I personally think he's a lot of fun, even though a lot of people are like, no, we saw a lot of him last year at Worlds. He was not that fun. Thank you very much. But I like him. I think he's cool.
Well, we'll find out if Giants or Origen will allow that one to survive and make it through Picks and Bans. To give you guys an update, there was a Champ Select bug that popped up, so just to make sure that there will be no shenanigans next time around, we have obviously restarted the client, and we are rebooting the PC. So
not the same bug as last game, where Kha'Zix was there. He will still be available.
Was he? I didn't see him a lot. Edgy. No, but yes, once the PC is rebooted, we'll get, I believe, the Origen members back into the lobby.
Someone made an even worse joke in the chat.
What was it?
Bug, sorry, Lee Sin got insect.
Very lame. Very lame. I expected more from you. I am getting
that
cues.
wasn't my joke.
I am getting cues from production saying that if you found that funny, you should feel bad. But yes, let's carry on talking about the Picks and Bans because it is 7.6. Galio is not enabled. Malzahar, Syndra, and Shen were Giants' first time round bans. They're on blue side. Shen, definitely first pick worthy. Something that you could be very happy and comfortable with. Origen, we know they locked in Talon. What do you expect their next 2 bans to be?
Ooh, as we discussed, I think that NALCS is a possibility if you just don't want Flaxish to be on something that's super safe and super comfortable and works well into everyone. Alternatively, you could look to just first pick that. I think that they can still ban away champions like the Rumble and the Zyra, which not only is Zyra a really big comfort pick for Hustlin, but Rumble can have a huge amount of teamfight value. And what we've been seeing, at least in game 1 from Giants, is that they do like that teamfight style. That is something that they seem to be bringing out. And I think the fact that they can all just run together as a unit and say, let's start the fight, is a safe thing to do when, as a team, you have struggled to perform during the regular season.
Yeah, and I also think that the context of your opponents matters a lot here, right? Like with the game 1 team fighting style team comp from Giants, basically saying, Origen, we dare you to do something to beat us outside of a team fight, and if you can't do it, we'll just win in team fights, right? And that's why that game took 50 minutes, and that's why, you know, the analyst desk spoke at length in a little bit humorous way around it's the wins that matter. Just to give you guys an update, of course, as the players are rejoining after a reboot, the Windows settings and the game settings and whatnot just needs to be re-verified because these things are basically wiped every time you reboot them.
What you don't want to do is log in and find that your mouse sensitivity is at a 4 rather than a 7.
Yes, in a do-or-die series, that just throws you off kilter.
It is so annoying. I was having a great conversation with a colleague yesterday about how he could not just get the right mouse settings, and I was like, dude, I know how you feel, especially when you use someone else's computer and it just feels off no matter what you do, even if all the settings are safe, because now it gets saved in your League of Legends client. Like if you go from PC to PC, it doesn't feel right, and you can't play like that. You just can't.
No, you can't. And at this level, some of the best players in Europe on stage, you feel those differences. Actually, earlier today, when Sartorius was setting up, we caught it on camera at the beginning of their series where he was investigating his armrest at length on the chair and making sure it was set up right. And I know you chuckle at it, but legitimately, it does make a difference.
So the reason why I laughed is because I was actually playing some games with Crepo the other day, and the first thing he says to me as I jump on TeamSpeak is, make sure that your armrests are adjusted properly.
It's a big deal.
It is a big deal.
It's a very big deal. You need to be comfortable. You need to have the right height. I mean, I know some teams in the past have actually even requested what is the exact height and length and depth of the setups. What monitors are they, you know? They try to replicate and mimic those setups. So when they're scrimming and training at home, it's the same environment. And, you know, we did have that bug earlier. There was a bug. There was a situation where that bug happened, and the bug has been banned.
Are you stealing my joke? Is that what you're doing?
Trying to, ever so slightly. I mean, Lee Sin is still available, so the silliness of yours. But yes, Talon Kha'Zix off the table, and the sword is mightier than the pen when Camille is in-game.
That's such a
Therefore,
stretch. Stop trying.
The pen is mightier than the sword for this game because Camille's sword legs are not there.
All right, old man, enough dad jokes.
Yeah. I don't know who uses pens these days because everything's going digital.
I do. I'm using a pen right now. Right, Rengar. He's been banned away. So now this leaves a lot of things available in terms of the Zyra is still up, the Rumble is still up. You could also look to prioritize the NALCS if you're Giants. It was very successful for Flaxish. Shen too. Thinking of possible AD carries depending on how much value you want to put on them. Varus and that also could be an early rotation for Giants.
It's extremely important, the Shen for the Giants lineup. The only champion that Flaxish has a positive win-loss ratio on is Shen. 3 wins, 2 losses to his name. And the Giants squad that did pick themselves up 8 game wins this split. Shen was involved in 3 of them. Origen once again, early rotation at Lulu. Do you just go Ezreal? Do you lock in a contested jungler?
No. I think you definitely go jungle here. If you're Syncroft, I think Yo should be the one to take the Lee Sin. As we talked about, it is the champion that he seems to have demonstrated the most confidence on. And it also takes it away from Memento, forcing him onto something that's more likely going to be the Graves. Synergizes nicely with the Lee Sin, especially with Rengar taken off the table. You don't quite have that same sort of engage potential. So you'll have good wave clear, but you don't have to lock the Graves in right now. I think that either a Zyra Graves here, or maybe a Varus Graves could also work out for Giants, or maybe they just take a risk and they go for the Varus Zyra.
Or not.
Or not.
Or not. Early game for early game. Gonna go for the Elise. Locking in. Let's see what Memento can do. I think his Lee Sin kicks in the late game were decent, though he was never needed to do anything more, right, in the early game. Synkrov was unable to get a good early dive off, and Giants will round out their phase 1 picks in 5 seconds time. Hovering between the ADCs, and they're going to go for that initiation power on Ashe. I like this. Ashe Arrow, Cocoon, Shadow Dash Taunt, etc.
So all of your favorite buzzwords. But also this means that he doesn't have to flash for the engagements. His arrow can travel much further than the Varus ultimate can, but it doesn't quite spread to the same capacity. Regardless, it is still another form of engagement for the side of Giants. And right now, Origen, they're considering getting themselves a strong top lane. So this will do very nicely for Origen in terms of having powerful lanes. You're already looking at Lulu. You can actually go for Lulu Varus, so give you a lot more wave care, a lot more trading power in the early game. In the bottom for Origen, they have the Rumble up top lane, who'll do absolutely fine. Push the Shen very hard underneath the turret. And you have an early game jungler to facilitate a lot of these early laners. The question is, Origen, can you make something happen in the early game? Because you did not at all.
Well, the team comes so far is screaming maybe, right? Like there's options here. Lee Sin plus Rumble plus TPs, there's some power tools. Varus has been taken off the table, so Tabs won't get his hands onto that one. Ezreal is still available. Zyra was banned, so Huston's going to have to fall back to a different champion. If they want to go for those pushing lanes, maybe Karma? Or what else do you think is a possibility?
Oh yeah, Karma's absolutely fine for Hustlin. I think that it's a safe pick.
Not anymore, it's not.
No, okay, so Origen pinching that pool. Now I'm actually thinking of Hustlin actually moving more towards a melee support. When I think back to it, he's actually played a lot of Nautilus during the regular season, still available. Very unlikely to go top lane, given that we already have the Shen, unless we see the sudden resurgence of Shen support. You also have the Lulu as well. Lulu's a little bit out in terms of push, but you have a lot more trading power to compensate. Quite a few options still available. If you're Origen right now, though, I think that you just lock in your AD carry. You could go for the Ezreal. Alternatively, you could go for a Caitlyn, which would give you a little bit more laning prowess and a little bit more wave clear.
Well, Tabs has been a very comfortable Ezreal player all split along. Has played, I think it was 6 games during the regular season. Yes, double checking that one now. 1 win, 5 losses. He played his 7th game just a moment ago, and this will now be his 8th. Again, mid-game power spike. I mean, last game it was the Man Immune into Triforce, plus Rumble, plus Lee, plus Lulu. I really think that's shaping up well if Origen can make those proactive plays. And that's what I want to see. I want to see them grouping up and actually successfully pulling off those dives, not like Synkrov and Sartorius in the previous game, where Flaxish outplayed with a great disengage 1v2.
I like that Origen going a little bit more towards the teamfight comp, and ooh, bit of a throwback from Knight, going back to one of his most played mid laners very early onto the split, picking up a lot of Corki early on in the season, often getting caught out here and there, but it was one of his big comfort picks, something that was actually very regularly banned away against him. Given that it can go off to a side lane. It does very nicely set up for the 1-2-1, and Giants, they've drafted themselves a bit of a mid-game composition, which is very much about pick and poke and siege, but it's not going to have the same sort of team-fighting power that they had in Game 1.
No, it won't. I mean, 3 games at the beginning of the split. Knight has got, I believe, 6 professional games in the last 2 splits in the EU LCS on Corki. Nautilus will once again be locked in for Hustlin, so a very beefy front line. 2 AD carries to work with. Mixture of damage, maybe they could run out of damage. Luckily for Giants, there's no real tank on the side of Origen, so they don't have to worry too much about burning through that front line. And Nahyun, he's going to get his hands on Victor this time around. Safe, reliable mid laner.
Origen more so with the teamfight composition this time. Again, because you're playing with Lulu Ezreal, you always have the ability to be a little bit more slow and steady when it comes to the fight. You always want to be aware of the fact that Ezreal doesn't as reliably do a huge amount of consistent damage compared to someone like a Varus, because a lot of his damage comes from his Q and the Sheen procs. However, given that you have a Rumble and a Victor on top of that, it just means that you're guaranteed mid to late game damage. Really good wave clear and an ability to try and make things happen.
And that's what we need to see. Very slow out the gates in Game 1 of the best of 5 for both Origen and Giants, right? This is not a one-sided discussion. Both teams they kind of like agreed to this armistice, or this passivity pact, if you will.
Time of Zen.
There we go, time of Zen, in which Giants were able to focus significantly better. They ended up winning in 50 minutes in game number 1. Have the advantage as we load up for game number 2. You can see Sartorius and Synchro just chatting a little bit of strategy as the Rumble Lee Sin combos up. That could be the make or break lane for this Rumble squad. For this Origen squad with Rumble leading the way.
Well, that could be a good lane to try and get ahead, shutting the Shen down, preventing him from trying to make that level 6 play down in the bottom lane will be a big determining factor. But I want to see some early game action. Memento, you're on the Elise. Synchro, you're on the Lee Sin. Let's see what these two junglers can bring out. Remember that Giants do currently lead the series, if you have only just joined us. And both of these teams, loser is relegated.
That's the case. Down to the challenger scene as we see the player cams and their champions loading up into game number 2 in the losers bracket of the European LCS Summer Promotion Tournament. There goes Lulu once again for Expecka. He had some decent interrupts with Wild Growth in game 1. He'll need to do better in game 2 if he wants to help his failing LCS squad on the stage and keep the opportunity alive to return to the LCS. All right, let's take a look. It is a defensive fan in the early game. We know Origen's team comp, it is very comfortable. Something we see, I feel like, fairly often these days, this style with Rumble and all damage. On the Giant squad, though, there's double ADC. How are they going to play the early to mid game out?
Farming. There will be lots of farming. It's just what you have to deal with when you're playing with a Corki and an Ashe. They're very much revolved around getting the item spikes that we love to talk about. Trinity Force for the Corki. After the... for a while, we saw early Gunblades into Trinity Force builds from Corki. We also then saw the Abdo build, where he was going Trinity Force, Infinity Edge Rapid Fire Cannon, which was like the pinnacle of damage. But then Corki received a bunch of nerfs. A lot of his damage was reduced here and there. He had a lot of increase in cooldowns, and that's why a lot of people moved away from him. But it's one of those things where pro players, a champion gets nerfed, they think that, oh no, it doesn't work anymore. And then when they actually try it, they realize, it's not that bad. He's still really good at what he used to do.
It could work.
It could work.
Despite the nerfs, and that's what we're going to find out. I mean, Knights and Giants, they've got themselves a game lead, a buffer, a little bit of comfort, and with the Karma and the Zyra band away, Origen's army is out to support them. I'm just looking at hustling on this Nautilus, plus the wave clear and the early pressure of Ashe. I mean, that's a pretty comfortable lane, Ashe Nautilus, at least in the opening levels.
I mean, it definitely... so normally in the early levels, what you would expect is the Lulu to have a little bit more control, especially with an Ezreal. Their trading power is very strong. But you are right in the sense that there is a lot of push, because you can just walk up to the minion wave, you throw out the volley, you have the Riptide from Nautilus 2. But regardless, for the time being, EQ and Hustlin are the ones in control, very similar to what we saw in game 1. And vice versa up on the top side of the map with Sartorius applying pressure, utilizing that high damaging flame spitter to force Flaxish.
Yeah, keep Flaxish under his tower. I mean, Synchro, if he wants to look for some sort of dive, could work, but you don't really want to dive a Shen. Spirit's Refuge plus that taunt is game-changing at these early stages. Got those Rejuvi beads. It's for a lot of support, and Synchro trying to get a bit cheeky, maybe.
Gank.
Not really going to work out. Some pings going down. So no opportunities yet for Synchro in this Origen squad. I'll keep our eyes on Knight and how he scales up. He's got an exhaust. Hustlin has got Ignite. No exhaust on the side of Origen. I guess against 2 ADCs and not really like burst damage. That kind of makes sense.
So I actually went back and looked at the early pathing from Synchro, he took a very unique path from Raptors into Wolves, into then Red and clearing up his entire top side. So I think that the rationale from Synchro was that he wanted to give the impression to Giants that he was starting on the top side. They had understanding that he was top side, so then he's going to be looking to move bot. And that resulted in Hiku and Hustlin moving up a lot towards the river. You can see that they've dropped this ward around the blue buff because they want to be aware of, could Syncroft look to try and gank us as we're force pushing this bottom lane? But in actuality, Syncroft just wanted to be around the top half of the map in the event that Memento is the one trying to come and get a gank. So that's why he was then able to get a few deep wards around the river in order to prepare.
Well, Memento's in the river, so if Expecka and Tab stick around, maybe there's an opportunity. Memento, though, somewhat undecided. He was moving middle, now he's moving bottom. There's a number of pings in behind Tabs and Peke. And Memento may get himself an uncontested blue buff here. So this should be a 3-buff start for Memento. Ash, the hawk shot from Hikyu's Ash flies across the rift, gives the information, and early advantage for Memento and the Giant squad.
Comes off the back of the pathing that Syncroft did take. He realized he couldn't try and look for his blue buff anymore after the bottom lane of Giants had already gotten that deep vision down. There was the possible risk of the collapse, but now we see
Memento, por favor. Here comes the Cocoon. Flash, flash. Cocoon catches Tabs. The Dredge line catches Peke. Tabs arcane shifts and flashes to safety. Giants first blood.
This is exactly what Syncroft was preparing for in the top half of the map, and what Giants were trying to deal with in the anticipation of him moving towards the bottom. And now Syncroft has been caught.
He has indeed. Where's the support? Knight can come in from the jungle. Syncroft is going to ward hop to safety. He just gets bullied away. Nothing, not even a comment. You don't like my line, my call? You know, Memento? I mean, you're not going to...
Yeah, it was,
you're not going to top that one.
It was great French, really liked it. Now Syncroft is trying to control a little bit more of the top half. He wants to steal away some of these camps to try and rectify the fact that they did end up losing first blood. But I am surprised Origen weren't expecting this. The fact that they pushed up so far in the bottom lane, that Syncroft was in the top half, so they know they didn't have that security, and the likelihood of Memento going to steal away this blue buff should have been communicated. The ward literally just runs out. Enough time for Origen to realize, oh no, there is a spider in the bottom lane. She has in fact climbed down the water spout and is now viciously biting into my neck.
Yeah, and that means first blood to Giants. Who actually picked it up? It was Hikyu as well, so arguably the best person in that lane.
Indeed.
To pick that up. Cutlass already secured for Hikyu, and he's going into the tier double longswords control ward for Origen's bottom lane. And Syncroft still looking for an opportunity. I mean, it is tough because Sartorius is pushing top, Tabs and Peke were pushing bottom, so he didn't necessarily have a huge amount of options in the opening few minutes.
I think that Syncroft's main early game priority has been, I do not want Sartorius to die. I want to make sure that he has a healthy laning phase. I want to make sure that he's gotten himself a good advantage over the Shen because we're relying on him to be this big team fight power. Now, Origen are moving their bottom lane up to the top half of the map because this is a standard play that you do into Shen. The thing you have to be very careful of is the possibility of a Shen ultimate coming down into the bottom lane after an initiation from an Ash arrow, and then you have some serious trouble. So they're just moving up lane to try and deal with that.
And Expect is going to be forcing away Flaxish. Sonic Wave comes down. Stand United baited out, and it looks like Sartorius, he's teleported in. Nahyun's thrown down the Chaos Storm a little earlier, not available. Now Sartorius is overheating and spitting flames in the face of Memento. Peke's on the board, he gets a kill, shuts down Memento. First of the game for Origen.
Origen overstay. Oh, sorry, Memento overstays his welcome just a little bit, and Origen successfully collapsed down upon him. Sartorius, he'd used his teleport knowing that they could get that pick down onto Memento, and they claw themselves back a kill. Very similar to what we saw in game one.
Yes, indeed. That's not the end of the world. I mean, the fact that it's Peke that gets the kill for Origen. Teleport expended for Sartorius, and that means Flaxish will have a TP advantage if anything else breaks out. And the Stand United will be available before Sartorius' TP as well. Here's a replay. Keep your eye on the minimap as you'll notice Giants and OG starting to collapse around this mid lane river.
Yeah, there's the teleport very deep in the half of Giants' jungle. And then Memento, he doesn't want to pass through the middle lane because he's afraid of Nahyun, who doesn't even have his ultimate up anyway. But then he's thinking, oh, okay, I'm actually going to trap myself in between Syncroft and Nahyun. So he's forced them to pass through the river, which is not any better, unfortunately, for Memento. Now, in terms of returning to the lanes, Giants still are currently holding on to the goal lead from that first blood. They've moved, or they've reset the lanes. And this has resulted in Hikyu and Huston being able to hit the tower first.
It has. They'll get a lot of chip damage down. We caught a quick glimpse of Knight moments ago. He's going to be making his way back into lane and going to have the potential to sort of roam with the help of the package, get to those side lanes, help to push out any of those towers. If and when Giants decide to do so. But we've got a race for tower first blood. Origen have more members on the bottom lane, so it looks like they're going to win this one.
Well, it's a tense battle. Who's going to get it?
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, it wasn't really that tense.
Yeah, it wasn't.
I mean, 4 versus 2. I think you overhyped that one, Vedius.
Well, you set me up for the hype, man.
Fake news. Need to verify the sources. But yeah, tower trade, it's not done yet because Origen with the 4-man stack, they're at risk of being collapsed on.
Looks like here comes the Corki. Question is, does he have the package? Nothing is going to come off the back of that. So, a few tense moments in the early game. At least Origen, they're responding to the pressure from Giants. I like the movements. They'd already seen that Giants' bottom lane was returning to top. They knew that Giants wanted the reset on the 2 versus 2 matchup. And with Ashe up in the top side and Origen forcing the Shen underneath his tower, they've actually used this as an opportunity to say, hey, maybe we can get ourselves an early dragon.
So Origen going to be on the board, that objective at least. A little bit of a late game insurance policy. Yeah. 10 minutes in, very even game once again. I'm looking at itemization. Blade of the Rune King completed for Hikyu.
Ooh, that is early.
It is indeed. Tower First Blood plus First Blood helps out. Knight a slightly more defensive start with that Hex Drinker. I think we can expect the Trinity Force next, and we've seen a couple of Corkis here and there in the LCK. Trinity Force is always sort of the core item, and then you can vary and mix it and match, like you mentioned as well, you know, different styles of build.
It's interesting that recently we actually saw Tabs go for, I believe it was Tabs, went for a first item Blade of the Rune King rather than the first item Trinity Force, which I think is a little baffling on a champion like Ezreal. It does give you that early spike in damage, but if you are going for like the mid-game spike that has more impact, I would argue that the Trinity Force is a better buy. But regardless, Sartorius, he's now the one in trouble.
Well, we'll find out because nobody's really behind him. He's respected the Giants' threat enough and backed away.
It's actually really good for Giants because they'd already prepped in the bottom lane. Oh, here comes the arrow.
Optimistic. Is that worse or better than missing a Chain of Corruption? It's tough, isn't it? Because it's not apples for apples.
He didn't cost his flash.
Okay.
But I think that any skill shot missed could arguably be equally bad.
I like that.
They're not going to lose anything for it, right? Yeah. Like, they're still going to get themselves the tower, they just won't get a kill, and they'll even get a flash.
There we go. Depth Charge will secure the flash this time around. Tower secured by Giants. It looks like it will be traded by Origen, so both teams accelerating the mid-game, making all of these objectives fall over one after the other. I'm looking at the mini-map, and there are a ton of wards across the map. All right, we'll talk about that in a moment because Sartorius may be at risk here. Stand United being channeled into Memento. The Cocoon connects. The bonk comes down from the passive. And Nautilus, with the help of Memento's Elise, gets the kill.
So a series of events occurred for Giants. They threw out the Ashe arrow, it doesn't land. Sartorius feels a little bit more confident. He feels more comfortable because now that Engage tool is unavailable for Giants, but he doesn't respect Memento and Huslin as they're just lying in wait. They take his flash down, and he's still sticking around this bottom tower. For some reason, Sartorius, he's not moving with the rest of his team. He's not helping them set up this push. And while they do equalize out on towers, it is still Giants that are getting themselves these kills.
Yeah, and of course, Giants will be able to play around these side lanes, maybe with the Elise, with Ashe arrows, with Shins. It would be very scary if they ever group up, though, and maybe the Victor Rumble becomes scary. I'm going to go back to that vision point that we're alluding to. If you look at all the control wards in the Origen inventory and in their jungle, take a look at how many were placed here in game number 1. Ooh. Giants, 81 purchased, as Nahyun is actually maybe at risk here. All of a sudden, Tabs goes down. He's dropped by Memento, and Nahyun's going to back away.
Ooh,
so yeah, 81 to 55 control wards in a 50-minute game. That is a lot of wards.
Now, it's always an interesting stat because while it's true they're buying a lot of wards, are they buying that many because they're really bad at controlling their own vision, so they have to keep replacing it? Or are they constantly buying more vision because they're always looking to advance it, right? And I would argue that Giants, they actually had decent vision control, but because they were so poor at managing their sideways, Origen could very easily walk in and clear a lot of their objective control. But Giants are still buying a lot of vision because they know how important this vision control is, especially when it came to their composition. They wanted to force fights. They wanted to try and make stuff happen. And in order to do that, you need vision. So they not overcompensated, but they overprepared, right? They came ready.
Yeah, they definitely came ready, and that allowed Giants to win the game. We'll keep an eye on those control wards as the series plays out because efficient use of vision is something that we have talked about with these bottom 4 LCS teams. Okay, Tabs kind of just walked into Giants a few minutes ago.
Tabs died.
Yeah, he did. And now Knight with the flanking Corki. This is the deadliest of Corkis. Let's see. He's got that special delivery. Had that special delivery. It's his own mini equalizer.
Yep.
Not quite as powerful.
Oh, we get to see a flashback of how Tabs face checked the brush.
Nahun baited Tabs, basically.
He did. He's like, hey, Knight, let's go for a 1v1. But he's fighting over the vision, though, the controls we were just talking about. And then Tabs comes in. He's like, hey, I'll help. And then Nahun's like, thanks for the help, dude. I did not have to eat the arrow myself. And it actually would have been better if Nahun ate. He had cleanse. Man, Nahun, that's not a nice thing to do.
Definitely not yelling mine, mine, mine. Instead, Tabs yells it, and he gives up the third kill of the game to Giants. It was picked up by, I believe, Memento. He's got himself some AP. He's going to go for that AP Elise, as we talked about. And Lady of the Rune King picked up by Tabs. Huston, you're a support on a very brave warding mission, but he manages to walk away to safety as Origen don't overcommit for that kill.
Yeah, he's fine. Just trying to get a bit of... What am I trying to do? I don't know why I burst into song there. He's trying to get some vision down. Priority around the top half of the map for Giants right now. Not entirely sure why. They've sent Knight off to a top half, pushed out that minion wave. Bottom is being pushed out. This means that Giants will have side wave control as they look to try and contest, or they may very well concede this mid-tier one.
Ash Arrow down the mid lane. Come on, Season 1 tactics, I believe. Fire it, fire it, fire it. Who is the target? Syncroft caught on the back end. That's going to be about Max Link. Caught out by the Cocoon. Able to flash away. The gravity field would have slowed down anybody in the equalizer. That just sends a line in the sand. Giants unable to do more. Tabs has picked up a kill onto Flaxish, and now Knight is running for his life. Origen almost lose Nahun as they're peeling away. Hiku still on full HP.
But Giants, they still lose one member. They were the initiators of that engagement, and they're the ones that ended up falling short. The fact that Giants were not able to secure those primary targets, weren't able to get those kills, means that right now they do not have the control they want around the Dragon.
Yeah, Mountain Drake as well. Very juicy target. Origen are able to dissuade Giants from committing to that objective. Remember, both teams have their outer mid tower available. We have that weird lane swap shenanigans going on where both teams just agreed to trade 3 towers apiece. And we'll look at this replay again.
So keep your eyes on Sartorius in this fight, because not only is Tab safe, Syncroft is the main focus, and he's one of the most mobile players on the game, in the game. And then you have a really good Rumble ultimate onto all 3 members of Giants trying to follow up with the engagement. This completely stops the chase. And remember, they have a double AD carry composition. The whole point of this is very much towards sieging and poking. Trying to force a fight at this point in the game against a Rumble is such a difficult thing to do that Origen very swiftly took advantage of.
Yeah, very, very careful. Cannot afford to get jumped on in that way. And I mean, Origen looking a little better. This team composition seems to have a little more life in it than game number 1. It has to, right? They can't afford to just sit back, especially against a Shen. They don't want him to get to a point where he's somewhat unkillable. Origen, though, they committed for the Dragon positioning, and in doing so have given up positioning on this mid-outer turrets.
Origen, they're still looking to maintain control. A lot of their ultimates have recovered. Giants are using this as a window to...
What did they recover from, Bedius?
They've recovered control of the lane.
I like that their ultimates have recovered.
Oh, their ultimates have recovered. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Refreshed?
Refreshed, returned.
Yeah, returned is a good one. I like that.
Have been reborn.
The ultimates, they were tired. They just wanted to lie down, gain a momentary respite
They
from
had
the
a
action.
drink, they had a pep talk with the team. Like, hey guys, don't worry, we'll get it next time.
That's it. Origen, they get the Dragon this time, and Tabs' ultimate is spammed across the map, only to help clear out the wave.
So it is tired now. It's going to take a nap. Take it easy. To return later. Ready for action.
I'm trying to think of a line from that I can say that isn't inappropriate. I'm hitting a blank. Take a nap, and then fire the missiles is basically what Origen want to do.
But you don't want Knight to fire his missiles, because he does have a lot and they hurt, especially now that he's finished the Trinity Force. Instead, he's turning to Nahun and he's like, yo, do you have any missiles in that hand of yours?
A little bit of interrupt there on Hiku. Just being a frustration. As Pekis stops the recall. Knight has got red buff picked up. Gonna move into place to defend this tower, and Origen, they're not letting up the pressure. Good sidestep from Knight.
Ooh.
But he keeps getting shut down over and over.
Great sidestep as he takes all of that damage. Just he was in a very unfortunate position, stuck between a wall and a laser, which means that as much as you sidestep, as much as you like, you still have to force the poke. Now that he's actually being forced to go back to base, a lot of the wave clear has disappeared for Giants.
Well, take a look at the vision. If we look at Giants' vision, a lot of deep wards inside that top quadrant. As Origen are grouped up in the mid lane, Sartorius is going to get caught up. That's a very, very good Valkyrie in. Knight is already looking for Sartorius. He's dropped, he got the equalizer down, but it simply won't do enough damage. Knight is chunked out by the Chaos Storm. And Origen, they're able to stay alive, but they've lost Sartorius.
And Origen, they couldn't even get themselves the tower. They felt confident in their ability to team fight, that they stuck around. And Giants, they tried again. They tried to make exactly the same move, but this time they've completed a lot of the items. The Trini Force done, the 2 items, the Runans completed for Hikyu. This time Giants had the damage in their repertoire in order to take down the front line of Origen.
Yeah, they defend their tower. Origen stick around in a 4v4. Memento is low enough that he had to get pushed outside of the defense. And it's just these, like, Origen just hell-bent on this mid lane tower. I mean, top has now been equalized. Yes, there was side lane pressure from Origen towards Giants, but every time they've grouped up for this push, Hikyu's just waited and fired basically straight down the bowling alley with that ultimate and found a few kills.
It would be a lot easier for Origen if they were more versatile with their use of tabs on Ezreal. The great thing about Ez is that he's actually one of the safer AD carries to send off to a side lane, very similar to Corki, because he does have good mobility. His wave clear isn't the strongest, but you can at least send him off to start applying that side wave pressure, and then it forces the enemy team to respond to get that tower. And as OG are grouping up as a 5-man unit, you can see how Knight diving in with the Shen on top of him, he actually feels very confident, and this instantly forces Origen to back away. Look at how late this Chaos Storm came out from the side of OG. There was not enough communication from the lineup to be able to say, okay, I've been hit, let's turn around, let's get ready to fight because we can win it. Instead, they just abandoned their top laner, and it resulted in a kill going in favor of Giants.
Yeah, Origen eventually got the tower though, so it is currently 4-4. Giants were able to pick up that top inner turret at the cost of a dragon. That was the exchange several minutes ago. But Origen going to be happy. They're at least going to have, you know, sort of uncontested access to Giants jungle because there's no towers there. That's the implication I'm trying to go for. And Giants, they want to equalize at least this mid tower. Look at the minimap. No support from Nahyun. So this should be an easy secure. Huston tanking it up. And Origen little bit napping in that defense.
I just don't know why you would send the Victor top lane and leave the Ezreal mid. There are 3 members of Giants in that middle lane, and your primary wave clear is this Victor. He literally throws the death ray down. No longer can Giants siege because their minion wave is gone. And now Tabs has disappeared.
He has indeed. It is just like shooting fish in a barrel. EQ firing down mid lane. He's found all 3 of his assists in that exact manner. Equalizer from Sartorius is decent. And Nahyun simply not available to party.
And now he doesn't have that for the wave either. Let's see if Nahyun can get close enough to be able to clear this one out, or if Giants can just force the tower.
All right, Death Ray and Chaos Storm, that's ticking away on Hikyu. Chaos Storm, one more proc. Hikyu's running, he's got a flash away from the ulti. If only Equalizer was available. Giants get their 6th tower of the game. Only the steps to Origen's base stand in their way.
But now Giants have to go back to base. Here comes the Ezreal ulti! And it goes one.
Okay, nice. I actually lost Hikyu behind Memento there. I'm like, where did he go? I didn't see it. And Hikyu manages to survive. Had to flash away from the ulti, and yeah, Giants 4,000 gold up. This time around, a lot more willing, you know, to follow in those kills. And Hikyu's accuracy in his Ash arrows, let's go, improved on the chain of
does
corruption.
help that
it
Tabs
has been a narrative point.
Tabs has his flash up, has heal up. I don't know if he had his E available, but I feel like you just have to show the respect. And if you see an arrow coming at you when the ping is super low, you do just press, I'm a flash that.
But he didn't, and he died, and that meant Giants got the tower. So
yes,
that is where we find ourselves.
Yes.
Do Giants risk going for Baron? This is the replay, of course.
So yeah, you can see Flash, heal. He did not use them.
Farming. He's just trying to last hit,
Maybe
dude.
his D key didn't work.
He was just trying to last hit. To go back to the question, Giants and Baron, it feels like you wouldn't want to get caught in the Baron pit against a Rumble Victor Ezreal.
That is a good assessment. Quick shot. I concur. I believe that is the dangerous place.
The danger zone, if you will.
Bit of a throwback. But that's a big window for Origen. I like to use windows in my metaphor. Let's say instead, it's a door of opportunity.
Okay.
Right? It's a door that they could use to walk through. But it's a question of whether or not Giants even need to, because they have the 1-3-1 setup. They know that in a side lane, Knight is pretty much uncontested at this point. You can see that he is going for the Apto build, likely working towards the Trinity Force, not the Trinity Force, the Infinity Edge as his final itemization. You have the Shen that can move off to the side lane that is away from Sartorius, and you never actually have to go to the Baron. You can just play around the map. And OG, they just desperately want to fight, and all Giants have to say is, nah, we're cool. We're cool.
Yeah, you can see that Synchro playing very, very forward in lane, looking for that Sonic Wave, but didn't find the skill shot connect onto Knight. Knight had the package, Valkyrie, and Flash available, so a lot of options. And Origen, on the other hand, they are the ones that are now somewhat tunneling towards Baron, clearing out some of Giants' vision. There's a couple of control wards left in their inventory. You can see they're being placed and littered in the river. So Origen making their intentions known at 25 minutes.
They're getting the push on in mid so they can move around to Baron. Giants are forced to clear, so you have a bit of an edge in terms of getting that vision down, getting a bit of control now. Giants, they're the ones that are being forced to check the Baron. And here we go, Origen looking for a fight.
All right, Ash Arrow to start. Hiki's been pretty good the last few times down mid lane. And Giants, 4-man strong, gonna clear out this wave, while Flaxish on Shen is pushing down. Syncrop with Flash available, this time gets out of range of the anchor. Equalizer has already been used. Stand United was not channeled, so Giants gonna get a couple ultimates out of Origen. Equalizer and Wild Growth being the most important.
And you talked about how dangerous is this Baron quick shot. Well, now Ezreal is down in the bottom lane. Rumble is going back to base with his ultimate now taking a nap. And this is Giants turning around and saying, hey, maybe this Baron is a slightly better prospect for us.
All of that vision that had been set up by Origen can now be contested and challenged, and at least the 2 control wards that I saw in the river have now been cleared out. Not the greatest amount of sort of, sweeping lenses available for Giants. They're going to back away, play this one safe. Again, Giants comfortable. They're 5K up. They're in the lead. They've got superior map control because it's 6 towers to 4. And it just feels like whatever Origen do, Giants have an answer.
Yeah, it's thanks to the great control the Giants have had pretty much throughout the game. And it's just now about trying to force the advantage that you have, because we have these lulls in the game because teams don't properly know, or at least these 2 teams and the bottom 4 teams that we saw a lot during the regular season don't fully know what to do when they only have a slight lead. And 5,000 is fairly substantial, but to Giants it probably doesn't feel as big as it looks to us here viewing, right?
Yeah, I mean, we have absolute vision, so we can see all the opportunities they have.
And you look at the items and you think, oh, well, Shen, he's on 2.5 items, well, so is Rumble, right? You look at the mid laners, oh, well, Knight, he's on about 2.5, arguably 3 items, well, so is Nahun. So in terms of itemization and damage value, they still look very similar. So it's one of the reasons why Giants don't feel like they're as strong as they actually are.
Yeah, and it's just, put yourself into the feels of OG. Look at those goal differences. I mean, Tabs is about to get Flame Horizon, down nearly 100 CS,
Oof.
down several thousand gold. Actually, the majority of the gold lead for Giants is in Hiku's pockets.
Yes, it is.
Tabs is hemorrhaging gold in CS. However, keep in mind, Sartorius is picking it all up, right? Xpaco's down, Ash Arrow goes wide, doesn't matter. Syncrop is going to get dropped as well. Now Sartorius is the target. Flaxish and Memento looking for more. True Shot Barrage gets sidestepped. Flaxish has used his flash already, so he's looking for that flash taunt, not needed. 3 members of Origen simply caught out.
All of the ultimates are gone for Origen. The TP is available for Sartorius, but with 5 members strong, Giants, they're looking for the Baron.
Put yourself in Origen's shoes. It has been the single worst performance of any team in a European LCS in the regular split. They lose their first round of the promotion tournament 3-0. And now they're on the verge of going down 0-2 in the match that knocks them to Challenger Series.
To get picked off like that as well.
With the amount of games, the amount of experience, the amount of years under Xpeke's belt, it is simply unacceptable.
It is. I feel like that at this level of gameplay for Peke, that is not how he should be dying. I can understand that as a support, if he doesn't have the highest level of experience when it comes to the role in particular, but when you know that the enemy team is in mid lane and you can see them moving into your own jungle, like, you don't have to be a support main to know I should not be here.
Yep. Unfortunately, though, Xpeke has been caught out several times, many times in the last year, you know? His foray into AD carry last year, his foray into support this year, it's tough. And Origen, the fans are behind them, you know? The fan vote, again, in favor of Origen winning. But unfortunately, just not showing up. You can see in your picture-in-picture, Duck the coach as well as Cyanide in the background.
But it's understandable, right? Origen, like, their story was one of the greats for Europe because it was the era of Huni and Reignover, but it was also the era of Origen making it to a semifinals at Worlds. It was Sven, Mithy coming out of nowhere with the legendary Xpeke. They had Amazing and Soaz. This was a superstar lineup that performed incredibly well, and they went to the top, and now they're here. It is such a kind of a sad story for Origen.
It's bittersweet,
yes.
You know? They truly have experienced the high highs of victory on some of the biggest stages on the planet. Right now, they are suffering the very low lows of defeat in the promotion tournament. Giants with Baron are sieging 3 separate lanes. Inhibitor turrets are being focused, and with the sizable lead and advantage that Giants have accrued, you know, just looking to knock over those last towers before Inhibitors. Look at the damage onto Xpeke.
No defensive stats, level 16 Knight. Well on his way to completing that Infinity Edge. Here goes the first tower. Giants, they've broken into the base, and there's...
Between the uprights, goal! Origen managed to survive this time round. Hiku gets kicked. The Chaos Storm is ticking away. Hiku's down, but they've lost Syncroft. Equalizer's decent, cutting off the retreat. But look at Sartorius. He's trying to get the damage down. Knight on a triple kill before Nahyun drops him. Now in a 3-on-2. That's a hook. Nahyun's caught. The Riptide is ripping him apart. Triple kill for Nahyun. Sartorius gets one, cleans up the double. Origen with the ace. And they save their base!
Origen keep their inhibitor alive. They keep their hopes alive as they win a team fight, only losing 3 of their members to the 5 of Giants. Fantastic stuff for Origen, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
This is what you said in picks and bans, Varius. Origen have got themselves the makings of a team fight comp. And in a 5v5 against Baron buff and a 6,000 gold lead, Sartorius and Nahyun go huge.
But it is Syncroft that you really have to keep your eyes on. This guy, we talked about how, as a Lee Sin player, this has been his better performing jungler. And look at this kick onto Hiku. It so nicely sets up for Sartorius and Nahyun to just drop all of their damage down onto him. There was no escape for him, and even through the Shen ultimate, he ends up dropping, stopping Flaxish from being able to get into the base. And I saw Nahyun, the Penta was in his eyes. You can see triple kill. He was just like, oh, just one more hit onto Flaxish. She's like, no, I'll play it smart. I'll back away. And they are able, just because the Baron runs out, to keep that inhibitor safe and healthy. But it's only one team fight win. Origen need at least one more if they really want an opportunity to regain control of the game.
I only chuckle because I feel like they need a few more. But yes,
no, I would argue one more should be enough.
It all starts with one more team fight win. Nahyun's got a different build this time around. Rylai's into Lichbane. Infinity Edge is completed for Knight if he already wasn't hitting like a truck. I can see you wincing, grimacing in pain.
I'm not a massive fan of this build.
Which build?
The Lichbane build. The Lichbane in particular. I think Lichbane is fine as like a 5th item for Victor. I guess it's not that bad. It's mainly just that it's built more towards skirmishing and you get a lot of the damage more from your Q rather than the E and the ultimate. So like in game 1, for example, where Knight built the full damage build. So we had like the Death Cap, the Luden's Echo, the Void Staff. That's much more built towards a team fighting comp, which I think is stronger in this situation. But for now, it's working out. He's got himself a triple kill. When they all clump up and the fight draws out, it has a lot more value. And he still has plenty of wave clear, so they're not too concerned about that.
Not just yet. Inhibitor still alive in that middle lane, slowly recovering. Tower in the bottom is being chipped away from as Flaxish with Stand United and Teleport available is applying pressure in the top lane. So Origen, can you do it again? Can you pull off the miracle and give your fans something they want? Show them that when your back is against the wall or when you're stood on the edge of a cliff, you can step up when it counts. Remember, loser is out. They go to Challenger Series in summer. Winner faces Fnatic Academy tomorrow in a best of 5 for the final spot in LCS in summer.
And you know, even if you fall off the cliff, right, you have to remember that if you believe you can fly, there's the possibility that you can touch the sky, right? And that's all Origen need to do. They just need to believe. The fans need to believe.
Problem is, you touch the sky for between 7 and 12 seconds, and then gravity introduces you to the ground.
I mean, that's true, but I wasn't thinking about the real science behind it. I mean, when was... I don't want to say that belief makes you suddenly better at League of Legends, but for the time being, it's what the fans need to hope for. Because yes. Origen, their backs have been pushed against a corner.
Yes, they have.
And they're fighting for their lives, and right now, they still have that possibility. Baron respawning in about 25 seconds.
Also, it is first to 3 Nexus wins, not 2, so therefore, Origen still have some room, but it's getting tighter and tighter. The noose is being pulled around their necks, and Knight has got his hands on the package, grouping up with the rest of Giants. It feels like Baron is going to be the objective, or at least vision for Baron is what they're fighting for.
And we have to remember that Giants have mainly been the control, or have mainly had the control, rather, of this game. And while they have had one bad fight, that does not mean that they are the ones in the dire situation. It is still up to Origen to find an avenue back into the game. And with the gold lead still heavily in the favor of Giants, a full itemization pretty much completed for Knight with the core being done. Giants, they're still making things difficult for OG.
Yeah, look at that vision, though. On your mini-map, bottom right-hand corner, Origen, they're playing with darkness. They simply do not have information. Tabs actually used his True Shot Barrage just to scout the Baron. This is a good sign here. Sartorius overheating and chasing down Flaxish. Although Baron is already secured. Knight and Memento, they just went for the 2-man Baron. All the rest of Origen were kept busy.
I was watching Sartorius trade against Flax, and I was like,
so
oh, this actually could be really good.
For what it's worth, the responsibility of watching the action is the play-by-play. You need to be looking for those things.
I was like, the Baron has been slain. Wait, what? Oh. So now things become even harder for Origen, but they have done it before. They've done it.
They have. And Giants are now looking to open up the rest of Origen's base. I'm looking at the minimap. Where are the wards? Where are the waves pushing, rather? Insta-flash from Sartorius into the Ash Arrow. Hourglass will buy some time. Hustlin pulls the trigger ever so slightly too early. Knight is being burnt down by the Equalizer. That has actually bought some time. Origen will be able to successfully disengage. Tabs uses that arcane shift, and I'm looking at cooldowns. Stand United, Ash Arrow, Depth Charge. So Giants' primary initiation tools are now taking a nap.
Yes, they are. But they need to wake up soon, because Giants, they're knocking onto that inhibitor. They have the Baron-empowered minions, and they're looking for game 2.
Where is Nahyun and Tabs? They're grouped up on the right of your screen. Dredgeline finds no target, and Origen not able or willing to initiate. Keep in mind, Wild Growth and Equalizer were not available either, so 2 really important cooldowns.
So I am nitpicking a little bit here, but if Giants had slightly better side wave management, that could have very well been the end of the game. But now they have to go back, they have to reset the waves. Knight has to go back to base, so this bottom minion wave that's huge is also going to get cleared out. So again, this will be delayed for Giants. We're looking at another 42 to 45 minute game. But the Elder Dragon will be spawning in about 15 seconds.
Now remember, Giants were trying to trim and shape those side lanes when they ran into a Sartorius in the jungle. So I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt here and say that I believe they were moving to, you know, give the side lanes a bit of a tidy up. As we see the Elder Dragon spawning an angle I'm not quite familiar with. He's got a very blue mouth, I just noticed.
Yeah.
Anyone that was watching as closely as I was. Giants are going to now start off Elder Dragon with a minute left on Baron and no vision. Origen, they may be aware this is happening, and the loud roar of Elder will definitely give it away.
So Giants, they only have one, Drake. OG have actually done a good job of maintaining main priority over that neutral objective. But it doesn't matter, Giants. It's just going to add insult to injury as they continue their siege onto the base of Origen.
I mean, this is just so annoying to deal with, right? Elder Dragon, plus the poke from Corki and Ashe, and
plus a 12,000 gold deficit.
Yes. Baron's going to win. Look, Baron's going to wear off in 30 seconds, so that's a small advantage. Well, not advantage, that'll be an equalizer, rather.
They've taken one nail out of my arm.
So Torius is able to sidestep at least, get out of way of that Ashe arrow in the top tower. Knight and Flaxish able to solo this one down. Solo, duo this one down. Hustle and Hiku. Hustle tanks up most of that tower HP. Well, it sounds like Hiku's going to look for the focus. Okay, Memento. Now he's inside, looking at that mid inhibitor, looking for Tabs. Tabs is forced away. Guardian Angel's going to get popped. That will bring Memento back to life. Syncrov is already down. Nahyun follows quickly after. Knight with a double kill and the equalizer just to try and stall the fight. Nexus Tower is down, and the rest of Giants have super minions backing up. Tabs is the target as he's forced away by the Gatling cannon. The Nexus is fallen, and Giants are one win away from knocking Origen out of the LCS.
Smiles across the faces of Giants. Maintaining control pretty much consistently throughout that game. Their only blip was that big teamfight win right at the end, or more so towards the end, as Origen, they found that surprising fight. They were able to get a number of kills, and you think, oh, maybe the light is still there for Origen. Maybe they can still somehow turn that around. But Giants reasserted their control. They reasserted their dominance. And now they've gotten themselves another win in this best-of-5 series.
So tough. You know, you see Huston standing up at the end of the game and big smiles. 40 minutes to win this time around. You compare that to the faces on your screen right now, and you know, Syncrov and Peke Sartorius, they're struggling. You know, they're down 0-2. This could be it. This could be the end for
the reverse sweep. Oh no, that's
for the Origen organization. You know, the high highs from Challenger to Worlds to Challenger, one game away. I mean, this game again. I like the fact that Origen they changed their draft completely, very different style. They were more willing to go for plays, but unfortunately they had mistakes that simply cost them too much.
They also drafted a very difficult to play composition. No tank is naturally harder than just playing a tanky top laner in the form of Shen. And while Sartorius did have a lot of really good equalizers, and I think a lot of the fights were played pretty well from Origen, their ability to set up those fights and the fact that they fell at such an early deficit once again is what made it difficult for them to really have any kind of control at any point in the game.
Well, on that bombshell, Origen are one loss away from losing their spots in the LCS. Let's check in with the analyst for Game 2. Information a little more.
Great. Nice English.
Information a little more?
Information a little
Everybody do the dinosaur?
I mean, it works. Whatever, he got us here. Thank you very much. Quick shot. Of course, an incredibly bloody game at the end. There are a lot of close fights, but for the most part, it did feel very much like Giants was in control. Now, I was curious what you guys thought of the early to mid game. How did this compare to game 1?
Jesus, what a nice analysis there.
I was just looking at my notes and I was kind of trying to find a point. So,
all right, Giants.
Okay,
I'm gonna take over. I'm gonna take over.
Thank you, Crumble. Thank you, Crumble.
I think Giants still show that they have more composure.
Yes, I agree.
Despite there were a few moments where Origen was fighting back, there were a few good fights. But like the problem I have with Origen, there seems nothing coming out of them. Yes, you can gesture at me because you were smiling, but look at their like. They seem defeated right now.
I mean, I think how are you supposed to look at this point? You know, you've been losing all split long, and
but try something else.
Yeah, but like, I mean, they're dead serious faces and everything. I agree, like go in and shake up the pick and ban face, but like it feels like no matter what you pick, that is not the problem. It's what happens in the game on the rift.
But I think you go full Fiesta, and you pick every single comfort pick that has any element of cheese left, and you go like Kalista plus X lanes. jungler, you try and level 2 gank something. I think Origen, they need to change something, because even if they came in with mild leads at certain points, Giants was rotating faster with much better tempo. This is the Giants squad that in LCS was known for not really having the greatest, macro understanding of the game.
But I do think Origen all split long have, this is gonna sound super weird, but like, they've been unable to create a real fiesta. And like, we haven't seen a game where Origen would pick full early game and just fight all the time. It would be super impactful, very, very bloody game.
Yeah.
The games that we call the clown fiestas of Origen were super slow. Nothing would happen for 10 minutes, a few kills here and there. Like, think back to the Rocket 75-minute game. So I don't know if this team can pick for just early game and can just force team fights. I actually don't think they can.
And that almost feels like people are afraid to fail. Because in those games where nothing matters and people just go in over and over, it's because people are okay with accepting failure. But for me, like Origen, every time it's like, can the jungler be here? Yes, maybe. Let's back off. And then they forget that he could be somewhere else. And they're like, no, everybody's afraid to go in or make a play. And at least I get the sense from Giants that they're willing to pull the trigger, even if they don't have perfect information.
And I think that's what I really like about Giants, and I actually liked about them all split long, is they've had very good and fast-paced early games. They accepted very quickly in the LCS that they were not going to win that 35-minute Baron skirmish versus G2. They were more like, no, we need to get early advantages. And this series here, while it's only small leads to get in the early game, at least whenever there's an opening, Ash Arrow flies out, Q flash from Hosting, they're going for those fights and actually getting the kills from an Origen never seem ready to respond.
Yeah.
And I'm concerned, of course, at this point, because you say the last option, right, is to just go full comfort picks, do anything you can to find any kind of lead.
Hell, put Expect in mid. Like, at this point, like, what's he gonna do?
And I'm worried because we haven't, aside from expecting mid, they haven't won games. We don't have a comfort pick to reference to. We have no idea what this looks like for OG. And I'm like, do they even have those comfort picks up their sleeves, or have they been practicing these same picks we're seeing now in solo queue constantly?
If they're even playing solo queue.
I mean, they've never been playing. I've seen like Syncroft join the in-houses. They have like some of the other pro players, but it's just, that's the problem. Like, we haven't seen pure comfort picks other than maybe like a Lee Sin for Syncroft could be one of them. I don't know if it's the time to go like a Jogomore comp with taps or something, but all of these are like situations we can't imagine actually being very successful. And that is the problem for this team and why they have only won 2 games, all split long. They entered the promotion tournament 0-3 against Misfits Academy, down to 0-2 now to Giants. They might go through this entire promo tournament without winning a game as well. So there isn't really that one game we can be like, oh yeah, what they did in that game, we want to see that again. Because it's not really there.
Trying to lift spirits here.
You have to.
I think the only way Origen wins is if we say GG to Giants. It's a 2-0, and nobody's ever come back from a 2-0 in the promotion tournament. And we literally just jinxed the hell out of it.
All right, Alex Pem, thank you for your insight. To kind of wrap this up, I want to take one last look at Giants. What have they been doing well? Is this a game where we can take anything away for Giants to say, hey, you've improved in this area, or hey, these are your strong points as a team?
I like how proactive they are when it comes to starting fights.
As vague as it was, and as vague as the concept tempo is, Giants at multiple points, by being faster on the ball and pushing the right waves out and then basing, generally had better tempo on a lot of these plays. Like, basically what it means is they would arrive to some of these turrets faster than Origen, so they could take the turret, push out the next wave. Then when Origen tried to match, Giants was much faster on the next turret and then much faster on the next objective. So they're definitely outclassing a full tier almost in the macro department compared to Origen.
And I think also a guy we highlighted earlier was Knight, as a guy like who kind of needed to step up. I think his Corki performance here was good. Like, he was very aggressive in fights. Victor in the last game was fine as well. So I think right now against Origen, Giants are not lacking carries, which is a really good thing for them. Like, Hiku, Knight, and Memento can all win the game for these guys.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Giants are 1 win away from a chance to save their spot in the EU LCS. We're going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Ashara down the mid lane. Come on, Season 1 tactics, I believe. Fire it, fire it, fire it. Who is the target? Synchro caught on the back end. That's going to be about Max Link. Caught out by the Cocoon. Able to flash away. The gravity field would have slowed down anybody in the equalizer. That just sends a line in the sand. Nexus Tower is down. And the rest of Giants have super minions backing up. Tabs is the target. He's forced away by the Gatling cannon. The Nexus is fallen. And Giants are one win away from knocking Origen out of the LCS. And welcome back to Berlin, and game number 3 in this series. Origen are in desperate need of many, many wins. They are down 2-0 versus the Giants. The Giants need one more win against Expeke and the crew. And Sartorius being the first member of OG back on stage in what could be their last game on this stage for many, many months.
Could very well be. They will be relegated down into the Challenger Series, but they can still compete in the Summer Split. But after seeing the previous Splits Challenger Series, with this current roster, I think that even then they would still struggle with the likes of Fnatic, Academy, Misfits, PSG, and Schalke all coming out the belt extremely strong. I think that Challenger has been stepping up, and you can see it now. That's why we have 2 former LCS teams fighting to still have a hope
Yes.
Whereas the two former challenger teams, one has already secured a spot.
It's the line that we've said a few times today already. These teams are fighting for the opportunity to fight for LCS, right? They have to win here to stay alive, and they have to win again tomorrow. One more BO5 after this. Let's find out if this is the last game of the night. Origen have literally nowhere else to go. The analyst desk was alluding to some options Origen could go for. Throw everything out the window. Play your super ultra most comfortable champions. Maybe that's an answer.
I thought that they might do it game one. Like we saw the hover of the Aurelion Soul, like just do it. And if it was me in this situation, I would just go out swinging. You know, like we've already suffered a hefty defeat at the hand of Misfits Academy. We're already getting steamrolled by Giants. Let's go out in a way that at the very least we can be remembered.
Well, we'll find out.
That's just me.
We'll find out if Origen agree or disagree. They banned away the Nautilus this time around. It has been used in both previous games by Giants members. It was Flaxish and then Hustlin. Also important to note, Giants have side selection for game number 3. They elected red side, as you can see on your screen. And patch 7.6 with Galileo not enabled.
I wonder if Origen, after the Ash ban, are looking for an early rotation virus. Oh, do it just before I get the chance to say it. Now they're trying to pinch the pool of EQ, see what else he has to offer. We could very well see him make a shift over towards that Ezreal himself, or maybe he'll look towards the Caitlyn, or maybe even a throwback to the Ziggs, with which Giants got that victory over Origen back during the regular season.
A lot of options available to Giants, and I guess see what else everyone else wants to play. I mean, Memento had a pretty good game on Elise. In game number 1, he played the Elise Sin, had a couple of good kicks, but with Rengar open and available, Memento is going to lock in a pretty big comfort pick. Has played that a couple times this split, not the greatest performances, but unfortunately not very many wins under his belt, hence stats not working out.
So, now if you're Giants, you could look to lock in your support here, get yourself a Zyra. Strong champion that Hustlin's very comfortable on. Synergizes nicely as well with the Caitlyn too. And if you're Origen, I think that you should just try and lock in a strong bottom lane. If that's the way you want to take it, just pick yourself up a Karma now so you can't get banned away. And then either lock yourself in the Lee Sin once more for Synchron, or go for a possibility of the Graves as well.
Does Peke consider the Lulu again? Or
that too, yeah, you could go. Lulu's actually much better into the Rengar as well, so good spot on that one.
Blind pickable with LeBlanc still open. Okay, toying with our hearts, toying with our hearts. Obviously, Sartorius is the most likely recipient of this Gragas in the top lane. Technically, it could go jungle, but with Elise, with Graves, with Lee Sin, all the options still available, I think Syncroft is going to get probably a higher tier jungler. And there we go, the Kha'Zix is the answer.
So now you know that the Gragas is most likely going to be top lane. It can go into that support role. It would be risky, especially into a Zyra. Regardless, it still has that flexibility. Now, if you are Giants, I think the smart thing to do would be to lock in an AD carry right now, especially with the pool already being fairly narrow. Make sure that you get something that you're comfortable on. And then Origen are very likely to just ban away top laners. The alternative for Giants is you lock in a top laner, and that gives Origen the freedom to start pinching away your AD carries.
Ooh, very interesting indeed. Potentially mid laners as well. I mean, Aurelion Sol and Anivia were the red side bans for Giants in game number 1. Nathan has already hovered the A Sol once again. Syndra's taken off the pool, and Peke will not be able to play his Lulu. So it's not an ADC ban, it's not a mid lane ban. What happens next for Giants?
For Giants, in terms of bans or in terms of picks?
Whatever you decide to talk about, Vedius, the world is your oyster.
Well, this oyster thinks that it's worth talking about the fact that Orianna is still available, Victor is still available. Victor has actually had a lot of impact in this game in terms of the wave clear and the damage that he's been outputting. But for Giants, they're just saying, you know what? I just want to ban away supports. Let's see what else you've got. Origen left in the tank. I'm sitting there thinking maybe Nami is what he could very well move towards. Tom Kench is another option. You have a few map movements that you can look to make. Maybe try and force a couple plays here and there. Rely on the shot calling that Peke is...
Was famous for. Unfortunately, that mythical Peke shot calling is not proven successful in the support role, despite the 16 games that Peke played during the regular season. The last ban will be Caitlyn, so Hiku's not going to get his hands on that. Probably raises the value of Ezreal.
Yeah, for sure. Ezreal. Oh, of course, Lucian. Has been played all over the world here and there. Not really the highest of priority, but definitely has come out, especially on certain AD carries, depending on their preferences. And into the Varus, he will definitely trade very well, but he will have a range disadvantage. But with a Zyra in your lane, you can afford to play a lot more violently. You can look to trade a lot more.
A lot more violently, okay. I'll go with that.
I didn't want to use the word aggressive.
Hiku, this will be the second time that he has played Lucian all year long, and Xpeke has locked in Thresh. Thresh, for the first time in the support role for Xpeke. It is a bold move, Cotton. Let's see how it works out.
I think that they're going for the all-in level 6 kind of play. It's pretty strong, but it will be difficult because the early laning phase, very strong for the Zyra. We can explore it a little bit more once we get into game, but Origen, they've drafted themselves good pick comp. Their team fighting is very good as well. Very well rounded. The biggest issue I have with the composition is their inability to send someone off to a side lane. So they're going to have good side lane control in order to make the maximum use out of that fourth wave or the third lane slow push setup and then focus on the other two lanes. In fact, the Giants round out with a nice special.
And what special is that?
The Ziddy.
Oh, nice.
He was well known for it back in his Challenger days before he joined the LCS. Then during the regular season, he brought out numerous times. He also gave me one of my favorite caster moments. So he is definitely proficient on it, and it's very much playing around his solo laner in Flaxish and Hiku on the Lucian.
Yeah, of course, a lot of mobility, and I think that's going to be very useful for Knight. If anyone gets caught by that death sentence, well, Chrono Break and Chrono Shift, and all of a sudden you can revive whoever's been targeted and caught out. On the side of Origen, a lot of pick power. Frontline, a slightly easier team comp to play than we saw from game number 2.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
But goodness gracious me, Xpeke on his debut on Thresh in the support role on the LCS stage. Will Thresh be the champion that sends him packing back to Challenger? That's the man on your screen. We really have to keep an eye on that lane.
The pressure is on. Origen have struggled consistently throughout the regular season. They are yet to win a series. And this is their most important game of the spring split.
I think the tempo of your speech with the music makes it epic.
It does.
Giants take on Origen, 2-0 up. Origen, the former cause for euphoria, now on the verge of a final eulogy. I'm bringing back the 2015 Worlds memes because they are hella appropriate right now.
And Giants, they're looking to continue their reputation of making it through promotion tournaments.
Wow, they got one more BO5 tomorrow, assuming they win here, right? If you are just joining us, Giants have quite clearly had Origen's number this series. Game 1 was relatively slow-paced and sort of two team comps that were relatively similar, but Giants just came out ahead. It was a 50-minute game, they had better team fights, they punished Origen. Game 2, Giants just played better, you know? They had a map control, a team fight control. And
the classic play-by-play buzzwords.
That's it.
But they really, really did. Giants, they utilized their early advantage well. They went for a few overzealous fights with their composition, which they aptly lost because their comp wasn't quite strong enough to force those fights.
I mean, that's also the point of overzealous, right?
Yes,
the implication is they were optimistic.
It's very true. Thank you for clarifying.
I'm just, you know, making sure you understand.
Not the audience. They've got it for sure.
The audience are on top of things.
Got it.
Okay,
so it's for my benefit. Thank you, Trevor.
It is
it's very
indeed.
considerate of you.
And I'm looking at Memento. He did that little cheeky blast cone start, get a couple extra stacks of the passive before he begins to clear out the Raptor camp.
All right, observers, let's go to the bottom lane. Jungler's very exciting, but Peke is playing Thresh.
I told them to do that.
That's very fair. That's fair. You know, jungle starts are all exciting, and I can appreciate that a lot. But let's see how well Peke can manage the Zyra harassment. Again, bear in mind that Lucian's range is fairly short, So if he wants to trade, he has to have that control from Hustlin. You can see that Peke using his Flay in order to get the shield from his from the passive, or from the
Keystone.
That's the Badger. The Keystone Mastery will give him the shield, which then means that he can continue to trade for longer periods of time. But slowly, OG have actually been able to get this early push, and they're looking for that early level 2.
Yeah, coming up very closely thanks to some aggressive moves from Expeke. Allows Origen's bottom lane to hit level 2.
Are you thinking more violent moves? Is that what you're thinking of?
Literally, I put 3 things down of things not to do today, and I've done every single one of them. So Tabs and Peke, they get the early level 2. Death Sentence is available if needed, and Hustlin and Hiku pay the necessary respect. Deadly Spine's popping up, but look at your mini-map. Synkrov can come up behind Flaxish's Renekton.
Ooh. I think he just wanted to get some sight on what was going on with the Krugs. He now knows what's happening, and now he's going for a gank level 2.
All right, Flash is available and Slice and Dice.
Oh.
Really easily done. Synkrov has got some isolated damage, but that's a summoner spell used, so Flaxish got to play a little more careful in this very, very heavy pushing lane matchup.
Really impressive what he did. Literally uses the Flash to create a gap small enough that he could then get the original Slice, which will then set up for his Dice, so that he can then create a gap. And then he lands the stun afterwards, so that he has enough time to escape from the gank from Synkrov. So he does lose his Flash in that exchange, but it was also good creative pathing from Synkrov. So
also important to note that Flaxish got first blood in game 1 because of a great outplay.
That's true, it's true.
Definitely showed up to carry today, and Memento steals away that red buff. We just caught the tail end of the invade.
So now a lot of vision investment on the bottom side. Knight taking a lot of damage.
And then Nahun gets slowed down.
But this is really good for Nahun, because normally what you expect in this lane is actually just super farm heavy. So Knight, he usually invests a lot of early mana and a lot of early cooldown reduction. So normally they go for the Rod of Ages into Morellonomicon build. Being forced back will delay that, and it's already a fairly weak early itemization. So any advantages Nahun can get, the better.
All right, advantages in the bottom lane. Flash, Flay, Death Sentence flashed away. Hustlin's able to escape. Exhaust was used, so was Heal. But Tabs committed for the chase. Memento may sniff an opportunity. Gonna jump in the bush, land on Synkrov, savagery into Battle Roar. But the Bola Strike found no target, nor did the follow-up Flay. Origen with their first gank attempt, countered by Memento, summoner spells blown across the board.
Exactly that. Look at all the flashes that we use. Tabs is flashless, Peke is flashless. Now Hustlin posturing very far up the lane.
Yeah, he is indeed. And I want to look at Hiku and Tabs just a little closer. Hiku on that Lucian. Obviously in the previous game, Tabs having a tough time against Hiku's Ashe. That's the stats you can see on your screen right now. It was Ashe into Ezreal, and Tabs ate a few more arrows than he was maybe wanting to.
Yes, didn't quite flash when he should have. His positioning was not ideal. And you can see that early on, in the laning phase, Tabs really did struggle. Hiku really has had his number fairly consistently throughout this season. And we talk about legacy, bear in mind that Tabs, he used to be that superstar AD carry on Alliance that everyone was praising so much. They were saying, oh, he's such a talented AD carry. Whatever happened to this guy? Why is he not given better opportunities? And you can see that as time has gone by, Tabs has not been able to maintain that same level of play.
I also think it is important to note that Tabs has had a couple of supports in lane with him this split already.
That's very true.
And Expeke, you know, coming back in to bring some leadership, not a support main.
That's very
and
fair.
Not in his best form.
That's very fair.
So I think you do need to, you know, add that factor in. Origen, first blood is available. Memento's the target. Gonna use the Battle Roar. Here comes the Chrono Shift. It'll buy some time as Memento runs away, leap forward, flashed away from. And the Bola Strike will slow down Synkrov. So at least Knight is able to save Memento, but no first blood yet.
We're continually seeing these plays from Memento, which can very readily get punished from OG. And I feel like he needs to be a little bit more restrained with this sort of style.
And I think that was quite reminiscent of Game 1. You know, we've given a few summaries of the 2 previous games, but in Game 1, Memento's Lee Sin was sort of invading. There was no real answer from Origen. This time round, they seem to be more aware of it at least. and had some defensive vision, and they responded.
And bear in mind that the invade itself was absolutely fine. He had Flaxish there as support while the invade was happening. He knows that Knight was available to make a swift movement should things go awry, but his whole goal was just to get some vision around this blue buff so that they could either look to try and fight for it, or at the very least they have information on where Synkrov is, so then they can perhaps use that as an opportunity to get some vision down in the bottom half of the map, start setting up for that early dragon to get those objectives off the board. So the play itself was fine. It was just the fact that Memento tried to go for a fight. He didn't take the safe route out. He didn't properly plan ahead in the event that what if Synkrov is in this jungle.
Yep, what if it hits the fan? Luckily, the Summon Knight button was available. I've checked in on the Summoner spells all previous games, so I'm going to do the same now. Teleports for Flaxish and Knight. 1 exhaust for Hustlin. Could be very useful against the Nahyun Shockwave later in the game. And of course, no exhaust on the side of Origen could be problematic when you consider a Rengar or a Renekton will be running into your face.
Speaking
like
of,
this.
They're looking for a dive bot. Bear in mind, Tabs does have ulti. Here comes the TP.
All right, Thrill of the Hunt is available, is used, and Tabs is the target. Hell, nothing more is even needed. Piercing Light comes out, first blood picked up by Memento, and the culling plus some damage secures a double for Memento.
And this all backtracks to that vision that Memento had invested onto that blue half of the map. He saw where Synkrov was. He knew exactly that there was room for them to make a play down bottom. They pushed towards the tower. The ward was already set up in advance. Giants get themselves a successful dive, and they will get themselves the first tower of the game.
Oh, the bonus gold from the tower first blood. Double kill for a Rengar. In a game that decides your LCS fate, I implore you guys at home to look at those player cams as they rotate through. And Origen gave up that double kill. I looked up and every single one of them just looked down, looked defeated. And it is a tough situation to be in. 10 minutes into game 3 and you're already down 1,000 gold.
Meanwhile, Giants, they're riding off the high of being 2-0 up. The whole setup was so good from Giants. Memento leading the charge, setting up the ward, ready for the follow-up. And again, just look at your minimap, the positioning of Synkrov. This play is perfectly safe from Giants. There is no teleport available from Gragas. This was all orchestrated much earlier on. And this is the sort of proactive play we've been wondering where it was from Giants. Now, off the back of this confidence, off the back of that they are 1 game away from being able to get that rematch against Fnatic Academy, is giving them the confidence to try and make these plays happen.
Yeah, giving Giants just a great stepping stone. Now, it's not all doom and gloom. Origen were able to at least pick up a tower in the top lane, and they've got, you know, a fair element of scaling and wave clear on this side, so they have tools available to them. But they cannot afford to make those mistakes. Origen cannot get caught out like they have been in the 2 previous games. I mean, Peke now at risk of being killed ever so slightly, able to get away. And like Peke, he's got 9 isolated deaths to his name. So that means he's died 9 times when his teammates are simply not around him or in range. That's the 4th highest in the league.
Yep.
And he's only played 16 games.
It's pretty high. Memento maybe looking to try and make that 10 isolated deaths as he's on the hunt for Peke. He does have his flash.
Oh, this is thrilling. The jump, the leap, the culling. Hiku gets a kill onto Xpeke. Now Hustlin and Memento gonna at least break the tether of the chain of corruption. Knight, a little bit of trouble. Chrono Shift is available to him. Time Bomb number 1 was picked up, and the Time Warp allowed him to at least get out to safety. Giants, 3rd kill of the game, looking now to defend the mid-outer tower.
And I've just been very quickly told by my stats team that technically that wasn't an isolated death, but it was a very good setup from Memento. He utilized his ultimate to find a target out of position. Peke, even with the flash, could not sustain the damage that was thrown out from this level 8 Rengar. You talked about him already being 2-0. His jungle item was completed. All those crits, all that damage, making life so difficult for Origen. But now let's have a look at the mid lane. Sartorius, he has moved his way here.
Body slams available. Look at the stun. Knight throws down Sartorius movement. There's support from Hustler Memento, but that's not the greatest at breaking this range disparity for now. Nahyun and Peke Last man standing in front of the tower. Still down 1,500 gold. Synkrov not looking very healthy on that player cam.
Now, if you're
serious faces.
Yep. It's got to feel tough, feel very difficult, especially with Memento always roaming around the map and looking for these plays, especially now that your TP is once again on cooldown. The Renekton will have priority once more to try and make these kind of plays happen. It looks like he even actually interrupted it, so good plays.
So good. Flaxish has had a very good series.
Yes, it's a very good series. He had a,
thank you for that addition. I'm so glad you agree. Would you like to add on to it?
It's largely because he's not only has he shown a lot of variation in his playstyles, he's brought out the Nautilus, the Shen, and now the Renekton. He's demonstrated that he knows how to play passive in lane, he knows how to work with his team, and he's also demonstrated his own individual unique proficiency. And while he is a little bit down in farm, that is because of the different map plays that he's been looking to make with his team, and his deficit is a team gain.
Yes, exactly. I mean, 2 assists of the team's 3 kills. Been holding hands with Memento. Hiku's got, 100% kill participation on this Lucian. And it's only his second time playing Lucian. I remember correctly. I'll double check that right now.
I feel like every AD
played it
carry,
once last week.
Every AD carry was a Lucian main at some point.
Yeah, I guess you had to.
He was a super fun AD carry, especially right now he's really fun because of his insane mobility. The Blade of the Ruin King changes really benefited him. The reason why he's not super popular is because utility is still really valued amongst AD carries, and because of his short range, it's difficult to siege.
Oh, great death sentence. Hustlin is down. That's the first kill of the game for Origen before Peke just gets blown up where he's standing. Synkrov, he's a full channel from the culling, and it's a double for Hiku.
Really good initial setup from Origen, but they did not realize that the rest of Giants were there to help support. Another 2 kills go in the favor of Giants. Both of them go on top of Hiku, and Giants are steadily growing their lead, slowly beginning to put this pressure down onto Origen, who are already feeling the weight of this game.
So important for Giants. Good confidence game, good confidence series. They have 1 day to prepare for Fnatic Academy tomorrow. Hell, less than that. It's almost 10 p.m. Games will be tomorrow at 5 p.m. 3,000 up at 15 minutes. Origen are they're falling apart, They've picked up 2 game wins all year long. And now the only play seems to be wait in a bush and look for a target with a death sentence.
The thing is, I would slightly disagree in the sense that they're falling apart, because at what point have we ever really seen a strong Origen? How can something fall if it's already on the ground?
That's fair. I mean, it's very harsh. But
it is harsh, but I just think that we have to be true when it comes to Origen. They are a team that has very rarely shown signs of strength during the regular season. Only against the bottom teams have they really shown glimmers.
1 game against Rocket and 1 game against Giants. That's all Origen have been able to pick up. They got 3-0'd in the first round of promos. Now they're on the verge of being 3-0'd in the second round. A difficult end to what was one of Europe's pride and joys.
Yep, but also great for Giants, because in the event that they do get this 3-0, we already highlighted that they will be playing Fnatic Academy once again, and the last time that those 2 teams did match up, Fnatic looked like the dominant force pretty consistently throughout that series. And this is an opportunity for Giants to rematch them. They can reevaluate what went wrong. They've very lightly gone back. They've looked through the footage and they've identified, okay, these are the strengths of Fnatic. And now they've even got a best-of-5 series against Misfits to also watch back on as well. And what have Giants really demonstrated from this series? Because they've been going up against Origen, they haven't really been pushed, and Giants haven't really demonstrated a severe weakness that Fnatic can necessarily gain from this series.
Luckily, Flaxish is playing very well, so that's another potential threat.
Very true.
And Flaxish on this Renekton, he's got that Blade of the Ruin King, he's evened up that CS disparity, and Memento with Thrill of the Hunt and backup from Hustlin and Knight. Set their sights on Nahun. Very good prediction on the roots. The Stranglethorns goes up, that'll throw Synkrov into the air. Time Bomb comes down and the Chrono Shift will save Memento's life. He's got Flash available and jumps over the wall into the Raptor camp. Very good decision making. Giants force OG away. Defensive Flash from Knight and Peke is down. That's his 4th death of the game. The tower is the focus and there's no more fight from Origen.
Giants get themselves the tower. That is exactly what they want. And Peke hands them a kill on a silver platter. 2 towers now in favor of Giants. The bottom lane is being pushed in. And Origen, even further goes their control.
Giants, 4,000 gold up. The map is their playground. Every time Memento throws down that ultimate, somebody almost dies. Just really good decision-making there from Hustler and Memento.
And just look at the minimap as well, because you can see that Tabs is forced to take the long way round, and the moment the Rengar respawns, the ultimate misses. The respawn from the Zilean ultimate is a little bit faster than that of Guardian Angel. He doesn't quite predict it, and then Peke goes for a flash ulti on Tonight. But who's going to follow that, Peke? Tabs, he doesn't have any mana left. Syncroft's not going to jump into 3 members. Your mid lane has already been forced back, and without any ultimate, it was just a desperation play that wouldn't have resulted in anything. And all you did was add more gold into the pocket of Giants as they just turn around and not only gave away the tower, but that kill as well.
So for Giants now, how do they extend this lead further? Hikyu's likely going to give up a death. There's a lot of support lower down the river, but I don't think he can get away. Flay goes out, death sentence as well. Hikyu just overextended, but is there enough support from Giants? Knight teleported to the top lane and instead is backed away.
Okay, so that was a good punish from OG. They realized that Hikyu's entirely out of position. They had good enough vision control to identify that there was no support as well, and now they might be looking for a funnel to Memento.
Oh, we were signing Origen their death warrant, but they're finding some life. The Chrono Shift comes out. That will bring Hustlin back to life, but Memento goes down. That's a double kill for Syncroft. They're not done. Death Sentence goes wide. Knight is the target. Body Slam connects. Sartorius is on the board, and Origen are closing the lead.
They found themselves 4 kills in total. Flaxish is the only one left alive. Origen are gonna lose a mid lane tower, and all of a sudden, the team that was on the brink of desperation, the team that was forced to the edge of that cliff, are slowly starting to find ground in this game. And you can see this is where things really started to descend into Chaos. Memento trying to clear out a ward. You know that Origen are in the top half of the map. You know that they've just been able to kill Hikyu, and instead you just walk into them. You give them an opportunity to just pick up these kills, and then Nike just trying to help his team out. He's just trying to be the support that he can be on Zilean, but instead, he just makes matters all the more worse. Origen doing exactly what they needed to do, and Flaxish just being an annoying crocodile once again.
Again, second time this game, Flaxish has been able to interrupt Sartorius' TP. And a crucial loss of focus for the Giants squad. They were scattered, Hikyu was overextended, then Giants were really all over the place. I mean, Knight TP'd up to a play that fizzled. And now Giants, that lead, that monumental advantage they'd accrued is gone. It's an even game all of a sudden, and Syncroft with 3 kills is a threat.
But how much of a threat relative to Hikyu? Because bear in mind, this Lucian is 4-1 and 2, has completed the Blade of the Ruin King, working towards the Black Cleaver as well. And I'm sitting there thinking of team fight value. I'm still going to give the edge to Giants right now. They can still play around this AD carry with Knight, with Memento always looking to dive into the backline. And right now, it's a battle of, could Syncroft one-shot Hikyu faster than Hikyu could shred through the team of Origen? When you have the Zilean ult,
and yes,
it's just going to add it. It's just going to make things so much difficult.
Yep, so much difficult, and that's what Origen need to overcome.
So much more difficult, I should say.
I know, but I'm going to go with yours. I prefer it your way. If you're an Origen fan, put your hands up in the air and summon all of the energy that you can. You need to give Xpeke that Spirit Bomb.
I didn't realize you were going that way. I thought, I'm waving like you just don't care. Woo!
No, of course they care. That's why they're voting.
That's why I was confused.
We've done a few Dragon Ball Z references.
That's true.
Spirit Bomb, Xpeke. He's 1 kill, 4 assists. So he's definitely been around his team's kills recently.
But it's got to be a big one, because right now, Giants, they're looking like Martian Buu. That is a guy that took like 70 episodes to defeat. Spoiler. And even then, they didn't defeat him. He's still in the series.
Yep. Reincarnated as Oob. One of my favorite storytelling points. Death Sentence just goes wide. That Cloud Drake, you see? The Cloud Drake is what threw off the prediction. Had the movement speed not been there, maybe Huston could have been caught. Just saying. I didn't see if there was support for the kills, but it doesn't matter because Sartorius throws down that explosive cask. That buys some time. All right, Dragon, Ocean Drake is available. Giants have better vision around that area. For Origen, on the other hand, have 3 control wards in the top river section of the map.
Ooh, and they're sending EQ up to the top lane. Bear in mind that there are no teleports, but they should be up fairly soon. So I guess the plan for Giants is, look, let's just get as much farm experience with the Hiku as we possibly can. Let's just sacrifice the Ocean Drake. It's not the biggest loss for us in the world. So it's absolutely fine. The Infernal Drake will be the next dragon available for these teams. I feel like that could be a big point of contention because you want to be getting as much damage as possible onto this AD carry. He's definitely the main focal point for Giants composition.
Yeah, the whole context of this game is now different. Origen have got some key kills. Luden's Echo, Morella, Nomicon, and a needlessly large rod for Nahun's Orianna. He's going to hit like a truck. And you've got champions like Renekton, Rengar, Lucian that really want to kind of clump up, you know? They're short-range Lucian and melee divers. So Origen, some options available to them. They've held onto that top outer turret, and they're still even in the gold, but they also have to somehow deal with this Renekton.
But I want to very quickly backtrack to this Orianna point that you mentioned, because while it's true this build path is fine, it's also very risky. I think that his third item should be more towards the Zhonya's Hourglass, because he's already got a lot of damage in his kit, especially when he hits the level 16 mark and he gets 3 points in his ulti. The team fights will be heavily in favor in terms of damage if he is able to land that shockwave. So you just get the Zhonyas as security. Champions like Renekton and Rengar are very good at diving onto your face. Their whole point is to be able to get onto these squishy mid-lane mages and just crush through them. So being able to get a bit of armor under your belt, I think is the safer way to go. So I think this is a risky build that could come to hurt him later on.
Oh, Synchron is able to get out of range of Memento. The box goes down from Peke, and Stranglethorns holds him in place. Thrill of the Hunt comes down. Flaxish finished the teleport. He's in between 4 members of Origen. Takes a lot of damage. The Shockwave is still available and the culling goes down. Memento comes back to life thanks to the Chrono Shift. And that's a great Shockwave. The Piercing Arrow is not going to be enough for a kill. Luckily, Hiku with the heal is able to escape.
Nahun will dissuade the continued push from Giants. They will be stopped from their onslaught. They have to return to the waves to regain control of that side pressure. But a good pick from Giants. They lied in wait. They waited for Origen to try and get some deep vision in the top half. You can see now, Origen still being able to maintain control over the river. They're going to pick up the Scuttle Crab. Baron is still in their eyes. And you can feel the tension between these two teams. It's not as cut and dry as Giants having that early game lead after OG found a couple of those kills. They were very swiftly able to come back in a few of these fights. And Peke, he is the sacrificial lamb in this instance, and it's fine because OG, they can't really continue the fight. They just have to disengage. The fact that they turn their attention onto Flaxish is really good, and that barrel also buys them a lot of time as well. It keeps Memento out of the fray, and now you have the Jarvan effect where Memento, he's just jumping, diving, flashing so far away from his team that the rest of them can't follow up. So he ends up going down and then gets put in a position where the Orianna can get that 3-man ultimate enough and just stop Giants from continuing the push.
Look at that damage from the Shockwave. Even though you can feel the impact of the Rengar, the Renekton, the Lucian, they didn't get enough continued time on targets thanks to good outplay. Nahun with the Shockwave, Sartorius with that barrel. Origen, they're still behind, they're still trailing, but it feels like there's some more life in the team. And their team composition as well is fighting back. All right, let's talk a little bit about this Zillion. He's got a Morella Nomicon. Got that Seraph's Embrace upgraded. Where does he go next? Death Cap? Or maybe something a little safer? Abyssal Scepter? Not really. Not really a huge amount of magic damage.
I think Death Cap is absolutely fine for Zillion. Usually you never play on the front lines. You're always the supportive role in a lot of team fights. You put bombs on either allies or you look to try and get the double stun, which is usually very difficult in big, hectic fights. So maybe you provide more peel rather than just upfront damage. So you can afford to go more towards the damage build. And now Hustlin, he has been caught out.
Yeah, he has. Synchro gets so much damage. Is going to ride the Lantern to safety, so they get the Stranglethorns and the Exhaust. Memento's looking to engage with Thrill of the Hunt. Peck is on the front line and the bowler connects, but so does the Death Sentence. Memento will have the ultimate from Knight. Zillion come back to life. All of a sudden, the fight is split in two. Memento still remains the target as Hiku fires out the culling. Synchro stays alive for a few seconds longer, and Expeke will not go down. The Flay doesn't connect. 1, 2 bombs. What was the idea? That simply didn't work out.
Peke reveals himself when Giants had no idea that he was in that brush. They were just going to return to the wave and back off, and instead Origen give away a kill. What was so back and forth, so close for Origen and Giants will result in a team fight win going in the favor of Giants once more. But now, Origen, they're looking to try and get some control of the top jungle.
All right, Sartorius jumps onto Hustlin, but ends up needing to use the flash to escape. All of a sudden, Origen, they're split up, they're not focused. Shockwave is on cooldown, but it's coming back available very, very quickly. Sartorius stays alive a few seconds longer. Nahun wants to keep this fight going. You can feel it. The Giants are able to back away, and if you look at the scoreboard, 8 kills to 5. It's a 3,000 gold difference, but Origen's team fight is making up that gold difference. And also, it's Memento's, 80-plus farm, 1,300 gold lead over his opponent, where a lot of that gold is focused.
The big issue that Giants are currently dealing with is how difficult it is for Giants to actually close the gap against Origen. They're so reliant on Flaxish to get a flank that if he's not getting onto these primary targets, then there's actually no way for Giants to close the gap, because you have Memento diving in, but often he dives in by himself. Like, where is the support from Memento right now? That he makes a bit of a mistake using the bowler here rather than using his empowered W to get out of the CC, but fortunately Knight is there to provide support. But again, Hiku, look at his positioning. Back of the fight, not dealing any damage. The shockwave goes down. Memento is just getting pushed out of the fight by the time that Hiku is already joined. And here, you can see Giants are just like, okay, we don't care. Peke's probably gone. Then he goes back.
Yeah, don't understand. Spec ends up giving up his life. Okay, while we're in the replay, for the astute viewers out there, in our little picture-in-picture in the bottom left, Origen were able to pick up the Infernal Drake. They actually secured that one underneath the jungle. Hustlin is once again the target. Synchro gets a lot of damage down. He flashes away, but Synchro leaps and sinks the fangs in. He tastes Giant's fear. The Death Sentence connects onto Memento, so does the Shockwave. Expeke is not dead yet. The barrel sends Knight away. Hiku's not here. The double kill, double bomb, double boom. Knight fighting back. Tabs and Nahun are running for their life. Even without Hiku, Giants win the fight.
Massive team fight win for Giants. Yes, they ended up losing Knight and Hustlin, but it doesn't matter because 4 members of Origen are dead. The Baron is alive, and that looked so good for Origen, but it ended in disaster.
Absolute disaster. Giants are on the Baron. It's a 3-man stack. There's no ultimate for Sartorius, but he's got the body slam available. Is he going to attempt to steal? Body slam's over. Picked up by Giants. Now Sartorius will gift 1 additional kill to Hiku. 13 kills to 7. Baron buff. And Origen, they just chased too far.
This initial fight was so promising for Origen. They know that Hiku's in the bottom lane. They land such good hooks onto Memento, who is in this fight really the main damage dealer. He goes down, and then the re-engage from Flaxish with the bombs is exactly what gets the turnaround. Notice that Knight, he props the bomb himself, so he knows he can guarantee that damage. Sure, he flashes into the fight. He shouldn't have done that, but regardless, the damage was already done. With all of the main damage dealers out of the fray, Giants could get the cleanup, get the Baron, and now their eyes are on the Nexus and a possible opportunity at fighting for that LCS spot.
That's right, this is the loser's match. The winner here still has to play Fnatic Academy tomorrow. Giants with Baron, Black Cleaver, Blazer and King, Phantom Dancer, and a BF Sword for Hiku. Involved in 10 of the team's 13 kills. Memento, 11 of the 13. His Rengar has been quite literally leading the charge.
Yes.
And all of the engages. And Knight, time after time after time, been in the right place and reviving everybody. appropriate because of the champion. And he went for a Void Staff second item as opposed to, third item rather. As opposed to that Death Cap, I guess. More damage early. And look at this, Giants, they're just breaking open the map.
And this game, we make a lot of funny Dragon Ball references, but in all seriousness, this is very much like the spirit, the energy was given to Origen. They came back fighting. They were winning a lot of really good situations for them. They were making the game much closer than it should have been. But then they threw the Spirit Bomb, and it just wasn't enough. Boo came back. He was strong enough. He survived the blast. And now, Giants are in a prime position to be able to take this final game, but let's see if Origen still have some energy left.
DQ's the target, Sartorius wants to come in. Look at the minimap. Giants have support in the jungle. Flash for flash, none of the CC hitting yet. Hiku locked in place by the Chain of Corruption, and Memento has already shut down Syncroft. Hiku comes back to life because of the Chrono Shift, and all of a sudden it's Origen that need to get out of dodge. The re-engage from Giants. Flaxish has made his way down. Body Slam is going to interrupt the follow-up. All of a sudden Flaxish is chasing down Origen. The Shockwave was used. 3 members are down. Giants are pouring into the base.
Giants find another team fight win. They have the Baron empowered minions. There are only 2 Nexus turrets standing in their way, and they are going to 3-0 Origen.
This is the final push. Giants have 2 members standing in front of them. Sartorius is being burned alive. Got the shield from Command Protect, got a GA available, and Giants don't want to make mistakes. They've backed away. Baron is still available for a little while longer, and instead, more towers and objectives.
Syncroft has just respawned, Peke alongside him. Giants realize that they should just be happy with the inhibitor. They do not want to throw away what is such an important game for them. But my word, Origen, that play, you could just see how crushed they were. The fact that you get a flank off from Sartorius onto Hiku, the guy that you need to kill, and then he misses everything. You think that you have such a promising flank. Syncroft, he can't even secure the flank, and then look at this. Flash Body Slam misses from Origen, he loses the ultimates from Sartorius too. You successfully kill Hiku, and then he comes back. Full HP thanks to the Zillion ultimate. And it's just, like, what do you do at that point? Like, you invest everything into trying to kill the AD carry. He literally just gets back up again. And you just have to feel destroyed.
I agree with you. That's where Origen find themselves down 10,000 gold. Super minions in the bottom lane. On the verge of being 3-0'd. And it is heartbreaking for Origen fans, for the Origen organization. Memento wants to end the game. Thrill of the Hunt goes down. Where's the support from Knight? Memento just waiting in the wings. He can see Nahyun. Once Knight backs up, that Time Warp plus Chrono Shift, just such a powerful combination. Instead, Giants are just going to wait for this Elder Dragon. Play it safe, you know. Origen, they have to face check. They have to move into the darkness.
Now, Giants, they're going to keep pushing up mid. They need to make sure they have that control. Peke, he needs to be careful.
Somehow, like a magical pick could buy time. But Peke needs to find, geez, the needle in the haystack. He cannot miss. Sartorius has got that GA, keep in mind, that will buy some time for the front line, but he's used the ultimate. That didn't accomplish much. Flaxish is the target. Chrono Shift available. The box will block off any sort of re-engage. Flay is going to find Flaxish. Death Sentence as well. Shockwave, ultimate in place, but look at the culling. The Stranglethorns. Origen can't get over the bushes. It's a kill onto Nahyun. Sartorius loses his GA. Memento keeps jumping forward with savagery over and over. Peck and Sartorius are left standing. And Tabs is running for his life. Flaxish is teleporting in. This is the final fight.
Origen once again couldn't even get a kill onto Flaxish, and he's just going to end the fight with Tabs being the final man. Ace for Giants, and this is going to be it.
The ace, the base, Nexus turrets are falling. Origen get 3-0'd. Origen's nightmare come to an end as Giants keep their LCS dream alive. Smiles on the side of Giants. Heartbreak on the side of Tabs. Expect it. Ahun, Synkrov, and Sartorius. 2 wins, 29 losses. Correction, 32 losses, if I had last week. For the Origen roster.
And the defense of Origen in that final game, they definitely made Giants work for it. They fought back hard. They used that energy of the fans, and it was an admirable final game.
It was an admirable final game, but it was not more than that.
Nope.
And today, 2 struggling teams took to the stage. Neither Giants nor Origen have shown significant growth throughout the split, and that is part of the reason they find themselves in the promotion tournament. There was a number of results and things that you can talk about and debate and go back and look at. But at the end of the day, we did not see these teams grow and find improvement and find ways to consistently win games.
Today we knew that one challenger team would make it into the LCS, but we also knew that one LCS team had to take the spot from the challenger team. And as you rightly said, neither of them could really meet the mettle of the 2 aspiring young squads. And while this is a day for happiness as we have a brand new team and new players join the fray, we also have the end of what is effectively a legacy. Origen with such an incredible performance, such a fantastic run from Challenger to Worlds.
Yeah.
Now,
look, it's going to be a story of EU LCS for many years to come.
Yeah.
And I spoke a little bit about the Origen situation, and I'd like to say that as an EU LCS commentator that had the pleasure of seeing them at Worlds and the players, the caliber, and seeing the organization not adapt is a disappointment. It is a flash in the pan because of that meteoric rise. Now let's turn our attention to the winners of today. Giants, of course, they too, absolutely everything to lose. Giants have, historically survived the promotion tournament when it goes from spring to summer. Done it 2 years in a row. This is their 3rd year. But tomorrow is going to be their toughest match yet. Fnatic Academy beaten them already.
Yes, they have.
And surely that plays in your mind.
It's got to weigh on you, but you've also got to be hungry. You've got to be feeling confident after getting a 3-0 over Origen. You've got to feel happy with your performance, because I think that there are a lot of strong things for Giants to take away from this series, and there's a lot of room for them to prepare, to get ready for what is to come against Fnatic.
I agree with you, and I think one of the things that is a positive sign on the side of Giants is Knight, who found some form. We're obviously seeing Leduc and Tabs on screen right now chatting, and it's tough. It is a tough position to be in. But to bring it back to Giants and Knight, a guy who's had mixed performances all split long. He looked good this series. He was against slightly weaker opposition. He actually won Player of the Series. I think his Zillion was particularly impressive. That is a good sign when you think of the Giants squad that has to play tomorrow.
Yep. And they may very well have to rely on him to be the one to step up, because Niski, after today's performance, did not have the best of showing, so perhaps that could be one of the integral matchups for them to take. But regardless, it will be an exciting matchup tomorrow as both teams fight for what will effectively be their lives.
That's it. Origen have been relegated to the Challenger Series. Giants, they get one more shot to keep their spot in the European LCS. For more, let's hear what the jungler has to say.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. First of all, Memento, congratulations. Thank you for joining me. I know it's still a tough time because you have a series coming up tomorrow. We just wanted to get a couple of words about this series and how the week has been. So as you said, first of all, congratulations, but we want to know, how has the mood in the team been since last week? Obviously, the loss of Fnatic Academy in preparation for this series.
I mean, last week we had a really bad... It was like one of our worst week we've ever had. We kept like losing every scrim, and we didn't like find a reason why we kept losing, and we just played overall like really bad. And then after like we kept losing, everyone just lashed out and like started flaming each other. I mean, not flaming each other, but like we just, because we were tired of the shit, so we just like started flaming each other, and we talked about like why are we playing so bad and what's the reason. And we realized like one of our biggest reasons was like that we didn't get any vision, and that we like didn't respect our enemy, or like I don't want to go into details, but so like this week we just practiced really hard in scrims, and everyone was try-harding for their lives, and we just showed up on stage today.
We really appreciate you being so candid about how the team communicates. Is that something you feel like Giants as a team are mostly past now coming into this series with this week's practice?
Yeah, I think so. I think only now from forward going on, we're just going to play a lot better. I think this last week was really bad because everyone was tilted and we just didn't know why we were playing so bad, and everyone was really frustrated. And we've been here for 3 months, and it really takes a lot of how can you say it? It's like it's really hard to be here for 3 months and actually like still keep staying motivated and being focused when you're relegations. But now it's only 2 days left almost, so we're just gonna like try hard these last days and just focus on tomorrow's games.
Well, speaking of tomorrow, you go up against Fnatic Academy, the opponents you chose in the first round. Without wanting to go too far into detail, you talk a little bit about vision. Is there anything you feel like you're more prepared about this week going up against Fnatic, now seeing them obviously last week and today play against Misfits?
Yeah, I think we'll take the series. Like last week when we played against them, that was not Giants. That was like some, I don't know, that was the sub team for us. Like they were playing for us. That's basically what happened. Like we're gonna actually, I think we're gonna win tomorrow.
Okay, I'm glad to hear the confidence out of you, Memento. I think it's a rejuvenated Giants as we saw on stage today. I have one last question that's a little bit more of a somber note. As you sat down, you said you can't imagine what it feels like to lose an LCS spot in regards to Origen. Did that weigh at all on your mind in today's series, knowing that a bit of a legacy comes to an end, obviously with a win that you so desperately wanted?
I mean, I'm the kind of player who's like, the higher the stakes are, the more excited I get. So I didn't feel any pressure at all. I was like just super excited to play good, and I just wanted to try hard for my life. I just love the pressure, like, because we can't play playoffs. So this is kind of like playoffs. So I'm just loving the pressure. Like that's how I like it. I don't necessarily feel pressured that we're gonna lose the LCS, but like, when I'm in the game, I'm just in the game. I just focus on what's in front of me, and that's all that matters. And I'm not gonna be like, what happens if we lose? What happens if it is? Like, there's no time for that. And for me, I don't feel much pressure, but maybe the other players do. Like, it's normal, but I just goddamn love that pressure.
Well, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow going up against Fnatic Academy. The pressure, as you said, is on for tomorrow. But for now, we're gonna head over to the post-game lobby.
Thank you, Stress, and welcome to the post-game lobby where I'm joined by Martin Fischer-Lunga and Mitch Kripple-Vorspool. Surprise, they're still here, and I gotta say, I like that interview coming in from Memento. Can't make playoffs, promotion tournament. It's like mini playoffs. That's some positivity right there. I like it.
That's the perspective where I've won a lot of playoffs in my career.
There you go. How about you, Martin? A lot of playoffs experience?
Yeah, really good at qualifying for the playoffs. The wrong playoffs, but still a playoff according to Memento.
Second playoffs, all right.
Second playoffs.
We've had first playoffs. How about second
I actually
playoffs?
never missed either of the playoffs, so that was pretty
Because
impressive.
back in the time when you could lose playoffs and still get
Then
relegated.
you get relegated after. It's rough times.
All right, and we'll look back on the LCS at some point in the future, but for now, let's look back on that series that we just saw. Giants' dominant performance coming out with a 3-0 over OG, and it feels like pretty Giants favored for the most part.
I mean, yeah, all the predictions were in Giants' favor. It felt like it was hard to kind of find a reason or a way Origen would kind of dominate this series, and I think Giants, just as Memento said, they try harder, they showed up, and they got the job done.
Definitely got the job done. A lot of just decisive engages, even at the end. Even if they were bad engages, they would still went for it. Because if you go back to like the way the third game ended, there were some fights where Flaxfish was tanking for well over 6 seconds before any return fire came out from Giants. But because they were just so willing to force the fight, it kind of still worked out. Like, Giants were always the ones pulling the trigger. I feel like Origen was always reacting to whatever was going on a little bit slower, so that when they do inevitably win some of these fights, they couldn't capitalize as much.
Seeing a lot of Origen kills, obviously in the replays here, which did highlight a bit of Game 3. I think looking at Giants and then Memento talking about how this week is much better compared to last week. It was the sub team who played against Fnatic Academy. Despite them getting a 3-0, they weren't like that much better.
But what does he have to say? Like, oh, we
No, that's fair. I'm just saying, like, I'm still very concerned for Giants going into the Fnatic Academy series because I don't think they dominated Origen as much as Misfits Academy did.
And Fnatic Academy as well, they have a team with some veterans that can take a loss and recharge in a day, I think. Like these guys, having the bigger picture in mind and knowing that it was still a series where Misfits Academy was favored, but not overly so, and they have the track record of already beating this team once. Like,
exactly.
I think they could come in very confident. They also showed a lot of weaknesses here in Giants, again, in their setup and like their vision, so it should be easily challengeable. And you know these guys came off a tilter. Just hearing that interview should actually be a motivation boost for Fnatic Academy. They know these guys were tilting last week. You are their kryptonite. You beat them once, take game one, and the series should be yours.
Well, it's good that you bring up Fnatic Academy. Of course, they did just go down to Misfits earlier in the day, qualifying Misfits Academy for the LCS, and of course, setting up that matchup for tomorrow. This matchup, or this series, much, much closer overall, but as you mentioned, Mitch, already, it's one where they can recover mentally, at least. We would assume so.
Don't ever tell the camera one more game, because it got jinxed again.
Yeah, not only did he do it wrong, he also managed to do it 3 times.
Yeah, now we're talking about their coach, obviously, but overall still Fnatic Academy pick and ban was solid, I feel. There was never really a pick ban that was lost entirely, so it was mostly on the play. They had decent priority on like the strong mages in the mid lane with the Syndra and the LeBlanc.
These 2 teams were the 2 strongest teams coming into the promo tournament, and I think the series showed that both teams are equally strong. Like, I think Misfits Academy winning in the end is great. And they obviously deserve it, like really good last engage from Jisoo as well. But Fnatic Academy, they were so even for the full BO5. So it sucks not being qualified already. But as you said here, nothing should make Fnatic Academy feel less confident going into tomorrow's series. It wasn't like they got completely destroyed by Misfits.
Yeah, especially if you look the way they won in the first time. Like, you can talk about things like vision and teamwork going poorly, but Kikis ran a train in the top lane. Like Flaxish, the way he was now slightly better than Sartorius, there was a much bigger difference between Kikis and Flaxish, and all these individual lanes should be outperforming the hell out of the Giants lineup to the point where it doesn't even matter if you have good vision or macro, you should just be behind.
All right, so we're saying still very heavily in favor of Fnatic Academy. I want to pretend for a moment that both these teams are even, whatever, in mechanical skill, that we're not going to see massive advantages generated through just individual outplays in lanes. Will we see the same priority on mid lane in that Giants versus Fnatic Academy series that we saw in Fnatic Academy versus Misfits? Will Syndra still kind of be the end-all, be-all for teams when LeBlanc is not on the table?
If LeBlanc is not on the table, yes. I think this mid lane priority is important for a lot of teams in the world, but especially for teams who, like, again, don't have like perfect macro, because the mid lane pressure just allows you so many things in the early game. Like, you can use that mid lane and pair them up with a jungler. You can invade junglers. You can go to top side. You can go to bot side. It's so much easier to play if you have a winning mid laner. And I mean, we're gonna see that tomorrow as well. If Knight loses mid lane, well, then suddenly Giants will be behind in the early game, and the other way around, of course.
All right, well, we've already kind of talked about that series. Let's take a chance to look at the way the bracket has unfolded throughout the entirety of this tournament. You can see a strong start from Fnatic, just dropping Misfits today. Other series, Giants 3-0, as we already talked about. One final series remaining. Of course, one team to be knocked out and one team to go to the LCS.
Yeah, and it's something I write on my notes very often. It doesn't matter how you get back into the LCS. It only matters that you do get back into the LCS.
It's true. It's a great thing to highlight. Origen obviously out of the LCS now. Not too surprising in the end. Didn't win a game in the promo tournament. I just hope that people won't flame the players. Like, a lot of these players signed up for an almost impossible project where it was last minute. A lot of guys who weren't even qualified to the LCS, they were just picked from middle of the Challenger series, like a Sartorius, then plugged in on this team. Like, no help, nothing, impossible situation. So I think people shouldn't be too hard on the players, but more directed at the organization.
Because if you are a player that has a lot of market value, you're likely not going to join Origen in the state that it was in. We know from numerous free agents that would have been upgraded over the current rosters that they said, you know what, we didn't want to join there. So that means the goal for Origen as an organization should be, we need to nurture existing lower level talent and help that improve. Instead, these guys were thrown in an already sinking ship, and they now find themselves on the bottom of the ocean.
We have 10 players, 5 on Fnatic Academy and 5 on Misfits Academy, who have shown this tournament they're actually better than the LCS guys they're playing against. And these were guys who said, you know what, instead of joining what is most likely a bottom LCS team, we will join a challenger team, take it a bit slower, play our way through the Challenger Series, get synergy that way, and then see if we can peak around playoffs. PSG tried to do the same.
And we can have Schalke and PSG, who also had a wealth of players who could technically replace a few of these members on Origen, on Giants even technically.
So we're seeing that is a very viable path to take. It's not about just taking whatever LCS offer you can get.
Yeah, but is that a risk that's always worth it? Because in the case of Schalke and PSG, we saw a lot of players, bigger names, kind of lose their opportunity at the LCS, whereas the Origen players did get their chance to show up.
Some of those players might have lost the opportunity to qualify for the LCS right now. But if you're playing on a team that functions better than a bottom LCS team where you lose every week in the LCS, then it's actually easier in Challenger to show if you are a good player or not. Like, it is really difficult to go in on a team who went now 2-31 through this spring split and show that you are individually a good player.
If you are a super solid mid-game player and you play versus G2 as Origen and with the rest of the lineup, you're not going to shine. It's impossible, because in the current iteration of League of Legends, you need teamwork to succeed. Yes, you can make the small difference. You can push the needle, but it has to be there in the first place.
Yep, definitely something to consider. Now, I'm not going to get to see you guys tomorrow, of course. You guys will have the day off, so I want your opinions. Fnatic versus Giants, our final series in the promotion tournament. Who is going to get that last LCS spot, and who is going to be knocked back down or down for the first time to Challenger?
I think we get 2 new LCS teams. I think Fnatic Academy will win 3-1, and I think there will be pretty heavy favorites, in my opinion, judging from what we've seen so far in this tournament.
As always, I will just blindly copy whatever Divicio says.
It's perfect. That's all I needed to hear. Doesn't matter how they do it as long as they win. I think has been the lesson for the day. All right, well, that's going to do it for us. Our broadcast of the final matchup begins at 5 p.m. Central European Summer Time, so do not be late. And after a long day, it is time for us to call it a night. So thank you so much for watching, and we'll be back with more action tomorrow. We'll see you guys then.
Don't be.
We are about to get onto the Summoners Rift. Game 1 of this best of 5 between Fnatic Academy and Misfits Academy. The winner goes through to the LCS. Now Dreams is caught out. He tries to get away, but he is taken down. Jisoo knocked up. Fnatic getting killed. Here's Coscu. He's in the midst of 5 members of Fnatic.
Go mid.
The Nexus will fall. Fnatic go 1-0 up.
Whole new game. 0-0.
Nothing happened. It's 0-0 and Mr. Res side is really good.
We'll win, guys. Yeah, I know.
Shock Blast comes out, they stun Clyde.
Varus!
Caught out, everyone on Misfits low, but not low enough for Fnatic to get the kill. Kikis and Niski are caught out as Misfits look for the base. They'll take the Nexus tower down and they'll even out the series 1-1. Here comes Coscu with the unleashed power. The charm is going to connect. Kickers there, Bright Stalker, there's the equalizer, and Fnatic are going to burn down. Fnatic are scattering to the winds. Back to the fountain with you, says Yuki. A quadra kill for him as Misfits Academy look to go 2-1 up. The Nexus is going to fall. Yuki steps forward once again. He gets the penta as Misfits Academy take the game.
All right, keep the focus up, flip the switch, get ready to work.
Let's go.
The Stranglethorns will separate the team though, and Fnatic can re-engage. The True Shot does huge amounts of work. Pride Stalker goes down. It's a triple for the Ezreal. Misfits gets schooled by Fnatic Academy as they take us all the way to Game 5 after evening out the series 2-2.
Okay guys, relax, reset, let's do this.
Get the win, and let's sing a song after this game. Get it done, no fear.
So here. Half health, Coscu goes in, the Ignite is ticking, the Death Charge coming in as well. It's enough to take him and sink the ship that is Fnatic. 2 kills to Misfits as they collapse. Misfits with the Nexus towers. They get the kills, they get the ace, and they're gonna take the base. Misfits Academy, welcome to the LCS.
This is going to be a very, very tough series mentally.
Both of these teams are fighting for not just their spot, but an opportunity to still have their spot.
The super minions pouring in. 5 minutes short of my prediction. Giants pick up the first game in this best of 5. Tabs as the target as he's forced away by the Gatling cannon. The Nexus is fallen, and Giants are 1 win away from knocking Origen out of the LCS. Speke on his debut on Thresh in the support role on the LCS stage. Will Thresh be the champion that sends him packing back to Challenger? The barrel sends Knight away. Hiku's not here. The double kill, double bomb, double boom. Knight fighting back. Tabs and Nahun are running for their life. Even without Hiku, Giants win the fight. Origen get 3-0'd. Origen's nightmare come to an end as Giants keep their LCS dream alive.